button.
Who are all these? We have three guests at the same time.
So we're just, yeah. Who are these folks?
Yeah, what's going on here? Is the link public or something?
Did you make the link public?
Yeah, that's what happened.
Uh-oh.
I put it in the
second mistake of the night.
Number 2. Can we do a third one now?
Now, if you're not scheduled to come on, please do not click the link. Otherwise, our special guest that we have aligned to come on the stream will not be able to get in.
Right.
Yeah.
I kicked those 2, so we can just kick them. I'm really sorry for everyone jumping on right now. Luckily, everyone's coming back.
Hey, did you burn your steak?
Yeah, I'm burning my steak, and I pressed the wrong button trying to show everyone the steak cooking over there. So we're gonna get things back in order here now. So, we got like 300 people on. They're flying back in, so we appreciate it. I'm really sorry, everyone. That was completely my fault. Rookie mistake. Should we watch one more of these quick inspirational videos while people jump back on?
Sure.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, we got some good ones here. Again, my apologies for the mishap there.
And whether or not you've hit the like button previously tonight or not, if you would just go ahead and hit that like button again and share this again, we would be much appreciative.
Amen and amen.
Thank you. I mean, looking on the one thing was we were going to have to do a 10-hour, 10-hour, 4-hour, so I kind of inadvertently forced us to do that anyways. We got clearance from StreamYard. Hey, why don't we mention that real quick? Shout out to StreamYard.com. That's what we're streaming this whole thing with. And they only allow 10-hour stream unless you have a larger account. And they were kind enough to just donate it to us as long as we shouted them out. I'm happy to shout them out because I've been using StreamYard for a long time. My good friend Sean here is the one that told me about it, as a matter of fact. And if you're a YouTuber or new YouTuber or you want to get interviewed or interview other people, StreamYard.com, I think it's the best one. The cool thing is you can put things like this. You can pop up questions and super chats and stuff on the screen. You can collaborate. You can have like 8 people on at one time. You can chat. You can get 2,000 people on at one time for your 24-hour live stream and then kick them all off and start right over, and it's still going to work for you. So I've got a ribeye burning in the back. We're going to watch one of these things, and I think we're back on track now. So, again, my apologies for kicking everyone off there for a second. Here we go.
Well,
this is let me find this one here. This is Diane Elizabeth 7683. She was on my channel earlier. She is an inspiration. So let's hear Diane's story quickly here.
Hi everyone, it's Diane. Happy Saturday. For those of you who don't know me, I am Diane Elizabeth on YouTube, and my channel is about my journey through cancer and being a carnivore. I've been battling cancer since 2021, and I've been carnivore for almost 3 months now. Some days are good, some days are bad. And today is, I've had better. But all of it is going to be on my channel. You'll be able to see me through the ups and downs, but it's going to be full of hope. You don't need to worry about going to my channel to be depressed, I promise. We are going to be going through training for a half marathon that I want to do in the future. There is a 5K that I have my sights on in Las Vegas next year, and so that's my short-term goal, is to get there. And so I'm going to be training for that, and then of course training for more further. And then also we're going to be doing things like this weekend I have a video coming out. It should be on at this moment if you're seeing this on Saturday, so you can check out my channel to see if it is there. But it is about a young man who is going through a meat processing program at his high school, the only one in the country, as far as we know. So anyways, that is all. I want to wish Carrie the best of luck on getting this documentary funded, and I hope all of you can come and join me on my channel. I promise it's not going to be depressing. It's going to be full of hope, and we're going to be doing a lot of great things together. So I'll see you later. Bye.
Love it. Thank you, Diane Elizabeth. She's got a wonderful story. Training for a marathon. Such a great person. She's doing some really fun YouTube videos too. Like she mentioned there. I never heard of this before, but at her high school, they've got some kids that are going to school, and they're farming. They're raising cattle. They got a program there, and they actually got some pretty good prices. So I'm looking forward to catching her video on that. Her link and all of the links for any of these videos we show will always be in the description below. If you guys are just jumping on here, again, my apologies. I accidentally shut the stream off earlier. I think we're back in it now. So if anyone has any questions, shoot them in the sidebar there. I've got my steak burning in the background here. We'll show you how that turned out in a second. I think we're back on track here now. I'm not going to do any more steak cam, but let's see. Should we do an update, Alia? How are we looking? You're on mute. Hey, Alia, you're on mute.
I'm so good at being on mute. So we're at $16,000. I'm going to show the grid. I'm going to show the grid. Look at this. 16,454. Despite the technical difficulties, we're still rolling.
Nice. That's amazing. Thank you, everyone, so much for your donations. Hey, Alia, I'm trying to think. So we have a little window right here, but I wonder if I'm looking at the older schedule now. Weren't we going to have our good friend JT jump on at some point? What time was he scheduled for?
5.
5. Okay. Yeah, for some reason I don't have that on my sheet here. I'll fix it. I'm going to go.
Well, we can read. We got a couple super chats.
Yeah, if you want to read the super chats, I'm going to go grab my steak and I'm going to bring it over here, and I'm not going to touch any buttons or click anything.
Adam, you want to start read? Adam, you want to read super chats?
I'm about to go get a steak too. Now that you've been talking about it, what are you talking about?
All right, Jared Rietyk, born again carnivore. I was put on an elimination diet as a child and ended up on hyper carnivore. Ate that until university, and everything went downhill with cafeteria and fast foods. Back on carnivore again after finding Dr. Barry and Carrie on YouTube. $50 Canadian. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
And then we have another $50 from Jared. 3 weeks in and I'm down 15 pounds, full of energy, have rebuilt my home gym, completed a massive backlog of work and home improvements. Years of inflammation in my knees and ankles are already gone. I'm no longer snoring and the brain fog is gone. Thanks. We appreciate you, Jared, and we're really happy for all of your success so far. And we have $5 from Leah. Challenge. Welcome back. We thank you, Leah, for that. All right. Who do we have on next?
I've got another inspirational story here I'll put up. And then
Okay.
I think we have JT after that. Here's my steak if everyone wants to see it real quick. Maybe the people on the stream with me don't want to see it, but I don't know if my camera does it justice. Came out pretty good. Could be a little bit more rare, but
oh yeah.
Not going to be enough, is it, Sean? You'll have to throw another one in there. That's
right.
Just
I'm about to go get one too, man.
It's an appetizer.
All right, we've got another really cool inspirational video here. I'm going to share with you all right now.
Comments.
Sorry, just one second.
Yeah, you're cool. You're cool.
All right, here we go.
Our friends, I'm JT. I'm Anna.
That's our son, William, and we're the Poco Moonshine family. We want to thank you for supporting the 24-hour record-breaking live stream. Make sure you smash the like button. Make sure you share this with all your friends, your family, strangers, and anyone else who's carnivore curious. I'm on day 87 of my carnivore diet. My reason why I started the carnivore diet, I had 3 discs in my back that were out of alignment. I had bad IBS and I had terrible sleep apnea. One night the sleep apnea actually almost killed me. So I started carnivore diet to get rid of those things. I can tell you right now, I have no more back pain. I have no IBS symptoms at all, and no more sleep apnea. I don't go to bed in fear that I might not wake up in the morning, or I might run out of breath in the middle of the night and die. So I'm all good. Let's hear from my wife.
I started carnivore and I'm on day 63. I started it because I had high blood pressure. It wasn't like certified high blood pressure, but it was starting to creep up. My glucose was starting to get higher, and my blood sugar was starting to get higher. And so with carnivore, that all started reversing. I also was really overweight. When I started my weight loss journey, I was at 333 pounds, and I am now at like 76 pounds down, so that's really, really good. And so I'm reversing a lot of my problems. My cholesterol is really good, my blood sugar is really good, my blood pressure is normal, and I'm down a bunch of weight. So that's my why.
And make sure you subscribe to our channel, the Poco Moonshine family. If it isn't fun, we simply don't do it. And we're here, we're living proof to tell you guys that you can get your results too. You can get rid of sleep apnea if you got it. You can get rid of fat. You can do whatever you want to do as long as you put your mind to it and you eat a nutritious diet.
Right.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
Have fun watching the stream.
Shout out to JT. He's going to be on later. We got some really good guests coming up as well. Dr. Ovadia, Dr. Chafee, whole bunch of them. So looking forward to that. Looks like we're getting people back on here after the little issue we had earlier. So thank you everyone for jumping back in. Do we have any super chats we can read?
You're on mute again, friend.
Mute. We're gonna
Unmute.
read the people who have donated to the GoFundMe.
There you go.
Yeah, so I'll pop it up and then you guys can see it. Let's see here.
I need to get a copy of that book JT keeps talking about. I can't remember the name of it, and I wrote it down and I lose it, but I got to get a copy of it.
All right, great. Okay, so Elizabeth Roth donated $20. Kyle Baldwin donated $100. Tony Bernetti donated $20. Tammy donated $10. Laura Gall donated $100. That's amazing. Thank you so much. Terry Wade, $50. Ginny Ingold, $100. Luke Sullivan, $20. It's just so many donations. I think it says today it's like 170 people donated to the GoFundMe today. This is amazing. Allison Williams, $20. Teresa Ballast, I don't want to say her last name, mess it up. Teresa, $25. Jeanette Riley, $50. Heather Ruiz, $60. Melissa Bailey, $25. Thank you so much. The generosity here is amazing. And it keeps going. Melissa, Kim, 20. Sherry, 20. Anonymous, 20. Brenda Ramirez, 25. Anonymous, 20. Becky, 20. Nelson, 50. Nelson, another 50. Frida Perry, 50. Teresa Pinkerton, 25. And then I just want to make sure, like Christine here, she did $200. I was shouting all of these out in the chat. So I'm just going to go to the larger ones. Bobby Dupuis, or whatever. Bobby, $100. Julianne, $100. Tina Rogers, $100. Robert Kiltz, $1,000. We've got some amazing donations in the GoFundMe. And keep going, guys. We get 100% of those donations in the GoFundMe. We will take donations anywhere, though. There you go. And we are currently at 16,000. Basically 500. I got to do a few more updates. But whoever else would like to donate to the GoFundMe, go right ahead. And thank you so much. There we go.
Thank you, Alia.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, I've got another one of these individual stories here I'm going to share. This one's pretty good. Last Days of Normal, her YouTube channel, and the link is in the description below.
I'm Cammie of Last Day of Normal, and I am a carnivore. Have you heard the phrase, play stupid games, win stupid prizes? Well, I think of that as play normal games, win normal prizes. Normal is doing what everyone else eating the standard American diet is doing. And so you play that stupid game, and you get disease, inflammation, obesity, pain, mental illness. You get all of those things when you play that game. I, for a long time, have not wanted to be normal, but I didn't know how to be better. I didn't know how to be optimal. And that's what the carnivore diet has shown me how to do. That through eating meat, I can not be normal. I can be excellent. I can be amazing. I can have more energy, less pain. I can lose weight while not starving myself. I can strive for more, a little bit at a time, having faith that true healing is happening and will continue to happen. And I'm just so grateful for carnivore. I consider myself to have kind of a small capacity. You know, some people can get so much done. Look, I've been picking berries. Some people have this huge capacity, and I've always felt like through depression and, you know, mental illness that I've had a rather small capacity. So making decisions hundreds of times a day about what to eat is exhausting. Planning, prepping, cooking, cleaning, shopping, all of those things are really exhausting when you only have so much mental energy. And carnivore has freed me from all of that. I either have a steak, I have hamburger, it's how do I want my eggs done today? And do I want 4 pieces of bacon or 2? Or 8, let's be honest. So carnivore for me, huge, huge blessing. Physical health, mental health, which frees you up to do all the other things that you're meant to do in life.
Love it.
Great.
All right. Let's see. Well, we're getting some people jumping back on, so that's good to see. Just take a look in the chat and see what's going on over there.
Sure. Why don't we just read some of these chats and read some of the questions and take it from there?
Yeah, let's do it.
Adam, you are up. But he's on mute. Now Adam's on mute.
I am. I did it again. I muted during those videos. Sorry. So I was actually able to save the super chats from the last stream. It's a little different format, so it might take me a second here. So Brenda Foley, $20. Helping save lives. We are all called. Thank you for that. I'm not able to actually show these. Unity, $20. This is epic support and such wonderful honesty and wisdom from the participants today. Barb Collins, $50 super sticker. Thank you so much. Kenneth Davis, $11.99. I don't know if that's a super chat or a sticker or what, but thank you. Keto Oregonian, $2. Huge fan of liver. Get on the liver train. Pierre G, $10. Love you. You saved my life from France. Thank you so much, Pierre. Monica Orr, $29.99. First went meat-based because of Tristan Haggard, Bella, and Bart K. Then discovered all of you guys, and I'm infinitely grateful for it. God bless you all. Thank you, Monica. Jay Howson, $10. Not a lot of money, but want to help to make the documentary to become a reality. Thank you so much, Jay Howson. Katie Elizabeth, new member. Thank you. Majestic Psychology. Thank you, Carrie, for doing these long live streams, and to your wonderful wife and daughters who stand by you and your efforts for the carnivore world. Thank you so much for the super chat. Marnie Mack, $20. To summarize so far, screw it, get up and do it. Protect your nest. Suck it up, buttercup. And how do you get a mammoth? Or how do you eat a mammoth? Sorry. Majestic Psychology, $10. Thank you. Thank you to all the other carnivores on this live stream as well. Chad Heater, $50. Sherry, this is our buddy. I'm a huge fan of Carrie's mission and also love SBG. Chad is he's helping on the documentary with lots of invaluable insight for sure.
Absolutely.
Westfield 90, $10 super chat. Thank you. One after another, true superstars on your channel. Yes, we believe so too. Katie Elizabeth, $5 super sticker. Thank you. Keto, I mess this up every time. Keto Voragonian, $10. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Baker, for taking so much heat for the community. So maybe one day we won't have to. We appreciate your voice. Harleyvore Mike, $20 super sticker. Thank you so much. Barbievore, $10. Thank you. Dr. Baker, how do you have time to make all of your videos? I love sharing them. Thank you. One Hope for All, $5 super chat. Thank you. This is a question. Can the carnivore diet lower blood pressure, and can people take themselves off their high blood pressure medicines? So does anybody have an answer for that?
I've interviewed many people who have gotten off their blood pressure medications from doing carnivore. So it is definitely a possibility.
Yeah, I experienced it. I'm off 3 of them. Blood pressure's great. So yeah, absolutely. All you got to do is give it time. I mean, I'm obviously not a doctor, and I can't give you advice one way or the other, but you can do anything you want to do because you're in control of your health. And if you're not, nobody is, my friend. You got to take control of it. But when you'll definitely know, and you can make huge efforts and huge gains in it, because I didn't even think that was possible. But here I am, no blood pressure medications.
I love that, man. That is awesome. All right,
Absolutely.
The Carnivore Cure, Todd Bachnes, $10 super chat. Thank you. He says, Sean, man, the video you put out this week about amputee and him still not wanting to give up sugar, that was a crazy powerful video. It's been stuck in my head all week. Sugar is a drug. Jody Irvin, $5 super chat. Thank you. Please diversify your platforms. As this movement begins losing money for the sick care industry, YouTube will begin suppression and censorship. Terry Bond, $5 super sticker. Thank you. Britt Gall in Texas, $5. Thank you. So Big Beef won't support carnivore superstars like Dr. Baker. That's scary. Never donated on YouTube before, but this movie needs to get made. Thank you. Stay strong, live long. Rod, $20. Thank you. Hey guys, Rod from Sydney, down under. I'm not going to do an Australian accent either.
Come on.
Sorry, guys, I can't join you in the studio, but I'll be there in spirit as much as I can today. Love Dr. Kiltz. We do too. Marty Mack, $10 super chat. Thank you. Dr. Kiltz teaches us science and takes us all to church too. I agree. Carnivore Cure, Todd, $5 super chat. Thank you. I'm happy to ride the ribeye struggle bus for the rest of my life. Sign me up for another, LOL. For sure. Franco J, $20 super chat. Love you guys. 45 pounds so far in 3 months. All thanks to Carrie and Dr. Ken Berry. Keep that river of joy going. People, cheers. Awesome. PNW Health Journey, $10 super sticker. Thank you. Rod again from down under. Everyone smash the like button. Let's get 2,000 likes on this puppy. This new one. $5. Thanks, Rod. Deborah, $20 super sticker. Thank you. Groovin' with Grenna, $20 super chat. Thank you. Keto, 5 years after being diagnosed with dementia, improved tremendously. Carnivore last year, many benefits. my doctor on board and actually told me Wednesday that he has a lot of carnivores come to her recently. Love it. That's really good to hear. Gail Ivy, $10 super sticker. Thank you so much. Carnivore Cure, Todd again, $10 super chat. Thank you. Here he has a question. I've been carnivore for 11 months now, but this month my appetite has increased. I used to want about 2 pounds of meat a day, but the last week I've been wanting 3 to 4 pounds of beef a day. Is this normal? You guys have an answer for this one?
Yes. Normal. Eat.
I agree.
Eat until you feel better.
I agree.
Feel
Yeah.
full.
Yep. Your body will tell you what it needs. And like right now, I'm eating probably at least 50 to 75% more than what I was eating when I actually needed to lose weight. Now that I'm down to the last like 2 pounds or something, my body is definitely saying eat more. So I think that's normal.
Yeah, it's so funny that happened to Adam, myself, Ryan Murphy from Against the Grain emailed me, and then I mentioned it to Sean, and Sean's like, "Oh yeah, I know all about that." It's a crazy thing because for 5.5 months it was just real. Was it always steady for you, Adam? Like, no, I didn't ever really think about eating or anything.
Yep. It was 2 meals a day starting, and then it went to 1 meal a day for maybe 3 or 4 months, and then went to 2 meals, and now it's still 2 meals, but they're bigger. So,
Yep. Well, I just ate that steak and it was delicious. So shout out to those guys. I appreciate it. We try to get all of our, I'm a big supporter of local beef. We get most of our beef from our neighbors. We did a video with them. It's grass fed, it's locally raised, but I always get people asking me, I don't live near a local farmer where I can get it. Where can I order it online? So I'd recommend it. The only reason I really wanted to try that one too was because I saw Dr. Baker, who we had on earlier. He did a video with them. So that was from Colorado Craft Beef. And the link is in the description, as well as all of the other links. I added them to this new video, so we should be good there.
very cool.
Dude, I've been munching like 4 pounds. I think that's the third steak I've had today. Plus I had eggs and bacon this morning. Yesterday I had 3 for 1 meal. I was starving. Like my body says eat, and I eat till it says stop. And when I stop, I eat when it says eat again. Like, it's so simple. It's so easy. I almost said it's so easy a caveman can do it.
But you know what? If we went right back to carbs, it would be that right back to 2, 3, 4 hours later, you're craving something else again.
Right.
Constantly.
Mm-hmm. And feeling like crap.
Yes, absolutely.
And trying to take a nap after you eat every time.
Right.
Like, that was the worst thing ever. You couldn't get 5 minutes past a meal and you feel like you got to take a nap, right?
Yep. Carnivores don't nap.
Carnivores don't need no nap. Carnivores don't need mute either.
Right.
Right. Does JT have the link, Gary?
Oh, that's a good question. I will send it to him. I'll send it to him. In the meantime,
he wasn't in the original list.
Yeah. Let's see. Here's another Hope segment video. This is from our good friend Robin Heron, the carnivorous grandma. She's the best. Here's her video.
My name is Robin Heron, and I'm a carnivore. I'm 57 years old, and I have 11 grandchildren. I have been a yo-yo dieter all of my life. And so recently, within the last few years, I began to hear about a term called the proper human diet. I watched Dr. Ken Berry, along with many other YouTube content creators, talking about the benefits of a primarily meat-based way of life. So I'm just coming in here to tell you guys about my why. Why am I doing the carnivore diet? I did keto off and on for about 10 years, but in the last 5 years, I found it more and more increasingly difficult to stay on a keto diet. So as I watched You know, people like Steak and Butter Gal and The Ketogenic Woman, Dr. Anthony Chafee, among others, as they spoke about the health benefits of a primarily meat-based way of eating. I was very intrigued. I had a lot of health issues that I wanted to clear up. So I had really wanted to try an elimination diet. But if you think about it, what would you eliminate? It seemed kind of insane that you would eliminate all vegetables and all fruit and eat only meat and meat-based products. And that would help you find your way to optimal health. On February 22nd, 2023, I decided that I would try it. Since then, I have found some incredible health benefits. I no longer experience IBS with constipation. I am regular. I'm not hungry, and that's a miracle. I don't have any cravings for anything. I don't want any chips. I don't want any popcorn. I don't want any bread. I'm just amazed that I'm able to control my own food choices. This is something that I've never experienced in my entire life, is the ability to control my own food choices. I also have an autoimmune condition called eczema, and I've had it all of my life since I was a baby. I've had a resolution in having eczema flare-ups. However, I do notice that when I eat the wrong thing or something that does not agree with me, I will have an eczema flare-up, and that's a body cue that I can recognize instantly. I've had a reduction in the painfulness of my knee arthritis. I have bone-on-bone arthritis in my right knee, and to the point where I was really struggling to go up and down stairs and to walk my 2 dogs. Although this pain is not fully resolved, it's so much better that I can go up and down stairs without any trouble, and I do walk my dogs 4 to 5 times a day. I went to the eye doctor recently, and after about 20 or 30 years of progressively increasing prescriptions, this year, for the very first time, my prescription did not change at all. And even the guy who was doing my glasses was saying he's never seen that happen before. I'm sure it has happened to other people before, but for me, this is a miracle. I am a person who has to take an allergy pill every single day. And I have been taking allergy pills every day for many, many years. And also Benadryl at night. For the last 6 months, I have probably taken 4 to 5 allergy pills total. And I have probably taken Benadryl maybe 3 or 4 times since I started the carnivore way of eating. So I'm working on this as a hypothesis, but I think maybe carnivores don't have seasonal allergies. And then I also went to the doctor recently and had my labs done because I found that people were quite concerned with how my labs would be after being on a meat-based way of eating for 6 months. And my labs were perfect and normal. And also, I'm no longer anemic. The thing that probably people want to know most about is, did you lose weight? Over the course of the 6 months, I've lost about 15 pounds. However, what I want to say about the carnivore way of eating or a meat-based way of eating is that this is a healing protocol. It's not a crash diet. The carnivore way of eating will improve your health and heal you from the inside out. And then your body will be able to release the weight. The main health benefit that I have found is that I have an overall generalized feeling of well-being in my body, in my mind. I feel calm, I feel balanced, and I feel settled. There's nothing that can beat that feeling. So the reason that I started my carnivore channel is because I'm seeing a disturbing trend in the African American and people of color community toward vegetarian and vegan diets. Even I have a grandson that is a vegan, and I'm very concerned that they are not hearing about the amazing health benefits that can be achieved through a meat-based way of eating. In my community, I am seeing a prevalence of diabetes, type 1 and type 2, autoimmune diseases such as psoriasis and eczema, heart disease, heart attack, stroke, kidney disease, kidney replacement, MS, mental illnesses such as bipolar and ADD and ADHD, as well as sarcoidosis. If we could recognize the fact that a meat-based way of eating may be the answer for some of these health concerns, that we could really heal ourselves from the inside out. I looked all over YouTube for an African American woman of my age or older that was doing a carnivore way of eating, and I could not find it. That is why I started my YouTube channel. I feel that the Lord is calling me to speak out to my community. I started my YouTube channel so that I could talk about this, and the people who want to listen to it would be able to listen, and those who don't want to listen don't have to listen. My YouTube channel is Robin Heron, #Carnivorous Grandma. I'm thankful to Carrie at Homestead How for working on the Carnivore Diet movie. I think this movie is going to be amazing, and it's going to be a blessing to millions and millions of people. Come and see me on my channel at Robin Heron, #Carnivorous Grandma.
Yay. Robin is a blessing.
Yep.
She's
Love
great.
Robin.
A link to Carnivorous Grandma Robin Heron is in the description below, so go check her out. We have a new guest waiting here, but before he jumps on, which will be in just 1 second, I got to show his little intro video here. It's just a quick little, I think it's like 1 or 2 minutes. This guy is motivational, wisdom beyond his age. You probably know who I'm talking about already. And he puts together these motivational, really short videos that I find just amazing. And this is one of my favorite ones. I've probably watched it 10 times. I want to share it with you all now, and then we'll bring on our next guest. Guess who it is? Leave a comment on the side here if you can figure this out.
Why sit with frogs when you could be riding tigers? Think about it. I'm going to ask you again. Why sit with a bunch of boiling frogs in a pot when you could be riding tigers? You're going to get to a point in your life when you realize that if you don't leave your comfort zone, you're as good as dead. You're a boiled frog. And the people who are boiled frogs, they're going to stay like that. Then there's tiger riders. There's people who jump up out of the pot and they face their fears and they walk up to this tiger step by step. And as they get closer, they can feel that vibration from that tiger. They can feel it in their bones. They can feel it in their body. They can taste it in the air. That tiger is your goal, your life purpose. And the closer you get to it, the stronger it vibrates. And you get close enough where you lock eyes with that tiger and you stare into the eyes of that tiger, and it's looking into the universe itself, and it's looking back at you. And it's saying, you know what you need to do, and you do know what you need to do. You need to live like a frog out of the pot, okay? You need to live like a tiger rider. You need to have no fear. Because if you have fear and run away, that tiger will probably mess you up. But if you have fear and go back to the pot, you're dead anyways. So you might as well embrace the fear, the nervousness, and admit to yourself that you have nothing to lose. So when you're staring at that tiger in the eye, that tiger is going to respect you back. That tiger is going to pick up that vibration of confidence and leadership and say, I was waiting for you. You ready for a ride? And you're going to get on that tiger, and that tiger is going to give you the ride of your life. This tiger, you're going to see the sun bouncing off its beautiful orange and black coat, like a sun itself, glowing. And you're going to feel that wind, that breeze hitting your face as this tiger's running. And now your adrenaline's pumping too. You're feeding off the energy of this tiger. And this tiger has this gap to jump. It's going from one ledge to the next with you on it, and it jumps and boom, it lands on the other side. And that side is freedom, the realm of tigers. and that tiger sits down and you get off it and you see all these other tigers that you now can ride because you've stepped into the fear, you've embraced the nervousness, you broke down the terror barrier, you're getting to the other side of that wall, the other side that has that treasure you seek. The cave you're most afraid to enter holds the treasure you seek. That tiger you're afraid to walk up to and lock eyes with, that holds the treasure you seek. That tiger is your life purpose, your goal. You need to ride that tiger. And then when you're done riding that tiger, there's going to be more tigers to ride because you're now in the realm of the tigers. You're no longer stuck in that pot being boiled to death, being comfortable. You're going to stretch. You're going to be scared. You're going to be nervous. But that's what riding the tiger is all about, and that's what living is all about. If you don't get out of that pot, you're going to boil, and that's no life. Anyways, you might as well be dead. So live with the tiger. Live with your purpose. Live with your dream. I hope you guys make the decision to ride the tiger. That's what I got for you guys.
JT, there he is.
Let's go! Tiger Gang, what's up? You guys thought it was over, didn't you?
It wasn't over for a minute when I pushed that button earlier.
You know, when things like that happen, my coach says no matter what happens, you should say that's good. That's good. You know, and not just say that, you got to find what's good in it then. So then I sat there, was thinking about it. I said, that's good. And then I was like, oh, okay. I said, you know, I think some people are starting to fall asleep. So we woke them up. So everybody who's here, you guys are the woke ones. What's up, guys? If that what I just said flew over your head, that's okay.
I get it. It was a nice little reset. It woke me up for sure.
No, this is Body by Bacon.
Body by Bacon. Nice. So what's good? What's new?
Man, you know, just hanging out with a bunch of carnivores here on a Saturday here.
Nice. What's the name of that book, man?
Documentary, you know.
What's the name of the book?
Hit up the donate. Hit up the donate buttons. I appreciate it. I've been typing my little bacon fingers off all day. I'll be back on there in a little bit. Yes, guys, I ride tigers. If you don't know what that means, you know, you will one day. Thank you. Nice. You guys, what's going on? Is everybody awake now?
Yeah, we're all awake. Here, I'm sorry, guys. Sorry, I'm quiet for a minute here. Shane and Amy, I'm trying to get them the new link. So you guys start chatting. I'll be right back in a second.
So that's what I was asking. I don't know if I was getting through. I cut my mic up, cut it down, whatever. What was the name of that book you kept sharing? I keep writing it down and trying to remember it. I got to get that book or get some. I got to get that book sent out here. The Richest Man. Oh, the Solomon. Yeah, that's right. That's it, man. I got to get that one.
I just got that one from Carrie. It's a really good book. It's about the book of Proverbs, and really can help you bring you closer to your maker, to Jesus. And I feel like you were saying earlier, the mind, the body, the soul, it can't be disconnected. It's all intertwined. It's all part of the same thing. You know what I'm saying? So right. I think everybody out there, if you're watching, and I've been hearing I interview people on Chatting with Carnivores, and I've been hearing person after person talk about anxiety. And if you guys are suffering from anxiety, you guys just have to realize that it comes from fear. And fear comes from a lack of knowledge. So, you know, if you have anxiety about even the carnivore diet, like, do your research, you know, raise your awareness, and that'll give you knowledge, and that gives you power and confidence. And that's the exact opposite of fear and anxiety and depression, you know, because anxiety, when you have it, it gets suppressed. And then when you suppress it, it turns into depression. And depression turns into disease, and disease turns into death eventually. So we want to stay on the good side of the spectrum. We want to embrace life. You know, I might look goofy, but I'm having a good time. You only live once, you know? So right. We should do things that are out of our comfort zone. We should do things out of the ordinary. We should switch up our routines, get a new haircut. especially if we're getting bad results right now. You know, if you're not at the weight you want, or you're not thinking mentally the way you should, you know, if you're not happy, you don't want to jump in a bacon suit and things like that, then you got to start thinking outside the box. Fuel your imagination, expand your thinking, get serious with your study. You know, pick up the Bible, or a book that studies the Bible, or something about your mind. Um, when you think from a higher place, you raise your vibration and you attract different things in your life. So, the carnivore diet, you guys should think about loving yourself instead of uh, indulging in things that aren't good for you. Raise yourself up to a higher vibration, and then you'll be attracting all sorts of beautiful things in your life. Like, I cannot stop attracting new carnivores. I just love them. They keep subscribing. Poco Moonshine Family channel. Subscribe. I will interview as many of you guys as I can on Chatting with Carnivores. I absolutely love you guys. My wife Anna's downstairs with William. We would love to just chat with you guys and take you on our adventures and share stories and get to know each other, man. That's what my channel is all about. It's about family, having fun, learning, putting
Yeah.
it together.
I gotta give a shout out to JT too, Poco Moonshine Family, killing it and chatting with carnivores and helping promote the Carnivore Diet movie. He's got it in his banner on every one of the things, and become a real good friend. So I appreciate it. JT, could you give us your quick abbreviated carnivore story? When did you start? How's it going? What made you do it?
Well, I had 3 discs in my back. They were out of alignment, very bad. Hurt a lot. So I was always like tired just from my back. Then I had developed IBS symptoms. Just always had just an uncomfortable feeling in my gut. It wasn't a pain, because if it was a pain, I would go to the ER or something. But it was just always this uncomfortableness in my gut. And it always made me wonder, like, where the bathrooms were, if could I eat that, or could we go here with friends or not? Like, it just destroyed my social life. It totally did. And I had, the only thing that would help me is just like laying in a tub, you know, getting some hot water. And I was always laying in the tub. And then I eventually, I was drinking a lot, smoking a lot, eating bad. I developed sleep apnea. And I had 3 separate, my lungs would stop all the time, but they would pop back like real quick. But I had 3 times where they wouldn't turn back on. And the third time, it almost made me bite the dust. I just, I couldn't breathe. And everything was starting to get real quiet. And I didn't have much left, man. And yeah, it was real scary. I'm real glad to be here, man. I had 15, 20 minutes there. I couldn't get nothing in. I could barely breathe. Like my air was like, that's as much as I could get in for like 15, 20 minutes. And, you know, I had this voice come to me. I thought it was it. And it wasn't a male voice, wasn't a female voice. I tell people it was just a voice. And it said that I had to try to breathe again, man. And I think it helped me realize I still had the chance to make a decision. So I really wanted to talk to you guys about that word, decision, because even if you're on your last breath, you still have a decision to fight, like I did. And I kept fighting, man. Each breath felt like it was the last one for 15, 20 minutes. And that 15, 20, I watched the clock laying there on the ground. It felt like hours. And I just want you guys to be grateful for life itself. Be grateful for this experience, to be tuned in to this live stream, to be meeting all these people, to have them in your lives, to be able to subscribe and comment and share stories. Like, don't take it for granted. I don't want you to hit as far of a low down as I did to enjoy all the highs that you're going to have in your life, but you will. You're going to have lows, you're going to have highs, but that's part of the journey. And but the journey doesn't really begin till you start making some decisions, you know. So if you're stuck where you're at, make new decisions. You got to change the paradigm. You got to think differently, and you got to send love to yourself. You don't need to be in a state of anxiety. You don't need, it's just not needed, you guys. So I just wanted to bring a message of hope. And if you guys are ever, you know, having a real bad day, you feel negative thoughts, man. I laid in the tub many times, and I didn't feel good, and I didn't think good. And I'm glad I never acted on any of those thoughts. And if you guys ever feel like that, hit me up, because I just want to make sure people know that there's hope out there, and it's very important.
Absolutely. I read a thing that said, if you don't know what to do, you don't know what's wrong. And if you don't know what's wrong, some part of you is resisting to see it.
Mm-hmm.
And completely understanding the problem is the same thing as having the solution. So, like, when you understand what's wrong, then you can start working on fixing it. But just understanding, like, I don't know if I completely 100% agree with the author or not, but I will say this. When you understand what's wrong, then you have a decision to make. And it doesn't really matter if you understand the problem if you're not willing to make the decision to do anything about it. I hear it time and time again. There's so many folks who want to change, who desire to change, but when presented with the answer, they won't step out. There's risk. You always have risk involved with making a life change, with making that decision. It's no different for you. It was no different for Carrie. It's no different for Adam. No different for Alia. No different for me. There was a risk. The risk of failure is always going to be there. But if you don't step at it with the risk, you're going to sit there and live with the regret forever until it's all over. And, there's only so many chances somebody's going to get before there's no more decisions to be made. And so you have to step out. You have to make those decisions, live with risk, live with regret.
Yep. And, we don't all think alike, guys, but we share the same journey. And I think you guys should all remember that. We should support each other, lift each other up. Like if someone's having a bad day, man, be there to encourage them, because you never know where someone's at. So send love, guys, okay? Because there's enough darkness in the world. And my coach would always say this. He'd say that we had what we need to get what we want, and it would drive me nuts, man. And then when I finally figured out that it was the carnivore diet, it was just eating meat, and I had what I needed the whole time to get what I wanted, which was better health. And he was right. But it's just tough. Like, you can't find something you're not looking for. If you're not looking for the solution, the answer, like, yeah, you're not going to find it. But if you're looking, you're going to find it. And then, like Sean said, you got a decision to make. And I hope you guys make a good decision, and if someone wonders, what do you mean by sending yourself love? I mean, pick water instead of soda, water instead of beer, pick fresh air instead of cannabis or cigarette smoke, pick a steak instead of a thing of pizza. Like, love yourself, man. Love yourself more than what you used to be addicted to. Just remind yourself that this experience of life, it's priceless. Like, we are all rich. We might be short of a couple bucks here and there, but if we're breathing, we're alive, we're talking to each other. Look at this miracle, like this 24-hour live stream. Everybody's involved. Like, you're involved in a miracle right now. So if that doesn't just show you the power of this experience, like, God has blessed us all.
I agree.
I agree too. Love it, JT.
Thanks, buddy.
You're the best. I love all your wisdom. And one of the quotes you said, I think it was a Bob Proctor one, was, "You are the only problem you will ever have, and you are the only solution."
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we set our limits. We put limits on ourselves, and it's not who we think we are. It's who we think we're not. So if you don't think you're a winner, if you don't think you can do that, then yeah, you won't be. If you don't think you can get healthy, then you probably won't. But you have to fight, man. You have to do like I did. You have to acknowledge the fact that you do have a decision. You're alive. That means you can make decisions. Like, I was down to my last decision. It was called my last breath. I either had to, let go or hold on. That's it, you guys,
And no matter what decision you make, it's at least momentum. Where if you're not making any decision at all, you're inactive. You're like a deer in the headlights, not doing anything.
No, by law, if you're not growing, you're disintegrating.
Right.
So you got to create new experiences, which is why I said to start doing different things, do something out of the ordinary, go somewhere different, like, I don't go to a different church, hear a different pastor, like do different things. You don't have to do the same thing all the time, guys.
So you made your decision. You did carnivore. Just for those who aren't familiar with your story, how did that go? How long have you been doing carnivore, and what have you noticed?
I'm on day 87, I think, and the back pain, I don't have any more problem with my 3 discs that are out of alignment. If they're still out of alignment, it's news to me. I don't feel it. The IBS, I don't have any problems with. I used to take probiotics like 2-3 every day. Don't do that. The sleep apnea is gone. I don't lay in the bed anymore and think, oh man, my lungs gonna stop tonight? Am I gonna jump out of the bed again and fall to the floor and die this time? I don't think like that no more. I have so much confidence now. It it the experience was good though. My coach says that sometimes the worst things in life set you up for the best things that'll happen to you in your life, and I really believe that, because that terrible experience, it led me to the carnivore, and it led me here, and now I'm in a bacon suit.
I was just gonna say,
and we're raising money to help millions of people. So I really believe that worst thing in that happened in my life, it set me up for the best thing ever, guys.
Right. I mean, you can spend
pre-carnivore, you wouldn't have been rocking the bacon suit.
No.
Yeah, you can spend your life chasing dreams, or you can spend your life reaching potential. I love that one. I mean, like, everybody dreams and they're great, but like coming through, man. I mean, and it's the thing, people might think you're crazy, but like whenever you start living life and experiencing life, what other people think really doesn't matter a whole lot. You're trying to reach people with a certain message, and like you having fun, man. That's what it's all about, right?
Yeah, and I don't think most people have been down to their last breath like I have. And
right.
when you felt what the last breath feels like, and you come back from that, yeah, dude, you're gonna start living any way you please, man. And I'm having fun. I'm just, like, I've got so much joy in my heart. Like, I love how Carrie says, Jesus, others, and yourself. Like, it's so
that's
true.
Joy.
It is, and that's what I've got in my heart, man. And it's just so fun sharing stories with people on Chatting with Carnivores, and it's so fun meeting all these people. And like I said, Carrie shared his story, and I saw that, and it just made me start the carnivore diet. And that's why now I started Chatting with Carnivores, is because if Carrie would have never shared his story, I never would have found the carnivore diet. I never heard of Dr. Berry. I never heard of Chafee. Never heard of any of them. I was in my own little bubble. It is what it is. And luckily, Carrie was sharing his story. And so now I feel it's like my life mission now with Chatting with Carnivores, to just keep sharing stories and never shut up, man, until someone puts a bullet in my head,
Right. Well, hopefully that's not going to happen now. We'll stay away from the bullets. All right.
Right.
Got a couple super chats for you, JT.
Let's go, dude. We need I need a bunch more super chats because my movie isn't made yet.
Jammer Travels.
Naked.
Hey, my coach says, willingly ask and graciously receive. If you guys want to see me dance, send at least a $50 super chat or something right now, and I'll give you a nice dance.
Nice.
How much to shave your head and dance?
Yeah, I'll shave. If you guys hit 50,000, I'll shave both my eyebrows. How about that? That's a bet. I'll shave both my eyebrows. I'll put it on the vlog. I'll take a bunch of pictures. I'll do the duck face, whatever you guys want. But we got to hit that 50 G's, man, because it's not just about the money. It's about, we need the money to help people. It's not going to get made without money. Like, we can hope and wish all we want, but the money's necessary. You put it in the church offering too. It keeps the lights on at church. Once in a while you get some coffee in there or something, but it's important, man. It's not everything in life, but it's important for this documentary, guys. And I do appreciate everything, man. You guys have donated. You guys are the coolest bunch of people, man. I mean, that's why I have just no hesitation in jumping in a bacon suit for you guys. I absolutely love you guys, man. And Carrie, man, I love you too, man. You really honored me to help me. You let me be on this committee, man. And I just want to help you out any way I can, man. I'm honored to help with this, man. It's great, man. And Adam and Sean, I love you guys too. You guys are great.
Appreciate you,
And
brother.
Sean, I got this video you got to see, man. You had some gold nuggets the other night when you, me, and Carrie are on. I was like, oh man, he just doesn't even know. This has got to be repeated forever, not just once on one live stream. You know what I'm saying?
Right, bro. Yeah, I mean, sometimes it just comes, man. When you get so encouraged, man. Like you said, I spent 3 years not caring if I woke up. It's really hard not to retaliate sometimes with people, but like it's not like you can hurt me any more than I thought about hurting myself. I spent 3 years not caring, like not physical ailments and everything aside, but just that hopelessness and depression, not caring if you wake up. I mean, once you get through something like that, like, and find purpose and direction and start thriving, it's not just that it's all been fixed. It's that it's almost like the pendulum swung completely the other way.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, it's like things like I couldn't have dreamed of some of the stuff that's happened over the last year. And I just want people to know, because at the time you can't see outside of that bubble. At the time, whenever you're going through those things, it's like the walls are closing in on you and all you see is walls in every direction. You can't see an exit. And I want those people to know that there is an exit. You may not see it, but hang on, don't give up, because there's a way out,
Right. And when you guys have things happen in your life that might not be good, you guys got two options. You can react or respond. When you react, you don't put thought into it. You give your power away. You're just reacting to it. When you respond, you take a second and you think and you choose. You make a decision. That's the difference. So I hope you guys start taking your power back and knowing the power that God has given you. And you can do that by making decisions. Decisions. Like, you see people end up in prison, man. It's the decisions they made, and you can end up laying there dead on the kitchen floor, almost like I did, man, from the decisions you make. Or you could end up in a bacon suit having fun from the decisions you make. I know you guys might be getting sick of hearing it, but that's why I came here to deliver that message, decisions, because I love you guys.
That's what's up. Absolutely. Much love. You got some visitors, Carrie. They gonna come say
Yeah,
hey, or they just gonna stand back there and chat.
I just want to say, JT, likewise, I love you. I thank you. And we're friends forever. You have my loyalty, my friendship forever. And I got your link in the description below. Everyone's got to check out JT. He's killing it, chatting with carnivores. I really appreciate it. Emma, you want to come say hi?
Hi, Emma.
Everyone's asking for Emma. They're like, what happened to her?
Hi, Emma.
Hi, Emma.
Hi, guys.
So
what's up?
What's up?
What have you been doing?
Still alive.
What have you been up to? Everyone's asked, where's Emma been?
I've been working at school.
She's a traitor.
You mean you don't have scurvy yet?
Yeah. No carnivore scurvy? No.
What's that?
Right.
Exactly.
She was working at the theater the whole time, and she got an outside job now. So, and school started. So she was in more videos earlier, but hasn't been in a while. So how are things going for you?
She's busy.
Busy.
Say some more stuff. Sean, so this is what happens. Everyone loves having Emma on. I love having Emma on. She's the best. But then she doesn't talk. And then if I'll say something, and then everyone in the chat's like, leave her alone, let her talk. So I'll just sit here for like 10 minutes.
No, I'm still impressed. The last time, I seen her once or twice when y'all was on live, but I'm still impressed with her backpack packing skills. When she packed for the part that time, she got a backpack full of meat that day. I was pretty impressed.
I was a very proud carnivore father, for sure. Those were country style ribs, pounds of them. I'm like, you're going to the pool? It was 90 degrees out at a water park pool. So,
dude, Emma,
it wasn't even
filmed the best part of the documentary. I'm telling you, she killed it with the camera work.
Oh yeah.
Oh, thank you.
You missed Bill earlier. Bill said hi.
Oh.
Yeah, we had that was certainly a blessing. Was getting to go to Alaska with Emma and filming Bill. It wasn't really $50 for a dance yet? Nonstop work, but it was Man, Alaska was just beyond beautiful. I can't wait to go back and see Bill again.
$50 for a dance.
Did we get
Yeah,
one?
Body by bacon.
You like
We
JT's mini
we have a super chat that Emma can help us read.
There we go.
Fun.
Go for it, Emma.
My man JT from Bonehead to Meathead. Love
Let's
it.
go. We grilling, baby.
Russ. Nice.
I love it.
So shout out JT's YouTube channel. Emma, I messed everything up earlier. I pressed the button to turn the whole live stream off
my
with
gosh.
everyone on there.
How long were you on
Rookie
for?
mistake.
Gary,
We
that
just
was
broke
good.
10 hours, guys. We're over
You woke
10 hours.
everybody up.
Oh my gosh.
So we beat the last record. Shout out Emma because we did a 10-hour live stream before, and shout out Adam.
Yeah, I was gonna say, what about Adam?
Adam stayed on the whole time.
Yep.
Emma stayed on the whole 10 hours. We just surpassed the 10 hours. We're 10 hours and 20 minutes. So there you go.
Adam, what are you sitting on that your hinder doesn't hurt?
I'm sitting on a padded chair with a
Padded
pillow
chair.
on
I
my
would have
back.
put like 3 extra pads on there by now.
I've been getting up doing push-ups and sit-ups and
Me too.
sprinting from here to the house and back.
Right?
And
What
yeah,
Went to the bathroom and back.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah,
Well,
we
that's
need
what-
that butter of the gods recipe, Adam, for the book.
That's what I had to do, bro. Like I had to get off earlier, and I went and did. I've gotten 2 45-minute workouts in today, so like there's not going to be no sitting around all day. And you got honestly, I can already tell that I'm probably not going to make it 24 hours because I'm already falling asleep. And I've had
Come on, Sean.
I have had 2 pots of coffee, and like I'm ready to see my wife. I'm getting homesick.
give
And
a
it's
man a
not even
ribeye.
homesick Buckeye. I've had 3 or 4 ribeyes already today.
Oh, he got Adam.
Hey,
I ain't playing.
Hey, we got to have a carnivore roast after this, like a roast of the carnivore. Everybody just comes together. It's for lighthearted jokes. You know, we're not really, but it's just fun, man. Rick can bring his space mic and we can have a good time.
right?
Right?
Hey, JT, what about this? You recently did an amazing interview with Shane and Amy, and they've jumped on here. We got kind of a tight schedule. Should we pull them in and say hi to our friends here?
Absolutely. I love them. I text them.
Shane and Amy,
Shane
how
and
are you
Amy.
both?
Woo.
We are awesome.
Can you hear us?
Love you guys. Yeah, we can hear.
We can hear you. Yeah, we can't quite see Shane, but that's all right.
Well, let's see.
There we go. There we go.
There you go.
Okay, there we go.
How have you guys been doing?
We are awesome because carnivores are awesome.
Yes. Killing it on Carnivore. I say that all the
Awesome.
time, Shane. I got all your sayings. I'm making up a bunch of shirts. Just so you guys are aware, Shane and Amy, we've got JT dancing with a bacon suit on. So picture that. And we got my good friend, Intentional Carnivore Sean, co-hosting.
Hey,
Adam
Sean.
from Carnivore today.
Hey, good to
Hi,
meet you
guys.
guys.
And sitting
Hey.
right next to me is the one and only Emma. She just popped in 2
Hey.
seconds ago because she wanted to be on here with Shane and Amy.
It's the Emster.
Hey, Emma.
Hi.
The Emster.
Love it. So Shane and Amy, just there's a lot of new people on here that maybe aren't familiar with your story. You've started an awesome YouTube channel at Sightless Carnivores. Could you give us a little bit about your story, your background, and how you got here?
Certainly. I was, well, let's see, for a number of years, of course, we both ate the standard American diet and had problems with weight and health and just all this, that, and the other. And I, being premature, that's what causes the blindness and the cerebral palsy. But I've never let it stop me. And so I'm a musician. I play drums. I sing. Amy here is an excellent cook, and she cooks up all of our ribeyes and all of our meat and makes everything taste great. And but we, of course, we went through all the low carbs and ketos and everything else that, you know, under the sun that you can think of. And we started Carnivore.
3 months yesterday.
Yeah, it was 3 months yesterday. Yesterday was our 3-month carniversary. And
Congratulations.
so,
Awesome.
yeah,
Congrats.
we started June 15th of this year, and we ain't looking back.
That's right.
Rock and roll.
Man, can we get Shane to sing a note?
Yeah, sing something.
That would be epic.
I'm gonna do a kind of a late tribute to the late great Jimmy Buffett, if y'all don't mind.
Yeah, let's
Yeah,
go.
let's hear it.
Come Monday, it'll be all right. Come Monday, I'll be holding you tight. I spent 4 lonely days in a brown LA haze, and I just want you back by my side.
Excellent.
Wow.
Beautiful.
Really good.
Love it.
Awesome, bro.
So
Whoa.
3 months, Carnivores. How's it been going for you? What sort of results have you been seeing?
Well, my sleep apnea is gone.
Nice.
No more sleep apnea. Just a lot of different stuff. Too much to really mention here. I had restless leg syndrome for a while, and that's gone. No more heartburn. No more acid reflux. Wow, we're just eating meat and having great fun. And meat is the way.
That's right.
It is. Slap it on the grill, right, Shane?
Yeah, slap it on the grill.
That's my dude. That's my dude.
You know, slap it on the grill, kill it on carnivore, or killing it on carnivore.
That's 2 out of 16. I think you and me came up with.
Yeah, we were firing them off the other night, man.
Yeah, we were fired up like the grill guys.
You guys making some shirts up for these? Shane has the best. Here's another one. I don't know if you've done this one yet. Eat, meet, repeat.
Ooh.
Hey, that works.
I put in there eat meat, donate, and repeat.
Hey, that works too. But yeah, man, we are so psyched up and so stoked about carnivore. It's not funny.
Yeah, it's just amazing the way we feel.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And it's wow. We can't. I mean, I'm sitting here thinking about it, and we just can't say enough good things about this new way of eating. And I'm just gonna say it in front of everybody here. We love everybody. We love y'all, and we just thank you for having us on here today. And just to let everybody know, we had to take a brief nap earlier, but for the most part, we've had our both of our phones going, and we have had our no pun intended, but our eyes glued to the stream.
Nice. That's
Love
awesome.
you guys too.
Eyes and ears. Let's put it that way.
You guys are awesome.
It's good to meet you guys and good to fellowship, man.
Hey, good to meet you, Sean. Good to meet you, brother. And
absolutely.
But yeah, we just feel great, and we feel very honored and privileged to be a part of this whole thing. And we're gonna continue to kick ass on carnivore.
Yeah, buddy.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah, buddy. I like that.
You guys are lifers.
We are. And you know, we all, you guys have, every one of you has friends in us for life, even though I haven't met a whole lot of you in person, but you know, but we're all in this together. We're all, as far as I'm concerned, we're all family. And so just to let you know, we got your backs, and you know, if you ever want to talk or anything like that, just hit us up at sightlesscarnivores@gmail.com. That's our email address where you can get hold of us if you want to. We also have a GoFundMe page if anybody feels like donating to that. And so
love it.
That's
yeah,
awesome.
Absolutely.
And you've got a YouTube channel.
Oh yeah,
At
Sightless Carnivores. Yeah, at Sightless Carnivores.
I'll have a link in the description for that. You guys can click on, but doing some great YouTube videos over there as well. What sort of YouTube stuff do you guys like? Is there a certain doctor or anyone that you follow?
Most everybody. Dr. Barry, Dr. Chafee, let's see, Dr. Kiltz. Yeah, let's see, Dr. Kiltz. Who else? Dr. Hampton, Dr. Tony Hampton. You guys had him on earlier.
Yeah.
He was awesome. And we got a chance to see.
We saw Kiltz.
we saw Kilts. We saw Dr. Baker, Sean Baker. He's awesome. We follow him as well. And so, yeah, Dr. Lisa, I can never pronounce her last name. Wiederman. And yeah, she was awesome. We watched her, and this whole thing has just had so many awesome people, doctors or not, and just everybody sharing such great stories, man. This just, all it's doing is just pumping us up and making us want to, go forward with this and attack it with full force.
Yep.
Absolutely.
Love it.
Amen to that.
I did see the picture where you met Mama Bear Lynette.
Lynette,
yeah.
I don't know if she's able to watch right now, but shout out to you, and shout out to you, Mama Bear Lynette. We love you, and man, just all sorts of great people. Chronically Carnivore, we met her and her husband. They've been over to the house a couple of times to help us with certain things, but this whole community is just awesome.
You're awesome,
Absolutely.
Shane and Amy.
Well, thank you.
Oh, we got $100. Oh,
what?
You gotta do the, what is it?
Dancing, doing the bacon dance.
Do the bacon dance.
That bacon is sizzling, boy.
Yeah.
Hey, I'll be sizzling all the way till 7 a.m.
Nice.
There you go.
Hey, keep the money rolling. You can keep me sizzling.
You want to read that one, Carrie?
Yes. No Insanity, Renee, $100. Had to get back out of bed for this one. $50 for Shane singing and $50 to watch a bacon wrapped tiger dance.
Let's go.
Shane, you got any other songs you want to roll out?
Get it?
That's awesome.
So, Shane and Amy, I'm hoping to, after this, be done with the fundraising. I'm so thankful for everyone donating. They've been so generous. And then the plan is to drive around the whole country and start filming folks for the Carnivore Diet Documentary. I'm hoping to stop down by you guys if you'll have me.
Of course. We'll be very upset if you don't.
We got to get you playing the drums for the doc.
Yeah. Well,
that would
Shane,
be awesome.
You convinced me last time we spoke. You were telling me about the place nearby you. I think you said it was called Uncle Bob's.
Oh yeah.
We've also found Rudy's Barbecue, and they're awesome too.
It's hard for me to turn down smoked meat, that's for sure.
And hey, and if you want really good barbecue, there ain't no place better than Texas.
Right?
Right.
There's quite a few carnivores in Texas too, from what I've heard.
Well, what was that?
There's quite a few carnivores down there in Texas too. You're in good company.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So what's on the agenda for Shane and Amy going forward? I know you got the YouTube channel going.
We're just we're just taking things one day at a time, and we're gonna just continue to eat meat and be happy.
Yeah, love that.
I'm with you on that one.
And I'm going to say this too, Carrie, if there's anything any of us can do for you with regard to getting this documentary rolling, whatever it is, if there's anything any of us can do, we're here for you, brother.
Yeah. Thank you, Shane. I appreciate it. You're doing it for me right now. It's everyone coming together, this amazing community. I'm so thankful for all of that. And this whole event, getting this done, I'm hoping this will be it, and we can just go film and actually make the documentary. And it's looking pretty good so far. So I appreciate you guys jumping on with us and participating and sharing your story on YouTube. It's that's what the whole documentary is for. It's about sharing and documenting these real stories and real examples from people thriving on carnivore like you two are.
And hey, for $100 donation, I'll sing another line.
Yeah.
I love it.
Oh, he upped me. He's getting paid more than I am to dance. Oh man, I gotta work at a new club.
You take request, Shane, or what do we get here?
Gonna do a little bit, tiny bit of Randy Travis here for you guys.
Okay.
On the other hand, there's a golden band to remind me of someone who would not understand. On one hand, I could stay and be your loving man, but the reason I must go is on the other hand.
I love that.
Nice.
That was beautiful.
Great
That
voice.
doesn't get $1,000 donation right there. Oh man.
Nice.
Nice. That's
Beautiful.
wonderful. Thank you,
There
Shane.
must be a fly in here, guys.
Right?
That's
a
right.
fly on the wall.
That fly in my eye, Shane.
Amy,
Yeah.
Amy, I know you guys got an anniversary coming up soon. Does Shane sing for you on the anniversary?
Well, I didn't even know he could sing until we went on our first cruise.
Well,
And every night he was doing karaoke.
Wow.
Nice.
nice. There's
And
that
then you
$100.
We just got $100 just came through.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Dennis,
Yep.
Dennis Ballard,
Mark.
he said, wow, Randy. $100. Thank you so much.
All right, you got to sing again.
And-
We're ready.
Yes.
Wasted
Marty.
away again in Margaritaville, searching for my lost shaker of salt. Some people claim that there's a woman to blame, and I know it's my own damn fault.
I love that.
Yay!
Shane, I'm
Marty-
telling you, man, they're gonna be following you around with Sharpies pretty soon.
There you go.
Someone said, does
Mo-
Shane have recorded singing anywhere we can listen to?
Not up anywhere, but if anybody wants to email us at the email address we gave you guys earlier,
We have.
yeah,
He
I
has
have.
stuff recorded.
I've got a whole bunch of stuff recorded, and I'll be happy to share it.
That's
Right.
awesome.
Hey, you know what, Shane? That could be a good YouTube video too. A little song on there.
Yeah, as soon as we get some other stuff figured out and that kind of thing, yeah, I would certainly do that.
Yeah. Dennis Ballin, $50. He said, great. Oh,
Yes.
so nice.
That's awesome.
Wow.
Bravo, bravo. Great song from Jammer Travels. Thank you.
Awesome.
Getting a lot of fans here, Shane.
Yes.
What?
They like that
We
singing.
do the wedding song by Randy.
I don't know that one. But wow, this whole thing is just awesome. I mean, wow, I'm over here speechless.
Yeah,
That's why I felt
we
with
are
you
too.
singing, man. You're so good. Every time I hear you, Shane.
Sing the Christmas song, New Kid in Town.
Oh, there's a new kid in town, and he's lying in a manger down the road. There's a new kid in town, but he's just another baby, I suppose. Heaven knows there's a new kid in town here in Bethlehem.
Wow. Shane, we're going to have our
That's good.
donations in no time. How long can we book this for?
He's gonna fund the whole thing by himself.
Yeah, funded by Shane.
Shane, are you
good
tired? We got 13 hours left. We need to get 13 more hours.
Or how about a little bit of Brad Paisley?
Yeah.
I'm gonna miss her when I get home. Right now I'm on this lake shore, and I'm Sitting in the sun, it'll probably hit me when I walk through that door tonight. Yeah, I'm gonna miss her. Oh, looky there, another bite.
Yeah,
All right, I got
so my
good
favorites.
deal. I got to hear some Merle Haggard. Kick the footlights out, bro.
Oh, let's see.
Did he do the hat?
Oh, yeah. Oh shoot, I don't know. I don't know all that one. Or how about I'm proud to be an Okie from Muskogee.
There you go.
Nice.
No, let's see. What else?
Gotta keep your eye on him, Amy.
Yep.
Yeah, they're going nuts in the comments. I love that song. Beautiful voice.
The two old people getting married.
This is so nice. Shane is awesome. Sing it loud and proud. Beautiful.
Yeah. Julie Watts says, "Thank you for singing for us, Shane. Beautiful voice."
Yeah.
Wow, thank you.
Jennifer from Texas said, "Sing for 13 hours." That was crazy. Jane, you need to get a recording studio to get you out there. You need show quality.
Yeah.
And someone else said it's not easy singing a cappella.
You're correct. Sometimes it's not.
Yeah. And he doesn't even have a studio quality microphone right now. I mean, we're on a live stream. Just imagine.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, that's it.
Someone said Amazing Grace, please. You're getting requests now, Shane. You opened a can of worms here. Amazing Grace, and someone said Long Black Train, Rockin' Chairs.
Okay, we can do Long Black Train.
Let's see. 'Cause there's victory in the Lord, I say. Victory in the Lord. Cling to the Father and His holy name, and don't go riding on that long black train.
Yeah, buddy.
See, they weren't ready for part 2 of the live stream. I'm telling you.
I'm going to mute just for a quick second. I'll be right straight back.
Sure. He's going to come back with the drum set.
Nice.
Ellie said, everyone put $1 in the hat.
Right. Pass the plate.
Right.
Okay, I'm back.
Oh, here we go.
We're back.
All right. Oh, we got Primal Mike said, this is the most entertaining part of the stream so far. Great singing, awesome voice. Love that singing.
Yeah, we're gonna have to have you live at a meetup or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That'd be awesome.
Yeah, I wish I could bring out the drum set, but that's not going to happen right this minute.
Love it. There's tons of comments coming through. You got a lot of fans now. You're going to have to get that Sharpie for sure.
Yeah, Shane's a hidden treasure. He is.
Or
my friend.
Well, let's see. You're my bread.
There you go.
When I'm hungry. You're my shelter from troubled winds. You're my anchor in life's oceans. But most of all, you're my best friend. A little bit of Don Williams there for you.
Ooh, love it.
Oh, the Randy Travis that Derek did the track for.
And I've heard tell the road to hell is paved with good intentions. Mama, my intentions were the best. There's lots of things in my life I'd just as soon not mention. Looks like I turned out like all the rest. But Mama, my intentions were the best.
Wow.
Do you have drink? Water?
Great job.
Great job.
Thanks.
You have water?
I don't.
Yeah, it's a carnivore concert, they said. George the Carnivore. Shout out to you, and thanks for the $10 $10 donation. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
We have one other gentleman on later tonight. Well, at like 3 a.m, who's singing us a song too. So got all sorts of entertainment here today.
Yep.
Shane, you're awesome. That's the best. I just want everyone to know real quick while Shane's entertaining everyone. Comments are blowing up. Shane's channel is linked to in the description below. Shane and Amy's channel, Sightless Carnivores. So you can just click on that, go over, subscribe, follow them on YouTube, give them some love.
Yeah, please like, share, and subscribe. Got to get a sip of water here.
Well, yeah, man. Keep those pipes oiled up.
Oiled.
Excuse me.
So somebody said
we can't sing
Shane
Christmas songs. It's too early yet, man. We haven't even got the Halloween.
Somebody said Shane and Bill can do music together.
Oh, Mal, that's an idea.
Yeah, because he can play guitar and I can either play drums and or sing.
Right.
There you go.
Imagine that, a carnivore band. That would be something.
I've actually thought about it, you know, and because imagine, because we're all eating like this, imagine those of us who would form this band. Can you imagine our playing abilities now that we're eating healthy and able to really put our skill sets forward?
Right. I know what you're saying. Just the organization for this carnivore live stream, we just have a team of volunteers, Shane, and I was saying to all of them, I'm like, if we started a business, it'd be like a Fortune 500 company in no time. The brain power, the synergy, the motivation, the energy, it's on another level on carnivore. Imagine if the whole world was that way. Plus, Shane, if you did that, you'd have a really cool name. You could be called the Carnivores. That's like
that's actually what I imagine the name to be.
Right.
Or Carnivore Rock, or you know, the Rockin' Carnivores or something like that.
Someone said the bacon bits.
The bacon bits. Wow.
Uh-oh. Somebody says he needs to sing Happy Birthday. And I'm assuming
Alia.
Alia, if you're listening.
She is.
I am.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Alia. Happy birthday to you.
Aww.
And many more.
Thank you so much. This was
Awesome.
attempted earlier today, and well, you win. You win. Thank you so much. That was
For
beautiful.
sure.
Yeah, you won the trophy on that one.
Apparently, carnivores can sing.
Right.
No doubt.
Yes.
Oh, we got a super from Marnie Mack, $10. Got a gospel tune, Shane.
Wow.
Randy Travis.
Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. I once was lost, but now am found. Was blind, but now I see.
Love that.
Man, that's the song right there.
The other one you've been doing for everybody.
Or Blessed Assurance.
Yeah, that's it.
Blessed assurance, Jesus is mine. Oh, what a foretaste of glory divine, heir of salvation, purchase of God, born of his spirit, washed in his blood. This is my story. This is my song, praising my Savior all the day long. This is my story. This is my song, praising my Savior all the day long.
Dang fly in my eye.
Shane, you're amazing.
Thank you.
Shane, you are a treasure, buddy. Honestly, just be you, bud. There's only one Shane. There's only one Amy. You guys are awesome. I can't wait to have you guys back on Chatting with Carnivores, too.
Well, hey, we'll be there.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Shane, let them know how. I asked you this one before. How do you tell when the meat needs to be flipped? You know, when you guys are cooking steaks.
Mostly by the way it sounds, the way it smells.
Yeah, we do the smell test. We may even do a little bit of taste testing if we can.
A lot of timing.
A lot of it's a matter of timing, and you know, it's really kind of trial and error, to be quite honest with you. But
and to know, you know, what it's set on, like for the grill.
Yeah, knowing what your temperature's set for and that kind of thing.
And you also can tell, you know, with the fork, the way it feels.
Stick a fork in it. It's done.
Hey, that's another T-shirt. I forgot about that one. Sticking a fork in it.
Yeah.
Oh, man. What's your favorite cut of beef again? I forgot.
Ribeyes.
Ribeyes. Oh, everybody likes the ribeyes. Ooh,
Oh yeah.
Everybody in the comments, put what your favorite cut of beef is. I've been hearing that the ribeyes are very similar to chuck eye. You ever tried chuck eye, Shane?
Haven't tried chuck eye yet. But speaking of ribeyes, man, we got some of those cowboy ribeyes.
What's a cowboy ribeye?
Man, you could hurt somebody with one of them things, man. Because they got the bones in them, and we call them Bam Bam steaks.
It reminds me of that bat that Bam Bam always carried around.
Oh, okay, Bam Bam. I gotta try them. I've heard of dino ribs now and Bam Bam steaks, man. I gotta get on this stuff.
And I mean, they're excellent, but you gotta have an industrial strength grill to cook them puppies.
Yeah.
Cook them in the oven.
Yeah.
So do you guys like cooking like thinner meats because you know it might be done a little bit better, or you guys still stick with the thick meat sometime?
You say thinner?
Either the thinner or the thicker stuff.
For me, I think the thicker is easier.
Mm-hmm.
Especially if I'm timing. Because the thinner stuff, you got to be careful or you'll I always dry it out.
You got to be careful you don't either, God forbid, burn it or dry it out.
Yeah, you turn it to a hockey puck then, right?
Oh yeah. That's not what we want. No hockey pucks on Carnivore.
That's awesome.
Well,
yeah,
I had how about all about that meat? About that meat. No garbage. I'm all about that meat. About that meat. No garbage.
Ooh, you guys think you didn't know that one? Come on. They weren't ready for it, Shane.
I don't know the whole thing. We got to make up some more lyrics, but
all about that meat. I like it, man. You guys got good energy. If you guys aren't subscribing to Sightless Carnivores, man, you're missing out on a good one.
Amen.
So Shane and Amy, last time we were talking, we talked a little bit about movies. It's actually our 1-year anniversary today, taking over the movie theater. So
that's awesome.
Yeah, Em and I are in the basement right now, but well, in about 10 minutes, the doors open, and we did a throwback movie, the throwback weekend. We're doing Tom Hanks weekend. So yesterday was Apollo 13. Today is Forrest Gump, and tomorrow is A Man Called Otto.
Oh, wow. Well, my mama always said life was like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're going to get.
Nice.
My wife has yet to see Forrest Gump. I got to get her to watch it.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. Hey, I haven't seen Star Wars yet, so don't send me hate mail.
Oh no. No hate mail here. But just in case anyone's interested, I'm a huge Star Trek buff.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
What's the first directive?
The first,
or the prime directive? I mean,
don't interfere with other planetary cultures.
Oh, someone does watch. I had to test you there. That was a test there. You did good, Shane. You passed.
Yeah.
See, that's why everybody wonders why the aliens don't land on the White House. It's the prime directive. Shane just said it right there.
Well,
don't interfere.
We need to interfere in in the White House. That's all I'm going to say about that.
Yeah, they should land right on top. Drop some ribeyes on them. Hopefully, they can brighten up.
Have you guys seen any good movies lately? We're talking a lot about movies last time we spoke.
Well, we haven't seen any lately, but one thing, we started trying to watch Top Gun Maverick, and I don't know if it's the sound quality of the copy that we got, but the sound quality was just kind of horrible. So we need to get a good copy of that where the audio is good, so we can
Because we need the audio description.
sit down and get into it. Because for those that don't know, we watch a lot of movies that are audio described, which means that there's another track that it's not built into the movie per se, but like when you go to the theater, they hand you these headsets, and you put them on, and you hear this narrated voice telling you everything that's happening in the movie, even down to facial expression changes, body movements, that kind of thing. Things that a blind person would miss if they couldn't see the screen.
Right. Yeah, it's a really cool technology. We have that here at the theater, and quite a few people come in and use it. I was going to say, in terms of the Carnivore Diet Documentary, what would you guys like to have included in something like that you think is important?
Well, definitely.
Audio description.
Yeah, it's got, if at all possible, it needs to be described with audio, audio description, because Amy and I aren't the only blind people out here. And there's a strong possibility that some other folks who don't have their eyesight like Amy and I don't, there's always the possibility that somebody out there is fat, sick, unhealthy, feeling like crap, and they need this kind of encouragement. And if they can have the best of both worlds, if they can hear what's going on in the actual movie, as well as have the description available to where they know what kind of visual stuff is going on too.
Right.
Absolutely. Yeah, love it. I will make sure we have that in the documentary for sure.
Because I bet there's going to be a lot of beautiful scenery from Alaska in it, and we wouldn't know it was there.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I appreciate the feedback, and we'll definitely make sure we do that. Thank you guys so much. I can't believe we're almost at the end of the hour here. Sightless Carnivores on YouTube. Check them out. And then, is there anything else you'd like to shout out, Shane? I know sometimes you mention the email again.
Yeah, if you want to get hold of us via email, we're sightlesscarnivores@gmail.com. And whenever you visit our YouTube page, feel free to stop by the GoFundMe if you feel led to do so. Let's see. And everybody, also want to give a shout out to the person that really, aside from Carrie, we thank you immensely from the bottoms of our hearts, brother. But we also need to give some credit where it's due. Rod Bland from Live Long, Stay Strong, or Stay Strong, Live Long. One of those. It's one of those. But he popped in earlier. We saw him pop in earlier and leave some comments. But we thank him immensely for helping us get this thing off the ground.
Absolutely.
You guys deserve it.
He's the best. He's the greatest. Yeah, everyone check out Rod Strong. Live long, stay strong. I say that right?
I think it's Rod Bland, and it's we'll see.
Stay strong, live
long. Stay strong, live long.
Live long.
Amy's got it.
All right. Well, thank you both so much. This was amazing. You have a ton of new fans now, Shane, and I really appreciate it. You asked how you could help. You just did it because you generated a bunch of extra donations for the Carnivore Diet movie. So thank you so much.
Hey, that works.
Yeah, it was a win-win, and we got to listen to some beautiful music. You got a great voice. I really enjoyed it.
Thank you.
All right. Have a good night. Thank you both.
Y'all too, and we're going to continue to watch.
Awesome. Hey, we got Dr. Chafee on later and Dr. Philip Ovadia, so we got some good guests coming up. Shoot me an email or anything if you have some questions for them. I'll get it in there for you.
Did Dr. Barry give us anything? Was he able to pop in or anything?
Yes. When Kelly Hogan was on, he popped on. He just had a couple minutes, but we were able to ask him a question or two, and he was wonderful. So generous with his time because he was very busy and traveling, and it was very late at night. So, about an hour or two ago, he popped on.
Wow, awesome.
Hey, Carrie.
Yep.
If you have a moment in the wee hours of the morning, maybe Shane could sing again.
Yeah, that'd be great. Hey, we're gonna need it. Just I have my phone on. I try to keep checking it. So if you guys shoot me a text or an email, but you have the link too. So if you're watching or listening and there's a little lull, you can just click on that link and come back in, and we'll try to let you back in.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, that works.
All right. Thank you both. We look forward to hearing from you again.
Oh, you guys are welcome. Hey, we love y'all, every one of you, and be safe. Take care, and God bless.
God bless you.
Love you guys.
God bless.
Bye.
Bye.
Every time, man. He just nails it every time, man.
Yes.
I don't think we'll get a copyright strike, but that was amazing.
Right. Yeah. I'm going to get all sorts of copyright strikes after that. That amazing grace. Beautiful.
No, he's all good.
Love that song. All right. Hey, Alia, should we do a little check-in? How we doing?
Yes. I'm going to show you the grid in a second.
Do I get to do a bacon dance? Did we make some more?
We've made some more. For sure. Start dancing right now, please.
Do some bacon push-ups.
We are at $17,476 for the day.
Woo! Yeah, buddy.
That's amazing.
Rock and roll.
And I'm trying to catch up on some other stuff we got here, so we might have a little bit more, but it's at least that.
Awesome.
Wow.
One more quick shout out. I gotta show this real quick here. Bison liver crisp. Sean should be showing his, but he munched them all down already, and then he had 3 ribeyes on top of it.
Well, you got to know, man. I told you I hit my goal weight. Y'all got to send me like 2 or 3 packs of them. I got to get some more packs of those things. It was actually better than what I even expected. So
Emma's going to try it. So, Emma, just so you know what this is from Nose to Tail Provisions. It's bison liver. It's dried. It's not like beef jerky, old school, but it's got lots of nutrients and it's good for you. It's grass-fed bison and grass-fed bison. A little crunchy.
Oh, wow.
You gonna eat the rest of them? I got one more container. So
Yeah, can I have another one?
she wants another one, so that's a good sign. Emma's the adventurous one. She likes everything, including bison liver. It's so good for you, and that's one of the things that a lot of people on carnivore do not get enough of. I'm just gonna show this real quick. Here we go.
It's Carrie, and if you're like me and you're following the carnivore diet, you know how important it is to get liver and organ meats. And if you're like me, you're also a little grossed out by cooking up liver from scratch. There's only that or eating desiccated liver pills, which doesn't sound very appetizing to me. That's why I was so happy to find this company, Nose to Tail Provisions, and they do these bison liver crisps. I was thrilled to discover Nose to Tail Provisions, and we've since partnered with them, and they are supporting our Carnivore Diet Documentary. They offer these grass-fed, grass-finished, regeneratively raised bison crisps. Just look at this, a thin, crispy, salty, savory snack that just so happens to be liver. Grass-fed bison liver and sea salt. That is all. And the best part? Free shipping for domestic orders. Check out Nose to Tail Provisions. Their website is www.nosetotaleprovisions.com to place your order.
thank you so much to Nose to Tail Provisions. At 10 o'clock when Dr. Chafee's on, they're doing a match. We're doing a power hour. So every dollar that is donated, they're going to match $1, up to $1,000 for an hour. So huge shout out to those guys. Great way to get your liver and organ meats when you don't have to cook it yourself or use those other things. So
I ordered one of those little tiny salt things.
Oh, nice.
The Redmonds.
Yeah. Shout that out too real quick. This is the portable. Emma, I use this thing all the time, don't
Redmond salt,
I'm always swinging this thing around. You got Redmond's travel salt with the little container. Link in the description below. $20. Get a nice little gift, something that's usable. It's filled with Redmond salt, and you can refill it. The little cap comes off. Real handy to have if you're going out to dinner or a friend's house or anywhere as a carnivore. You want to have your good salt. You don't want to use that bleached, dirty table salt they have at most places. So,
Hey,
hey,
stop
Adam,
your
what up?
Culvers, bust it out.
One more quick shout out while we're doing the shout outs, and then we'll jump on to the next guest. Carnivore Life, run with the pack. All of us here got our awesome cups, stainless steel. I'm jealous, Adam. You got such a good logo. Carnivore Today. Adam's got the Carnivore Today logo. There we go. Nice focus.
I got the Weight Watchers one.
Nice. So these are $30, but they're completely customized. They'll engrave the name on the side of your YouTube channel, business, whatever you want it to say. They're made of stainless steel. It's from a carnivore-run company. The guy's awesome. The link is in the description below. If you purchase those, they're $30. Make a great gift, and the proceeds go to the Carnivore Diet Documentary. We also have the shirts too. I didn't mention those yet today.
Yeah, buy some
Adam,
merch. Buy some merch, guys.
Emma, come on. This was Emma's idea at the beginning, but these have been pretty popular. If you buy these,
Yeah, I gotta lift it up, guys. I'm sorry.
there we go. If you buy these under the channel, you can also join the channel as a member too. I don't know if I mentioned that. Every penny from shirts and channel memberships goes towards the documentary. So thank you all so much. Someone said, when is the power hour? It's at 10 o'clock. And you can donate via GoFundMe.
Get your power bowls ready.
Right.
For the power hour.
All right. Should we bring in our next guest?
Yeah, but I want to just mention, JT, look at your WhatsApp, please.
Oh, yeah, sure.
All right. Here they come.
Hey, how's it going? So we have TD and the Texas boys. How you guys doing?
Hi,
Good. How's our
How you guys
audio?
doing?
Because I had an external mic hooked up and it wasn't working properly.
That sounds good. Yeah,
Great.
coming through great. Thank you both for joining us. I guess just real quick on behalf of our co-hosts here, we got Adam from Carnivore Today, Alia Wells, Sean, and JT, and we got Emma here. Thank you for joining us on the 24-hour live stream. Would you mind giving us a little bit of background, telling us your carnivore story?
Sure. So we've always tried to eat healthy and holistically, whole foods and prepare our own foods and eat organically and whatnot. Yet, despite all of that, we still suffered from different ailments and whatnot. And I was always, I used to lift a lot of weights and stuff, so I was always partial to meat. And so I continued to eat meat, but my wife was much more plant-based. And then as God would have it, she started seeing more information about carnivore, and it was about 100 days ago or so. She was like, hey, why don't we all we're a family of 8. She's like, why don't we all just go carnivore?
Well,
and I'm like,
it was funny. I actually started watching Homestead How.
yeah, it was
And
Homestead How.
I was just so fascinated with the changes. So that's kind of, yeah. I mean, you were literally one of the first ones that we started, that I can remember that I saw.
Yeah, because we have a Homestead channel, and our channel has evolved a lot and changed a lot. And when we started Carnivore, we had so much success health wise. I have an arthritic condition in my left shoulder, and they basically four orthopedic surgeons told me, you need your shoulder replaced. And so they did a procedure, and then it kind of started getting worse. And they said, what do you want us to do? You need your shoulder replaced. Then I got stem cell therapy, which worked very well. But then even that, you know, ultimately plateaus. Well, right at the time as that was plateauing, we switched to carnivore, and my shoulder continues to heal. I'm missing about 30 or 40% of my labrum, and the top of my shoulder is kind of shrunken. But by implementing carnivore and going meat based with heavy fats, I continue to improve. You know, and I'm 47, and I don't really want to replace my shoulder anytime soon. So that's a little bit of our story. And then when it comes to homesteading and preparedness, once we started implementing carnivore and sharing it on our channel, we have been raising cows, and we found an awesome local microprocessor near us that you didn't have to wait 6 months or a year to get your cows back. So we said, hey, why don't we start offering some of our cows to our local subscriber base? And that business has exploded. So we're raising our own. It's doing a little too well because our freezers are empty because we've been a little bit too aggressive with our marketing, and when we send 2 or 3 cows to the processor, one of them is supposed to be for us, but the last 2 times we've sold them out from under us. So,
and so many people that have just watched on the channel, or they've come and bought meat from us. There's like so many people now that they're like, oh, I'm trying this now. I'm trying this carnivore thing. And they have like a list of health conditions. And it's just so powerful that you can share something with somebody that can actually have potential to help them. It's just such a powerful thing. And we're just amazed by all of the benefits just with our health, and then with our children, different things that we just really struggled with for so many years. And at least the past 9 years, you know, Whole Foods, heavily plant-based, or if we did our own meat, it was from our neighbor or from our cows. So just being very purposeful with everything that went into our mouth. 5 years ago, I had a really aggressive thyroid cancer and thyroid nodules in my throat, and we ended up down at a cancer hospital. Praise the Lord, you know, the Lord healed me of that, and we were very, very strict with our food because of that. But still, we suffered from so many things, just poor health, no energy, just feeling awful, overweight.
Yeah, it was very discouraging because here we are eating healthy the way you're supposed to, and eating whole foods, and we were gluten-free, we were dairy-free.
Sugar-free.
We were eating organically as we could, and sugar-free, so we weren't eating any processed sugars. We weren't eating any seed oils either, but it was like, this is, you know, I chalked it up to old age. I'm 47. I'm like, man, I guess this is what this is like when you get old. And that was so incredibly not sleeping. It was so frustrating because I'm like, man, we do all this stuff and we try to eat right and exercise and do all this stuff right, and I still feel terrible. It was very discouraging.
And it was a struggle, even like going back a little over a year ago, because we've been carnivore now for a little over 100 days, our whole family. But going back a little over a year ago, I was about 30 pounds overweight, and I tried for about 3 or 4 months, basically fasting 4 or 5 days a week, just water fasting, just eating 1 meal a day, just salad with just raw tuna fish on it, no dressing. And I struggled through and limped along, and I finally lost 25 pounds, but I still didn't feel good. I was exercising like crazy. And then as soon as I stopped and went back to eating because I was hungry, all the weight just came back, plus some. And it was like, how am I supposed to do this?
Right.
You know?
Wow. So you mentioned your family too. So you've been doing carnivore about 100 days. Did you say your whole family, like your children, are with you too? On
Yeah,
this?
yeah. The kids too. They're a little bit ketovore. We still do some frozen berries for them, and I guess that's pretty much
Yeah,
it
and
for
any
them.
fruit. We have about 400 fruit trees planted because I collect figs and mulberries, and we have lots of different fruit trees planted. So we still eat fresh fruit in season. That's ours. But other than that, yeah, everybody, all 8 of us are pretty much carnivore, ketovore.
So you have 6 children?
Yes, sir.
Wow.
Yep.
Wow, that's awesome.
That's awesome. Be fruitful and multiply.
Yeah, we're trying.
So our oldest is 18, and then our little guy is 5, and it was an adjustment for, well, maybe for different ones it was a bigger adjustment, because a few of our kids, because we were so heavily plant-based, like a few of them would prefer not to eat meat. Like that's how I was most nights. I would just skip the meat. So I didn't like beef ever in my life. I did not like bacon. I like the smell of bacon, I would say, but I would say I never liked bacon. And I couldn't stand an egg. I wouldn't even like the smell of an egg. So I'm like, okay, Dr. Barry says beef, butter, bacon, and eggs. And I was dairy free for 5 years because of my thyroid. So I'm like, well, I don't do butter. So how am I going to do this carnivore thing, you know? But I made a decision, and I was just like, you know what? I don't care what it tastes like. I'm going to make myself eat this beef. And after a couple of weeks, you just start to just enjoy it. Like it tastes so good, you know?
Yeah, I mean, that's not like, that's honestly, I did not like steak before carnivore either. Like I could take it or leave it. Like it was no big deal to me. Like I was like, I don't care about it. You want to go out for a steak? No, I don't want a steak. I'm take it or leave it. No big deal. But now, a year and a half down the road, I'm like, just give me the steak. I don't care what's on it, just the steak. You know, it's amazing. And you can, and I can tell the difference. Even my wife's been on it for 6 months almost or whatever. The difference between eating ground beef and steak, there is a difference that you can tell. And people think I'm crazy, but there is a huge difference. And so, you know, it's amazing what you learn when you actually throw out all the stuff that you've been told your whole life and experiment for yourself, find answers for yourself. I mean, I'm excited to, you know, for your guys' story. I mean, you're raising your own food. You're putting in work. You're being an example. I mean, you're showing that's what's more American than that, right? I mean, you're showing the people an example of how we should be living. So I appreciate that.
It's kind of fascinating from our homesteading experience. You know, there's this homestead tsunami that Joel Salatin talks about a lot, and we were kind of part of that. You know, 10 years ago, we moved and started doing all that. And the frustration that people have with, you know, what doesn't get talked about is the frustration that people have growing their own food when it comes to fruits and vegetables and different things like that. And now we're doing it on a neurotic type scale when it comes to my food forest with 400 fruit trees and whatnot.
Right. But even trying to just prep, you know, you say, okay, I want to grow enough food to have a pantry prepped for a year for my family. And, you know, we worked for years trying to get that pantry filled up and to prep it. And now it's kind of funny because now I'm selling it all to my neighbors.
It's really
I got the whole pantry on Craigslist because it's like, okay, this is kind of a funny joke, Lord. Like, yeah, it's all gonna go.
Well, the amazing part about all this, right, is like, how do you make your homestead self-sufficient in the sense that just by embracing this change and then being able to sell our own beef direct, like we've actually made our homestead profitable. Like we're going to be able to turn a net profit. We're selling 3 cows a month, fully processed. And the other really neat part is getting to meet our customers at the meat pickup and talk to them and hear their story and what they're doing. And I'm fascinated by the hundreds of people that follow us on all of our different platforms, and even older folks that are like, yeah, I'm doing it. I'm going for it, you know? And then when we do our live streams, they'll be like, you know, I'm 3 weeks in and I'm down 14 pounds and all this stuff.
It's so neat.
It's pretty fascinating.
Yeah, the whole homestead the whole carnivore community is so neat. I mean, I watched all y'all so much, like, so, I mean, hours and hours, all of you guys, you don't even know, like, I'm taking walks outside and I got y'all going, you know, and I'm listening to you, and, you know, we cheer each other on, and it's exciting. Being healthy is exciting.
Yeah,
It is.
it's the best community for sure. I love what you're saying on the homesteading stuff, because you're about the same time as me, and we started 8 years ago. Not a huge homestead. We got about 20 acres, but it's mostly pine forest. But what you said is so true. I remember when the big C came around, lots of people were panicking, like, oh, we need to get our own food and everything. And like, oh, it's okay, I'll just grow a garden. And I'm like, psh, good luck with that. I think the first 4 years at our place, we struggled just to grow anything in there. We have really sandy soil by us, and you got to amend that soil. It can take years sometimes to get a good garden going. Especially, we were complete rookies. We came from the city, moved out to the country, so we didn't even know what the heck we were doing anyways. Same for you. That's pretty cool. Well, you guys have figured it out now. You got the cows and the fruit trees and everything. I did a video with my neighbor a while back. We get a lot of our grass-fed beef from him. He's right down the road from me. And he's a 6th generation farmer in Wisconsin, and very proud. I've gone to church with him for years, and I always knew what he did, but to get the opportunity to spend the day with him, whole new appreciation. This guy, like, he never really talked that much in church, but he's passionate about farming, and he was just, it was really fired up. And he's like, by the time I'm done with it, I'm like, you're not even a farmer, you're like a businessman. He's like, I'm a geneticist. We got to figure out which cows, this, that, the other thing. A scientist, weatherman. He's got like 7 different roles. Yeah, I did a video with them, and I'm like, we need to raise up and praise the voices of people running independent local farms like that. This guy,
you're right.
He works so hard. Like I said this before when I did the video with him. I drive past his house every day. If I drive past at 4 a.m, he's out working. If I drive past at 7 p.m, he's out working. Midnight, he's out on the tractor getting hay. He works a full-time job in between all of that. He works 8 hours in a factory because he's just making pennies. And after I got the whole thing done, he has so much passion. He cares for the animals. He's a good steward of the land, good steward of the animals. He's doing everything right. The meat is great. But it was sad for me afterwards, because I'm just thinking logically in my head. I'm like, what next generation is going to do that the way he's doing it? So I'm thankful to hear that you guys are doing it and you're having good success. I'm hopeful that more people will get the word out and more people will want to do it, because if you guys don't do it and they don't do it anymore, what are we left with? Just big production factory farms.
That's right. Yeah. And there's a war on meat in
war on food.
This country. There's a war on food. There's a war on nutrition. And, you know, the more that we can partner up with our local farmers and, you know, buy from them, because they're dying off. They're a dying breed. And we see it here in Texas on a weekly basis. We hear in church. We just saw it actually this morning. We're visiting a church, and the man's 94 years old, and we heard the cows crying all morning. And there was a big trailer, and there were some cowboys out there rounding them up. And it was a sad morning because he's too old.
Too old to ranch.
He's too old to ranch, and he was loading up all his cows, and these cowboys were rounding them up to go take them and sell them, because what's going to come of that farm? I mean, beautiful grass, beautiful pasture, those animals, but there's no next generation, and that happens all the time, every day down here. That next generation is not, as a whole, that next generation isn't there wanting to ranch.
And another shortfall for beef ranchers that is actually currently being worked on by a fellow named Texas Slim at the Beef Initiative, beefinitiative.com. He's providing a network and a platform, because we know lots of beef ranchers, right? And they usually sell at the sale barn, and there's nothing wrong with that. But if there was a way for them to sell direct like we do, like if we were selling our cows at the sale barn, we wouldn't even be breaking even. And by being able to sell direct, we're actually capturing a profit margin that makes us, and there's so many ranchers out there,
They don't know how to do that.
that if they just knew how to do that, and there was a mechanism, and Texas Slim with the Beef Initiative is making that happen. And yeah, and it's really awesome. And this is a movement between the carnivore movement and, I mean, obviously the rancher raiser. You know, if we're going to eat beef, we got to have it to eat, right?
It plays into food sovereignty. And I think Dr. Chafee interviewed a lady, I think she's 80 years old, up in Canada. Yes. And I mean, she speaks a lot about that too. I mean, this is so powerful. It's not just about people getting their health back, but it's about people having food sovereignty.
Maggie's 82. She's in Alberta, Canada. She's been a carnivore for like 60 years, and she's just thriving raising beef cattle. Like, she's out there. I've been talking to her because I'm hoping to head out there and film her for the documentary, because she's both a carnivore, which is important to me, and she's raising her own beef, which is, like I said, I think is hugely important and underappreciated. But she's just killing it. I'm talking to her, and she's like fixing fences all day long. She's all hours of the day working. But it's the same story as my neighbor, where I don't know what's going on up there by her, Dr. Chafee. I have a link in the description below, actually, for Maggie's fundraiser that Dr. Chafee started for her, because she's just getting all sorts of issues with the government and all sorts of problems up there, where she's basically paying to do this job, this critically important job. She's basically paying out of her pocket at this point just to maintain things. So
yeah, I'm pretty sure the government's taking their land is what's going on, and they're stealing the resources, because just like they do, they suck the life out of everything they possibly can, and they, you know, it's coming to a town near you.
Right.
That's right. Right.
That's the thing, though, that we got a lot of people on here. I always tell people, lots of people on here starting YouTube channels, lots of carnivores. Those are one of the most interesting and fun videos I did, was with my neighbor. I did it just because I eat a lot of meat. I wanted to learn about it, but it fired up a whole bunch of people, and they're selling out at their place right now. So I'm really happy I was able to help a little bit with that. But for all the new YouTubers out there and carnivores out there that are looking for carnivore content, find your local farmer, hook up with them, do a video, get the word out. It's so important. And so you guys have a really popular YouTube channel too, and you're getting the word out as well, right?
Yes. Yeah. You know, we have about 98,000 subs. And then we have a podcast called the Fearless Podcast. We started a podcast to kind of circumvent some of the suppression. And the podcast is starting to take off. And it's funny because I was just interviewing a YouTube homesteader that was in Sweden, and they finally worked it out where they're moving to the States. And as I'm interviewing him, he said, "Oh yeah, 30 or 60 days ago, I went carnivore," and we started talking carnivore. And so that was on our last podcast, the Fearless Podcast. Simeon and his family are immigrating from Austria to America.
He's a carnivore now.
Yeah.
I know who you're talking about. I watched his YouTube channel for years. He had a fascinating video. It was just the silly thing about how they heat their house with wood and all the different places. He's the best. Wow, he's a carnivore too. I like him even more now. It's spreading like wildfire. A lot of people aren't talking about it. Had he not mentioned it to you, you never would have known. But I'm seeing it here at our movie theater all the time. There's more and more people coming in. And I got this. I don't have it on now, but I have this shirt. I eat only meat. Ask me why. You guys should get a shirt. Everyone watching, get a shirt like that, because you'll be amazed at how many people will come out of the woodwork, and they're doing it too. So it's
awesome.
Definitely spreading. Yeah, I got a question on raising the beef yourself. How long ago did you get into doing that?
Oh,
5 years.
Maybe
about 5 years ago.
Did you just jump into it? Like, you've never done anything like that before?
We jumped into everything.
Cows are easier than chickens, Harry.
It's amazing.
All you need is a fence and some grass.
All you need is a halfway decent fence and grass. And cows have to be. Now, right now, currently we're raising Longhorn, which are some of the easiest.
We're trying to sell our Longhorn.
But,
if anybody's
you know,
in East Texas looking for a good herd of Longhorn.
Now that we're a carnivore and we appreciate the fat content, we're doing a lot of research on a couple of different breeds, and we're going to turn over our herd to raise the fat content, because that's the one thing the Longhorns don't have. They're very hardy, but they do not have the fat content. So we're in the process of learning all that part of it, and with the genetic part of it, and interjecting fat into our herd. And so we're looking at a couple of different new heritage breeds, and we're going to be turning our whole herd over here in the next 12 months.
Easy. Cows are
The
a
cows are
pleasure.
so easy.
They're so easy.
Really?
You're doing it the hard way with the goats.
I was just gonna say, yeah, the goats are an absolute nightmare in terms of fencing. It's like I was laughing right here. It's like a high security prison or something, and they still get out of the fencing the goats do.
We know all about it.
We've had the goats.
Yeah, don't anyone watching thinking about starting a new homestead, forget the goats. It's not worth it. Our goats are kind of entertaining because we have an Airbnb on our homestead. So you were talking about financially supporting your homestead. We've been very blessed and fortunate to be able to do that, but it's been in a very creative, unconventional way with an Airbnb and a dog kennel and a YouTube channel versus growing our own meat and selling it. But I was talking to my neighbor that's raising the beef. I was talking about maybe getting a cow or two at one point. But when you mentioned earlier about selling direct, are you saying selling direct as in they come to you and you have like a farm store, or you ship it out to folks?
No, we're not shipping.
No, we have a microprocessor. And so what we do is
it's a USDA family. It's USDA certified,
inspected,
and it's a little family owned processing shop, but they are all state certified and USDA certified.
And what's neat about that is, like, some people get geeked out about like the USDA thing, but here in Texas, it's just an inspection. So it has nothing to do with the process, or there's no chemicals or anything like that. And it's a microprocessor. They're like very flexible with our schedule. So we send 2 to 3 cows in usually at a time. And then when we pick it up, that's the day that we schedule our meat pickup. Right. And so we meet our customers.
So it's not ever coming home to our house.
So it's really nice because it's kind of like selling in bulk, because they can buy quarters, halves, or wholes. And on that day, we just schedule it with the customers, and they pick it up. So it's a very simple process that we've just kind of fumbled and stumbled our way through, and we continue to improve it. And it's been a very enjoyable venture for us. Yeah. So we have a website, thetexasboys.com, and we sell all kinds of other stuff there too. But if they're local in Northeast Texas, they can put down a deposit, and then usually within 30 days, the cows process. Like, we have a pickup probably next week for 3 or 4 cows. And so we'll be sending out an email for our customers and syncing up with them next week for a pickup.
Nice. That was going to be my next question, but you kind of answered it. That's a really great way to do it, because so my neighbor, what they're doing is they set up a farm store and they sell things. And it's wonderful because I can just go right next door and buy whatever I want. However, for him, it's a logistical nightmare, because they'll process the cow, everyone will come and buy the steaks, and then there's just a bunch of like ground beef left. And it's a big problem. Nice. And then, like, how long does it take you to raise a cow? Like, if he goes through all of his cows, he's got to get another one. It's like a couple months, right? Or no, it's like 18 months.
Right. Well, it depends on the breed, how long it would take to, at least 18 months for most of the beef breeds. Now, we were looking at some low-line breeds, which is also probably worth looking into, Carrie, because if you have smaller acreage, I know 20 acres is a lot, but still, when you're putting cows on it, it's still considered smaller acreage. You can get more low-line cattle on smaller acreage, and they flesh out that they have less bone density, and you get more meat.
And higher fat content, and they finish out 14 months, and low line lives 7 years longer on average too.
Right. So low-line Angus is one breed that you could look into.
Right. Awesome. Thank you. We got $100 super chat question.
Wow.
Operation is a stinky cologne. What do we do if they start coming after homesteaders? First, taxing the meats. What's next? No personal farms. I think we need to start getting more involved in politics, detestable though it may be.
Yeah.
Oh, it's definitely.
Channel, like, you know, you need to vote for your local sheriff. You know, you need to be involved in your local elections.
Yeah, and you know, on a political level, you need to be the solution. You know, I think there's a danger as well in thinking that there's a political solution. So some people just think we'll vote our way out of this. You know what I mean? And it's like, no, dude, just do it. You know, Bill, if you're into permaculture at all, Bill Mollison in his book said permaculture is sedition, because instead of like waiting for a political solution or trying to navigate a political solution, you just do it. You do, and you be, you know, and it, so if we develop this community and this network, right, and we're selling our meat to our customers, they love us, we love them, we're providing them with a healthy alternative, right? That is the political groundswell. That is the political movement. I think, you know, I used to be real, you know, Tea Party. If anybody remembers the whole that momentary lapse of whatever the Tea Party was right before it got co-opted, or maybe when it started, when it got co-opted, I don't know. But I was real big into all that, and then it blew up, and it was this thing, and it was going to be this movement, and then it evaporated in like seconds, and it was gone. And that was when, like, yeah, no, I think we're just going to do what we need to do, and we'll let them worry about whatever they're going to do, you know, and just that. I think that's, and to continue as long as we have the freedom of speech to talk about it, to continue to vocalize the issues. That's why I love Dr. Baker, because he's getting down in the trenches, and he was like, "Do you see what these kooks are trying to do?"
And
like,
Dr. Chafee,
yeah,
you know, and using these platforms to, you know, it's like when people feel good and when people are healthy, you can think clearly, we can communicate more clearly, we can be so much more engaged in society and have a bigger impact. And it all just comes back to the food. Like, it's just amazing that and we're going to fight for our food sovereignty, because that's our nutrition. I mean,
and we're going to be healthy enough to fight. And so there, you know, the social planners can obviously see the problems with that, the challenges with that, and you know, I think the movement will kind of power itself, so to speak.
Oh, absolutely. If you think there's anybody with an R or a D or anything else after their name's going to fix your problems, you're sadly mistaken. Private thoughts lead to public action, and what's going on behind closed doors has worked its way out into the streets in this country. And it's going to take people like yourself, who's putting in work, who's raising a family, teaching their kids, and setting you know, being involved in the community to change things. You know, let your yes be yes and your no be no. Stand up for what you believe in, and quit just sitting idly by, you know, and letting just things take over you. You know, be intentional. You said purposeful. I kept waiting. I was like, say intentional. Nah. But I mean, it is. We have to live with intentionality, right? I mean, just don't just go with the flow, because if you go with the flow, you're going to end up with the rest of society just trying to blend in. And you know, that's how we got in this mess. We need men to stand
we
up.
always say,
men.
We always say observe the masses and do the opposite. And you know, 10 years ago when we decided to move 2,000 miles and strategically relocate and live an agrarian, purposeful, slower lifestyle, you know, that's exactly what you're talking about. Living with intent, on purpose. You know, we've been synthesized and neighborhooded and Babylonian high-rise cities. our society has been so synthesized, and the way it's been done, you want to know why the food is synthetic? Because one, it's the only sustainable way to stack them, pack them, track them high and deep, and do all these things in the concrete jungle. But so if you observe that and you do the opposite, one, you'll never be in a 15-minute city, and two, you'll be closer to your food. You'll be closer to God's creation. In my opinion, you'll be closer to God. Not saying that you can't be closer to God in an 80-story high-rise, but so much of society's social planners, it's postmodern deconstructionism, and they've deconstructed humanity to make us think that it's normal to live in a concrete jungle and pick our food up in plastic packaging at Walmart
and be sick all the time,
and then wonder how it happened.
Exactly. Yeah.
I love what Dr. Kilt says about that, and says, we're lions, not sheep. We're
Right.
lions, and we need to go back to being lions and not sheep. And I'm like, I agree 100%. We are the lions, and we look to the Lion of the tribe of Judah, and those are the two things that we need, and that's all we need, and we won't be led wrong.
That's great.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yep. We got a super chat for $100. Midlife Carnivore says, "Let's rock the healthcare world to its core."
Yeah.
That's great.
Awesome.
I'll tell you, I was in those plant-based circles and watching all those plant-based YouTube channels for years. And I always felt horrible. I struggled with anxiety. I couldn't even go outside onto my homestead. My heart would start racing out of my chest. I had no energy to do anything. I would always say, I'm just more than exhausted. That's what I would always say. I'm more than exhausted. And, I didn't know that the answer was right in our freezer. I just needed to eat more of it. I was eating meat a little bit, but nothing, in no significant amounts, my vitamin D level was scary, scary low. My thyroid was all messed up.
And the more I would read this plant-based propaganda stuff, like all the Lo Melinda and the Seventh-day Adventist stuff, and I'm like, dude, this is propaganda. Like, none of this stuff is real science. This is scientism. It's the same thing. It's just like global warming. It's all this. It's the same playbook, and they're doing the same playbook, whether it's health and
what do you know? They're blaming the cows.
And now the cows are to blame for global warming too. It's like, of course, whatever works. We're the CO2 that they're trying to eliminate. You know what I mean? So they must blame the cows. So.
Yep.
Well,
I want to try to get some of these super chats in before we have to bring on our next guest.
Sure.
So Marty Mack says people are going to the pharmacy instead of the pharmacy. Thanks for that, Marty Mack.
Yeah.
100%.
And Carnivore Scott says, "Love farmers and ranchers." So there you go, guys.
Thanks, Scott.
That's right. There are some great ranchers out here, y'all. There are some old timers. There are some middle-aged people farming, ranching every day of their life. Just like Carrie said, they are working their guts out, and those cows are on grass.
Yeah.
And they just go drive
There's
around.
No CAFOs.
Go talk to some people, and you can find. I tell my girlfriend, just buy a cattle trailer and buy your own cow and take it to the butcher shop. You'll save yourself a lot of money.
Yeah. You can do it.
You can do that. Rent a cattle trailer.
Yeah.
Hire a cowboy to pick the cow up and take it to the butcher.
That's all you got to do.
Yeah.
And if you can't raise them yourself, support those who do.
That's right.
That's
right.
Yeah. That's good stuff.
Nice. Well, I love what you guys are doing. That's great. I'd love to maybe do a video together sometimes too. We got so much in common, and one big part of the documentary, it didn't start out this way. It's showing real examples of people doing carnivore over the course of a year. But after interviewing and talking to my neighbor more and realizing, well, once we tell people that, they're going to want to know where do they get their meat and how important it is. So I definitely want to include more folks like you guys are. So maybe we could talk about that.
Sure.
Absolutely.
Yeah, we would love that.
Yeah.
That'd be great.
And how to do it with a big family, I mean,
Yeah, I talked to friends, and like one of my friends in Minnesota, he was like, "Man, I would do it, but it's so expensive." And they have 2 kids. I'm like, "Here's what you don't understand. When you cut out all those prepackaged snacks, whether it's healthy potato chips that's deep fried in avocado oil or whatever, when you eliminate all that stuff, it's not expensive. Dollar for dollar, the nutrient dense protein that you're getting, dollar for dollar, it is cheaper to eat an animal based diet.
And you're not sick all the time, so you're going to save money from going to the doctor's office.
Yeah.
Yeah. People totally underestimate that part too. I don't know how much I was paying for prescription medicines and doctor trips before, where now I have none of those whatsoever. Plus the additional energy you have to get work done. I'm getting so much more work done. Are you guys finding that on Carnivore? Your brain power is a little bit different?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, no brain fog. I didn't even know I had brain fog, until I went Carnivore, and I'm like, oh, the reason I would always be like, oh, what's that word? Why can't I? And I'm like, oh yeah, that was brain fog. That's gone. And it's bizarre that you don't even, and just the improved sleep and
all my skin problems, all my hormonal issues, my cycle, just the emotional hormones, the hormone levels.
She used to wear glasses. She doesn't even wear glasses
I
anymore.
can see. I forgot to tell you that.
Weird.
Yes, I can see. I used to have to wear all the time for everything, and now I don't have to wear them. It's crazy.
And I know when you start telling people all this stuff, they're like, wait a minute, this is a little bit too crazy. But
the non-carnivores listening right now are like, yeah, right. But all the carnivores like Sean, we're all like, yep, I know about that. I've seen that one happen before.
Yep.
Yeah, it's wild.
I get them with just 269 pounds since last April. They're like, there's no way. You had surgery, right? I'm like, no, I didn't have surgery. What? How much were you working out? I wasn't really working out. I was walking, after a couple of months. Well, yeah. Well, how in the world did you lose 269 pounds? Well, I just ate the proper human diet. But that's not even the best part. The best is yet to come. And like I go through the list, and everybody's heard it at this point, or most everybody's heard it. I'm still telling it, but man, I'm so thankful to God for leading me to this, and I can't wait to see what kind of difference as a community we all get to leave on this world. Man, we have the potential to leave it better than we found it, and so for that I'm thankful. But it's going to take a lot of hard work, determination.
And now we have a large test group, right? We sell a T-shirt and a hat that says "I'm the control group." Now that was before Carnivore, and you can decipher that however you want. But we're becoming this gigantic control group, and guys like Baker, who started this 7 years ago. The evidence, the proof's in the pudding. And the larger the movement grows, it has to become undeniable. And it's just, it's exciting to be a part of it and to be able to share something with somebody that they can implement, and within 30 days they can have real results. And it's very powerful. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that mental toughness is undeniable, and that's why I think it's critical to get these testimonies. Everybody, if I tell them all the time, put it in the comments. No matter where you are, just talk about it till people are sick of it. And I'm sure I've been able to do a little bit of that. But it's good, man. That's what it takes.
Yeah, we appreciate y'all. And we really thank you for having us. And anytime anybody wants to do any interviews, we're open. And, we always do a lot of interviews on the podcast, so I'd love to have you all on there too.
Yep.
Awesome.
Love it.
Absolutely.
Thank you guys so much. Love what you're doing. Great job. It's awesome you're raising your family that way. Appreciate you.
Yes.
Everyone go subscribe. I got the link in the description below. And you said you had a website too, right? The TexasBoys.com?
Yes. Yep, the TexasBoys.com.
Give them a subscribe. Check out the website. Awesome. Thank you both so much. Have a great day.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Thanks for having us, y'all.
Much love.
We'll see y'all.
God bless you guys. See you soon.
All right, update time. We are at $18,496. We are spitting distance from $19,000 for the day. That's amazing. Thank you. And
So
everything they just said is the exact reason why we need to get this documentary out and done, and why we need to raise these funds, because we need to be in control of our own food, and we need to be happy and healthy. And we're going to do that by being carnivores.
Yes.
There you go. I said my piece. I'll talk to you guys in an hour.
Awesome. Thank you for the update, Alia. Hey, how about we look at another one of these personal testimonials?
Sure.
Let's see what we got here. Man, there's so many good ones. It's hard to pick. I'm trying to get through all of these. Here we go. This is Lindsay Lexus. I think she was in the chat a little bit earlier asking. I'm going to try, just for everyone that's watching, you're like, do mine. I'm going to try to get all of these throughout the night. But if I miss it, I'm definitely showing it at the end of the live stream. I'm going to show every single one of them consecutively. I have 2 hours and 11 minutes worth of them. Sounds like a lot, but it's really eye-opening. I'm going to enjoy watching it again myself. So here's Lindsay Lexus, and her link is in the description below.
I'm so glad that I tried the carnivore diet, because if I didn't, I truly believe that he would not be here right now. Hi, my name is Lindsay Lexus, and I like to share my health journey along with other kinds of motivating videos on my channel, which is just my name, Lindsay Lexus. So last year I had a miscarriage, and I never thought that I would truly recover from that. When I was pregnant, I was eating for two, as they say, and I gained a bunch of weight, and then after I was just so sad that I just kept doing the same thing, and I gained a bunch of weight, which did not help the mental health, and it did not help the physical health as well. A few months later, I felt worse than I ever had felt, and I weighed more than I had ever weighed in my entire life. So my sister talked me into a carnivore diet, and mind you, I thought it was crazy, but I had learned so much while my sister was talking to me about it, and I was watching videos and everything, Ken Berry, you know. I had learned too much about nutrition at that point to be able to go back to my standard American diet. So I did struggle with the diet, but I loved the progress that I was seeing. So I kept going, but I was not expecting to get pregnant so soon, okay? Even though that pregnancy was my main goal, it's the reason why I wanted to do the diet in the first place. I figured that I was too unhealthy at that point to get pregnant again for a while until I healed my body more. I am so glad I tried the carnivore diet and didn't just cast it aside because it was weird. But I lost 15 pounds in that first month and had so much more energy, and it was just amazing to see those results. But my main goal in the end did cause me to falter because I got pregnant. My son, who is now 4 months old, is so perfect, and I thank the Lord every day that he is here and he's healthy. But I got meat aversion, like really bad. I tried to stay somewhat keto during my pregnancy. I didn't do the best at that. After I gave birth, I did do carnivore again. I ended up doing ketovore, and that's kind of just where I've been. It feels really good for me. I feel good there. I feel like I can sustain ketovore. Carnivore right now is a wonderful tool that I can use for my goals to lose weight, feel better, to heal my body. But ketovore is where I want to be because I am nursing my little boy, and that's my main priority. Ketovore is where I feel the best right now. So that's where I'm just gonna be for a little bit. Health victories since I started doing carnivore and now ketovore. I'm gonna read this off really quick. I am down 40 pounds from my heaviest, and I've kept it off. I have no more skin tags. Pretty sure I was diabetic, pre-diabetic, at least insulin resistant. My clothes are really loose on me, like the pants that are my skinny pants are too big. I know what nutrition is, and I can always cut things out if I feel like I need to heal. I was always unsure how to lose weight and keep it off, but now I know that this is how to do it, so that's awesome. Sometimes it's just having the knowledge that gets you where you need to go. I am not starving myself like I used to, and I eat so much. I don't count calories like ever. I used to have ankle pain from a sprain from 5 years ago. It would flare up sometimes. It doesn't happen when I'm eating a meat-based keto diet. Hardly any issues with my tummy and bathroom stuff like I used to have. I used to have acid reflux and heartburn. That's gone. Skin doesn't itch like it used to. My legs would itch so much. I would scratch myself raw from my insulin resistant itchiness. Popping knees, no more. Keratosis pilaris is better. They're just like less bumpy and less red. No more tonsil stones, those were annoying. Eczema on my hands is better, and I think it's mostly the fat that I'm eating is really helping with that. So writing this list made me realize how much carnivore and ketovore has really helped me, and I can't wait to expand on this list. I have a list of ailments that I wrote before I started carnivore the first time, and these are just the things that I've been helped with so far, and I'm sure that it will be even more in the future. If you want some more motivation, please come hang out with me on my channel, Lindsay Lexus. We have lots of fun. We can get things done together and find our optimal health. One last little thing, it's really fun. Me and a couple other meat-based ladies, Ellie from Nourishment Redacted and Christy from Meeting Wellness, are starting a new live stream series specifically geared towards women eating a meat-based keto diet. It's called Lioness Lifestyle Live. We hope you will come stop by on September 26th at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. It will be streaming on each of our channels, and we can't wait to see you there. Bye.
Very cool.
All right, thank you, Lindsay Lexus. And when we lost the other live stream and started a new one, something messed up, but I think she messaged that I didn't link to her, and I've since added it. So apologies for that. I think we're back to how we should be. So what do we got here? 6:51. Who's up next on the schedule? Oh, we got Russ Mitchell coming up. That's at 7:30. Look, we have Sophia down here. Should we say hi to Sophia?
Yes, she's been waiting patiently.
Sophia, welcome. Yeah, it looks
Hi,
like
Sophia.
Hi, Sophia.
Sophia, I think you're muted.
I was muted. Okay. Yeah. Hi, everybody.
How are you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you?
We're hanging in there. Oh, look at this. We're almost halfway.
Oh, geez.
Oh, wow.
Has it really been that long already?
It's been almost 12 hours.
Oh my gosh.
Wow.
I'm up here.
I'm on the
I'm up here. We got a Powerball going.
My dad just walked in with some beef ribs.
Hi, Dad.
Aw.
Your dad's awesome.
Okay.
Emma
Awesome.
walked
Yeah.
in and she made us a Powerball, and now we got another steak going in the air fryer. So
Oh, that's awesome. I haven't tried steak in the air fryer yet, but I've seen like Bill doing it on his videos, and it's something I want to try.
yeah, I wouldn't normally do it, but we don't have an alternative here at the theater. And I ended up finding, I was at Target, and they had the exact same air fryer that Bill had.
Oh.
They sell different ones, obviously, but the one that Bill has, this Ninja one, the top of it has this big heating element on it, and it gets a real nice crisp on it. Not all of them do that. Anyways, little geeky air fryer info for people, because that's how Bill gets that crisp on it. So I specifically had to copy him and get the same one.
Yeah, my mom made a steak in the air fryer that we have, but I didn't think it got as crispy as the ones in Bill's videos look. So
right. So Sophia Eats Steak is the YouTube channel. I'm going to add your YouTube channel to the description so people can click on it, but you can type it in too.
Oh, thank
How
you.
have you been? The last time, I know you and Emma chat sometimes. Last time I talked with you was on the, well, no, we did it. There was another live stream, but then before that, the 10
that
hour.
was the, yeah, I think it was, so we did the 10-hour live stream, and then there was the Labor Day kickoff stream
Right.
that we did with JT a couple weeks ago.
Well,
I've been, sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I was just going to say, I always do this because we talked a couple times, but there's a bunch of other people on here that might not know your story. So would you mind maybe giving us a little bit of background and telling us your carnivore story?
Yeah, I would love to. So I'm 16 years old, and when I was 14 years old, back in 2021, I was diagnosed with anorexia nervosa. So I've been struggling with it for almost, well, it's been over 2 years now. I was diagnosed in October of 2021. And so I've been in and out of the hospital a couple times now, and I've been treated at like a standard eating disorder treatment center. So I've been extremely underweight, extremely malnourished. And every time I went back to the hospital, or not every time, but when I was at the eating disorder treatment center, I was refed on like the standard American diet. So carbs, sugars, processed junk, seed oils, and I didn't feel good on it. And all the weight that I gained was pretty much fat, because that's what eating those kinds of foods does to you. And so as soon as I would get out of those treatment centers, the hospital, I would just go back to losing weight again, because they can pack on the weight, but it doesn't heal the mind. And so so I went into the hospital the first time Christmas of 2021, and then after that I went to the standard eating disorder treatment center. And as soon as I got out, like within 2 months, I had lost pretty much all the weight that I had put on there just through restricting. And then I was back in the hospital by the end of that summer. And so, yeah, I was struggling a lot with my eating disorder. And my mom, she's a CrossFit coach. And so she has this friend who she works with at the gym that she coaches at. And so it's a fellow coach of hers. And she had gone carnivore, and my mom had started to notice. So she asked her, like, what have you been doing? And so my mom's friend, she told her, oh, I've been doing carnivore. And so her knowing that, like, she has a daughter, me, who's been struggling with an eating disorder, she told her about, like, Michelle Hearn, the dietitian who recovered from anorexia using carnivore. And my mom looked into it. So the first time she heard about carnivore was really from an eating disorder context as well. And so she told me about the carnivore diet so it was like July of 2022 when she told me about it. That was when I first heard about it. And I was pretty skeptical at first, because being someone who has anorexia, you're extremely afraid of, well, I personally was extremely afraid of fat and calories. I would try to eat as little calories as I could. So when my mom told me, oh, you just eat meat and it's mostly beef and fat, the idea of that was just so not in like the range of anything that I'd do to me. And so and then my mom, she went carnivore March of this year, the very beginning of March. And she did it because she had started to learn more about carnivore from watching Dr. Barry's videos. And because she learned, she had been struggling with like weight loss herself. She had been trying to lose weight for a few years, and nothing was working for her. Nothing that had worked in the past was working for her anymore. And she heard all the crazy stories about how people had like lost weight on carnivore, and they had reversed their diabetes, their type 2 diabetes. And she watched I remember she watched an interview with like Kelly Hogan and Dr. Barry, and I was in the room when she was watching that one, and I was listening to it, and I was like, come on. But so she went carnivore in March, and she's lost about 35 pounds at this point, I think. But earlier this year, things started getting really bad with my anorexia again. I was starting to drop weight, and I was dropping more weight than I ever had before. At the end of this last school year, end of May, I was at the lowest weight that I've been like in my adolescent life, like as a teenager. My BMI was around 13, I think. and that's extremely low. If you didn't know, I think a healthy range is about 18.5. So I was on the verge of getting sent back to the hospital again by my doctor. And if that happened, I probably would have been sent back to the Eating Disorder Treatment Center, which I was not about to let happen. So I was getting pretty desperate at that point. But the eating disorder had just pretty much taken over my whole mind. It was all I could think about. And I just don't know how to describe it. Like just the thought of eating more food, the thought of gaining any more weight was so repulsive to my sick brain. And so I had started coming at that point. I had kind of started more. Sorry. At that point, I had started coming around on the idea of carnivore more, just seeing the results that my mom was getting with it. And then Dr. Barry had a live stream one night, and he was talking with some doctors who researched a case study on people who had adopted the carnivore diet, a meat-based ketogenic diet, in order to put their year-long cases of anorexia into remission. And my mom, she came up to me and she showed me like the thumbnail of the video. I saw the title and I decided to listen to it that night. And that night, after listening to it, I decided I'm doing this, because as soon as I listened to that live stream, I felt so much hope for the first time in such a long time. Because I had thought that the eating disorder, I was convinced that it was something I was never going to be free of. It was something I was never going to recover from. And listening to the stories of the people from the case study and their just their testimonials about how carnivore helps them to just let go of the eating disorders that they also thought that they would never get better from. It just brought me so much hope. And that night, like I said, I decided I'm going to go carnivore. I'm going to do it. And so I had a doctor's appointment scheduled for later that week. And I went and I told my doctor, this is what I'm doing. And he's a little skeptical. He was a little skeptical, and he's still a little skeptical of it. But he figured, I mean, as long as I'm eating more, it's going to be fine. So yeah, so I've been carnivore for 87 days now. Yes, 87. And funnily enough, JT is actually my carnivore twin. We started on the same exact day. And so that's something that we kind of joke about together. But I've been carnivore for 87 days now, and I've managed to gain, I'm not going to say how much I've gained but I've gained a pretty good amount of weight so far. And awesome. I look at pictures of myself that I took like right before I went carnivore, and I look at pictures of myself now, and the difference is it's such a it's such a stark contrast. And I look at the pictures of myself from before, and I think to myself, how was I ever okay with looking like that? Because it's just the body dysmorphia is very real, and it's something, the body dysmorphia is definitely something that I still struggle with. But it's getting better, I think. But yeah, I'm so happy to have found the carnivore diet, because it's helped me immensely. It's like I said, it's not only helped me heal my body, but it's been helping my mind heal, which is just as important. And I think that's why this documentary is so important, being able to get the funding for it, because there are so many people that I believe that would benefit from learning, even just hearing about the carnivore diet, because then maybe they might be inspired to take it up and fix the problems that they have in their life, whether it be like their diabetes or their autoimmune disease or their mental disorder like me. So yeah, so it's very important. Make sure you guys donate so that we can get the funding for this, because it's going to change so many people's lives. Yeah, and so I started my YouTube channel to kind of document my journey because, well, I started it because of Carrie, because he said he was looking for all like such a wide range of stories for people for the documentary, and I figured, I mean, a lot of people, they do it to lose weight, but me, I'm trying to gain weight on it, and yeah, so I don't know, yeah, that's my story. Yeah.
Awesome. I said
Amazing.
this last time. I don't know. I just always feel it's important to give credit where due. And I really love your story and the fact that you're brave enough to come on here and share it with people and share your example, because it's like you said, there's a lot of hopeless people out there for maybe the same reason, and they can resonate with you, or maybe they're the same age as you, or maybe they're not at all, but they just see that you were able to do it and take control of your life and overcome some things. And it's an amazing thing. I love what you're doing. Good job.
Thank you.
The comments are blowing up too, saying the same thing. We should read some of these comments. If you guys have questions for Sophia, post them in the side. But how has that been, Sophia, with your YouTube channel? How have you found things to be like with the community and the comments? And
Oh, wow. Okay. So YouTube kind of has a reputation, like the internet has a reputation of having so many negative people on it who just bring you down. But I'm so like blown away by the carnivore community. Every time I post a video, people are so supportive. They're so kind. They give me so many compliments, and they're so inspiring, because people will share like their bits of their story in my comments, and it's just I'm so astounded by the community, and I love them all so much. Like, carnivores, they're so nice. They're so kind. Carnivores, I like to say that carnivores are just the kindest people on the internet, because they just support one another. They're so amazing to one another. And just like what happened with Bill as well, because like Bill, he got his YouTube video out, his first YouTube video out, and he got the GoFundMe, and then the donations just blew up. And my mom, she would come up to me and she'd be like, "Do you know how much money Bill has gotten?" And it's like, and it's just, and then we'd be like, "Oh my gosh, the carnivore community, it's just so amazing." And yeah, so I'm so happy to be a part of this community. It's really uplifting.
absolutely. So are you and your mom planning on making the trip up in the big caravan to Bill's house when he gets out? Because that's what I keep hearing from everybody. There's going to be like 500 people there.
I mean, I don't know. It'd be kind of hard to travel up there, I think, but
That's the tricky part for sure.
yeah, it would be awesome.
Actually, Emma and I were looking into driving there before we flew out there, and it's like 57-hour drive from us. Probably a little closer from you, but
a little bit closer. Yeah, I'm in Utah, so.
Hey, we got a super chat. Holly Ruth, $10. My story was Sophia's 41 years ago. All I ate was vegetables. Now carnivore at 57, have reversed progressive, incurable rheumatoid arthritis. You were hungry and brain not working, Sophia. Good on you, for you're succeeding.
Definitely. When you're not eating, your brain gets starved, and it just kind of exacerbates the problem. Your anorexia gets worse and worse and worse, and you just keep getting deeper into it. So.
So you're 87 days in, you're twins with JT now. What are you looking at for the future? Are you carnivore forever, or?
Yeah, I was just talking about this with my mom earlier today. I was saying, if I'm not carnivore for the rest of my life, I'll at least be ketovore, because with everything, I've said this so many times to my mom. With everything that I've been learning, listening to like Dr. Chafee's videos, Dr. Barry's videos, just like all the carnivore doctors, I could never ever go back to the way I was eating before. just with everything that I've learned about like seed oils and sugar and carbs and just all the benefits that I feel just from eating meat all the time. I'm always going to be at least meat based. So carnivore, yeah, at least ketovore for life for me.
That's awesome. That's one of the beautiful things with it too, because like with my girls and other people with their kids, my thing is at least now, like Emma has this in her toolbox. If for some reason she becomes a 40-year-old like I was, that was just horribly depressed and my life's a mess and I'm overweight and I have arthritis and inflammation, hey, I remember there is one thing, there is hope. There's this thing that worked for me before. But yeah, I think a lot of people end up doing it. A lot of people say, I'll just do it for 30 days and I'm going to go back to eating in moderation. And then they do it for 30 days and they feel so amazing, they don't end up stopping. It's the weirdest thing. What other diet or way of life do you see with such a success rate? It's kind of unbelievable.
Yeah, and the food is so good too. I'm never gonna stop eating ribeyes and beef ribs. Those are my favorite now.
Now, Sophia, are you cooking any of these ribeyes or steaks up?
Oh, am I cooking them? Yes. So before I went carnivore, I had no idea how to cook a steak. I had never really done it before, but since going carnivore, I have been cooking my own steaks pretty much at every opportunity that I can. The first couple of weeks, I had to ask my parents to help me do it pretty much every time because I was afraid of ruining it.
Yeah.
But now I cook my steaks on my own. I use a cast iron skillet and I just put it on there and I like barely sear it. I like my steaks very, very rare. That's like the best way to eat them.
Nice.
So.
Awesome.
Emma does a great job making me beef, butter, bacon, eggs, but she said the exact same thing you said, Sophia. I love steaks and ribeye. Who couldn't? And then I always say to her, yeah, I would love them too if someone reverse seared, smoked them for 2 hours, and then put them on a plate for me and practically cut them up into little pieces and fed it to. Okay, I didn't go that far. But yeah, it is nice having other family doing it with you because she makes one heck of a power bowl. They're so good. You got to start making some other things. My other daughter, Lily, she's been on and off, but she makes really good salmon. So yeah, it's a lot nicer when the whole family's
Yeah.
up.
That's the thing. I'm allergic to fish. I'm allergic to seafood, so I can't eat salmon. I can't eat. Well, I'm technically allergic to tuna and salmon, and so I just rule out all fish, but I really wish I wasn't because I like look at shrimp and salmon. I'm like, oh, that looks good. So.
Right. You mentioned some of the good doctors, Dr. Berry, Dr. Chafee. Do you have a favorite one that you watch or just kind of all of them?
Oh man, so I've been like so busy just with school starting, working on my YouTube channel and like doing my other jobs. I haven't had much time to watch YouTube lately, but when I do watch it, I like to listen to Dr. Chafee's podcast a lot. I really like the guests that he has on there. And my mom, she's a big fan of Sean O'Mara. I've been listening to him a little bit too, and I've been trying out the sprinting that he recommends you do, and it feels amazing. So
nice. Yeah, we have Dr. Chafee on later today for a couple hours. It's going to be on kind of later, but you're welcome to stop by again if you'd like, or if you have any questions you want us to ask him. He's always so much fun. With the 3 hours, we did this. I did this segment with him before where it was challenging Dr. Chafee, and we tried to stump him with hard carnivore arguments and questions.
Yeah, I remember that one. I think I listened to it.
Yeah. So if you have any of those, or anyone in the comments has any of those, things like, I can't do carnivore, it's not sustainable, or what about the blue zones? They only eat vegetables, or carnivore, there's no studies on it, I'm not going to do that kind of thing. We throw all of those at Dr. Chafee, and he inevitably hits every one of them out of the park and crushes them. So we've yet to stump him, but if anyone wants to try to stump him, let's go. But I think it's a really important and fun thing because there's so many people out there that are suffering and hopeless, and they're scared, and they have these irrational fears, and it's usually just from not having the correct information. Like, I'm going to clog my arteries. Well, no, that's actually not true, and here's why. And Dr. Chafee explains it so much better than I ever could. But it's an important conversation to have. So
I was afraid of beef for the longest time just because I was afraid of fat. And I was talking with my mom about this literally earlier today. Before I went carnivore, I was terrified of fat. If there was any fat in anything, I would almost refuse to eat it. I would try to get fat out of literally everything I ate. So pretty much only ate like chicken breast and vegetables. That was pretty much everything I ate. And that has just completely flipped on its head since going carnivore. Now fat is like the thing I prioritize. I will not eat a lean steak unless it has that visible fat that you can see, or it has lots and lots of butter on it. Fat's my friend now. Whereas
Nice.
before it was my enemy, but now fat is my good friend.
You got it figured out. That's the biggest mistake people make. I fell into it too. I started out doing a lot of fat, and then I just I got a real craving for sirloin a lot. And then sometimes I'd add butter, but I kind of fell behind. But we had Dr. Kiltz on, and he said it should be called fativore. If you ate only the meat with no fat on it, you would just die. It's the fat that's doing it for you. And every time I get more and more fat, I feel so much better. So
yeah, I that's another doctor. I love listening to Dr. Kiltz. I think he's got some great things to say.
Yeah, he's awesome. He's the best. Yeah, speaking of, I don't have it down here anymore. He had this one-liner before, but he was saying it's all about the documented stories that matter, the examples.
Yep.
And really resonated with me because that's the whole thought of the Carnivore Diet Documentary. If you want to change the world, you can't hold up a sign or tell people you have to do this, but you can change yourself and share your example and inspire other people to then change themselves as well and change the world that way.
Yeah. And that's another reason why I started my YouTube channel, just because I wanted to share the hope that I felt from carnivore with healing my anorexia with everybody else. So I hope to be able to like inspire so many people with my story, just because everybody deserves to at least like to feel that hope in their life. So
yeah, absolutely. Well, you're doing a heck of a job. Great job. It's awesome. There's nothing greater than either being able to put your example out there, inspire someone, and then they change their life because of your example. We talked about that earlier. It's like the ripple effect, and you don't even know what it is because sometimes they're not even going to comment or say anything to you. But I'm sure there's many people already that have watched your YouTube videos that you've inspired, and now they've changed their life forever. And then they do it, and 10 other people see it, and it just keeps spreading and spreading and spreading. So it's
absolutely,
yeah. Like like I said, my mom, she saw an example of her friend, and then I saw the example of my mom, and hopefully I can be an example for others.
What kind of reaction do your friends have?
They're pretty chill with it, honestly. I tell them and they're like, huh. And that's pretty much the extent of the reaction I get. They don't ask about it too much, but they're not against it. They're not like, that's weird, so I'm okay with it.
That's cool.
Yeah.
So what's your next meal?
My next meal?
Yeah.
Probably I'm probably gonna have some steak with some beef fat, like beef fat trimmings that we got from the butcher.
Oh, nice.
Just to add some extra fat with it. But yeah, so we went to the butcher on like Labor Day. Well, we went to the grocery store and we went to the meat counter and we asked them if they had the fat trimmings. And they just went back and they brought out like 2 full trays of like 10 pounds of beef fat trimmings. And so what we've been doing is we've been like putting them in the air fryer, and they get so good. Like they get nice and crisp and just juicy, and they're amazing. I love them.
It sounds delicious. I haven't tried those yet. Have you tried those, Gary?
Well, I'm sorry, I missed that last part.
Have you tried those yet?
What was it?
The air fried fat?
Yeah, beef fat, and you put it in the air fryer. It gets real crisp.
Yes.
Amazing.
It's funny you say that because I started doing that a while. I did it a long time ago, but I've been not getting enough fat, so I do it all the time now. We just got some ribeyes the other day, and they were really, really fatty, which is good, but they had like this big chunk on the end. It was too much to eat, so I chopped that up into little pieces. I put it in a bag, and then the next day when I have the next steak, I put those in the air fryer with some salt.
Oh
and
my
then
goodness,
every
yeah.
ribeye you take a little piece of that crispy fat. Emma came up and tasted it. What'd you say?
So good.
You're like,
Yeah.
it's
Yeah.
bacon.
It's like bacon, but I think it was because the air fryer had so much.
Yeah, that's probably
bacon.
the air fryer was dirty. But
It was so good.
Yeah, I like to think that the reason fat tastes so good to us is because it's so good for us. It's what we need to be eating. So
Yep.
Amen, for sure.
What was your question, Emma?
Hmm?
Emma has a question for Sophia.
all right.
Oh, I do. No, I'm just kidding. So how's it been during school? Did it mess up your eating time? Like, if that-
Yeah, so that was something that I was kind of concerned about going into the school year. Cause when you're not home and you don't have access to food, you don't know if you're gonna be hungry, if you're gonna be able to eat.
Mhm.
I didn't get too messed up, I don't think. So I take a lunch with me to school. So typically that consists of hard-boiled eggs and bacon. But recently I felt like I wasn't getting enough fat recently, so I started taking bacon mayonnaise with me, homemade bacon mayonnaise that me and my mom made. And what I'll do is I'll spread that on the eggs and I'll put my Redmond salt on it because I have one of those mini Redmond salt shakers. And I'll eat that and it tastes really good. And it satisfies me pretty well until I get home and I eat dinner. And just in case if I don't eat enough, if I'm still hungry at school, I keep beef sticks on me. So like jerky, yeah, I'll keep meat sticks on me, and those are pretty good as well. So my schedule hasn't been too messed up though. Sometimes I'll eat breakfast in the mornings, but sometimes I'm not hungry, so I don't. But things have been going pretty okay, I think.
Nice. Awesome. Well, it's been great having you on here again, Sophia. Shout out to Sophia's channel, Sophia Eats Steaks. I added the link in the description and it's down below. Yeah, thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me. I'm so grateful for this. Thank you so much.
You're the best, and like you said, the carnivore community is great. Everyone in the comments loves you. They're huge shout outs from the audience. So yeah, thank you so much. Have a great night.
Yeah, you too.
Bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Yeah.
Bye.
Awesome. Alia, should we check in one more time?
Yeah, let's check in. I should always just be ready, but here we go. Here we go.
Hey, while Alia's checking in, we have a big guest coming up in just a couple minutes at like 7:30.
That's mean.
Buckeye Russ.
A big guest.
I meant to, you know what I meant.
I'm sorry. I love Russ and he loves me and we always tease each other. We are at $18,796.
Wow.
Guys, we're so
Yes.
close to 19,000. This is amazing. Amazing, amazing. Super
Awesome.
chat, 4,328. Go
That is
fund me.
so
Check this out. $13,000.
Wow.
That's awesome. Water bottles. When you guys buy your water bottles from Johnny F, we have $560 from that, and we had one more category. I don't remember, but so close to 19,000. Please pay.
Nice. Hey, real quick, I just want to say
Pay
one
now.
thing. Shout out to this YouTube channel right here, Alia Wells 955. Happy birthday! She has 1.67 thousand subscribers. Everyone go subscribe. Give her a birthday present. Give her a great birthday present, Alia.
Yeah, I would love that. Thank you so much. That and
100
donations.
subscriptions right now. Let's go. Come on, subscribe. Watch her videos too. Turn them on in the background. Watch them, and give her a happy birthday. I really
Thank you so
appreciate you
much.
guys, Alia, and then Adam too at Carnivore Today. Check him out. I have his link in the description below. We've got the schedule coming up. We still got a lot of amazing guests. Homesick Buckeye Russ. I've been looking forward to talking to this man. Hilarious, funny, awesome guy. And we've got Dr. Philip Ofadia. We've got Dr. Chafee. We got a whole bunch of guests coming up. So before we jump into the next guest, I wanted to share this one with you. This is another one of our segments from the Hope series, an individual carnivore story. This one is from our friend Ellie at Nourishment Redacted. So let's take a look at Ellie's video here. It's taking me a second to find it.
don't know if you guys can hear that above me. We got Forrest Gump going pretty loud right now.
Run, Forrest.
We need the Jeopardy music.
Right.
Do, 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 do.
Here we go. Here we go. There it is. Ellie from Nourishment Redacted.
Hi everyone, I'm Ellie, and your nourishment has been redacted. The nourishment that everyone needs is meat. High fat, delicious, delicious meat. Basically carnivore foods. Humans thrive on ketosis, and I don't want anyone else to be addicted to carbs and sugar like I used to be. I'm here to support you on your carnivore journey because it's been quite a long road for me to gain my health back. I'd love to share my story with you today. I'm a mother of 2 young children, ages 3 and 1, and I'm married to an amazing husband, and we are a carnivore family. The lowest point in my life was back in 2018 when I was 240 pounds, depressed. I used to have painful boils. I was so constipated where I would only go once a month, even though I was always told that the trick to that and the cure for that is to eat fiber, to eat vegetables. I had several panic attacks that would cause me to be in a fetal position, screaming and crying for this nightmarish existence to go away. My depression caused me to drop out of college and live in my bed for 5 years. Without my husband, who has always been such a good support system, I don't know how I would have survived. I discovered keto back in 2018, and that's when my nourishment was finally beginning to be unredacted. I began to focus on feeding my body lots of fat, and my energy soared. My depression lifted. I was my happy self again. No more boils, no more panic attacks. I was able to get pregnant with my husband, and we were able to have our first baby together, my daughter. During that pregnancy, my doctor bullied me into a mind space that I was going to harm my baby if I continued to do keto. So, as any person would, I mean, you listen to your doctor, right? So I quit. I would do anything for my children. Then I had my baby, and she had colic. We were isolated during 2020, and my depression hit me harder than anything. I tried and tried and tried again to do keto, but kept failing. I wasn't able to produce breast milk, even though the doctors told me to eat high carb and keep scarfing down that oatmeal. I tried to be mindful of carbs, but nothing really worked. I was around 215 pounds at the time of when I gave birth to my son last year, and now I had another reason to put my health first. I learned about the carnivore diet. I thought it was keto 2.0 and just tried it. After years of yo-yo dieting and calorie counting and killing myself in the gym, I felt like this was my last shot to finally lose weight and get healthy. I wasn't pregnant anymore. I couldn't do harm to anyone but myself. So why not? See the mindset I had? I thought I was going to possibly be doing harm to myself because I was trying to eat only red meat, high fat, and tons of cholesterol. Funny how now that I'm over 130 days on the carnivore diet and I'm feeling the best I've ever felt in my life. I started carnivore at 202 pounds, and now I'm in the 170s. I no longer have depression. I sleep so deeply. My gums don't bleed anymore. And I always have a smile on my face. My children now have a mother who is present and can keep up with them. I made my YouTube channel, Nourishment Redacted, inspired by the amazing doctors and other carnivore content creators because they taught me that I have to remember my why I choose to eat this way, and to never forget the pain that I had eating the standard American diet. I'm so happy. My channel shows how carnivore can be simple, realistic, and I want to delve into the mental space and spiritual health. I want to help you guys. I love connecting with my subscribers and other content creators on here, and I want to share as many stories as possible so that everyone can reach health. You can take it. You can grab it. It's yours. Every human should feel like this. Let's all band together and make sure that people have their nourishment unredacted. Thank you for listening to my story. I'll see you all very soon. Bye-bye.
Whoa, hello. We're
Thank
back.
you. Good shout out to Ellie at Nourishment
Yes.
Redacted. Link in the description below. And yeah, that was pretty awesome. So what do we got now? We have our next guest.
Yep.
We have steak. Emma has steak.
Emma has steak. We're trying to beat
nice.
Sean on the quantity and number of steaks we're eating. This is number 2, and this is the 3rd Power Bowl. How are you doing, Adam? I haven't really seen you eating much over there. Are you hanging in there?
I've had 2 Power Bowls.
Me
Nice.
too. My version.
We're well past the halfway mark. 11 hours and 30 minutes left. We got some little quick shout out to Element. I don't know why I'm shouting them out, but we're shout out Element on here because we're
You're a good person.
Yeah.
That's why.
Yes, exactly. We'll leave it at that. Should we bring on our next guest?
No. Yes.
No, we don't want him on here.
Can we do a little like side version of the keto cookout here?
Yeah, let's do the keto cookout on Saturday
There you go.
night. So where's the doorbell?
Ding dong.
Hey, what's happening? What's happening? What's happening? Listen, man, I'm so glad to be here. I'm so excited to be here because I love funnel cakes and I love elephant ears and I love greasy French fries and I love all that. I think it's great that you're doing a movie about the carnivore diet. I love that, man. The carnivore diet. I love it. The carnivore diet is the best.
I think you're in the wrong joint.
It's not the carnivore diet. There's no funnel cakes. No elephant ears.
No.
What is this? I thought it's just carnivore. Oh, carnivore. Hold on a minute.
While he's figuring that out, yesterday my mom said she.
What's up, everybody?
sharing-
What's up, everybody? It's your man Overseas Podcast. I'm so glad to be here for the carnivore diet, man. I gotta thank. This is wonderful. The carnivore diet is the best thing ever, man. Listen, I love meat. I like meat sauce with it. I drink it with meat juice. It's meat all the time. Carnivore, baby. I love it.
Love it. Nice.
Meat juice. I love it.
What's going on, family? What's going on, everybody? Look at you, Carrie. You looking good, man.
I'm hanging in there. We broke
Yeah.
12 hours. I'm getting my eyes are getting kind of heavy. I'm still here though.
Man, you're all
We're here.
cleaned up. You're all cleaned up, man. You got your ears lowered.
Yeah, I took the hat off. I was hoping Dr. Barry would show up, and he showed up. I'm glad I didn't have the hat on. I didn't want to be disrespectful.
Yeah, man. Last time you cleaned up like that, man, the judge gave you community service. I think that's the last time.
Yeah.
I love that, man. That's great.
Have you met?
Oh.
I'm not sure.
Russ, this is Emma. I don't know if you've met yet, but she was just cracking up at your jokes earlier. So,
Hey, what's going on, Emma? It's nice to meet you, sweetie. Nice to meet you. Yeah, shout out to Sophie last time. She said fat was her friend. I thought that was great. Shout out to her. That I could probably be her soulmate then, because I got all that covered. So she's too young. She's too young.
right. Awesome.
Well, this is great, man. I'm happy to be here, and I'm proud of you, man. Proud of what you're doing, everybody. You had a lot of great guests on. You had a lot of fantastic super guests on, and Dr. Hampton too. You had him on there.
Did you catch the Dr. Hampton part?
Yeah, I think that's shout out to you for doing that for Dr. Hampton. He doesn't get a lot of that, so I'm just happy you to include him on that. You know,
I said to him at the end of it, I said, this would have been a lot more interesting if Russ was on during this call.
Yeah, you know, I need to check. We need to check his credentials, man. I think he might be a doctor like Dr. J. Remember Dr. J? He played for the Sixers. He might be. I'm not sure.
Right?
I'm not sure about that.
Yeah, he had a really elaborate background going on. He had the stethoscope and everything there, but I didn't see any patients, and he was sitting there for a long time. So
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. Check the credentials, man. He doesn't look like a doctor. He looks more like a doctor action figure, really. Like if you see him in person, it's like a trophy of a doctor. I mean, that's really more of a. And he threatened me with bodily harm. Did you hear that? He said he was going to punch me.
He said he was going to punch you. Yeah, that caught me by surprise. I was like, oh.
Yes, the man said he was going to punch me. That's got to be some kind of threat. Is that against the YouTube guidelines? I'm in fear for my life.
He knows how to hit you without hurting you.
Yeah, man. Listen, he needs to stay in his weight class, man. Listen, he looks like a well-dressed microphone stand. That's really what he looks like, man. I'm just telling you. So leave me alone, Doc. Leave me alone, Doc. I'm not in your weight class. Stick with the bird weights. Okay?
Well, we got the thread on video for you, so we got it recorded.
Oh yes, thank you. If I could afford an attorney, I'd have him call you. I'm just saying that. But no, all seriousness, that's my man. That's my dude. I love Doc Hampton. That's my guy. Barry Hampton, Chafee's my dude too. And so yeah, listen, I don't know, I won't be on there, but you ought to, pinch off a couple dollars from the documentary funds and get my man Chafee a new hat. I don't think the people would be upset about that. Tell Doc I said that. Tell him Big Russ said we're gonna give him a new hat.
When you got muscles like Chafee got, it don't matter what kind of hat you got on, all right?
He's got muscles in his feet because he eats nothing but meat.
There's a comment for you, Russ.
Yeah, he's got his muscles. Hey, look, he's got his muscles out. He eats no Brussels sprouts. That's my dude right there. So I heard. I saw Dr. Kills on there. Did he have something to say? What's up, Doc?
Yeah, he said Tony Hampton is a rock star for sure, and thanks to Buckeye for his inspiration.
Oh, well, listen, and if you're inspired by me, brother, you need to. God help you. I'm just. You need to raise your sights a little higher, brother. That's all I'm saying. But God bless you. Thank you so much, Doc. I appreciate that.
Ricky Lee's asking, Russ, did you bring the steaks?
No, they asked me just to bring the funny, so I'm bringing the funny to you, baby. That's what I got for you today. I got jokes. I got jokes. Nibble on these jokes. Hey, they're low carb. No carbs in my jokes. They're all carb free, baby.
Man, we appreciate it. We need some laughs. It's been a lot of fun, a lot of wonderful, great guests, but fun to break.
It's been awesome. Except for the Hampton part, it has been really good. Yeah, go ahead, Frank.
Did you catch the music earlier? We had some singing going on earlier.
Yeah, just a little bit. I had to prepare. I had to prepare for tonight, so I had to go in there and no, I was sleeping. I was sleeping. Really. That's really what it was. But no, I caught a little bit of the gentleman there. He was doing his thing. I love that. Somebody said carnivores can't sing. Who was that? I heard somebody say that earlier on the stream. I said carnivores can't sing.
That's right. I stand correct. Well, unless you brought a song with you, I might. There's one carnivore that can sing.
Hey, I'm carbless. When it comes to eating food, I'll eat anything you want me to, as long as there's no carbs at all.
So I was right.
Russ. So Shane did that earlier, and then the comments started coming in. More and more. They're getting requests.
Hey, no, this ain't the karaoke channel, baby. This not happy hour. I got one or two goofy songs, and then I guess I'll give you one more. I'll give you some. That was some country. We'll go back to Michael Jackson pop. We gotta share that meat, 'cause we both need the protein. Share that meat with love. I wanna eat with you all night. Fat and protein. That's right. I wanna eat with you all night. We're gonna eat the night away. And when our food is all gone, oh, we're gonna exercise so we can live forever. That's Michael Jackson, 1975.
Nice.
Yeah, buddy.
Oh,
about
take
that?
your words back. Carnivores
Yeah,
can sing.
yeah.
I'd listen to that whole song. That was good.
I've been known to break out into a song or two. I've been known to do that. Now
You
everybody's
need to
doing
sing your Keto Cutie song. But hey, look, there's this amazing super chat that's really only $5, so don't freak out, everybody. Only
$20,000.
people I will
Come on.
super chat for today. Russ is one of them.
Oh, look at you, Ollie. I see you, Ollie. That's my girl right there.
So I
see
got
you,
a
Ollie.
request. You need to sing the Keto Cuties.
I just sang 2 songs, man. Like I said, this is not the karaoke channel. It's not the karaoke channel. Okay, I see you, Jazz. I see you, Jazzy. I-O, baby. I-O. I'm Buckeye born, Buckeye bred. When I die, I'll be Buckeye dead. Holla if you hear me.
There's another one for you.
Oh, what's up, Carrie? What's up, baby? I see you. Yeah, shout out to all my low-carb ladies, my keto cuties all over the world. Holla at you. Come holla at me, baby. We can go half on a stick of butter or something. You know, we work it out.
I love it.
Maybe we go half on a boiled egg. We go half on a boiled egg. I used to take, hey, back in the day, I would take you out for ice cream, but I can't do that no more. So we'll go half on a boiled egg. We'll do that.
Hey, don't give up on Kiltz's ice cream just yet. Now, come on, he was just on here talking about. He been shouting you out.
Oh, that is true. But I'm not familiar. I'm sorry. I'm sorry about that. If there's some great ice cream, I will have, if you follow me, you know how I roll. But I don't the keto snacks and treats and stuff. I don't do that. If I get an urge for that, don't judge me if you see me in the Dunkin' Donuts drive-thru. That's all I'm saying. Don't judge me. Sometimes you catch me at a weak moment. All right, I ain't been doing this that long. Okay, I ain't built up all the strength. I ain't the superhero from the planet Carnivore. Okay, I'm just a mere mortal here. So
that's all right.
I do what I can.
The chat.
Keep your nose clean.
Serious. Here, honestly, I'm gonna get. This is serious now. Okay. Now I know it's hard to tell when I'm joking and when I'm serious, but this is serious. I'm down 41 pounds. I've never lost 40 pounds. I've never lost 40 pounds in my life. Okay. I found 40 pounds a lot of times, but I never lost 40 pounds. Okay. So I'm doing my thing. I'm excited about it. I feel great. I look good too. Shout out to the keto cuties again. But here's the thing. I did something. I've never in my life bought a smaller size, ever. In my entire life bought a smaller size. And I did something this week for the first time in my entire life I've never done before. I started a bin for clothes that are too big for me. So,
congratulations.
Awesome.
You know what I'm saying? So shout out to Dr. Barry. Dr. Barry's my guy. He owes me $20. Because we was out and he was making it rain at the club and he ran out of money and but he's gonna give me that back. Doc, don't make me take out a lien on one of Baby Becca's Tonka trucks or something, man. I want my money, Doc. I'm not kidding around with that. But Doc's my guy. He's a real good dude.
I love it how Adam's been pretty quiet all day and now he's just cracking up in the corner over there. He's like, ah!
I love her.
Adam's on the show with me every week. He knows I'm a nut, man. He knows exactly what kind of nut I am. So, yeah, man, we have a lot of fun on the Keto Cookout. We grilling, baby.
We grilling, baby.
Shout out to Russ and the Keto Cookout. I got to share this real quick. Russ's page, Homesick Buckeye. Let's go. Oh, we can do it. 671 subscribers. There's 1,100 people on here. Everyone go subscribe to Russ.
Do it.
Boom. Get him to 1,000 like that.
Do it.
Check out the Keto Cookout.
I appreciate that.
Going on the Keto Cookout. It was a lot of fun. It gets old sometimes. I love talking carnivore, but every single day, serious carnivore conversations. You can have a serious one with some fun in it, and it was a lot of fun on the Keto Cookout for sure.
That's what we want to do, man. My channel is, a little bit of information in my life and a lot of silliness, funniness. that's my brand of keto evangelism, is to just bring that funny with me. We got all kind of doctors, we got scientists, we got nutritionists, we got, coaches, we got all that stuff, man. Send in the clowns, baby. I'm the clown. It's like there's, I got my little clown space over there. So if you want to come over there and learn absolutely nothing but laugh, I got you. I got you, man. That's what it's up. The Reverend is, listen, now it's up to you, Carrie. I sent you I got a character that I do called the Reverend IB Low Carbon. Okay. He rebukes everything in the name of ketosis. He's pastor of the Ketogenic Temple. Okay. He's a fan favorite. Dr. Barry, I'll tell you a story. I showed Dr. Barry that video. He made me get up in front of the Keto Orlando Summit and do that in front of the whole crowd. I showed him the video. He's like, I want you to put that on my site. He said, and I'm gonna go in here and speak. And when I call you up, I want you to hit him with that. And I was like, all you got to do is turn on the light and tell me when to show up. And he's like, I got you. So he gave his talk. He called me up. I hit him, and everybody was calling me Rev for the whole conference. So, but that's on there. But I got 2 messages from the Reverend. Okay, I haven't even put them up on my site yet, but I'll send the links to you. And if somebody wants to give a $100 donation and ask for the Reverend video, I'll leave it up to you if you want to do that. But and you can see it first right here on this channel and helping out with the movie before it's even up on my channel. So it's up to you if you want to do it. If not, it'll be on my channel. But
hey, I'm all for it. I appreciate it. I want to see it. You sent me some links, but they're showing private, so it wouldn't let me. I was just trying to.
I can open them up for you. Not a problem.
Okay. Well, we got to get that donation. What'd you say? $100?
That's right. You see, somebody gives $100 and asks for the Reverend video. Like I said, I'll open that up for you, Carrie. Here, I can probably do that while I'm here, and we'll show that to people, man, and just try to raise some extra money, brother. The Reverend's very popular. People love the Reverend, and let's see here.
I just want to say Ricky Gorgon just donated $500 to the GoFundMe.
Wow.
Since there's no super chat for that, I wanted to put that super chat. That's amazing.
Thank you, Ricky. Appreciate you.
Wow. What a voice.
Yeah,
Amy, there's one for you, Russ.
What's that?
There's one for you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was on another screen. Did somebody do the $100 and wants to see the Reverend video?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Amy says. Amy says I'm a
proud. Can you do the $100?
Oh. Hey, listen. If I do, it'll be at 10 o'clock. Are there somebody matching something?
There's somebody matching something.
10 o'clock.
Oh, you were supposed to sing me happy birthday.
Well, the stream. I'm not. Is my time up?
Oh no! Was that at the end? No.
Amy Matthias says, where'd it go?
I lost it.
I'm a proud MSU Spartan, but I still love homesick Buckeye. Go Green.
Oh, thank you, sweetheart. This is one of my low carb ladies, one of my beautiful keto cuties out there. So thank you, sweetheart, for the love. I appreciate that. I just try to, uplift people, inspire people, make them laugh, make them smile. That's the best compliment you can give me is, man, you made me laugh or whatever. That's what I'm all about. And of course, I love this keto life, man. I love the keto family. And, I'm a keto evangelist trying to spread this message to everybody, and that's what I'm all about. You should be good on that, Carrie. You can check it out now, Carrie. But I think I'm not the whiz with all the technology.
Looks good.
So there you go, man. So use them however you want to. They're yours for the rest of the stream. You can do whatever you want with them. And like I said, that's, exclusive right here. That's the first place to be seen, man. So
thank you.
There's one for you, Russ.
Yes. Raphael, I see you. I appreciate that. The Tiny Desk concert. That's great. That's great. I love that. Hey, I love the Tiny Desk, man. I was watching Kirk Franklin's Tiny Desk the other day, man. So yeah. That's awesome. Yep. I love that.
There's another one for you.
Yeah, I see you. Hey, Becky, how you doing, Becky? Yeah, Becky's a big fan of the show, big fan of the channel. Shout out to Becky. Yeah, she is. And we're going to do a GoFundMe for her to get her out of her car. She lives in her car, everybody. So, you know, we have to make sure that we get her out of her car, man. It's like she's grilling hot dogs on the engine. I'm telling you, man, she's trying to make it. And we just want to just be strong. We're going to get you out of that car, baby. We're going to get you out of there.
I love it.
That's a joke. She came on our show as a guest, and she was in her car, streaming from her car because she had a problem in her house or something. I can't remember. And so once she was telling her story afterwards, I said, "So how long have you been living in your car?" And so everybody laughed about that. And so that's kind of an inside joke.
There's one for you.
So, yeah, okay, ban that person from the channel. Yeah, we have our first person banned from the stream. It's D-Wolf. Yeah, a wild rogue rabid wolverat who's out here terrorizing the keto community. We need to stand up against that. How about that? Is that funny enough for you? How about that?
Yeah. There's your Barbie.
Oh man, that's good. Yes, I listen. I was so thrilled to see Keto Barbie this afternoon. I love her. I love you, sis. If you're watching, that's love. It's all love. The first time I saw you, you know, you really helped me. You really inspired me. I watched so many of your videos, and I've been calling you Keto Barbie from day one. So don't be mad at me. You know, if you can't tell already, I got problems. So, you know, what can I tell you?
There you go. There's another one.
Oh, Carnivore Scott. That's my dude right there, man. We do midnight streams. You know, he's a night owl like me. So, man, you know, 1 o'clock in the morning, you know, we might catch us out there in them keto streets wilding out, man. So, you know, it's hard to say. But, yeah, shout out to Scott. I appreciate that. And keep doing your thing, man. He's a good dude, good message. You guys should check him out.
Absolutely.
He does the keto cookout after party too. Like after our show, our live show, he does a little after party. And sometimes I came through there. Alia came through there and hung out for a little bit one time. So yeah, shout out to Carnivore Scott.
Yep, awesome. How was your trip?
Good, man. Dude, I was up at 7:30 this morning, put in 400 miles, and I'm here in Dayton, Ohio, probably right down the street from you, and I'm still rolling, baby. Still hitting it. Still hitting them, man. I'm moving, grooving, steadily improving.
That's awesome. I can finally meet you, and I'm on a live stream for 24 hours.
Yeah, I don't need to meet you, brother. We just do this thing on the internet. I don't even know if you're a real person, man. I don't even,
AI generated.
You're an avatar or something, man. Yeah.
Adam's definitely a little too perfect. That's some CGI going on over there.
Yeah, right? Exactly.
He's
man.
definitely AI.
Yeah, we got a good long distance thing going. Don't ruin it, brother. Don't ruin it.
Good stuff.
Nah, man, we'll get together if you ever wake up, man. Listen, it's going to be a 24-hour live stream within a 24-hour dead stream, man, because y'all are going to crash. Man, I'm looking.
I know.
I'm looking at Sean. Look, Sean is running on fumes, man. I'm telling you right now.
I was running on ribeye,
dude. I'm about to go to sleep. I ain't gonna lie. I got 2 45-minute workouts inside of all this, dude. You got about 2 or 3 more hours, and I'm gonna be out on y'all. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah. That's why I don't work out. It makes you tired. That's why I don't do that.
Yeah, you sleep good.
Actually, I used to have a gym membership. You may have heard of it, the Golden Corral. Yeah,
I've heard of that.
That's where I used to work out. I used to work out in there.
That's right.
Yeah, I gave up my membership. But I do have a dream of one day getting a flash mob or carnivores together and just running them out of meat one day. Just run up in there with about 100 carb, man, just kill them. Just wipe them out one day. I get me, you, Kip. We're going to fly Bill Nye in from Alaska. Man, we're going to tear their ass up one day, man. We're going to run them out of meat. I'm just telling you, that's what we're going to do. It's my carnivore dream.
That's right.
Hey, why don't we check real quick? Let's see if we got Russ up to 1,000 subscribers. I gotta hit. We were at 671, homesick Buckeye.
Oh,
Hit
that's right.
refresh right now. 3, 2, 1.
Oh,
that's a lucky number.
Yeah.
Oh, listen. Oh, yeah, there you go.
Go sub. Go sub.
There you go. Yeah.
Go, 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 go.
Hey, I guess they didn't like that Golden Corral joke. I guess they didn't feel like that was a good. They wasn't feeling that one.
Come on, the man.
Sometimes,
Thank
hey.
you guys. Let's go. There's 1,100 people here. We can get to 1,000. No problem. Go.
Hey, sometimes
It's hard. It's hard to be happy when you're feeling all that conviction.
Yes, some of them. Hey, listen, some of them are some crowds are rough, man. I don't know what to tell you, man. I do what I can.
Right. So, Russ, did you do? Was today your carnivore day?
Absolutely, man. You know, I have been carnivore the last few days. You know, I'm. You know, listen, man. I don't even know what the rules are, man. Saladino eats more carbs than me, and he calls himself a carnivore. So I'm gonna just start. I'm gonna just start claiming it. I'm gonna just start claiming I'm a carnivore. Yeah, that's what I am. How about that? You got, you know, you can. This is an exclusive. I'm coming out of the closet. I'm coming out of the closet right now. Okay, I'm a carnivore. How about that? How about that?
There you go.
Hey, look. I might even have another song for that. I might have a song for that.
Ooh.
If you ask me what I'm eating, I say I'm eating a steak. I just open up my mouth and clean my plate. Then I go out and I look for another slab of meat, and I realize what I never knew before. No matter what I say, I'm a carnivore. There you go, baby.
That's awesome.
Love it.
Hey, that's a real raw American talent, people, right here on this live stream. And listen to me. I want you guys to give. Okay, listen. You don't need to make your mortgage payment this month. Okay, they're not going to take your house. They're not going to take your house. Okay, you got 60 to 90 days before they will repossess your car. Don't ask me how I know. Okay, but listen, if you ain't willing to take a hit on your credit report, you don't give a damn about this movie. How about that? And I said it. I need you to come up off of that bread. I need you to come on now, dig deep, dig till it hurts. Okay, all right. I need you to. We need to get this thing out. I'm not playing around.
Love it.
Your kids don't need to eat this week. Come on.
That's right. That's right. Yeah, the kids are probably chubby anyway. Yeah, they need to fast.
Fasting is important. 5-day fast.
Let your animals starve. You got an extra 20
That's
somewhere.
Right. That's right.
Lord.
If you ain't feeling no pain, you ain't giving enough. How about that?
Water doesn't cost a thing. Just drink water for a couple days.
Oh, I'm about on 2 gallons today. I'm gonna have to slack up on the water.
How many ribeyes did you put down today, Sean?
I think 4. At least 3. I know for a fact I ate 3. I remember that. Probably 4. I just kept eating when my body was like, "You hungry?" And then y'all half of it was my body talking, and half of it was y'all talking. Every time y'all started talking about steaks, my mind started telling me to go get another one. But so at least 3.
Nice.
And they were all good. Yeah, 2.
Yeah. Emma's eating half of my other one now.
And that one made you sick. You threw us all out of here for about 30 minutes or so.
Russ, I don't know if you caught that earlier. I made a mistake, and I tried to film it on my phone, and I pressed the button end stream, and apparently that ends the entire stream and cuts off 1,700 people at one time and turns everything off. So, rookie mistake.
Yeah, I heard about that. I saw that. Yeah, Adam sent me a new link. Thank goodness. And I'm glad you did. Because we need this. We need this, and we need folks to do that. And I'm gonna hold on just a second.
Oh,
give us another song before you leave.
I will sing "Happy Birthday" to my girl before we go. Check the super chat. Check the super chat, brother. Where's the super chat guy at, man?
Oh, it's me. Oh, wow.
Thank you, Russ.
Whoa.
Nice.
Russ,
Yeah.
you did the 100. Thank
Yeah,
you.
hey,
Oh,
give,
your
hey,
birthday present.
play the Chafee video. Play the Chafee video
Was
first.
that the Reverend Ivy Look? Oh, the Prophet Chafee. Got it. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. Rolling. Thank you so much, Russ. I really appreciate it.
You got it, brother.
Reverend Ivy Low Carbon, the Prophet Chafee.
Yes, yes, yes. Oh, good evening, family. Good evening. Ketogenic blessings be upon the wonderful children of keto. Yes, I am your Reverend I.B. Low. Yes, we're back with you again here with a ketogenic message, ketogenic peace and blessings to everyone in the family. Family, we have an exciting and wonderful message for you today. I've been given a ketogenic message from the ketogenic heavens to give to you today. And all my family, we're so lucky, we're so fortunate that we've received this life-saving, life-changing message. Can I get a witness today? We're so grateful that keto has raised us and keto has saved us. And yes, yes, we have the mighty keto prophets. We have the Prophet Barry, the Prophet Bickman Baker. Oh, we have the Prophet Hampton. Yes, we do. And the Prophet Chafee. Yes. Oh, blessings. Blessings be upon our dear Prophet Chafee. Oh, this marvelous prophet. He's got his muscles out. He eats no bread. He's got muscles in his feet. He eats nothing but meat. Oh, I wish I had a witness today. 1,000 blessings be upon our dear Prophet Chafee. Oh, he's given so much for us. Our dear prophet, he's out in the wilderness. He's naked out in the wilderness. He's got no clothes. And he's out there to save the sugar sick soul. How dare you sit idly by on your couch? You need to get up, get out and tell someone what ketogenic living has done for you. Oh, the prophet, he's done so much for us. He's given the very shirt off of his back to others. Lift it up with ketogenic power. He's warned us. He's warned us of the evil lies of our enemy. He's told us about the wily vegetarian, and he's told us about that trickeration of the vegan. He's told us to not be lured in and tricked with their fake steaks and their phony baloney. Oh, he's told us of the impossible burger. Yes, yes, it's impossible to live if you eat that burger. And he told us about Beyond Meat. Oh, family, we don't need to be beyond meat. No, no, no. We need to be right directly in front of meat with our forks and our knives, eating voraciously, taking in that power of protein and taking in that fuel of fat. Oh, I wish I had a witness in this house today. Family, the prophet has warned us. We must not be fooled by these lies that were told by these vegans and vegetarians about the vegetables that we must eat and the fruits that we must eat. We must stand strong in these times. We must listen to the prophet Chafee. He has sacrificed so much for us. He's out in the wilderness naked. He has no clothes. He's given everything to save the sugar sick soul. And 1,000 blessings beyond our beloved prophet Chafee. And folks, as I leave you today, stay strong with ketogenic power. Rise up, tell someone what keto has done for you. And I always leave you with these words. I am the Reverend I.B. Low Carbon, leaving you with words of peace and light. Keto saves. Keto saves. Amen and amen. Yeah, that's how we roll.
10:30 or so, you think?
Hey, that's how we roll. Say, I'm sorry, what'd you say, Kerry?
I should throw that on again around 10:30 when Dr. Chafee's on.
Yeah. Hit Chafee with that. I have to be honest with you. I have to be honest with you. He's seen it already. So he's seen it already. I sent it to him when I did it. I told him I was going to do it, and that I mess with him all the time, man. He's a good dude.
That was awesome. Thank you so much for doing that and donating. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, man, that's exclusive, man. That's the only person. The only person that's seen that is Chafee. Yeah. So, and it wasn't. I just sent it to him privately. So, yeah, you and the family got to see it here before. It's not even up on my own channel yet. So, there you go.
Nice. Awesome. But hey, let's check in one more time. I think we're at that time flew by. Let's see what we got here one more time, quick. Oh, I still have it open. Oh, here we go. We're at 777.
Yeah,
One more quick shout out for Russ. Check out Homesick Buckeye Keto Cookout. We were at 777. I'm gonna hit refresh. 843. Getting there.
I love it, man. Hey, I appreciate all of the love. I appreciate the community. It's so wonderful, so awesome. It's giving me so much, man. I just I want to try to just give what I can. My brand is funny, man. So I try to shine the light to the doctors and the scientists and the people that can really help you. I just want to make you laugh and smile. If you're having a rough day, come on over, see what kind of foolishness I got on. You know, that's what it's all about for me. Love everybody.
Love it, man. We love you. Thank you so much. It was great, and it was needed, and it was funny, and we appreciate you. Everyone go check out Homesick Buckeye Keto Cookout.
I think I got it. Ollie wants me to sing a happy birthday. So
yeah.
Now I'm gonna hit her one time with my happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Ali. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you, Ali. Happy birthday to you.
Aw, thank you, Russ. 40. 40
There you
today.
go. All right. That's how we do it. It's your man, Homesick Buckeye. Come check us out on the Keto Cookout. We grilling, baby.
We're grilling, baby.
Thank you, Russ. Appreciate it.
No problem, man.
See you, Russ.
Have a great night.
Bye, Russ.
Take it easy, man. See ya.
Yep.
Wow. Ollie, you're getting birthday songs left and right. Let's go.
He wins so far.
Yeah. Hey, we got another singer coming up a little bit later too, but we'll have to check in and see if we give you a happy birthday on that one too. Should we
that'd
check
be
in on the
awesome.
totals?
Yes. Here we are. We are at $19,967 for the day. Woohoo!
Yes.
Thank you so much, everybody. We are moments away. We are moments away from 20,000. This is awesome. So I got to do my math again because we haven't heard it in a couple hours. Actually, we've got 1,150 people watching. Guys, let's make $100,000 right now. Everybody, do approximately $100 in the chat, and we will be there. Goodbye. Talk to you all later. I gotta go see my kids. I'll be back.
All right. Hey, we got another guest. Aaron, how are you?
Hey guys, I'm well, thanks. How are you all?
We're doing good. We're hanging in there. We got 10 hours and 54 minutes left on the 24-hour live stream. We thank you for joining us. If you wouldn't mind, could you maybe give us a little bit about your background and your carnivore story?
Yeah, absolutely. First off, I gotta say, what a voice on Russ. I'm glad Alia left so I don't have to try and rival that birthday chorus. But
Oh, she'll be back. She'll be back. Get ready.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get used to this format and everything, but it's all good. Okay, my name's Aaron Edwards, and yeah, my carnivore story. So I mean, I've been following this lifestyle, I guess you could call it, since about January. So I'm fairly new to the whole thing, but basically many years ago in 2014, I got a whole series of health complications that lived with that kind of changed my experience for the last decade. And let's see, more or less I had, just to, because it kind of, I guess it paints a bit of a picture. Basically, I had the runs for about 6-7 years of my life. And I'm always telling people, like, I think it's interesting people rely on coffee for energy, right? Because it's like, you drink coffee to gain energy, but there's no calories in coffee itself, right? So where's that energy actually coming from? It's enabling your body to tap into reservoirs that are there somehow that your body isn't accessing usually. And so for me, I lived with terrible digestion and literally the runs every day for 5, 6, 7 years of my life. And yet my body was able to run at a normal capacity which was phenomenal. I don't know how I was doing it, but in hindsight, I think now and I go, well, where was that energy coming from? Because everything I ate just went right through me. It was not a pretty picture. And so eventually, as you would imagine, my health just tanked at some point. I was in bed. I mean, it's never been like, oh my God, I'm bedridden, like a coma, but I'm living in Indonesia right now. And I have been for the last 4 or 5 years. And I woke up one morning in 2019 and I just like, I don't want to get out of bed. And for 2-3 months, I saw doctors. I did this, I did that. And I thought, okay, it's time that I take steps to fix whatever's going on in my body. And you know, I had obviously seen doctors and everything before this. I said, yo, hey, Mr. Doctor, I have diarrhea, and I have had for not months, but years straight. You get all your tests done and they go, oh, looks good, Aaron. Looks really great. Don't know what I can do for you. And given that I was still operating at a normal capacity, forgive me if you guys can hear the roosters behind me. Given that I was still functioning, I thought, okay, well, what can I do? It's that breaking point where you have no choice but to look for alternative answers. And so, yeah, about 3 or 4 years ago, I know this timeline, don't worry about the timeline, but eventually my health tanked and I started looking at alternative ideas. And naturally, I went down the plant-based route, which is kind of the first avenue a lot of people turn. You know, I was watching, I don't know if any of you guys, probably some of you guys have seen, you guys on the panel here and those listening, but there was an interview with Dr. Chafee and Paul Saladino that recently came out. I think something we were all waiting for. And one thing Paul said that really hit me is that veganism is the first step to moving into an animal-based or carnivore diet, right? Because when you first start learning about just that, hey, maybe the food pyramid isn't all that it's cracked up to be, and you look for alternative ideas, plant-based is the one that jumps right out at you. And so I had a friend that had healed from Crohn's disease going down that road. And so that's what I did. And for about 2 years or so, I ate a lot of fruit. There was 1 month here in Indonesia where I just ate mono meals of either papaya, bananas, or mangoes for an entire month. Just going off that premise, which I still, adhere to this day, which is that food doesn't necessarily heal the body heals itself. You're trying to remove what is inhibiting your body from healing itself, which works in many cases. Obviously, proper nutrition is another side of that coin, but it's not usually maybe the most imperative, at least initially. So anyways, for 2 years, I just watched my body and my eyes just shrink, my skeletal mass just wither away. I get a lot of comments on my videos. Well, less than you might expect, actually. People saying, hey, you're full of bogus, Aaron. I've been eating plant-based for 5 years. I feel great. I'm lifting heavier than ever. To them I say, well, that's phenomenal, but that's a luxury that so many of us can't afford. I think we're all pretty level-headed in this space, in the sense that you don't need to be 100% pure carnivore. It's just like changing the conversation around what the core principles are with dieting, changing the whole paradigm, if that makes sense. And I think it's not only a luxury from a socio-economical standpoint, and I think a lot of vegans would agree that, some people, they need to milk the cow to have enough calories to send their kids to school, and that's fine. But also from a standpoint of metabolic health, this person that comments on my video saying, yeah, I eat plants and I do great. To me, it's akin to someone saying, oh, you can't get to school on time. Well, I just drive my Ferrari and I get to, just buy a Ferrari. You know what I mean? And so I say to them, yeah, that's great. But moving on my story, and feel free to cut me off or ask any questions along the way. I'm just rambling on right now, but my body never really got better. It was not a good time, and it was very depressing, for years of your life to go without any libido or real will to have much of a life at all. It's not a nice place to be. And moving into how I started carnivore. So what did it was I was doing a 22-day water fast. And for people listening, I think fasting is great. We're not going to get into that right now. If you're going to fast for 22 days, you might want to read a book or talk to someone about it. I'm not saying go out and do that, but there's certainly something there. And that was just out of desperation. It was like, and I think everyone goes down such a similar path and eventually finds these, Carnivore Scott, $5, woo, that a guy. Eventually finds these different healing modalities. And so this is how it all started for me. I think going carnivore was the result of finding myself in a very primal situation. I feel like we could all agree that if you're tossed in the woods and it's like, okay, survive. And not only survive, but create a good life for yourself for the next 5 years that you're stuck out here, whatever. We all resort back to that basic human instinct of being hunters and being gatherers to some degree as well. I mean, I think most of us are more excited to go out and hunt stuff than dig up roots. I think we can all agree on that point. And it's probably, well, depends where you are in the world, but there's these primitive moments where we question everything. And when I was in this fast, I kind of had this like grounded moment where I hadn't eaten in 10, 12, 13 days. And what actually did it for me that made me start to question the narrative that I've been buying into for, a long time at that point, because I never really questioned the whole plant-based thing. It was just all I knew. And I thought, well, this is just, I don't know, it's got to work, right? And I was looking up, I was looking up a lot of food stuff when I was fasting, not from a place of hunger, but from a place of, I know I'm healing some mechanisms in my body, and I'm excited when I finish this fast to make overnight oats. That's what I was into, overnight oats. And I was looking up how to make them, and some blog was like, yeah, you have to ferment them so that their nutrients are more bioavailable and you break down whatever phytochemical type stuff. And I thought, oh, I never really thought about that. And this led into this new idea that was sprouting in my mind that plants don't want to be eaten. And it was actually some podcast by Paul Saladino, and the Weston Price Foundation I think he was speaking with them, because the work of Weston Price really got to me. And I'm there fasting in this kind of primal state. And I'm thinking to myself, like, why am I abstaining from what seems like the most natural food source for humans? You know, on a fundamental level, plants don't want to be eaten, right? I'm attracted to, and I'm built as a warrior. I'm an apex predator on this planet, right? And if you look at anthropological records, which I'm just starting to dive into, it obviously everything pieces together. And it was just the most, like, people talk about these serendipitous moments or something where you just experience God within your body and you're like, oh my God, I see everything so clearly. And I wouldn't say it was quite that, but it was certainly a turning point in life where I thought, wow, I want to live like my ancestors fought and died and did their absolute best so I could be here to just eat fruit all day. Like, it does not make any sense. And so, yeah, when I broke my fast, I had some good coconut water and things, and then I eventually started bringing in animal foods. And that first week or two of eating, you know, because I was still doing a lot of fruit and stuff as well. I was just thinking, eat everything you want. And that was, you know, some pineapple, some durian. I don't know if you guys know durian. It's that tropical fruit that some people say smells like sewage or trash. It's the best thing ever.
I think it's amazing.
Yeah, go on.
No, I was just saying. I think I will forget because I'm so tired. I think, but I think it's amazing that, like, what you're talking about. like I see the consistent theme that it doesn't have to be perfect, but we get just enough information from the source that starts you to questioning. Because whenever I found out about carnivore, it was from two people that neither one of them eat this way all the time. They were just having a conversation about it. You know what I'm saying? Just gets you enough to question what you know and send you on that search. You know,
Yeah.
that's beautiful.
Something that I find so fascinating and why I'm so pleased that you guys are running this and, raising, because it's raising money to put out and kind of collaborate and create a documentary on carnivore, right? Which is so needed for so many reasons. The main one, I think, like, yes, health is great. We want people to eat and heal their bodies, and that's all great. I love that. I'm a walking example of how that is needed. However, I think it's important to give people the other side of the coin, given how much propaganda is circulating on the other side of the coin. You know what I mean? Like, those people out there that are at a blank for what to do with their health, if you just go on the main media, you don't have access to this information unless you start to dig a little bit. Like, there was some Nazi text kind of thing in a book. I forget exactly where it's from, but basically it says, to control the people and make them think something that isn't necessarily true, you just tell a lie and then you keep repeating it, right? And if you just keep repeating it, eventually it becomes fact. Like, if we look at saturated fat and its correlation with heart disease, right? Like, that is something we've thoroughly debunked. We've seen in the past where it was not only false, but fraudulently put forward. And yet it's been told so many times that I still, and I'm sure you guys as well, get people bringing this up. Like, oh, but what about this? And you're like, no. This is not a thing anymore. We need to actually change this entire paradigm. And forgive me, I'm kind of all over the place, but another reason I think this is so important. Geez, what was I saying? I'm a little bit lost for words right now. It was
just how important it is, getting this documentary out and getting the source and getting that information out to people. Can you imagine like what it would be like? What else we've been lied to about that we need to seriously rethink and reconsider? If we're wrong about something so basic as nutrition, and that's such a basic necessity, right? What else are we wrong about, right? That's where my mind goes anyway.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I just realized what I was saying, and it's to do with autonomy. I think we can see that, at least, I don't know, the anthropological, archaeological record seems to point in the direction that obviously when agriculture started 10,000 years ago, our entire livelihood took a hit, right? But as well, it seems like that's where a lot of wealth disparity started, right? Going from a more egalitarian system to the ability to control masses of people, the kings and the peasants, kind of, because you can hoard resources for the first time ever, right? And we see this happening in real time in all wars that have been fought. You control the food supply, you starve out the enemy camp. Look at the Native Americans and how they wiped out the bison and everything. Like, this is anyone that understands history understands the textbook nature of this. And I think this is, to me, even the most important aspect of all this, is that within the sort of plant-based agenda where these people are making their dollar bills at the expense of the general population, it takes away the autonomy of the individual, not only to make healthy choices, but to make, local and self-informed choices, right? Because supporting your local farmer and that kind of local complex is such a beautiful thing, and it gives people that autonomy. Whereas any grain that's produced on a mass global scale, like, if you take away the animals, one, it's not even possible because you need to rely on external fertilizers and things. But it's like the very autonomy of our biology is at stake right now. And I think to me, that's the most exciting aspect of this, because, you know, at some point, hopefully we all realize the profound ignorance that we've been living through for the last, let's say 50, 60 years, right? And we move in the right direction. But I wouldn't want us to get to the point where everyone's like, oh my God, I should actually start eating a natural human meat-based diet. But where are all the cows? Because, you know, we've been, I think there's, I don't know the statistics exactly, but cattle ranchers at large are diminishing because the government's putting so much constraint on them. And so I think the necessity of us voting with our dollar to move in the right direction needs to start now. And it needs to be a very clear indication to the masses that we're not going to live on gruel and eat bugs and be happy about it, kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. We got a quick question for you, Aaron.
Yeah, go on. Is this, should I read it?
Yep, sure.
Okay, Aaron, your videos are so informative. Thank you. Happy to see your question. Have you had a hard time finding quality meats while traveling, but to head to Latin America for 6 months, and I'm considering how to continue carnivore? So I actually get a lot of questions.
I live in South America. So go ahead, Aaron.
I mean, yeah, I'll take it from my perspective, and Alia, if you want to chime in as well. I mean, I get asked a lot about how I find quality meats in Bali, Indonesia. And I'm actually pretty fortunate that there is quite a few. They are a bit more expensive here. A lot of the meat is from Australia, which sounds far away, but it's actually like just a hop, skip, and a jump from Bali. But I haven't been traveling around. I live abroad, but I don't consider myself traveling. I'm just living in my house. I get meat ordered to my house once a week or two. So I'm blessed. And I've heard that Australian beef is some of the best in the world. So I feel quite grateful in that regard. I have friends that have lived in Bali and then left traveling and been like, yeah, it's tough where I'm going. I mean, one of the best things to do is, you know, Google the place you're going and look for these kind of local butcher shops and go from there. Yeah.
So how much more has your perspective changed being able to get outside of just one country and see the dynamic from other places in the world, different location, you know, whatever? Has it helped you in any way form a more clear view or more clear opinion about things, or has it just led to more questions for you personally?
I'm not sure. I think, yeah, I've been certainly traveling around a lot the last decade. And, you know, if anything, it's just like one thing I've noticed, I don't know, it's a very broad question to kind of answer,
Yeah.
but one thing I've noticed in all the time I've spent abroad is the community nature within most places. Like here, I'm living on this local street in Bali right now, and I'm the only white guy on my street. There's all these families with 10 people in each house all around me. And I've noticed just how happy and community-based they are. And if I've learned anything from the blue zones, it's that one, they actually do eat a lot of meat, but two, they are very community-based. And and they're just happy. They're happier than we are in the Western world. And I'm actually moving back to Canada. I'm originally from Vancouver Island on the West Coast. I'll be moving back there in 2 months. And I'm really hoping to be able to bring some of these values and, I don't know, remember my priorities when I move back to this culture that I don't really resonate with so much. Like, you know, everyone living in their separate blocks with their separate lawnmower and their separate car, and kind of this isolation in these other societies. And it, you know, when it comes to diet, I don't actually know how I've thought about it. You know, it's funny. A lot of people here, I tell them, yeah, I just eat meat. Whereas the local, you know, they aren't able to do that. Unfortunately, they mostly eat rice and grains. And I'm always trying to give them little health advice or giving them some lard to replace their vegetable oils and stuff, and educating where I can. But yeah, it's been interesting living abroad all these years.
So, Aaron, on the timeline, like how long have you been carnivore now?
Yeah, so let's get into that. 7 or 8 months. Yeah. So
how was it for you? Sorry, how was it for you? Like when you first started, was it tough transition into it, and how long until you had that moment where you're like, wow, this is actually really working for me?
I would say there was a bit of a tough transition in the first week or two. I was eating a lot of like rendered meat and kind of oily melted fats and stuff. And there was a few nights where, and again, I was like 110 pounds, being at about 150 of my natural weight now. Like, because I had just done that fast, and that's where I learned, oh my God, got to eat some meat. And in the first few weeks, I was eating all the fruit and stuff, a lot of fruit and honeys and milk, and enjoying everything, right? And then I just started to kind of think about it more, and I thought, I don't really need all this sugar. And again, do what you want to do, but I just felt like a pure carnivore diet was what I needed at the time. And so I moved into it, and there was a few nights I'd wake up at like 2 a.m, just feeling really nauseous. And then I would go downstairs and drink some honey. And my body was really confused because yes, I was switching fuel sources, but also I was so underweight. So I didn't have a lot of, residual fat on my body to be burning as my body learned how to move into this new fuel source that I had avoided for the last 3 decades. Right. But basically I just did 2 things, and it made it really easy. I started eating a lot more raw stuff, having everything very rare, no rendered fats, just raw meats. And then it was great. And I'd say about 2 weeks in, I felt better than I had in many, many years. It was like it was a really cool experience to be so low at some point and then start eating a bunch of meat. And I was still super light, right? But about 2 weeks in, I was just like, I feel like Superman. And there was no cravings. I was like, yeah, this makes sense. Feels good. It feels like every day is my birthday. I just eat a bunch of meat. It's so simple. Even living in the tropics, I didn't really crave like a mango or a papaya. And now I have them every once in a while, but like I felt so satisfied. And then for months on months, I just ate meat and watched my body get bigger and stronger. And my eyes, they're still a little bit hollow, but compared to where they used to be.
Is it okay? Do you mind if I share your before and after? I think it's from your thumbnail.
Oh yeah.
Just to show people, because it's crazy a transformation you've had here.
I mean, for perspective, if it's what, yeah. I wasn't I wasn't that skinny purely because of plants and stuff. I had just done a fast, but if I had brought up a photo of me on plants, I wasn't that much bigger. Like it's still an incredible jump.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
And so there's no turning back now?
No, I mean, I see a lot of people commenting on this. What's the statistic? Like 80% of plant-based eaters move back in. They go the fish and the eggs, and then maybe some, I don't know what comes next, chicken, right? But people that go onto an animal-based diet, you feel so good, you feel so grounded, you feel so relaxed. There's no going back. I mean, given that I have only a couple months left in the tropics, I am trying to go out of my way to, have some tropical fruit now and again and enjoy myself, because when I don't know what I'll be doing in Canada or if I'll be in this part of the world again. So I might never have a ripe papaya again. So I want to enjoy that. But it's so interesting when you adopt this nature-based way of eating. Like I don't. A papaya is nice, but like it's got nothing on fatty ground beef, in my opinion.
True. Hey, Aaron, is there anything that you want to plug before we bring on the next guest?
Yeah, I guess you guys can see my name on the screen, Aaron Edwards. So if you want to see me on YouTube talking a bit more about meat and stuff, that's where you can find me. Or on Instagram, it's Aaron Edward, but I couldn't secure the S. It was not available. So just And yeah, on my channel, I've shared a lot about my journey, but I've been kind of taking a break the last bit, planning all the stuff for my journey back to Canada. But yeah, I'm hoping to move more into, like I was saying before, like it's bigger than just eating meat. I think it's returning to it's returning as a human to a natural way of living.
Yes.
That is more in harmony with nature. You know, it goes so much deeper than just diet. It's our autonomy. It's spreading our toes. It's touching the ground. It's breathing through your mouth. It's denying the ability for corporations to dictate how we live our lives, right? And so that's kind of what I'm branching into, and that's where people can find me.
I really like that most of what I see through the stories that I'm hearing the whole entire time is people standing up and putting forth what they are for, not what they're against. It's easy for us all to be so negative about what we're against and be loud about those things. But like, there's so much positivity, whether it's, you know, whoever it is. I've seen a lot of that in this space. And I think we reach more, we're more effective, not just in reaching new levels in our own life, but reaching other people with the message whenever we put forth it in a positive way like that. And I can appreciate that.
Yeah. Be the change you wish to see. You know, I think we're all just doing our best here, and it feels good to do so.
Yep.
Yes.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Well,
I
thanks
just
for
need to say
hanging.
one
Thanks for
thing.
hanging. Yep,
I need
go
to say
ahead.
one thing. Aaron, one of your videos is like one of the first videos I saw on the subject. Maybe in the first like 100 videos, but yours stuck out, and I remember that really well before I started carnivore. Even though I'm not coming from where you were, I was trying to lose weight, not gain weight. But I thought it was awesome, and I wanted to let you know.
Oh, that's thanks for sharing that, Alia. You know, I have some videos that seem to be like get a bunch of views, but like I don't see myself as like, oh, I'm a cool YouTube influencer. I'm just a guy that eats meat about it, and I get these comments coming through that I've really made an impact on people, and sometimes I go, oh shit, like what we're doing here, you know, all of us as a collective, I think it is very powerful, and it's easy to underplay that. Like if it wasn't for, you know, Sean Baker maybe on Joe Rogan 5 years ago, so many of us might be so many steps back in a journey to just get back to a natural standard baseline of health, right? But yet here we are because of people like all of us. So yeah, I'm just really happy to be a part of this.
Thank you.
Yeah, it was great having you. I wish we had some more time, but I'd love to do another video with you anytime, or when you get settled back in Vancouver, and I'm sure some other people would hear too. Would love to hear your story. I love your channel too. We got a link for it in the description below. You do some great videos, so really appreciate you coming out and joining our 24-hour live stream. Thank you, Aaron.
Okay, yeah. Thanks, guys.
Aaron.
Thank you for having me. And yes, I am a bit busy right now, but I hope to like communicate with you guys a little bit more in the future coming up. So thank you guys, and God bless.
Okay.
God bless, friend.
Thank you. Have a great night.
God bless you too.
All right. Bring our next guest on, Carrie.
Sure.
All right. Yep. What's happening,
Oh my
buddy?
goodness. What's
How's
up?
it going, guys and gal? It's great to be with y'all tonight.
Thanks, Kip.
Yay. How are you doing,
What's up,
Carnivore
brother?
Kip?
I'm doing good, man. I'm doing good. I know a lot of people that watch my channel, they've seen everything that's been going on recently, because you know, I've had a terrible week, and I guess I'll just go ahead and say, you know, like I've kind of cheated this week. Well, not kind of, I went off the deep end this week, and it's been kind of a learning experience for me, because, you know, I've been on this journey for like 8 months now, and, you know, I've lost like 104 pounds, which is amazing. But I'm kind of learning that, you know, that I guess the food addiction, if you're not careful, it can creep up, because sometimes you can get so comfortable with the way things are going if you let your guards down. You know, because for me, I was like just driving down the road and looking at like signs at restaurants or whatever, and, you know, places that I would used to go to. And I guess what I want people that are on here, that are on this carnivore journey, to make sure they, you know, don't let your guard down, and don't get so comfortable doing this that you feel like you can never slip up or whatever. Because I mean, just like with me, I know I'm a Christian, and with my walk with God, you can get so comfortable that you just, let yourself slip into a lot of other things. But yeah, that's kind of what I wanted to add.
Absolutely right. An unguarded strength is a double weakness. I've always heard that quote, man. And like, none of us are above or beyond reproach, right? So, I mean, it's easy to take it for granted and, and slip up, fall back, and make a bad decision because we're never going to be perfect. But I think, that's why community, man. You've made some amazing progress since January. You're bringing a lot of stuff to the table, and there's a lot of support around you as well. So you do have that blessed area in your life for sure. And I know that you're a pretty strong fellow. How has your journey changed over the last month or so? I know since January. Is there anything new you can tell people that might not be familiar with your story?
Well, I mean, anything new? I mean, well, 8 months ago when I started, I was in terrible shape. I was right at 500 pounds, and I couldn't even go on a walk if I wanted to. I would try to take a walk outside, and I wasn't able to do those things. And then within, like, I don't know, it probably took, probably 4 good months before I was able to start going on a walk. And then that eventually led me to the point where eventually I started being able to go on a jog, and I was still close to 400 pounds, but Carnivore has basically given me the ability to do this. And it amazes me. That's why I get so excited. And that's the reason I started a channel, because I'd never started a channel before, and I never thought I would do it. But the results that I was getting was so incredible, like reversing type 2 diabetes in 4 months. The pain that was in my shoulder went away within a week's time or 2 weeks' time. And just so many things. My acid reflux got better. And all those things, it just made me feel like, man, you have to share this with somebody else. You have to tell somebody else that's going through this situation. And I'll say, this past week with me cheating, I noticed yesterday or the day before yesterday, and I told my wife, I said, hey, baby, my shoulder's hurting again. And
Oh, no.
so I know that it's the food that I was eating and fueling my body with, which was junk food. I'll admit it on here. It was making my arms start hurting again. And when I was getting ready to lay down at night, I was thinking about taking a Tums, and I hadn't done that in 8 months. So I'm ready to get this ball rolling again, guys.
But you knew that. It's just reconfirming it, brother. You knew that. I mean, it's funny how we do that to ourselves, right? But I mean, you're stronger than that. You're a whole different person, bro. Like, I've seen the change in you over the last couple months. I remember the very first time we went live together. You had never been live. I was used to just blah, 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 whatever. And so we went together, right? And I remember that from that day to this day, dude, there's been such a dramatic change in you. You're not even the same person. Not that you don't slip like you just said, but I think that's crucial for people to realize. When you're taking one step at a time, it's hard to see how much progress you've made until you face these situations. It doesn't mean you failed. It doesn't mean you fell off. And that should be the hope and inspiration for a lot of people out there. Carnivore Kip has not failed. Carnivore Kip made a bad decision. The difference is now he knows better. He makes a correction, admits what he did, and hoping that he can help somebody, and he's back on the path. That's successful. That's a whole different mindset change, and that's priceless.
Right.
Yeah, it's kind of like, I feel like if you were an alcoholic and you kind of gave up the alcohol, and then so far down the road you have a drink and you realize you start playing tricks with yourself that, oh, you could have one drink, and then the next day you get drunk, and then the day after that you get drunk, and then you start becoming just like you were before. But I've got the knowledge now to realize that road, and so I don't want to stay on that path. I'm ready to get things right, because the best I've ever felt in my life is on the carnivore diet.
Right. I love it too that you're so honest and you share everything, good or bad, with everybody. People need to see that. it's not a failure. It's just a lesson you learned. And then the fact that you shared it with everybody, it's pretty awesome. And 104 pounds, man. Your videos, I've been commenting on like every one of your videos. You're out there running and you're doing the exercise bike, and man, you're inspiring so many people. So many people.
Thank you. I
think
appreciate it.
The thing that everyone loves about you too is your why and your reason. Could you mind sharing that? Because there's a lot of people here that maybe aren't familiar with your story yet. But why did you decide to start Carnivore?
I decided to start it. I feel like personally it was out of desperation because, you know, me and my wife, we had struggled to have our child, and we had tried for like 4 to 5 years, and she was finally able to have our daughter, and things were going great except for the fact that I weighed almost 500 pounds. And as my daughter was getting a little bigger, she was like 6 to 9 months old, somewhere in that range. I was getting to the point as she was gaining weight and getting bigger that I couldn't hardly get up out of the couch with her or get up out of her nursery chair or anything to lay her down at night. Or when I would get up in the morning time, sometimes I would have to ask my wife to pick her up out of her crib because my back hurt so bad. And so it was humiliating as a father. You know, I was like, I prayed for this little girl for all this time, and I can't even be the dad that she needs and take care of her. And so I had to do something. And I had done keto before and had some success with keto, but dang it, they came out with keto treats, and keto treats messed me up. Like, because there was always keto pancakes and keto cookies and all this other stuff. And, you know, so eventually I would just get tons and tons of that stuff. And then later on, I'd be like, man, I'm going to just get the regular ice cream because it's right beside the keto ice cream in the store. So it was just this slippery slope for me. And so I had heard about Carnivore, you know, from, of course, Dr. Barry. And then I'd heard about it from other different people that have podcasts and things. And so I decided in January 2nd, that I was going to do it. And man, I'm thankful that I did because it's changed my life.
Yeah. Awesome. We got a couple super chats for you here, Kip.
Awesome.
Kip, representing Alabama. You are the man. Mr. Kip, you know I'm here to cheer for you.
Oh,
Thanks,
yeah.
Paulette.
I know both of them, and I like watching Scott's channel in the evening time.
Awesome. Carnivorous Dude, $2. Thank you. You inspire me to share on YouTube. And we got one from our brother Homesick Buckeye.
That's the class clown right there.
Carbageddon is real. Hey, here we go. We got one from Solar Flare, $100. Thank you. Thank you, Carrie, Adam, Alia, Kip. Intentional for all you do and have done. It is all a very slippery slope, and we're always learning from the lessons we learn along the way. Absolutely.
So true.
Carnivore.
I want to know. Go ahead. Sorry.
Sorry, Sean. Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say, how's it feel about that running though, man? Like I started working out Monday and trying to get a little more in too, and like I just feel so much better when I get out there and get that done. I mean, being able to do that stuff, man, how's that feeling to you?
Incredible. And you know, I can't run a 5K today, but I can promise y'all that I'm gonna run a 5K. That's what I started telling myself. And before Carnivore, I never would have said anything like that. That sounded crazy. And so because I was stuck on the couch. And so I mean, in the beginning, my back hurt so bad, couldn't walk, and then got to the point where I could go on walks, got to the point where I could start jogging a little bit and running some. And like I said, I can't run super far, but when I do it, it does something to me mentally. Like I feel like getting out there and moving your body and exercising, even though, yes, you can lose, if you're trying to lose weight, you can lose most of your weight with just your diet. But I feel like people were designed to move their body, or like people worked hard for years and years and years. They didn't have the luxuries that we have today. Like we can all have corporate jobs or whatever different jobs that you may have. And a lot of the jobs nowadays, you're sitting behind a desk or something like that. There was no job like that 500 years ago. You worked. And so people they might not have went to the gym, but every day was like going to the gym. And so whenever you're eating the right food plus you're exercising on top of it, it's life changing. And it does something mentally that I can't explain, but I know that I've experienced it.
That's awesome, brother.
Yeah, you're so inspiring, and your YouTube videos too have just been wonderful. How's that been for you, Kip? Because obviously you're on your own personal journey, but you got a lot of people coming along for the ride that are commenting and supporting you, and that you're inspiring to do the same thing. How's that sort of been for you?
Well, I mean, it's been awesome because it's been helping keep me accountable to stay on this journey. You know, when you have a YouTube channel, you never want to let your people down. I know that at the end of the day, I have to do this for me and I have to do this for my family. But at the same time, like, I want to be an example to other people and I don't want to let other people down at the same time. And, you know, whenever, you know, people comment on the videos and things like that, it's very encouraging because they see a 10-minute or 15-minute, 20-minute video. They're not with you always, but throughout the day, at any time, you can go in your phone, and if you're having a bad day and you can hear a comment of somebody lifting you up or whatever. And even whenever I was still cheating, you know, somebody would put a comment and say, "Hey, we love you, man. We're praying for you," this, that, and the other. And I'm just like, dude, that fires me up to get out and run right now.
Do you have a goal date in mind? Like for when that 5K, like, have you, I mean, you don't have to tell us if you don't want to, but like, is there like a date that you in your mind subconsciously you're like, by X day, I want to do this thing. Like, even if it's way out there, whatever. Do you have that day?
I didn't set a date on it, and I didn't even think about telling people that. I was doing a video, or it might have been a live stream, and I just come out and said it without even thinking about it. And I'm like, man, I just said that. And now I'm like, I got to do it. But I don't know. I think I could probably do it within, I don't know. I mean, I still weigh about 380 pounds, somewhere around there. So, I mean, it's still going to take me a little bit to, you know, get a little bit more weight off and get better at running a little bit longer distance, which I know technically you could walk a lot of your 5K, but I want to be able to run some of it. And so I think I could probably get there in the next 4 to 6 months, honestly, if I push myself. Maybe even quicker. I don't know.
Maybe that's the next step. Maybe that's like, I mean, that's how my mind works, right? So if I say like, I'm going to do this by this day, it just it just gives me one more thing to, like James Clear says, he's like, be intentional about what you're doing. Like if you're going to run, put your shoes out by the door so that you have to step over them to do whatever you're going to do that may not be running, and it's going to trigger that, right? So maybe set a day, like even if it's just down the street somewhere, down the road, down the timeline. At least you know in your mind subconsciously, you're like, this is the day. That's my goal, and that's a trajectory towards something. I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy. That's just how my mind works and how I think about it.
That's a good idea. I'll have to do some serious thought on that and look at my calendar and see what I think I might can do.
That's what's up.
It's awesome. Hey, Kip. So when you see this documentary in your Netflix feed, who's the first person that you're going to share that with?
Well, the first time I watch anything, I watch it with my wife usually. So we'll probably just sit there and watch it together. It's gonna be awesome. Like, I'm excited about it. I'm trying to figure out a way to make carnivore popcorn. I haven't figured it out yet. I want to sit back and
whatever it is, it's gonna have pork rinds. Ask Courtney Luna. I promise you, it's gonna have some pork rinds in it. And bacon,
to have carnivore popcorn.
I'm in the basement of the movie theater right now, so if you figure that one out, please let me know.
Yeah,
I think
I
it's
might
fried
just smoke up some beef
cow
jerky
fat.
and just eat jerky and watch the movie.
Right.
There you go.
There you go.
Have you cooked up any of those dino ribs recently?
It's probably been a few weeks or so, maybe 3 weeks since I've had dino ribs. You know, Kerry, that's my favorite cut of beef. I talk about it all the time.
Yeah.
But I still have some dino ribs in the freezer. I ain't pulled them out and cooked them. I might have to do that tomorrow now that you mention it.
We had Kelly Hogan was on earlier. She's just wonderful. And she had mentioned that she went out to eat somewhere and she described dino ribs. She's like, it was one of the best things I've ever eaten. I was thinking of Kip the whole time. You introduced them to me, and you're absolutely right. It's one of the best things ever. Fat content, taste, everything. I'm gonna have to get some more of those. I can't get them around me. I just happened to find them when I was in Illinois before. So
Yeah, thankfully there's a place that has them about 50 minutes from here, or I sometimes can get them online.
Hey, next Friday night we'll have to see if we can't find some.
Hey, them things is good, buddy.
Oh yeah,
that's right.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Kip. Kip is Carnivore Kip on YouTube. I have a link in the description below. Is there anything else you want to shout out? Anywhere else people can check you out?
Yeah, I mean, I'm mainly just on YouTube, and you can search at Carnivore Kip. And then I'm also on Instagram. It's Carnivore_Kip on Instagram. And I hadn't got into anything else, but I appreciate all the support. And for those of y'all that want to watch me run a 5K one day, come check out my channel. It's going to happen. And Carnivore is changing my life. And if you're in the same boat that I was in, it can change your life. And for those of y'all that are watching that, I know you're going to hear it a lot tonight, but definitely go support this documentary, the Carnivore Diet movie. It's going to help a lot of people. I was talking about it riding down the road with somebody today, just talking about, hey man, there's going to be a carnivore movie that's on Netflix, and it's going to be able to, which I'm not 100% sure if it's going to end up on Netflix, but I'm hoping and praying that it does end up on Netflix, because there's so many people that don't get to, or that don't get on YouTube. And so there's so many people out there for us to reach. So all of y'all definitely support, definitely donate to it, because this is a great cause. This is awesome, guys. I'm humbled that y'all even asked me to be on here to talk with y'all.
Come on, brother. We appreciate you. We love you, and you're welcome where we at, bro.
Absolutely. I had fun. It was a blast. Y'all are like family. All four of y'all.
Yeah.
We'll see you soon.
My brother from another mother. That looks like my brother. Kip literally looks like the blonde version of my brother, which is why I clicked on his video originally.
Happy birthday real quick. Darn it. Yeah. All right. Quick check in.
We got to do an update. This is crazy.
I'm going to take a nap.
First of all, everyone here is probably some of the most fantastic human beings on planet Earth. Give me 1 second. We always I'm updating it constantly, and then we get to this point, and I'm like, where are we at? We are at $20,466 for the day.
Woo!
Woo!
Nice.
Awesome.
The GoFundMe is at 14,000. Super Chat's almost 5,000. And we're gonna get a water bottles update. He got a lot of orders. He's gonna send me an email very soon on that. And look at your travel salts. Almost $1,000.
Wow.
Jen's gonna be busy.
All right. Looks like we have Dr. Ovadia here. Should we bring him on?
Yep.
Yeah, but I'm going to say
of course.
Super Chats to get your questions answered. Super Chats to get your questions answered for Dr. Ovadia.
Dr. Ovadia, thank you so much for joining us. Welcome.
Great to be here with you guys and gals.
Hello. Good evening.
It's great to see you again.
It's an honor to have you on here for sure. I have so much respect for what you're doing for the carnivore community, but also just in general. I have a heart condition myself, and my daughter did as well, and had open heart surgery. So her life was basically saved by a heart surgeon. So I appreciate you all around. Thank you so much for joining our 24-hour live stream. We're doing this to raise money for the Carnivore Diet Documentary. And if you wouldn't mind, could you maybe give us a little bit of background and your expertise?
Yeah, sure thing. So, I've been a heart surgeon now for over 20 years. And during much of that time, I was a very unhealthy heart surgeon. I had reached the point that I was morbidly obese. I was pre-diabetic. And I realized that I was going to end up on my own operating table, so to speak. I was, walking that same path that so many of my patients had followed. And like so many of them, I really didn't know how to change my path. changed my direction, because I was following the advice that I had learned to give. You know, I was trying to eat less and move more, eating low fat diet, counting my calories, following the food pyramid, and it wasn't working for me. And more I realized it wasn't working for my patients. So, you know, thankfully I started to come across some different ideas. I started to ask some different questions, I think importantly, and eventually I was really introduced to low carb by Gary Taubes and his work. I was fortunate to see Gary. Gary was a guest speaker at one of the medical conferences I was attending. And, you know, what he spoke about made sense. And I tried it. First, I investigated it. I researched it. I read his books. I tried it. I had success. I started to talk, you know, friends, family about it. They had success. And then I kind of circled back and said, why didn't I know about this? You know, how had I gone through medical school and at that time over a decade as a heart surgeon and never heard about all this stuff? And, you know, one thing led to another. And here I am now coming up on 8 years later, low carb, which evolved to carnivore at some point, and lost 100 pounds. In the best shape of my life. And now I want people to stay off my operating table. I want people to realize that, you know, while heart disease is far and away the #1 killer here in the US and worldwide, it shouldn't be that way. Heart disease is mostly preventable, and most of the work I do shouldn't need to be done. So, you know, I continue to work as a heart surgeon. Yes, heart surgeons save lives every day. But what I realize is you're never as good after you've had heart surgery as you would have been if you didn't need the heart surgery in the first place. And so I'd much rather work with people to prevent the need for heart surgery than have them end up on my operating table.
So I've got your book here. It's amazing. Stay Off My Operating Table. Highly recommend it. One of the things in here, there's a lot of new people to carnivore, keto. When I tell people I'm doing carnivore, everyone says to me, you're going to die. You're going to clog your arteries and you're going to die. And in your book, you talk about metabolic health. And I understand it, but a lot of people out there don't. Everyone in the world seems to be worried about cholesterol, and no one really talks about metabolic health. Could you talk about that a little bit more?
Yeah, exactly. And the reason that metabolic health is so important is it is the true root cause of heart disease. You know, as much as we talk about cholesterol, LDL cholesterol in particular, it's pretty obvious from, you know, looking at the studies, just, you know, me looking at my patients, that LDL is maybe a factor in this process, but it's clearly not the root cause. And when you really look at it, what we do find is the root cause of heart disease and most of the other chronic disease that we face in society today is metabolic health. Insulin resistance is really, you know, the scientific term that we're trying to get to. So, you know, the first thing I want people to do, and what I talk about in the book, is figure out if you're metabolically healthy or not. And unfortunately, if you go to your doctor and ask them that question, you may get a blank stare back because they aren't thinking about metabolic health. But it's very easy to do. There are 5 basic metrics that I look at, that I encourage people to look at to figure out if they're metabolically healthy or not. These are just the basics. We can go much deeper, and I certainly do with my patients. But at least if people started here, we would, you know, start to turn around the ship and start to change people's directions. The scary statistic is that 88% of the adults in the United States are not metabolically healthy. They can't meet the 5 basic measures of metabolic health. So 5 basic measures. First one, you do it at home. It's your waist circumference. All you need is a tape measure and just right around the level of your belly button, a little higher than your belly button. Best to measure it first thing in the morning. and measure your waist circumference. Next, you're going to look at your blood pressure. And again, you can get this checked at home. You can go to almost every grocery store or pharmacy these days and get it checked. And pretty much every time you go to the doctor, it's going to be checked. And then we're going to look at 3 very basic blood tests. And the good news is your doctor has probably done these blood tests for you. They just didn't look at it in the context of metabolic health. So you want to look at your fasting blood glucose level. You want to look at your HDL cholesterol level, that so-called good cholesterol that most doctors ignore. And then you want to look at your triglycerides, another number that's going to be on your basic lipid panel that, again, your doctor is probably largely ignoring. And so you get those 5 measures. You can figure out if you're metabolically healthy or not. If you want to go to my website, ifixhearts.com, free quiz right on the first page. It will take you through the numbers. You can plug your numbers in and you can figure out if you're metabolically healthy or not. And if you're not, which, like I said, most people aren't, that is the approach to stop heart disease, to reverse it, to stop the progression. Focus on your metabolic health, get yourself metabolically healthy. And again, lots of ways to do that, carnivore being one of them.
So do you have any stats or data on if you're not metabolically healthy, what's your risk for heart disease versus the general public always concerned about cholesterol and LDL?
Yeah, we do have very good stats on this. So, we can look at insulin resistance, which is really the best way to measure metabolic health, with kind of one measure from a scientific standpoint. And we know that being insulin resistant increases your risk of heart disease about 10 times someone who is not insulin resistant. And to contrast that, the LDL cholesterol that your doctor is so focused on, if you have an elevated LDL cholesterol, that increases your risk of heart disease 1.4 times people who do not have an elevated LDL cholesterol. So again, 1.4 times for LDL cholesterol that your doctor will spend all 15 minutes of the visit talking about, and 10 times the risk associated with insulin resistance that your doctor probably doesn't know how to check for and very rarely, if ever, will mention to you.
Is there any shift happening where people are starting to pay more attention to metabolic health, doctors, healthcare, anyone, or is it just?
Yeah, I am optimistic. I go to the scientific meetings now that are based on metabolic health, low carb, and there are more and more physicians there, more and more specialties, more and more people becoming interested in this. Carnivore being one of the communities that is certainly focused on improving metabolic health. So I am encouraged. But there's still a long way to go. The doctors that are out there doing that, myself, I know you have a bunch of other doctors, as part of this live stream that are focused on metabolic health. We're out there, but we are still very much the minority. And quite frankly, we get a lot of pushback. Many of us have been attacked, called quacks, all of that good stuff. But you can't argue with the results. And the results that I am seeing from my patients who focus on metabolic health is that their heart disease stops getting worse. Many of them come to me already with advanced heart disease. Because of my background, those are the patients that, find me. And we're able to stop the progression of their heart disease when we focus on metabolic health. We're able to see some indicators of improvement, of reversal when we focus on metabolic health. But it all starts with a focus on metabolic health, diet, lifestyle. The problem from the healthcare system standpoint is that this isn't a medication-based approach. We can't really sell you the solution in terms of here's a medication to take to improve your metabolic health. This is diet and lifestyle primarily. And, that's a large part of why it gets ignored by the healthcare system.
Right. I have a question, just in general. I've heard this, and I don't know if it's true or not, but is it true that the heart functions more efficiently while you're in ketosis?
So there's lots of evidence to suggest that ketones are the preferred fuel source for the heart. As you can imagine, the heart and the brain are kind of, the two organs that the body is going to do everything it can to protect. So it does make sense that they're going to be able to utilize any fuel source that's available. But we do have, some studies that show that, given the option, the heart is going to preferentially burn ketones and burn, use fatty acids as a fuel source before it will turn to glucose as a fuel source. We also have some evidence, not definitive, early. A lot of it is animal data, but, there is some suggestions that people with heart failure, with poor functioning hearts, benefit from ketones, whether that's dietary ketone, whether they're in dietary ketosis, or even, there's been some experiments now done with ketone supplements, and that does seem to lead to some improvement in people with heart failure. So, what I am very confident in telling people is that eliminating processed food, eliminating, processed sugars from your diet in general, are going to lead to an improvement in your overall health, and that includes your heart health. And the other thing that I want to make entirely clear to people, and again, I am quite confident in saying this, even though it goes against the mainstream narrative, is that eating red meat is not harmful for your heart health.
Absolutely.
We have several questions, super chats that we need to take up actually for Dr. Avadio while he's here.
Sure thing.
Here you go, Adam. Take it away.
Dr. Avadio, what thoughts might you have on stearic acid as a non-atherogenic type of dietary saturated fat?
Yeah, so, what I'll say is that, again, the concept that saturated fat is what has been contributing to heart disease, to atherosclerosis, which is the process of plaque formation within the arteries of the heart, is simply, again, unfounded. And really, when you dig into it, even the American Heart Association has backed off their limitations on saturated fat. So again, no reason to fear saturated fat in the diet. There is a lot of evidence to fear unsaturated fats, particularly polyunsaturated fats in the diet, things like vegetable and seed oils. Stearic acid is, going to be the primary saturated fat that you're going to get within animal products. And there is really no reason to think that this is going to lead to atherosclerosis, contributes to atherosclerosis. And, again, I point to the high level evidence in front of us. You can look at statistics like, here in America, over the past roughly 50 years, our consumption of red meat has decreased by about 40%. And yet the incidence of heart disease has continued to go up and continues to rise. So it's just nonsensical to think that red meat and saturated fat is driving that process when our consumption has gone down and the incidence goes up.
Yeah, that's awesome. So we have another question here. A1C, this is Carrie, my metamorphosis, $20. Thank you. A1C, 5.3, fasting insulin, 3.8, HDL, 78, triglycerides, 89, 5'9" female, 110 pounds from 133 pounds. Wasn't trying to lose weight. Since starting carnivore December 2022, LDL 272 from 220. I'm mostly not worried. Should I be?
Yeah, so, obviously I'm not giving individual medical advice here, but this is a very common scenario that I see in my practice and I work through with patients. And, you know, the general concepts to understand here are that an HDL, a triglyceride to HDL ratio, which is less than 1.5, and this person's ratio is, you know, barely above 1, is a pretty good indicator that you are not insulin resistant. And if you are not insulin resistant, again, there's really not a lot of evidence that you should be worried about elevated LDL cholesterol levels. Now, what I like to do with my patients and what I encourage people to do, and maybe you can push your doctor on this, or maybe you need to find another doctor to work with, is let's look deeper. Because again, it's not that all LDL cholesterol is bad. It turns out that, you know, it's a more complicated concept than this. And yes, there are some bad LDL particles, the small, dense, damaged LDL particles. But if you have a lot of large, fluffy, large, buoyant LDL particles around, those aren't involved in atherosclerosis, and they play very important roles in our body. So there's likely no reason to be worried about that situation. But you may want to do some advanced testing to figure it out. You might want to look at a coronary artery calcium scan, for instance, which can actually show us whether or not you're forming plaque in your arteries, because that's what we actually care about. You know, we don't really care about LDL. We care about plaque forming in your arteries that's going to lead to you having a heart attack. So in many instances, I like to, you know, kind of jump over the LDL question and let's just get the scan on your heart, and let's follow that scan on your heart over time and see what happens. Now we're getting, thankfully, a lot more evidence around this. You know, studies like Dave Feldman's lean mass hyperresponder study that's currently going on and is going to be doing serial imaging of the heart on people with very high LDL cholesterol levels in the context of good metabolic health. Those studies are going to give us some more answers that we don't have today. But I'm quite optimistic that that study is going to help to reinforce what many of us believe. And that is, if you're not insulin resistant, you probably don't have to worry about high LDL cholesterol levels.
Awesome. We have another super chat here, $5. Majestic Psychology, thank you. Dr. Ovadia, does VLDL test numbers tell us if we have plaque buildup? And please explain the numbers. If it's not 0, does it mean we have some plaque?
Yeah, so VLDL is one way of measuring the sort of damaged cholesterol particles that I was talking about. VLDL, which are very low density lipoproteins, are concerning, and you don't want a lot of them in your bloodstream. Now, the number is never going to be 0. What I tell people is under 20 is pretty good for a VLDL. Probably under 15 is really where you want to keep it. But no, it's not going to tell you about plaque in your arteries. If you want to know about plaque in your arteries, you need to get a test that shows you plaque in your arteries. And that test is a coronary artery calcium scan, a CAC scan. It's a simple CAT scan to do, literally takes about 5 minutes. They don't have to put an IV in you. Insurance typically won't cover it, but in most places in the US, you can get it done for around $100. I've seen it as cheap as $59. And, you know, worthwhile investment in your health. And that is the test that's going to show you whether or not you have any plaque, specifically any calcified plaque in the arteries of your heart. So very important test. I suggest everyone over 40 years old gets this scan. You may even want to get it earlier if you have reason to be concerned. If you're not metabolically healthy, if you have a family history of heart disease, you know, get that CAC scan even earlier and know whether or not you're forming plaque. And then you can repeat that test over time. You can follow it to see if you're building new plaque as time goes on.
We have a comment here before we have another question. Dr. Kiltz, the best heart fixer, Dr. Avadia.
Love Dr. Kiltz. Great time Rob and I had shooting the Carnivore Reverse series, and right back at you, Rob.
Here's the next question. Dr. Avadia, happy to see you here. Would you be concerned to see apolipoprotein B increasing after 4 months on strict carnivore? Thanks.
Yeah, so apolipoprotein B, ApoB as it's called, is another way of measuring LDL cholesterol. Now, ApoB does a little better job of measuring this because it also measures those VLDL particles that we were talking about earlier that are concerning, something called IDL particles as well. So it gives us a little bit better of a picture, but it still suffers from the same issue as just measuring LDL cholesterol, in that it's still just telling you the amount of cholesterol, and it's not really telling you, which type of cholesterol particles are causing that ApoB to be elevated. So you could have an elevated ApoB because you have a lot of the large fluffy particles, and that's not going to be a concerning situation. Or you can have an elevated ApoB because you have a lot of the VLDL and small dense LDL particles, and that is a concerning situation. So I still think we need to go further, ask for, it's called an NMR test, or it's going to be called a lipoprotein fractionation test. And this is the test that's going to show you which type of particles you actually have, so you know whether or not you need to be concerned. Now, the broader question about cholesterol levels, LDL cholesterol levels going up on a carnivore diet, understand that this is variable. Some people it does, others it doesn't. It may be a temporary thing. A lot of people, when they first go on the carnivore diet, their LDL might go up, and then it comes down with time. There seems to be some influence of, if you're actively losing weight, if you're kind of lean mass hyper responder, as Dave Feldman and others have termed, if you're leaner and you're using these cholesterol particles to sort of traffic energy in your bloodstream, these are some of the reasons that they go up. But ultimately, I want us to focus more on quality of cholesterol as opposed to amount of cholesterol, and then understand that the primary thing that's going to influence the quality of your cholesterol is insulin resistance, is metabolic health. So this is what we need to be focused on ultimately.
Awesome. We have another question here for you real quick. Who's your carnivore? $10 super chat. Thank you so much. If you were wearing an I eat only meat, ask me why shirt, and a stranger on the street asked, what's your answer? Thank you for all you do.
Yeah, thank you. Great question. My answer would be because that's the best way to support my health, my overall health and my heart health. And this is what we have been eating as human beings for our entire existence as human beings. And that's what we evolved eating. And that's what I believe is the best thing for us to be eating.
That's awesome. A better answer than I've been giving. I have a shirt like that, Dr. Avadi, and I've been getting into conversations with people. So appreciate that one.
For sure. Another super chat. Dr. Avadi, my grandfather died of pancreatic cancer and was morbidly obese. They mistook his issues for heart issues instead for a long time before finally figuring it out. Why?
Yeah, sorry to hear that, Rachel. You can think of it that the pancreas, which is kind of in your upper abdomen, and your heart, which is in the lower part of your chest, are somewhat close to each other. And so if people are having symptoms, in that general area, heart disease is often the first concern because heart disease is, a more serious issue. than sometimes some of the gastrointestinal issues. Now, obviously, pancreatic cancer is a very serious issue, and it's unfortunate that, it may have taken them a while to figure that out. But, I do want to point out that relationship again, morbid obesity, pancreatic cancer. As I mentioned, metabolic health isn't only about heart disease. When we look at most of the chronic diseases that affect us today, it comes back to metabolic health and insulin resistance. Many forms of cancer, pancreatic cancer included, have been, you're more at risk for them, and it's going to tend to be a worsened disease process when you are insulin resistant. So that's one of the other powerful things about all of this is when I tell people to focus on their metabolic health, when I get them focused on insulin resistance, we're not only impacting heart disease, we're impacting all of these chronic diseases.
Awesome. We have one more question, and then I think Alia has one for you. I have been using nitric oxide for 15 years with great results. Do I still need it now that I am on carnivore? This might be.
Yeah, great question, Lisa. So, nitric oxide is beneficial to our blood vessels. Nitric oxide is going to cause our blood vessels to get bigger, to dilate. And nitric oxide also helps to heal and protect the lining of the blood vessels. Damage to the lining of the blood vessels is what starts this process of plaque formation and atherosclerosis. Most likely, if you're on a carnivore diet, if you've reversed your insulin resistance, if you've eliminated inflammation, there's probably going to be reduced need and maybe no need to be supplementing with nitric oxide or with nitric oxide promoters, we should say. You can't actually directly supplement with nitric oxide. Tough question to answer for sure, but I would say it's highly likely that you have less of a need, if any, remaining need for nitric oxide promoters when you're on low inflammation, insulin sensitivity improving diet like a carnivore diet.
Awesome. Thank you, Lisa, for the super chat.
Hello, Dr. Avadia. Okay, so I've been eating this way for 6 months. I've lost maybe 30 pounds. I know it's kind of slow. I'm healing my thyroid, which is, per my tests, seems to be healing.
Great.
But I wanted to ask you about my cholesterol. So I don't have a comparison on my cholesterol because they wouldn't let me take it because I drank a coffee before the last time I took my blood work. So they said, nope, can't do that. But this time, the triglycerides were 67, and then the HDL was 82.1, and then the LDL was 180.5, or it says 50, and the VDL was 13.4. Do those sound A-okay? I guess so, based on everything you've said so far.
Yeah, they sound like pretty good numbers to me. So a couple of interesting things about that whole story. One, drinking black coffee really shouldn't affect your cholesterol levels. So if
it was totally black.
You can still get
nothing in it, just coffee.
Yeah, there are some people that maybe black coffee affects their triglycerides, raises their triglyceride levels. Very variable on that, but that is one thing to keep in mind. If you've been doing a carnivore diet for a while and you don't think you're insulin resistant anymore, and you get your lipids checked and your triglycerides are high, and you drink a lot of coffee, you might want to eliminate the coffee for a week or two and then repeat the test just to see. Thyroid, thyroid conditions will also affect your cholesterol levels. And this is something that, some doctors aren't attuned to. So in particular, having an underactive thyroid, what we call hypothyroidism.
That's me.
Will tend to raise your LDL cholesterol level. yes, your LDL could be elevated because, you're eating carnivore, because you're losing weight, which tends to raise your LDL. But I would also want to know, is your thyroid truly in range yet?
I don't think so. I'm not sure actually.
Yeah.
And I'm in Colombia, so I mean, it says like the TSH is 4,000. That's why I say I don't know what it's like. It's counted differently. Let's just call it 4. And then like
Yeah.
3 months ago it was like 5 something. So
Improving, but
it's improving,
maybe
yeah.
not quite there yet.
Yeah.
One,
And my
again, thyroid very complex, and TSH
Yeah.
alone probably isn't good enough to assess that. You really want to be checking your T3, T4, your thyroid hormone levels, and again, that this can be very complex stuff, and
Sure.
many doctors
Sure.
really don't know enough about this. We get limited information in medical school, and depending on your specialty, your training afterwards, a lot of what I've spoken about just in this half hour is stuff that I had to go back and teach myself, even after being a heart surgeon for all this time. So, don't be afraid to challenge your doctor. Do the research yourself. Understand that your doctor has to deal with the conditions that all of their patients have. You are the one with your condition, so
Right.
research it. And if you're finding alternative information, don't be afraid to bring that to your doctor. Some doctors are kind of threatened by that, and that might be a sign that it's time to find a new doctor.
I do need to find a new doctor. I haven't seen one in years.
you need to take charge of your health ultimately.
Yeah. Can I ask one more question?
Sure.
So last time, 3 months ago, my A1C was 5.3, and now 3 months later, eating on carnivore, it's 5.56, and that actually concerned me because that's just like right under pre-diabetic, and
Yeah.
I don't understand how that could possibly happen.
Yeah, so some people on carnivore diets are going to see falsely elevated hemoglobin A1C levels. The reason is hemoglobin A1C, the way the test, the basis of the test is that the average lifespan of a red blood cell, the oxygen carrying cells in our blood, is 90 days. There's evidence that people, that are not insulin resistant, people on high protein carnivore diets, your red blood cells may live longer than 90 days, which is a good thing, but it can falsely elevate a hemoglobin A1C test. So there are a couple of ways to dig into that more. The best way, honestly, is to wear a continuous glucose monitor and see what your glucose is, at least for a 14-day period. And you can use that to kind of estimate if that's matching up with your hemoglobin A1C level. You can get a test. There's another test out there called glycosylated albumin. Albumin is another protein in our blood that has a shorter lifespan, only about 2 weeks or so. So it gives us more of a 2-week average of our blood sugar as opposed to the 3-month average. And then, you can do some testing around what your actual red blood cell life is. You can use a test called a reticulocyte count. This gets pretty complex, but I think Dr. Paul Mason has a great video out there on this that you can look up. But understand that, sometimes A1C can be a little bit inaccurate in people doing carnivore diets.
That's very helpful. Thank you. I know I took up a lot of your time. I was just so curious. I wasn't really worried about my blood work. I just wanted to hear your viewpoint.
Certainly.
Yeah.
Yeah, and at some level, sometimes the blood work isn't the end all and be all. Like if you're feeling great, you're functioning great, then sometimes, the answer is you don't really need to put so much weight on this blood work. Default to how do I feel? How am I functioning? And that's a great basis.
Awesome.
What
Thank you
what
so
is
much.
what is your opinion on statins? Because I know they're pushed so hard, and everybody's on a statin these days. What is your opinion on that? Is it maintenance or prevention? Either way.
Yeah, I don't think they do a very good job, certainly as a preventative treatment. There may be some more evidence supporting their use in people who have heart disease, but for people who don't have clinical heart disease, I think they are widely over promoted and over prescribed. I think their benefits are widely overstated, and their harms, especially over the long term, are widely understated. So if you are insulin sensitive, there is really very little reason to even consider using a statin. Now, if you're not insulin sensitive, if you are insulin resistant and you have elevated LDL cholesterol, that's a bad combination. And taking a statin might have a little bit of benefit in that situation, but addressing your insulin resistance is going to have a much bigger impact in that situation. So, that's what I focus people on. Ultimately, yeah, some of my patients are on statins. They make that choice. But, most of them who are focused on their metabolic health and have reversed their insulin resistance, a lot of them elect not to take statins. And, again, this gets into the whole complex question and getting your CAC scan and things like that. It's not a simple decision to make. But that goes both ways. The decision to start taking a statin should not be based on one number on your blood test, like your doctor leads you to believe. And again, we have the high level evidence. Statins have been the most widely prescribed class of medication now for about 30 years, and the incidence of heart disease is not going down. So if they were as effective as they're purported to be, that shouldn't be the case. We should be seeing a dramatic drop in the incidence of heart disease, and we're not.
Absolutely. Thank you for that.
We got some more questions. Barbivore, how hard on the heart is visceral fat? If it is damaging, is it possible to reverse the damage if you lose the visceral fat? Thank you for being here today.
Yeah, great question, Barb. Visceral fat is one of the hallmarks of insulin resistance. It probably, on an anatomic, it's one of the anatomic, things that causes or promotes and continues the insulin resistance is the visceral fat. So visceral fat is very bad for your heart health, and you definitely want to lose it. When you say reverse the damage, it really depends what kind of damage you're talking about. If you've had a major heart attack and part of your heart muscle is now dead, we might not be able to reverse that. But for the most part, I think we can, always get improvements in overall health. When we're talking about the plaque in the arteries itself, the atherosclerosis, can you reverse that? I believe the answer to be yes, and I've seen it in some of my patients. Again, that's controversial, but I've had patients whose coronary artery calcium scores have gone down. So I do think it's possible. I think our bodies have an amazing capacity to heal once we stop doing damage. I heard a great conversation today, recently on a podcast, and I forget who it was that said this, but they said you can't dry yourself off if you're still in the shower, and if you're still doing the damage, it's very hard to start to undo that damage. But if you stop doing the damage, if you eliminate the inflammation, if you lower your insulin resistance, reverse your insulin resistance, then I think, yes, we can start to undo some of this damage.
I think you had a question, Carrie, right?
Yeah. So, Dr. Avadi, this is our friend Bill. As part of the Carnivore Diet Documentary, we're filming him. I actually flew out to Alaska to film him. He was 700 pounds, stuck in his house for 4 years, and he's been doing carnivore now for a little over 50 days. He's doing really, really well. He had a question he was hoping I could ask you. He's been in continuous AFib for many, many years.
Mm-hmm.
And he wanted to know if carnivore diet would help with that.
Yeah, so I have seen people with atrial fibrillation helped by the carnivore diet. One of the things that drives atrial fibrillation, which is an irregular type of heartbeat, is inflammation. And so I think lowering inflammation can help with that. Now, the longer you've been in AFib, the less likely it becomes that you can get yourself out of the AFib. But, what I would tell Kerry is that a carnivore diet is going to be the best thing for his overall health and his heart health. And even if we can't even if he may not be able to get out of AFib, that doesn't mean that his heart health isn't getting better. And the chances of him getting out of it are much better on a carnivore diet than I think it is, continuing the diet that led him to be morbidly obese and insulin resistant and develop AFib in the first place.
Thank you.
Awesome. We have a comment here from Gypsy Adventures. Thank you for your message, Dr. Avadia.
Thank you, Gypsy, for supporting this great cause.
And then we have a super chat from Holly Ruth. Lame, hyperresponder LDL 232, HDL 139, triglycerides 39, strict does high LDL and low triglycerides imply fluffy particles?
Yeah, I think the autocorrect might have gotten Holly there. Certainly not lame ass to be a hyper responder. But yes, so high HDL, low triglycerides does imply that you're probably going to have fluffy particles, but it doesn't guarantee it. And this is why I think it's important to get the NMR test, get the advanced test to confirm that if you can. But it's a pretty good indicator. If your triglyceride to HDL ratio, so triglycerides divided by your HDL less than 1.5, very good chance that you are insulin sensitive and therefore are going to have more large particles, more large fluffy particles. One important thing to point out about that ratio, if you're outside the US and your cholesterol panel is in millimole as opposed to milligrams per deciliter, you need to convert 2 milligrams per deciliter before you do the ratio. The conversion factor for triglycerides and HDL are different conversion factors, and the ratio doesn't hold up in millimole. So convert the numbers, go online, plenty of calculators to do that, and then do the ratio. But triglycerides divided by HDL less than 1.5, pretty good indicator that you're going to be insulin sensitive.
Awesome. Thank you for that. We have one more question. Britt Gal in Texas, $5 super chat. Thank you so much. Dr. O, if we have that calcium scan, what number or numbers would concern you? And do you believe the carnivore diet can reverse or improve hard plaque situations?
Yeah. So, you want your calcium score to be 0. Anything more than 0 is an indicator that you've had damage to your arteries and you're starting to form plaque in the arteries. When it becomes concerning is really going to depend on some factors. It's going to depend on your age, first of all. And it's also going to depend on kind of the distribution of calcium. So, I've had people with calcium scores as low as, 200-300 that end up having a significant blockage that, we need to be concerned about. I've had patients with scores as high as, 1,500 or even up to 2,000 that end up not having significant blockages. And to give you an idea, these scores can go up to, I think the highest score I've ever seen is around 7,000. So they can get pretty high. But, if you're 30 years old and your score is 10, I'm going to be concerned about that, because that means you've already started this process of plaque formation. And, if you fast forward and do the math, the average calcium score goes up about 15 to 20% per year. So, you can start doing that math and you can figure out if you have any disease when you're 30 years old, that's setting you up to be in trouble by the time you're 50 or 60 years old. So, 0 is the score you want, ultimately. And then, can it reverse plaque? Yes, I believe it can. I've seen it in patients now. Understanding you're not going to go from 1,000 to 0. But, if you lower it, like I said, on average, you're supposed to go up 10 to 20% per year. So if it stays the same or it gets lower, that's a win. Because one of the other things we know about calcium scores is that if it stops progressing, if you're at a 500 today and 2 years from now you're still at 500, that puts you back into a low risk category for developing clinically significant heart disease.
Awesome. Appreciate that.
Carnivorous Dude has a question at 9:32.
Dr. Avani, I was just going to ask quick, if just for the general public out there listening, if they have poor metabolic health, what sort of language or approach, I kind of know this answer from reading your book, but I guess I'm just asking for the general people out there, what sort of approach would you have for them? It seems like carnivore is the best approach, but that's a really scary thing for a lot of people to hear. So what sort of language do you use and what sort of messaging do you tell people?
Well, I think, again, I focus a lot on what you should be avoiding if you're in poor metabolic health. And that's going to be your processed food, first and foremost, which includes your vegetable and seed oils, your polyunsaturated fats. It's going to include highly processed carbohydrates and sugar. So that's kind of the basis. That's the first step. As I go through in the book, there are lots of options from there. You can do low carb, you can do carnivore, you can do, something in between. You can even have some success with plant-based diets, as long as they're avoiding processed food and avoiding vegetable and seed oils. Now, that's very hard to do on a plant-based diet, but I do know some people who do it. I don't think it's optimal. You need to supplement if you're going to take that approach, because you can't get all the nutrients you need. But it is an option. And, again, I talk about it in the book. But ultimately, I think if you are insulin resistant, the lowest carb diet that you can tolerate is going to be the best one. Carnivore is pretty much as low carb as you can get. So I am a big fan of that approach. My personal experience was, I was doing very low carb for many years, and I had made lots of progress. But when I went to carnivore, I saw even more progress. I had some residual inflammation. For me, it was plantar fasciitis in my foot that, the only way I was able to get it to go away was by doing carnivore. And quite frankly, I just find it easier to maintain carnivore diet than, thinking about tracking and this and that. Carnivore just ends up being a lot easier for me. And that's really why I've stuck with it.
Thank you.
We got one more super chat question.
Okay.
Let's see. Here we go. What if you are a carnivore but still have alcohol?
Yeah, great question. And it comes up commonly. What I can tell you is that alcohol is not beneficial to your health. No way around it. It may be minimally harmful in small amounts on an occasional basis. And ultimately, you may choose to take that trade-off, which is fine. Just like, some people who are doing a carnivore type diet may choose, to incorporate something non-carnivore every once in a while. We all have to live our lives. This has to fit practically into your life. And so I think that's very important to understand. But ultimately, alcohol is not a benefit to your health. And just realize that whenever you're drinking alcohol, you are doing a little bit of harm probably. But like I said, sometimes you may make that choice. And then again, make the best choices you can there. What are the alcohol choices that are going to be better than others? And, avoiding sugar, avoiding carbohydrates, things like, vodka, tequila, gin, scotch, without any sugary mixers. These are going to be probably your best choice, and do it in small amounts and do it infrequently.
Awesome.
Carrie, you have a question, right?
I have one last.
And then there's two more in the chat.
Okay.
Two more. Yeah.
So Dr. Avadia, the Carnivore Diet movie, we're aiming to follow people for 1 year doing carnivore diet from different health issues like, of course, obesity, mental health, type 2 diabetes, aging, reproductive health, and heart health. And so I don't want to put you on the spot, but I wanted to know if you'd be interested in participating in the documentary.
Yeah, sure thing. Love, anything that's really promoting this information, getting it out there. Like I said, I was real fortunate to participate in the Carnivore Reverse series with Dr. Kiltz, with Dr. Berry, Dr. Chafee, many other fabulous people from the carnivore community. And anything we can do to get this information out to more people, I am a big fan of, happy to support. So we'll touch base and figure that out.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. And I just really appreciate what you're doing in general. Thank you very much.
Absolutely. We have a couple more questions here for you real quick. Can carnivore improve Parkinson's?
Great question, Jammer. Again, I've seen reports of people with Parkinson's reporting improvements. Many people think that Parkinson's is a autoimmune condition at its root, and autoimmune conditions of all kinds have certainly shown improvement on carnivore diets. I am yet to see a condition worsened by the carnivore diet, I guess I'll say. So, and honestly, this is something I struggle with, because I start to think to myself, do I sound crazy when basically all these people come with all these conditions and say, can I improve it? And, for the most part, I can usually find someone online reporting that they've improved it. And, again, inflammation, insulin resistance, autoimmune reactions, all of these things are really at the basis of most of the chronic diseases that we are struggling with. And I say, if nothing else, I'm pretty confident in telling you, and telling someone that try it for yourself, try it for 3 months, see what happens. Despite what you may have heard, 3 months of a carnivore diet is not going to cause your heart to explode. It's not going to kill your kidneys. It's not going to give you cancer. So give it a try, because, if you're doing something else and it's not working, you got to try something different.
Awesome. All right. Next question. Susan E., $5 super chat. Thank you. Will, I'll let you read this one because this is pretty technical.
Yeah, so let's see. Susan is asking, will D3 and K2 clear plaque? So she's referring to vitamin D3, vitamin K2. And then she said that her cardiologist put her on 80 milligrams statin, but now my numbers are a total of 183, triglyceride 85, HDL 61, LDL 61, VLDL 17, PCP agreed to lower it to 40 milligrams. So, will vitamin D3 and K2 clear plaque? Vitamin D3 and vitamin K2 in particular turn out to be very important in the regulation of our body's distribution of calcium. And there's, pretty good evidence that vitamin K2 in particular helps our body to put calcium where we want it in our bones and make sure it doesn't end up where we don't want it in our blood vessels. Vitamin K2, of course, comes from animal products only. Plants have a different form of vitamin K that don't have the same effects. So I do think vitamin K2 is very important, and I do suggest it for people that have coronary plaque. We don't have definitive evidence of it helping, but that doesn't mean it's not helping. It just hasn't been studied, quite frankly, like lots of supplements. And then, we kind of touched on the statin issue earlier. This again is going to be a very complex discussion. It's going to depend on, do you have plaque? Do you have heart disease? But the important questions to ask your doctor is, what is the true benefit of taking this statin? And ask them about, again, this is a very complex topic, but ask them about absolute risk reduction as opposed to relative risk reduction. Ask them about numbers needed to treat. These are some very important numbers to know around any medication, not just statins. And, again, most doctors don't understand this, don't know these concepts. But if you want to, kind of know more about it, the work of David Diamond on this topic, very important. He has a great paper. He and his colleagues wrote a great paper about statin therapy is not warranted in people on low carbohydrate diets with elevated LDL cholesterol. You can just Google David Diamond and you'll find that paper. It came out, I believe, last year. Great book. There are a couple of very good books on the topic by Dr. Malcolm Kendrick, Dr. Aseem Malhotra, that can give you some more information. And ultimately, again, you need a doctor who really understands the nuance of lipids. And if your doctor can't go beyond one number on your test and thinks that number on your test is determinant of your total health, might be time to find another doctor.
Awesome. Great answer. I don't know what I'm referencing that against, but it sounds great. It's out of my wheelhouse.
Yeah, like I said, unfortunately, it's out of most doctors' wheelhouses, and they really only know what they've been educated on, and all they get is LDL cholesterol bad, and you need to lower it. And they don't understand the science behind that. They don't understand the very large influence of the pharmaceutical industry on that belief. And I call it a belief because it's not a scientifically proven, concept or theory. It is a hypothesis, and there's lots of evidence to contradict that hypothesis. It's just that evidence doesn't get presented to the doctors. They don't get to see the evidence, and so they don't know any better.
That's awesome.
Well, thank you so much, Dr. Avadi. I guess if we kind of sum things up, metabolic health is critical. Not enough people are paying attention to it. You need to take your health into your own hands. This is one way to do it. Excellent, excellent book. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
How can people find you? I've got on the bottom of the screen, Ovadia, hearthealth.com. Is there anywhere else you'd like to shout out?
Yeah, so iFix Hearts is really where you'll find me everywhere. So ifixhearts.com, iFix Hearts over on Twitter is where I'm most active on social media. We have a YouTube channel, podcast, same name as the book, Stay Off My Operating Table is the podcast that I host. Now, 2 years running. Very, largely successful, and we have lots of great guests on. Just find me on social media. Thankfully, my name isn't that common, so if you Google me, you're going to come across me.
Thank you so much. Thank you for being here, and thank you for answering all of our questions, and thanks for everything you do. We really appreciate you.
Yeah, and thank you guys for this project and everything you're doing. Like I said, love to support it, love to be a part of it, and look forward to seeing the results.
Absolutely.
It's always great to talk with you, brother.
All right.
Thanks, Doc.
Have a great night.
Take care.
Night.
All right.
Awesome.
Wow.
Very smart guy.
Yeah, I'd say. and like I said, I know I keep saying it, but the fact these doctors are literally going against the grain and sticking their necks out. You're doing heart surgery. You could just go along and do heart surgery, but that's a good guy going out trying to help people and change the world.
Absolutely.
We need more doctors like that for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely.
Alia, how are we doing, Alia, on the fundraising?
Oh man, we are doing fantastic. We're doing fantastic. Give me 1 second. I'm always updating this thing and then never prepared. Let's see here. We got $100 donation from an anonymous person in the GoFundMe, but the GoFundMe is doing crazy. It's still on fire. 1 second. Present. We are at $21,309 for the day. GoFundMe 14,000. Woohoo! Super chats, basically $5,000. The water bottles are $620, and the travel salt's almost $1,000. Everyone, thank you so much. This is
Absolutely.
awesome. Please continue, and we're gonna make the $50,000 today.
Nice. Thank you.
My hourly plug.
Yeah. Hey, we got to give a huge shout out, Intentional Carnivore Sean. Thank you so much for coming along with us. You took it to the next
brother.
level. We appreciate
Thanks,
it.
man.
It's time you get off that couch. You spent enough time on that couch your whole life.
I know, right? Yeah, I'm bowing out on y'all. I'm bailing on y'all. You guys got it. Y'all got questions and all that stuff, and so I'm bailing on you. Hate to do it.
No, don't worry about it.
to fall asleep.
Dude,
We still love you. You exercised for like an hour and a half today, and we've just been sitting here.
Right.
I did do that. I will take credit for that one today. But you guys can have my carnivore card for the night, I guess. No, I'm just kidding. Take it for a week. I don't know. I'll be on restrictions or something. How about that?
Right.
But it was a pleasure.
Yeah, likewise. I really appreciate it. I thank you. You had some great questions, took it to the next level. Really appreciate it. So thank you so much. Everyone check out
You guys
Sean's
have a
channel.
good night.
Intentional
Appreciate
Carnivore.
you guys.
Link below.
Hi, Sean, and thanks for the birthday wishes. I just saw it.
Yeah. Happy birthday.
Thank you so much.
Y'all take care. See y'all soon. Bye-bye.
Thanks, Sean.
Bye.
Should we bring in our next guest, or do we have any other updates?
The
update is people need to donate right now. That's the update. Send me those super chats and donations in the GoFundMe. I like the ones that are 100, 500, and 1,000. Those are my favorite.
Those are nice ones, yeah.
I love all of them, actually. I'm not discriminatory towards any donations today.
We're up less than 9 hours remaining.
Yeah.
You all right? You guys okay?
I'm okay right now. At some point, my husband's gonna knock on the door and say, "No, you need to go to sleep."
Yeah,
so
you gotta go to
sleep. He hasn't
sleep.
done that yet. He's been watching almost all day while taking care of the kids on his phone.
Wow.
Yeah.
Shout out Alia Wells' husband. Thank you.
His name's Caesar.
Caesar,
Our
thank you.
Cesar.
Our next guest is the one, the only, world famous Dr. Anthony Chafee.
Yay!
Hello.
Hello.
How are you, Doctor?
Welcome.
I'm doing very well. Thank you very much. How are you guys?
Good.
Good.
You're doing good. Doing good. It's nice to see you, sir. Thank you for joining us.
No, you're welcome.
Yeah, 24-hour live stream. We got 9 hours left. We're hanging in there.
Nice.
I don't think this 24 hours would be a problem for Dr. Anthony Chafee. You probably did like 18 hours of neurosurgery today and some rugby practice and some weightlifting.
No, well, it's still morning for me, so it's 11 a.m.
Right.
But I've been up since early doing work. So
Nice.
yeah, unfortunately, it's 7 days a week here.
Right. Well, thank you so much for joining us. I was looking forward to this. We've had a lot of fun conversations and collaborations in the past. Would you mind, just for the audience here, give them a little bit of your background expertise?
Yeah, well, so I'm an American medical doctor. I currently work in Australia. I've been working in neurosurgery for the past sort of 4 years, and I also have so I'm in my residency for that, and I'm I also have a functional medicine practice, and I've just been doing a lot of research into diet and nutrition and how that affects health and chronic disease for around 25 years, and really started incorporating that into my practice in my life in the last 6 years. But I was, I just inadvertently went carnivore in my early 20s in my undergraduate, during my undergraduate degree, just because I learned just how toxic plants were and how they could be carcinogenic and harmful directly and indirectly. And so I just said, okay, I'm not eating plants anymore. And I just defaulted into just eating meat and eggs and felt amazing. That was the time in my life I had never felt better, never performed better as an athlete. I played high level rugby since I was 17 and at a professional level as well in the US and in Europe. And so, sorry, I have a naked cat running around and
I love it.
Fellow carnivore. And that was a period I'd never felt better in my entire life. And so, sort of slipped off of it because I didn't really realize what I was doing was so significant. But then later on, I realized that, and I realized, well, that's what I was doing. I was eating our biologically appropriate diet. I was eating what we were designed to eat, what we've been eating for millions of years. And that's why I felt as amazing as I did. And so I went back to that about 6 years ago. And then I started digging into the research and trying to see what all we knew about and what we could prove.
That's awesome. You got a little star there.
Yeah, well, I made some like lamb, and so he's freaking out about that. So he wants a piece of that. So he's like sort of circling it like a shark,
nice.
To see if I'll actually let him get in there. But
thank you for the introduction. I'm sure we'll get a lot of questions in the live chat. I've got some challenging Dr. Chafee arguments. We've done some of those in the past. I had some new ones, and people
Sure.
seem to enjoy those. I was hoping to just check in with you too and see how you've been doing lately. I know you've had some interesting projects going on, and you were visiting Canada for a while and hanging out there.
Yeah.
How's all that going?
Oh, it was really good. So I was in America. I was speaking at a conference, Symposium for Metabolic Health in San Diego, and so I gave a lecture on ketogenic metabolic therapy in the being used for cancer treatment, and in particular glioblastoma brain tumors. And so I gave a lecture there, and that went well. And then while we were there, we decided to sort of travel around a bit, and I showed my girlfriend Elle the San Diego. So I'd lived there for a few years. I introduced her to some of my friends I played rugby with there years ago. And then we went up to visit Maggie, who's an 82-year-old rancher who's been carnivore for really her whole life, but at least for the last 65 years. But she was one of those kids that just hated vegetables, just like everyone. And but her parents were much nicer than mine and actually didn't make her eat vegetables. And so, they said, like, well, she really hates these things, and she's skinny and she's healthy, so we'll just let her eat what the hell she wants. And then when she moved out of the house, she was just like, well, I'm really not eating any of that crap now. And then she just never did again. And You know, she's 82. She's a full-time rancher. She's up at 5 a.m. out with the cows, out at 5 a.m. with the cows at 5 a.m. And you're working, you know, before dawn and after dusk every day, sometimes longer than that. You know, she was telling me that, you know, when you're baling hay on a farm, you keep baling until all the hay is done. You just keep going. And at one point, like a couple of years ago, she personally went for 36 hours straight in her 80s, right? And so, you know, she is extremely healthy, extremely vibrant and vital, and she looks half her age, and she moves like a 30-year-old, a healthy 30-year-old. She's climbing up and down tractors and farm equipment and things like that. Yeah, that's her, sort of second from the right. She's 82 years old in that picture, and there's no doctoring done to that. That's not like, you know, filtered or anything like that. That is actually what she looks like. She actually looks probably better than that, you know, because you don't sort of get the vitality of someone just from a picture. But you know, she's hopping over 5-foot-tall fences to like grab an enraged bull, like a massive bull. This thing was huge. I've never seen a larger you know, bovine. Even when we were in Yellowstone, we saw like the bison, things like that. This was massive, just this massive animal. And she just went in there, just hopped over. Hey, Growler, get over here, you know, and, you know, grabbing it and pulling it over. I mean, she raised this thing from birth, you know, so like it knew her, but I wasn't getting in there. Sure as hell wasn't getting in there. And I was like, thinking, like, oh God, if this thing freaks out at her, like I'm going to have to do something. I really hope that doesn't happen, because that's not a good idea. And, you know, she's fencing, she's doing, you know, physical labor and, you know, grabbing cows, moving horses and all these sorts of things. 82 years old. And so it's just a testament to how we're supposed to age and how healthy we can and should be if we eat right. So yeah, so that was great to see her. And then we were in Yellowstone, and in Wyoming there was something called a beef roundup, which is like a bunch of ranchers had just a meat cook-off and a sort of a rodeo, and they asked me to be a judge, like a steak eating judge. I'm like, yes, I will absolutely do that. That's awesome. And it just happened to be that it lined up with this trip that we were already doing, so it was perfect. So we were there for several days and got to visit Yellowstone. So that was fantastic. And then we just got back sort of last week, and it was just straight back into work. So yeah, it was a good trip, very good trip.
Nice. I love what you're doing with Maggie, and I really wanted to thank you for introducing us. I've since become kind of good friends with her and been talking to her because I'm really interested in filming her for the Carnivore Diet Documentary, which is the reason we're here right now. And I know she's kind of shy, but after talking to her a few times, it looks like I'm probably going to end up heading out there at some point and staying at the ranch and filming her. And it's really the perfect scenario because, well, she seems like such a great person, first of all, but the fact that she's been carnivore for so many years is just amazing. But in addition to that, I recently filmed my neighbor, where I get all my grass-fed beef from, and he's a 6th-generation farmer, and his passion for what he's doing sounded exactly like Maggie's when I spoke with her on the phone. It's such a a beautiful thing and then a discouraging thing too, because my neighbor that's the farmer works nonstop, works a full factory job, and he's barely making ends meet. And I got done with it. And I'm like, he's still passionate about his animals, and he's such a good steward of his land and the animals. But I'm like, what next generation is going to do this? And they're falling out. He's working for pennies, underappreciated. He's still doing it because he's passionate about it. But when he's done doing it, and this generation is done doing it, I don't see the next generation picking it up. And it's like, where does that leave us and our meat? Like, big production factory farm. Who wants that? It's just
yeah. Well, that was Maggie's point. That's why she reached out to me to do a podcast with me. Or actually, she just reached out to me. I asked her to do a podcast, and she was a bit shy. You know, she's keeps to herself and doesn't have like a public image or anything like that. She just does her thing. And I asked her to be on the podcast, and it was a very good podcast. It was, people really liked it. It's one of my most successful podcasts, and certainly for how long it's been out, it's definitely my most successful long form podcast. And and yeah, she was saying that there was a study that looked at ranchers in general, and the independent ranchers, and they on average made about like 42 cents an hour for all the hours that they work, right? So they're barely scratching by. And Maggie, for a long time, she was losing money in the ranching industry, and there's a lot of reasons for that, and a lot of difficulties and pressures being put on ranchers. And the Canadian government is not helping with that. And for it's a bit crappy too. You used to have people, ranchers in Texas, or people that had land, and then all of a sudden they found oil, and it's just like Beverly Hillbillies. You just all of a sudden you struck it rich. That does not happen in Canada because the government owns all the mineral rights and gas rights and things like that. So you have the land, but you only own the grass basically. And so they own everything else underneath that. And that was something that was put in by Trudeau Sr. back in the 70s, I believe, and basically took away property rights from people. Like wrote it in the Constitution that people do not have no property rights. Not like in America where you're supposed to own everything above and everything below, your land. And so they have a high producing natural gas well on their land, and so she can't use a whole big chunk of her land. It's very expensive and costs her money, and they get to drive all over it, and they because they feel like the gas companies, they've leased it or bought it from the contracts from the government. They feel like it's their land, they own it, and so they just treat the actual landowners like garbage. They leave the gates unlocked, or they leave like the padlocks. They have the same combination for every single padlock on every single well everywhere in Canada. It's like, are you stupid? Like you have anyone at any point knows that there's one there's one code. They know what the code is, and now they can go to any farm anywhere in Canada and just break in and steal shit. And that's what's happening. Maybe not necessarily, employees or former employees, but people are, getting things stolen. Maggie's had tens of thousands of dollars in cattle stolen from her, and because they've left things unlocked and they've let these animals out. They have an easement to like go around on their property to get to the well, to service the well, but they're not, but they have, things that they're growing hay, they're growing crops and things like that to, as part of their business, and also to feed their cows in the winter. And some of the times they would just take their heavy equipment and just drive straight through this field of crops and just destroy acres and acres and acres. And I mean, it's just disgusting what they're doing. So, I thought that was just ridiculous, and pointed that out. But, she was losing quite a lot of money every year. They've since shored that up, but they're still losing part of it. So her and her husband have to use their pension to pay for the farm. And so she's working 16 hours a day, sometimes 36-hour days. And, she's paying for the privilege. Right. And realistically, she should be loaded because she, this well has been on her land for 40 years plus. And she's hasn't gotten a cent from it. They're supposed to pay $3,500 as like a, as a sort of a fee for using that land. But that was a fee that was put in place in the 1970s, and they never changed it. So it doesn't adjust with inflation or with, different costs and the money that they're losing. So, I was like looking at that, and like, I mean, she uses mostly wood stoves and wood fires and things like that to heat her house. But they do use gas for some things. And she's saying it's like, what they're using, the amount of gas that they use probably doesn't even, that $3,500 probably doesn't even cover that. You know what I mean? So like, she's not even getting free gas you know, from all the gas that's being pumped out of her land. So, I mean, realistically, I mean, she should be loaded, but she's in fact paying for the privilege of being screwed over and providing meat for people. And then this year, unfortunately, got hit really hard because there was a drought, and so there's hay prices have tripled in her area in Canada, and so now they can't get enough feed, and they're going to have to sell half their herd. And that's so I started a Give, Send, Go fundraising for her to try to help her that, and that's been going really well. People have been really, really kind and generous in reaching out and helping out with that. So that's really nice to see. I mean, she when I was talking to her about it, she was literally in tears. That people were just, you know, perfect strangers were coming out to help her just because they you know, wanted her not have to sell half her herd and be even more screwed because of that, you know?
Right.
But it's a hard life. And she was saying there's just like, who's going to do this? The land is crazy expensive.
Yeah.
You know, growing crops and canola and wheat and corn, you make more money, you know, doing that. So people are moving to that. So, you know, we can get all the people aware that eating meat is really healthy and eating this other stuff is not healthy. And, you know, but if people keep getting driven out of the beef industry, you know, there's not going to be a supply. There's not going to be enough meat for people.
Right.
You know?
Yeah. It's a scary proposition, but it's really awesome what you did with the helping her set up the fundraiser. I donated to it and shouted it out, and I actually have it.
Yeah.
I have it in the link or in the description of this video too. So if anyone wants to check it out, but like I said, I did that video with my neighbor just because I thought it'd be interesting because I eat a lot of meat. I wanted to learn more about it, and then I'm like, this whole documentary is to follow people doing carnivore diet for obesity, mental health, type 2 diabetes, all those issues. But then I'm like, well, then they need to know where their meat's coming from, what to eat, and I'm like, this is such a more important part of it now. So the movie's going to be 6 hours long by the time I'm done with it, or it's going to have to turn into a series or something. But I definitely want to include something like maybe story from the carnivore side, but also from the independent rancher farmer side. So
yeah, no, definitely. I mean, all that stuff is so important. You know, like you have to have all of it. You know, I mean, these all is part and parcel. You know, showing how beneficial it is, and also how, you know, these people that are producing it have been ostracized and driven out of business, because, you know, it's not enough to just. I mean, it's a big first step to get people understanding that meat's really good, and start demanding it. You know, because, you know, when they start demanding it, you know, then people are going to be like, all right, well, we can make money here, so we should stop trying to force it down and shove down fake meat and plant-based meat and things like that on people, you know?
Yeah, I was telling people before too, we've got a lot of people starting up carnivore YouTube channels, and they're looking for ideas for content. This is one of the most fun videos I did, was just hanging out with my neighbor, family farm. So that's something to do. I absolutely support those family farms, independent ranchers, and maybe do a video, get their word out. I just did a little video with them, and their store went crazy. So I was really happy with that. They're like having logistical problems now, restocking things. Everyone came and bought all the steaks. They got a bunch of ground beef. That was a good problem to have, but definitely we need to raise up those voices. It's such an important thing. I don't want to live in a world where the only option is getting meat from some huge corporation. And I know Maggie's very passionate about it, a good steward of her animals and land, and that was the same thing with my neighbor. So we gotta raise up those voices for sure. So,
yeah, definitely.
Awesome. So, Dr. Chafee, I got a couple challenging Dr. Chaffees. I'm sure we got a lot of super chats and questions. Maybe we just jump around a little bit, or is there anything else you'd like to talk about too?
No, happy to get into it.
I've got your links in the description too, so everyone's got to check it out. We've had some really interesting and fun videos we've done together in the past. So
yeah, definitely.
I've got some challenging Dr. Chafee questions I haven't challenged you with before. All the ones I have challenged you with, you've knocked out of the park. So, but I have one that's just because there's a lot of new people on here. So I'm going to throw you a softball for this first one, but I think it's an important one because, like I said, there's a lot of new people on here that might not have heard this one. This is the one I hear all the time, other than, you're going to clog your arteries. You're going to have a heart attack. But it's this one. You can't just eat meat forever. Just eat in moderation.
I mean, everyone else has that made it through the ice ages and the Inuits and things like that. I mean, so clearly you can. I mean, Maggie's done it. She's been doing it for 82 years. She hasn't eaten anything. She's on no medication. She doesn't go to the doctor. She doesn't take supplements or anything like that. So, you just have to think about, you just have to think rationally about this for a little bit of time and realize, what did we eat historically? What did we eat when we were evolving? What did we eat during all the ice ages? What was there besides meat during the ice ages in the Arctic Circle? Nothing. You're on ice floes and glaciers, and there's nothing growing, and so all you're eating is meat. Right? So it's all up and down the food chain. You're eating. You can eat seals that eat fish, that eat fish, that eat fish, that eat fish, that eat plankton. Right? So it's if that wasn't something that we were able to do, if that wasn't sustainable, if meat didn't have absolutely everything we needed in the proportion that we needed it in, we wouldn't be here. None of us would exist. And that's what all the best evidence shows, is that humans have been eating meat, either exclusively meat in certain areas and certain times, or really, really close to it. And even in more recent times, in the last few hundred years, you see like the Native Australians, Native Americans, other sorts of peoples, they traditionally would just eat meat unless they had a shortage of meat, and then they would know which plants that they could eat to sort of flesh that out, or maybe they had some seasonal berries or something like that, which again is seasonal. It's like a couple weeks out of the year you'd have some, if that, and the rest of the time you're just eating meat. And the Native Americans that were eating bison, there's just wild game. If you read about the Lewis and Clark, they going across America, they talk about how they're getting up into the plains, and they're just saying that like the wild game and the buffalo and all these like deer and antelope, they're as thick as flocks of birds just all over the Great Plains. They just ate animals. And they would do buffalo drops. They'd scare a herd of bison over a cliff, and they'd crash and burn. And they would, cut them up and dry the meat and eat that throughout the entire rest of the year. And so, the Native Americans were the tallest human beings on Earth at that time in the 1800s. The average height of a population didn't know the average health of a population, and that Native Americans are not the tallest human beings on Earth anymore, and that's purely nutritional and environmental. Buddy, you're killing me. Sorry, I've got a crazy cat. And so once they've gone off of that natural diet, they've gotten far more unhealthy. Native Americans, Native Australians, they are far more likely to develop the chronic diseases and obesity that other people get, but only when eating a Western diet, only when eating this plant-based and now processed food diet. That's very recent. That's a very recent addition. So not only is it sustainable, it's really necessary for most people to have a healthy life.
Nice, thank you,
Gary. It's like the power hour. Can you talk about that for a second?
I forgot about that. Sorry, just a quick announcement. So we have, I don't know if Dr. Chafee has tried these. Nose to Tail Provisions, they do these bison liver crisps, and they're matching dollar for dollar any donations we get for the next hour for a Carnivore Diet Documentary. So huge shout out, bison liver crisps. Every dollar donated gets matched dollar for dollar. So, Ali, I don't know if you can.
I can figure it out. I'll figure out where we're at.
Yeah, maybe we can start it now. I told them like 10, but we'll just do it for.
Oh yeah, can we just start it right now?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay, good.
And then when we announce it, you want to say, and it's been doubled for
Are they doing a certain limit, or what are they doubling?
Up to $1,000.
Oh, up to 1,000. Okay, good. I think we're almost there. We're literally almost there. Just looking at the GoFundMe right now, we're like halfway there.
Nice.
Starting right this second. So there you
And
go.
if people in the chat, if you have questions for Dr. Chafee, please post them. Put a big QQQ or something so we can spot it.
I think he's handling the cat.
Yeah.
No, I had to wrangle him and get
No,
him
don't
out of
worry.
there.
Probably easier than a bowl.
Right.
Dude, that thing, massive. Yeah.
I
Huge bowl.
have,
He was digging at the ground too, and it's like this plumes
Oh,
of dirt
no.
just shooting back like 40 feet. It was just massive. I mean, the power of this animal. I was like, nope, I'm not getting in there. Like, you can have fun, Maggie.
I got to show this. This is just a quick video, Dr. Chafee here. I'm going to share this quick.
This could be.
I have to go to Costco. Finally out of lockout because I am out of meat. So finally went to Costco and stocked up. So I'm gonna cut these up and salt them. Got beef there, got 60 eggs, and I got these guys too, big ass tomahawk steaks. Okay, so I just got my steaks salted and put up on the racks. I got everything else packed in. Here is the new fridge. That is an absolute thing of beauty, and we got more, a lot more down there as well. So that's 64 eggs, 4 kilos of ground beef, several tomahawks, 3 ribeye loins, and a huge chunk of mysterious piece of beef. All right, that should last a while.
That's life goals right there. That is amazing. Did it last a while?
Oh, like 6 weeks, almost 2 months. Yeah.
Wow. That's something.
Yeah.
I'm tempted to purchase a separate refrigerator at my house because not everyone's doing carnivore, and it's like so annoying when I look in there and there's boxes of stuff and things like that in there. Just a rookie level question on behalf of the audience as well. So in terms of aging the steaks, I can just go buy like a big ribeye, put it on a rack so there's some airflow, and just put it in the fridge like that. And like, could I have that a day later, a week later, a month later? Like, is there any? It just seems so counterintuitive to me. I'm like, oh, you pull that thing out, it's going to turn brown or something.
Yeah, well, it'll dry out, but that's the idea. You're concentrating it, and you're sort of getting some of the moisture out, and it dries out, it concentrates the flavor, browns a lot better. You can put a bit of salt on it as well. If you do that, the salt will soak all the way through it, so it's all like perfectly salted the way you want it. And yeah, but you can it will get to a point where it dries out more than you want, basically. But if it's not touching anything, or it doesn't have areas of moisture, then you'll have then it'll just dry. It'll turn into beef jerky, basically. You know, I mean, it's like who doesn't like beef jerky? So you know, it's it'll just get it can just get more dry than you would enjoy for cooking a steak. But depending on how thick it is, like I do like big 3-inch thick steaks, and I've had them in there for 3 weeks, something like that, and they look like black and just hard and crusty. But then you cook them up, and the inside is still good. It's just it's almost like the consistency or moisture level of like a tuna, like an ahi tuna sashimi, right? They sort of cut up, and that's sort of what it sort of tastes like. But the outside is all like literally crispy and crunchy because it just browns so well. And if you cook that in fat, I usually put like a half an inch of fat in the pan, and you're just sort of frying it, and it just gets brown and crispy and bubbly. It's amazing. It's so good. So you just play with it on how long you want to leave it in there and how dry you want to get it. And so I'm happy to let it dry out more and more as I go. But some people may not like that. But even just letting it sit overnight makes a huge difference.
Really? Okay. Is this the kind of thing I'm going to do and there's no turning back? It's like you can't eat a steak any other way once you do it this way?
Well, I at least do it. I at least do it once every, or at least overnight. I mean, at least, you know, I don't like the taste or texture nearly as much if I'm just getting it straight out of the pack and just cooking up a steak. Like I need to age it overnight. Even chicken or fish or pork, doing that like overnight. You don't want to do it too long with the other ones, but you know, they just get a bit more dry than you want pretty quickly. And so I like doing that, and I don't really use salt anymore. I've just sort of as a natural taste. Like I always tell people, salt to taste. Right now, my taste is telling me don't salt, and so I don't put on any salt. But before, when I would put on sort of a light bit of salt and just leaving it overnight, it made a massive, massive, massive difference.
I'm gonna have to try that. I started a while ago. I would get like a ribeye roast, cut it maybe 2 or 3 inches thick, and then I would smoke it on the smoker like low. I would do the reverse sear and a cast iron skillet with beef tallow. Oh, it's so good, but there's no turning back now. I can't just eat a regular ribeye. I have to do it at least that way because it's so much better. So I'm not going to end up aging it too. I'm going to have this whole elaborate process. But hey, it's still probably way less time than I was spending before worrying about food and preparing food. I think you said in one of your videos, I totally agree with you. It's not even like bragging or being arrogant, but it's like I can just make a steak so much better at home than even it seems like going to the best restaurant. My wife and I went out for our anniversary before, and I went to this really good restaurant, super expensive steak, and it comes out like this thin. I'm like, what am I even going to do with that thing? Like, why am I bothering paying for this? I could go get way more for the money than that, for sure.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. You know, you end up wanting to eat at home more because you just do a better job, and you get so much more value for your money. But that's what people used to do. They used to cook at home, and we've sort of lost that when the processed food industry and ready-made meals took over. You had entire generations of people that weren't at home learning how to cook with their parents and their family, and they were just going out to eat, or using these pre-made meals that they made cheaper than you could get the constituent ingredients and make it yourself. So it was like, why the hell would you cook? You know, because it cost less to get the same thing, and it freed up 3 hours of your life. And so they're like, yep, I'm not doing that. Problem is that now people are beholden to that because you had entire generations of people that never learned how to cook, never learned how to shop for ingredients, never learned how to actually like be an adult. And so they have to rely on other people cooking these things. They have to go to restaurants. They have to get Uber Eats. They have to get these packaged dinners and just eat bowls of cereal. They don't know what do I eat? You know, there's just this packaged crap. And so now you're 2-3 generations removed from, actually anyone who was ever able to cook. Thankfully, my mom enjoyed cooking and she liked to cook and she wanted to cook. And so we never did that ready-made meal crap. And so we learned how to cook from my mom. And, but I knew people that they spent the majority of their paycheck just on food because they ate out for every single meal, or they ordered Uber Eats, or they had packaged dinners or something like that, which are so much more expensive now. You know, it started out cheaper to get a generation off of cooking, and now they can just ramp things up. And so now it's just restaurant prices for everything. And the restaurant prices have gone up too.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, it used to be a time you could go to a diner and you actually could get breakfast and lunch and dinner and probably could just live like that because prices were less. And now they're much more expensive. Everything's much more expensive as far as food production is concerned, or the food preparation. So if you don't know how to cook, you're going to get scammed, and you're going to end up spending most of your money on food. I eat steaks every day, and I spend less on food than most people. Most people eating crap, and I'm eating aged prime steaks every day. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, so something's wrong there.
Right. Well, I get the comment from people too sometimes, like, don't you get sick of steak? Today's my 6th month. You've been doing this 5 years, and then 5 years before that. Have you gotten sick of it ever? Has there been one point, and you've been doing it way longer than I have?
No, fuck no. I mean, Jesus Christ, no. Like, I mean, that's like, it's just like, do you ever get sick of freedom? You ever get sick of breathing air?
Right.
You ever get sick of, of like not being murdered? I mean, like, it's like you haven't been beaten in years. You ever get sick of that? It's like, no, I don't. Like, well, you've never been to prison. I mean, does that bother you that you've never experienced that? No, I'm fine, thank you.
Right.
I mean, it's just, why would you ever get sick of something that tastes amazing, makes you feel incredible, and is the most healthy thing that you could ever do? And I don't think I've ever asked someone who had Crohn's disease, you ever get tired of not having bloody diarrhea 30 times a day? That's a bit of a silly question when you break it down, because there are a lot of people that are very unwell. And I'll ask you, Carrie, I mean, do you ever get sick of not being obese? I mean, you haven't been overweight in a while. Do you ever get sick of that? I mean, do you ever get sick of having your pants fit, and having energy to have, play with your kids? Do you ever get sick of that? Silly question, I think, and when you think about it, you look at animals in the wild, they have no variety in their diet.
Yes.
Right. I mean, do cows ever get sick of grass? Did lions get sick of gazelle? I mean, like, oh my God, zebra again. Can we just not have like a fresh salad? I mean, like, what the hell? No, they love what they eat because they're getting a reward for that. You're getting these good nutrients into your body, and your taste is rewarding you. That's why it tastes good, right? And that's why plants taste bitter, because your brain is warning you, say, don't eat this. This is bad for you, right? At a fundamental biological level. But you're getting that meat and that fat, and it's saying, hey, this is good for you. Keep eating this. And the way that that's not like a drug like sugar or cocaine or something like that is that when something's good for you and you're getting a reward for it, you're getting a pat on the head, good boy, you ate the right thing, is that it gives negative feedback. And so it actually tastes less and less good the more you eat it, and eventually gets to the point where it doesn't taste good at all. And so that's how you know how much you're supposed to eat. That's how a lion knows. That's how a koala knows. They keep eating. It tastes amazing, and they get to a point they go, not really interested anymore, right? And they just naturally stop. And whereas when you get something that's addictive, like sugar or cocaine, the more you do, the more you want to do. So there's positive feedback as opposed to negative feedback. The more you do, the more you want to do. And so that's how you know something's pathological, right? So that's why we know sugar, while yes, sugar can taste good, that's a pathological good. And I'm sure people that do cocaine thinks it smells nice. That doesn't really change the fact that it's not good for you, right? So you're getting positive feedback, and you want more and more and more and more and more. That's something that's addictive. That's something that's bad for you. Whereas meat, you get a reward. It's good for you when your body wants it. And then you get negative feedback, and you get less and less. So yeah, you will get bored of steak when you're not hungry. But when you're hungry, it will by definition taste good. And so no, I never get sick of steak because I only eat it when I'm hungry. And so if I try to force feed myself when I'm not hungry, like, yeah, no, I'm not going to enjoy that. Okay. But I don't need to eat in that circumstance, right? So you don't want to eat if you're not hungry. That's, obviously the case, right? And so when I'm hungry, meat will always taste good. And that's true for any human being or any other carnivore. And actually herbivores do too, because herbivores eat meat too, because it's the most bioavailable thing that there is to eat. So you see like, elk and moose like chewing up rabbits and things like that. I mean, it's pretty wild, like looking at this, because they don't have the right teeth, so they're just sort of mashing this thing up. But we're trying to. What are we trying to do when we eat? We're trying to build and maintain meat, right? That's what animal tissue is. It's meat. We're trying to build and maintain animal tissue, which is just meat. So what's the best thing you can do to build and maintain meat? Eat meat, right? It's very easy to turn meat into more meat. It is actually very difficult to change plant tissue, which is an entirely different form of life, to turn that into animal tissue. It's very difficult to do that. Not all animals can do that. And that's why there are herbivores and carnivores. And that's why there's 70% of animals are carnivores. It's all in that chain, right? You have carnivores eating carnivores, eating carnivores, eating carnivores, eating carnivores, eating grass and algae or plankton, right? So that's the food chain. Most animals eat other animals. And it's easier to do that. There aren't as many animals that can turn plant tissue into animal tissue.
I love that the example with the animals in the wild and a cow eats grass and all of that. Because if you turn it around and you think about it, like imagine if you took a cow and fed it all the stuff humans eat, like Doritos and ice cream and Brussels sprouts, it would get arthritic and it would get sick and it'd be like cruel and unusual punishment, but you go to the grocery store, that's like what every human's eating, and it's just supposed to be normal. And we're kind of the crazy ones here eating meat.
Yeah.
I need to jump in.
I think we've been eating for 2.6 million years plus.
Right.
You know? Yeah. Sorry.
I have to jump in right now. I'm so sorry. This is utterly crazy. So just since we started this game, the Power Hour, which was like 10 minutes ago, just in the GoFundMe is another $2,469. This is nuts. So these bites, people better pay a little bit more.
It's done? The Power Hour is done?
Our power minutes are done.
Wow, it was like a power minute. Okay.
It was a power minute. And I haven't even caught up with all the super chats yet, like putting them in there. So, but I do need to do a shout out to specific donations because I'm going to shout them all out in the chat, but I want to say, a Nepo, $200. Sorry, I don't want to screw up your name. Catherine Sarpiri, $500. Karen McBride, $500. Donald Jones, $500. And that 200 one was a little while ago, but those three $500 just happened in the last like few minutes. So that's nuts. And we are now at 24,671. Dr. Chafee, I think you're staying for the rest of the night.
Well, for a bit anyway. Yeah.
We appreciate any time. If you got to jump out at any time, just let us know.
Good. No, I think I'm booked in for the next couple hours anyway.
Yeah, you are.
All right, we got another one here. So I'm supposed to believe there's some huge conspiracy theory. My entire life, everyone was told eat your vegetables. Everyone was told avoid fat, eat low fat. Everything was lies.
Yes. Next question.
Right.
Yeah. But it is. But it's documented as such. You know, I mean, the Journal of the American Medical Association published in 2016 actual internal memos from the sugar companies detailing how they paid off 3 Harvard professors to falsify data and publish fraudulent studies to make it appear as if cholesterol caused heart disease when it was really more likely to be sugar. And then there were studies coming out saying that sugar was strongly associated with the development of heart disease. And so they're saying, okay, well, we need to cover this up. We need to get our Oppo research out there to muddy the waters, right? So you have 20 studies saying that it's sugar and 20 studies saying it's cholesterol. So, well, we just don't know. Oh, well, we just need more studies, all that bullshit. So they played that game for a number of decades. And one of those professors was named head of the USDA, and he was the one who authored and published the 1977 USDA declaration saying that cholesterol caused heart disease, and to stop eating it and stop eating saturated fat. And so that turned the tide, and everyone just jumped on board with that. And you have a whole bunch of people saying, "Oh, vegetables are so good, eat vegetables." Who is saying that? People's trying to sell you freaking vegetables, you know? I mean, like never trust somebody, you know, about their own product. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, it's something that they're selling you. I mean, sure, they're going to talk it up, but like of course they're going to talk it up. And so, and it goes on more and more and more. I mean, this is unfortunately, there's more to it than this. Yes, there are industries involved. Yes, there are major food companies that are nearly 100% plant-based, you know, Coca-Cola, Pepsi, Nestle, Kellogg's, Sanitarium Foods, Post, all these things are, you know, General Mills, all these things, almost all of what they put out there are plant foods, right? And that's what they're protecting. Of course, they're going to push that out there. Coca-Cola, just Coca-Cola, not even all the other major multinationals. Coca-Cola spends 11 times the amount of money on nutritional research than the NIH every year, right? And that's just Coca-Cola, not all the other vested interests in there. And so, I mean, what do you think is going to come out? What do you think the nutritional literature is going to show? And also, a lot of this nutritional literature is going into peer-reviewed peer-reviewed process, right? So, but what is the peer review process? Peer reviewed is an old boys club. Basically, if someone agrees with what you say, it's going to get published. If they don't, then they won't. It doesn't matter how much you back that up. And the peer review process and a lot of the nutritional studies and journals are done by Loma Linda Medical Center and the other Seventh-day Adventist institutions. Well, the Seventh-day Adventist Church is religiously anti-meat. They think it's sinful. They think it raises your sexual urges. Anyone can look this up. Look up Ellen G. White and the Seventh-day Adventist Church. Look up Belinda Fettke, Fettke, and she does a number of lectures on at different conferences, and it's available on YouTube where people can look at that and see the evidence for this. But they say it themselves. They say that meat is evil, meat is sinful, meat is a drug, meat is a chemical you need to avoid. And Ellen G. White said that she had a vision from God in the 1800s saying that meat was evil, caused lustful feelings. Lust is a sin. Therefore, meat is a sin. You have to get rid of it. And she was influenced by Sylvester Graham, who made graham crackers, who felt during the temperance movement that you had to eat bland, tasteless plant food in order to suppress sexual urges. That was important. And so she was, a disciple of his, and she ran with it and said that this came from God. Maybe she thought Sylvester Graham was God. And, she pushed this, and this became a hallmark of the Seventh-day Adventist Church. And their major defining difference in Christianity. This is why we're different and we're better. And she wrote a lot of books about, how horrible it is to masturbate or to have sex. Her protege and typesetter was a young man named John Harvey Kellogg, who grew up to be Dr. Kellogg, who ended up starting Kellogg cereals with his brother and had a sanitarium. That's what the Seventh-day Adventist hospitals were called, were sanitariums. That's why there's a major cereal company in Australia, the major cereal company in Australia, make like Wheat Bix and everything like that, called Sanitarium Foods. That's not a mistake. That was founded by the Seventh-day Adventist Church and is still owned by them, and still, enjoys tax-exempt status for all of their cereal sales and everything like that. Kellogg started Kellogg cereal, as you would guess, and he pushed a vegan diet. He also promoted circumcision to deter sex and masturbation. He would circumcise boys and girls without anesthetic in order to deter them from masturbating, or pour acids or caustic chemicals on the vagina and clitoris and labia of young girls without anesthetic in order to basically punish them and deter them from masturbating again. Like truly sick things these guys were doing. And he was the one who convinced America and Americans and the medical establishment that it was in the interest of the health of men and boys to circumcise young boys. This was not to improve health. It does not improve health. It was to deter masturbation. That's why he put that through, but he said it was for health reasons. And he tried to do that for young girls as well, but thankfully he didn't get that one by, because that's truly sick. That would have been very, very tragic if he had done that. So he was sick in the head, was a bit of a sociopath, and he had this, and he and the church had this agenda that's just like, meat has to go. And so they're pushing this plant-based agenda, and they started the processed food industry in order to suppress sexual urges and impose their will and their ideology on the rest of the world. There's a number, like 36 different cereal companies all sprouted up around Battle Creek, Michigan Sanitarium, where Kellogg's worked. And, Post, Mr. Post was one of his patients. He just said, yeah, I'm running with that too. And so they own all the processed food companies, who are now putting out the majority of literature on nutrition, and it's getting peer reviewed by their hospital system and their medical center at Loma Linda. What do you think they're going to approve? They're going to approve anything that even has the remotest suggestion that a plant-based diet is good and that meat is bad, right? And in fact, it goes on from there. The American Nutritional and Dietetics Association, they were founded by Seventh-day Adventist church members, right? In the early 1900s, the university curriculum on nutrition was founded and written by the Seventh-day Adventist Church. It's still, strongly influenced by the Seventh-day Adventist Church. The first textbook taught in universities courses on nutrition was written by Seventh-day Adventists in 1925, and it was all plant-based then. Plant-based. You have to only eat plants and all that sort of crap. It's still in print. It's still, the most recent edition is still being used in Ivy League nutrition courses. Sally Norton, who wrote the book Toxic Superfoods, who has a degree in nutrition from Cornell and almost died from her perfectly balanced, perfectly designed plant-based diet. Her textbook at Cornell was that textbook from the Seventh-day Adventist Church. It was like the 44th edition at that point. So they are still controlling the narrative, and they're controlling the literature, and they're controlling what gets published, and they're controlling the guidelines. And Walter Willett, who's a major nutritional researcher at Harvard, plant-based, works closely with these guys. I don't know if he's Seventh-day Adventist, but he certainly works with them. He certainly has strong ties to all the different big food companies and things like that. And he's pushing the same damn narrative. Well, this is par for the course. Harvard professors routinely get bought off by industry, by food companies, by the drug companies, by the sugar companies, by the tobacco companies, by all these different people, because they're in a position to sell their authority. They are, it says Harvard, it's a Harvard professor, the best of the best. That's who you want to buy off, right? So, and in fact, they found that the professors of medicine at Harvard School of Medicine were the most compromised that you could possibly be of all medical schools in America. They had the most ties to industry. They were on the most boards, getting paid the most per diems and all these sorts of things by different drug companies than any other school. They were a grade. I forget who grades these sorts of things, but they got a grade of F, for their compromise with the pharmaceutical industry. So yes, it was all lies, and it just keeps being lies, because the Seventh-day Adventist Church also founded the fellowship, the medical specialty called lifestyle medicine. It's something that's catching on. It's all over the world now. And this was founded by the Seventh-day Adventist Church. Sounds great. Lifestyle, change your lifestyle, change your life, right? Diet, exercise, move more, eat less, all that crap. That sounds good. Eat a proper diet, move your body, exercise. I promote that. That's exactly what I do in my functional medicine practice. And that's what I promote to anyone who cares to listen or needs to hear it elsewhere. And the problem is that the diet that they say you should go on is a vegan diet, right? So again, this is just a Trojan horse to get in plant-based diets and people stop eating meat. This is religiously based, and now it's that religious narrative coupled with the fact that they make trillions in sales in their sugar and seed oils and processed crap. So yes, it's all lies, and that's where they started.
Love it. Thank you. Adam, we got some, I think we got some questions backing up, some super chats and other questions for Dr. Chafee.
We do. You mind taking some, Doctor?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, cool. The first one, Carnivores Dude, $2. Dr. C, you have really changed my life.
Oh, good. Well, thank you. I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad you're doing well. Thanks for coming on the chat.
Mm-hmm.
Awesome. This one, Lelouch v. Britannia. How do I deal with anhedonia and MDD when I don't know what I've enjoyed and still don't? I've been struggling with this for the better part of my life.
Well, I mean, there's that's difficult. I mean, there's a lot of psychological issues involved in that as well. I mean, I'm not a psychiatrist or a psychologist, so it's not something that I really treat. But it's, well, first of all, you get your nutrition right, and you eat fatty meat and cholesterol and fat, and this helps your brain. This helps your brain develop. This helps your hormones, and you might find that you start feeling differently. You start having more emotions. Obviously, medications that certainly can help with anxiety or depression. They can cause this. Then basically you lose sort of interest in things that you would normally find very interesting and engaging. And so Professor Chris Palmer from Harvard, he's a professor of psychiatry there. He wrote a book called Brain Energy, which he argues that mental health issues are really come down to mitochondrial disorders and metabolic disorders, and that addressing those metabolic issues with diet, lifestyle, exercise, getting rid of medications, getting away from these different sorts of things, that makes a massive difference. And he's curing people with schizophrenia and major depression just by changing their diet, putting them on like a carnivore diet or a ketogenic diet of another description. And so that's what I would do. I would try to address your metabolic health, your underlying nutritional health, go carnivore, high fat, meat only diet, just drink water, and then try to, just work on other things, get off medications if you're on them, and work with your doctor to come off them. Of course, that's very important. And, if you don't know what you enjoy, you just try new things. You try joining clubs, joining teams, playing sports, putting yourself out there. If you go to church, just being involved in church or being involved in community in one way or another, and you just experience more things in life. It's very normal for people, especially, younger people, to just not really know what's out there for them. And, we're raised to be infantilized. We don't become adults until we're in our 40s or 50s, and some never do, and it used to be that people were, there was a personal ad like a classified ad in the newspaper I saw from like the 1880s, 1890s or something like that. And there was this guy who was like 17 or something like that. And he said, "Hey, I'm looking for a wife. I have a house. I have 6 acres. I'm working it myself. It's productive. And, now I'm able to, have a wife and have a family. So this is what I'm looking for." 17 years old. Right. And so that's how people grew up. That's when your adulthood and maturity was much earlier than we have now. And now we're trying to extend adolescence indefinitely, and which is really stupid, because you're not even getting to the best part of life, which is adulthood and maturity. You get to do and see and enjoy life in ways that you really can't when you're a kid. And you can only do that when you've sort of figured out what life is about. So I would just put myself out there. I would just, get a job, start working, and start joining clubs and teams, and just see what you like. But get your nutrition right, get your health right, and your mental health will follow, and then you just get out there and enjoy yourself.
Awesome. The next question is from Eat Meat Feel Good, $5. Thank you. How did the fundraising end with Maggie go to support a ranch?
Yeah, well, it's still going. We've sort of met about half of our goal, well, a little over half. I think so she needs about $50,000 Canadian to save her herd. And I think last time I checked, we were at 28,000. I can actually check that. So that's been amazing. We just started that last week, so that's been going very well. Yeah, so we're at $28,500. So if people want to help out with that, that's at givesendgo.com/pleasehelpmaggie. So pretty easy one to find. But yeah, it's going really well. I mean, people have really come out of the woodwork to help her, which is amazing, because they don't know her, but she's been inspiring to enough people, and at least giving them at least some more information that, hey, this isn't going to kill you. This isn't going to give you a heart attack. She's been doing this her whole damn life. And she is not only not dead of a heart attack and on 30 medications, she is more healthy and vibrant than most people in their 30s and 40s. And that's pretty impressive. So, and also she's offering, if people are able to donate 1,000 Canadian dollars or more, they will be invited out to stay with her at her ranch for 5 days and stay in their guest cabin and just check out what a ranch is like if they want to.
Wow.
I stayed up there with Elle, my girlfriend, and we had an amazing time. And then share with meals with them. They really only eat sort of like once a day, and so if people want to eat more than that, then they can. But to share in that meal anyway when they actually cook, and to just enjoy the ranch. And if they want to come out and work with them or walk around or just be around cows and just enjoy the scenery, they can. If they want to get out there and get their hands dirty and start dig fence posts like I was doing and wrangle wild raging bulls like Maggie was doing, I wasn't going to do that. They can help out. So as much or as little as you want to do, and but everything helps. $5, $1, $10, whatever, makes a big difference and is really helpful for Maggie, and she really appreciates it and needs it. So thank you to everyone who's able to help.
Awesome.
Yeah, that's awesome.
If you ever want to do something like this, like a live stream to do some fundraising, I'm okay at it. I'm okay at it. We've raised $25,000 so far today, and that's my
amazing.
hourly plug. We did 25,000 so far, guys.
It's Alia's birthday, and she's a heck of a fundraiser. And just
nice. Oh, happy birthday!
Thank you. 40.
The link for Maggie's fundraiser is in the description below. So.
Awesome.
Let's go.
Yeah, very good.
Here's our next comment. Russ at Homesick Buckeye, $50. Shout out to my man Doc C. Take $20 from this and get him a new hat.
You know who that is?
I like the hat. Yeah. Well, I did actually have another hat that some of the special forces guys that I did that steak judging contest with. They gave me a hat. It was actually a pretty badass hat. It was like American flag hat. I should get that and wear that because that's a sick ass hat. So yeah, I can switch it up. But I like this hat.
Awesome. Carnivore in the Suburb, $50. Thank you so much. No question. Just thank you to Dr. Chapey for sharing your knowledge unapologetically. You all inspired me to make my YouTube channel public to do the same thing.
Hey, great. Well, that's good. I mean, I'm glad that more people are getting out there. I mean, good God, like how many like vegan channels are out there that just, go belly up after they, get, severe B12 deficiencies and things like that, or oxalate poisoning. But, it's good to have more voices out there and more people out there. I mean, I was really hesitant to start my YouTube channel because there were people saying things that, I thought were the right things. And I was like, well, these people are saying they're getting the information out there that I think is important to get out there. So maybe I'll just leave it to them. But I was like, well, maybe I'll just do something. And I thought about it for years and then finally just did it. And, but I thought, well, maybe I just sort of missed the boat and wouldn't be really relevant anymore. But, it wasn't, people liked it. And, you should always remember, even if you're saying the same thing as other people, you're going to reach different people than they will, and you'll say it in different ways than they will, which will resonate with other people more than they do. And so it's great to have different voices and different takes and different personal experiences. And the more and more people, if it's just, Dr. Baker and myself and Saladino and Ken Berry just saying, hey, we're doctors and we have patients that get better, trust us, that goes so far. But when more and more and more people are doing a channel saying, hey, look at me, this was me before, this is me now, these are my health before, this is my health now, that makes a big impact. And there's more and more people doing that. It makes a massive impact. So good for you for doing that, and just keep it up and keep making videos and keep letting people know how good you feel.
Awesome.
Hey, Adam, before we go to the next one,
okay.
I had a quick question for Dr. Chafee.
Sure.
So, Dr. Chafee, part of the Carnivore Diet Documentary is to get the real examples from individuals out there, because I think those are so important. Before doing this 24-hour live stream, I had a couple people, I had one person send me just sort of their carnivore story, an abbreviated elevator pitch, a couple minutes long. And then it was kind of touching, and it's really important. And it seems like these people, they just really want to get this their message out, their story, what happened to them, and how they're doing now. Long story short, I ended up getting. I asked for some more, and the floodgates kind of opened, and we have 2 hours and 11 minutes worth of these. So I'm not going to show you 2 hours and 11 minutes worth, but we've been showing them throughout the night, and some of them are really good. There's one gentleman in particular, really kind of touching story. His name is Jeffrey DeProsperous, Coach DeProsperous. He's suffering from stage 4 cancer, and he wanted to put a video out. He's doing really well on Carnivore, but he wanted to put a video out to his doctors. And you may not know this, but you're one of his doctors. So I was hoping to share this video with you, if you don't mind.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, here we go. This is Jeff. Hopefully Jeff is watching right now. I think he was watching most of the day. Here we go.
Hi, everyone. My name is Jeff DeProsperous, and I'm here to tell my story. I'm making this video in particular for Carrie Mann, who I've been following on social media and YouTube, but for many other doctors, and I'll mention those doctors in just a moment. But I just want to also make this video to help others, because I'm having a lot of success on this journey I'm on. Once again, my name is Jeff DeProsperous, and just a little bit of a quick story about myself. I have 2 sons, Peter and Dante, 15 and 13 years old, and I have a beautiful wife that I've been married to for 17 years, Martha. I'm making this video to share my story. My story began my journey having stage 4 cancer, being diagnosed with stage 4 colon cancer that has metastasized to the liver, pretty fully covered the liver, on April the 6th, 2022. I then started chemotherapy treatment the end of May 2022. I did 27 rounds of chemotherapy every other week from May of 2022 to the end of May of 2023. Every Wednesday I was doing chemotherapy treatment. First couple rounds of my 27 rounds, I just did chemotherapy. That was May 2022 to about July, end of June, July 2022. I have a very good friend, Dwight Garlow, who I have no problem mentioning, and I'm sure he's okay with me mentioning his name. He introduced me to a lot of things, and diet was the big thing, the carnivore diet. He introduced me to fasting. He introduced me to supplements. He stressed the importance of exercise, even though I've been a high school phys ed teacher for the past 20 years. I was a varsity athlete. I played high-level soccer, basketball, football, rugby, track, everything in high school, in particular university soccer. So I'm here, Carrie Mann, I want to share my story. I also wouldn't mind if you shared what I'm sharing right now with these other doctors that I have followed religiously for the past 1.5 years. Those doctors are, in particular, Dr. Anthony Shafee, you're one of my favorites, followed by Kendi Berry, Sean Baker, Thomas Seafried, Dr. Mindy Peltz, and there's a few other ones on that list as well, including Dr. Berg, who that was the first video I watched 1.5 years ago. Myself and my sons, we follow these doctors. Carrie Mann, we follow you. We watch many videos on a day-to-day basis. I have been granted a chemo break this past summer, So I went from May 2022 to May 2023, 27 rounds of chemo every other week. But I had June, July, and August off of chemo. I'm making this video today on Wednesday, September 13th, 2023, with a chemo bottle attached to me. I just spent the full day chemotherapy at the hospital, went to my natural path for hypothermia to enhance the chemo. I've been fasting now for a couple days leading up to making this video, and I will fast for another couple days. But in particular, my routines have been the same, adding things, taking a few things away. But the biggest game changer, Carrie, Anthony Shafee, Kendi Berry, Thomas Seyfried, because he's huge on the metabolic treatment, which I believe in. The main thing has been my diet and fasting that has helped with my chemo. I've been a carnivore now for over a year, pretty much the whole time. Just the first couple rounds of chemo, I was still doing the standard American diet. But from about July of 2022 to today, September 13th, 2023, I've been a carnivore. Beef, bacon, and eggs, mostly ribeye steaks, a lot of beef, a lot of hamburgers, ground beef, a lot of eggs, a lot of bacon, a lot of butter. My boys are listening to this. They're helping make this video and they're nodding. A lot of supplements. I'll do other videos on supplements and fasting, but I just wanted to get this out there to Carrie. And all my doctors, all my carnivore doctors, and all my metabolic cancer fighting doctors. I'm having success. From that May to May, I had 5 scans and I had shrinkage every single scan on all the tumors in my liver and the primary tumor in my colon. My primary tumor in my colon went from a CEA number of 187 down to 14 before I took my chemo break, which was pretty amazing. My liver spots all shrank every single scan, and my chemo doctor was shocked that they shrank every single scan. But I know it's from carnivore diet, fasting, and exercise. Those are the main 3 things that I'm contributing it to. My cancer's so far advanced that I have to be on chemo for now. The break was good. It didn't get worse, but I need to be back on it right now, and I'm continuing the carnivore diet and fasting and exercise. The past year and a half, because I'm in the state of ketosis, my energy level's constant. Even right now with chemo bottle attached to me, it is my downtime, but I'm feeling pretty good. I'm sitting here in my bed, future videos, and I don't lie in a bed too often. I'm always coaching sports. I'm not working, but I'm coaching the sports teams as much as I can, helping out as a volunteer. My goal is to hopefully someday get rid of this horrible metabolic disease I have and spread the word, especially as a phys ed teacher. I have a kinesiology degree and I'm a former athlete. I want to spread the word on what carnivore does, what carnivore fasting and a ketogenic diet does, a proper ketogenic diet. And I'm going to quote a lot of people, especially Kendi Berry: beef, bacon, butter, and eggs. Oh, the butter girl is another one I follow quite a bit. I think that's about good. Peter's going to give me, how long has the video been, Peter?
8 minutes.
8 minutes. I wanted to keep it less than 10 minutes. Peter and Dante are my sons watching this. Am I missing anything very, very important? I think I covered most of it. Carrie Mann. On September the 16th, myself, my good friend Dwight Garlow, my 2 sons, maybe my wife, we're going to be listening in all day on your live carnivore with all those amazing doctors you're going to be having on there. I know you're setting up for a documentary coming up. I'm making this video very quickly for you because I've been humming and hawing about starting my YouTube channel and getting my message out. This is my first video and I'm making it for you, Carrie, and all those doctors. So if you can forward it to the doctors, please do so, or please include me maybe on your live carnivore day on September 16th coming up. And it would be amazing, really amazing from the bottom of my heart, because I think I'm going through something very horrible right now, but it's a blessing because I'm changing myself. I want to share it with everybody, and if you can make me part of your documentary, I would love that. It would be an absolute privilege and honor. Once again, my name's Jeff the Prosperous. Carrie, please reach out to me and contact me, and thank you so much from the bottom of my heart.
All right. Well, thank you for watching that, Dr. Chafee. I watched a whole bunch of those yesterday. That one was particularly touching, and I hope Jeff was watching. I'm going to shoot him an email here in a second and give him a timestamp just in case he didn't watch for the whole 18 hours that we've been on so far.
Yeah. Well, no, that was really nice, and yeah, thanks for sharing that. And that was amazing to hear his story, and it's so good to hear that he's doing so well. And I think that's just amazing. You should definitely make a YouTube channel. You should definitely document your experience with this, and how you go with it if you want. I mean, it is putting yourself and your family in the public eye, and you're going to get idiots and detractors. The vast majority of people will be very positive. The vast majority of people will be very supportive and very positive, but you're always going to get idiots out there. And so it does sort of open you up to that sort of thing. And I've been dealing with those sorts of people a long time, and so I'm sort of used to that, and so that doesn't really bother me. But it can be difficult. But if you were able to do that, I think that would help a lot of people. Someone else in your position or in the position that you were in may come across that and go, okay, I'm going to try that. I'm going to do that. I'm going to see if I can beat this thing too. So it'd be great to see you and more others get out there and do this. But either way, thank you for sharing your story, and I'm glad you're doing so well, and hopefully it just keeps going. But yeah, that's the thing. I mean, that's in the literature. In 2019, 2020, studies came out showing that being on a ketogenic diet and fasting, just being in ketosis, basically just stop eating carbs and get your insulin down, that improves outcomes for chemo and radiation. And so it sensitizes your cancer cells to chemo and radiation, so it works better, and it protects your normal cells better as well. So you get more action killing the cancer cells, and you get more protection. So it's a big benefit. That's in the literature. That's not a guess, and it's not a guess that cancer cells require hundreds of times the amount of glucose that normal cells do as well. That's something we've known for a century or thereabouts from the work of Professor Warburg. It's called the Warburg effect, and he's a Nobel Prize winner in medicine and physiology. So that is something that we know. And so good luck with that, and hopefully the good results keep coming.
Awesome. How does that feel, Dr. Chafee? I mean, that's kind of an interesting thing with technology, that you actually you have a patient or someone that you've really helped immensely, so much so that he went out of his way to create a video, and he emailed me a couple times like, please, anything you can do to get this in front of them. It's pretty amazing.
Yeah, no, it is amazing. I mean, that's the thing, you'd have different people doing different things, but you'd have to travel to different states or different countries to go see a particular person doing a particular thing, and you'd only know about them based on their public work and literature and all that sort of stuff. So it was harder for people to find each other and to find information, and that was helpful. It's a double-edged sword, because there's a lot of other crap out there that you find and run into as well. But it is good that people that have sort of seen things differently and seen this literature and these results that sort of differ from the mainstream approach, that you can get that out there. And instead of being just completely, like, you have the peer-reviewed system, Seafried has over 150 papers published in the peer-reviewed literature. But at the same time, if you do things that are far outside what people are used to seeing, that it just won't pass. It just won't pass the peer review process, even if it's 100% accurate. I've seen that in medicine as well as other fields as well. So Sophia Clemens over in Hungary, she has the Paleomedicina clinic, and she's been doing this for 15 years. And she's been, we're putting people into remission with their cancer and autoimmune issues for well over a decade. And she has a couple case studies and case reports for putting these cancers into remission with this dietary approach. But she has entire studies and dozens of patients and all these other sorts of things that she cannot get published. They won't publish her. They won't put it in literature. This is all hard data. They won't publish her. I've seen that with my brother-in-law, Kevin. He was a brilliant guy, brilliant computer scientist. He won like the Fields Medal for computer science, or the equivalent of whatever, at University of Washington. The only person at University of Washington to ever win this. And it was, like one person gets it, really. And it's two people now, and one has to be a girl. So they give it to a male and a female, and the best computer science student, that year. And he ended up getting, a full ride to anywhere he wanted to go, Harvard, MIT, chose MIT. And then Google plucked him out of grad school to work for them before they were Google, back when they were just first starting out. They were just a search engine before they went public. And so he worked for them for years and was one of their main programmers, did his PhD in theoretical quantum computing, right? What the hell is that? So quantum computers don't exist yet, right? We haven't figured out how to make those things, but they've been theorized that they can be made by Richard Feynman, the physics professor at Caltech. And so what Kevin does is theoretical quantum computing, saying, okay, we don't have quantum computers, but we're going to show mathematically through these physical properties, once we get them, this is what you can do with them, right? We don't have them yet, but once we do, we could do this. And it's really, really, highbrow stuff and just very esoteric. So, not a very big field, right? Not a lot of people publishing in this. What's a peer-reviewed system? There's like one guy. And so, he was doing something in that, and he was saying, hey, this is a new way of looking at this. You don't need these big, massive equations. You can actually do it this way. It's much easier. And he published a paper on that because he figured out something new. And the guy who read it just dismissed it and just said, hey, for this sort of thing, you really need these big equations. He doesn't have one of those big equations, so I'm not even going to look at it. And it's like, no, the whole paper is about how you don't need those big equations. You dumb bastard. Read the goddamn paper. And he sent this to the different journals that do this sort of publication. He got the same letter back each time. So it's the same guy doing the peer-reviewed system. And this doesn't meet with how they think about, quantum computing. So it's not going to come in. Wouldn't even read it, right? So that's retarded, but that's the thing. So, the peer-reviewed system isn't perfect, and you can't get things in necessarily that should be in. But, at least people can get this information out there, and you can show the evidence and show all the different publications and people's real results, and at least get people an alternate view. And if that makes sense to them and sounds good and they want to try it, great. And thankfully, we've been able to reach people, and people have been benefited by it, which is really, really, really good to see.
Absolutely. And just a quick update too. So initially, Jeff didn't have a YouTube channel, and he's since started one. And so,
oh, good.
I put it in the comments, and it's also in the description. It's right at the top of the YouTube shoutouts. The name of Jeff's channel is Blessings on My Journey. Blessings on My Journey. I just left it in the comments too. So a huge shout out to Jeff. I just shot him an email too with the timestamp just in case he missed this, because I know you're going to definitely, you made his day, you made his week, I'm sure, just to get that in front of you. So thank you for doing that.
Yeah, no worries. If you guys give me 2 seconds, I've got to go deal with the cat, and
Yeah,
I'll
no
be
worries.
right back.
Sure.
Ali, we can go for an update maybe. Hey, well,
Okay,
Ali,
let's
before
do
we
that.
do the update, I just got to shout them out one more time real quick. Bison
Okay.
liver crisps from nose to tail. I'm going to show this ad one more time. They did the power hour and it just went nuts. It went really quick.
It was power minutes.
Yeah, it was power minutes, but I'm going to shout them out. I think I've already done it like 3 times maybe. But let's do it once more just because that power hour went pretty quick. Here we go.
Yep.
This is only like a minute here, so I'll just show this quick.
One is Carrie, and if you're like me and you're following the carnivore diet, you know how important it is to get liver and organ meats. And if you're like me, you're also a little grossed out by cooking up liver from scratch. There's only that or eating desiccated liver pills, which doesn't sound very appetizing to me. That's why I was so happy to find this company, Nose to Tail Provisions, and they do these bison liver crisps. I was thrilled to discover Nose to Tail Provisions, and we've since partnered with them, and they are supporting our Carnivore Diet Documentary. They offer these grass-fed, grass-finished, regeneratively raised bison crisps. Just look at this, a thin, crispy, salty, savory snack that just so happens to be liver. Grass-fed bison liver and sea salt. That is all. And the best part? Free shipping for domestic orders. Check out Nose to Tail Provisions. Their website is www.nosetotaleprovisions.com to place your order.
So thank you to Nose to Tail Provisions and Bison Liver Crisps. Sean was on earlier. He ate his old package. I don't know if you guys noticed, but when Emma was here, she ate about half of the second package. And in fact, I think she took it and left with it. But really appreciate them and really appreciate everyone maximizing that couple of minutes in the power minute and getting the donations.
It was awesome.
Thank you all so much. So I'm sorry, Ali, I kind of interrupted you there. Where are we at with the fundraising?
I just got another donation put in there, so give me 1 second. We're cooking with hot sauce. We're cooking with gas on the donations. We're cooking with hot sauce. Here we go. Give me 1 second. Oops. We're at $26,500 for
wow, over the halfway mark.
Woo!
Yeah, so in 10 minutes we made this $1,000 from the Nose to Tail Provisions, almost $1,000 on the salt shakers, bottles of water, the tumblers and that stuff. That is $700, and they're closed for the night. So that's where we ended on that. GoFundMe $18,200 and Super Chats $5,600. These are awesome.
Amazing.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you so much. And I just realized with my tired brain that we're over halfway to our goal.
Yeah. Wow. Amazing.
That's awesome. I love it.
Yay. We're halfway there.
Thanks, Talia.
You're welcome.
Adam, do we have some more questions for Dr. Chafee?
We do. We have one from Kathy Tittle. Does the testing for cancer actually feed the cancer?
Well, I think what they're probably referring to there is like PET scans. I mean, technically, because what's going on is you're getting radioactive, radiomarked glucose molecules, and you inject that into the person, and then you see where that goes. What sucks up all the glucose? This is again the Warburg effect, and so you see those hot spots, and it's just and that sucks in all this glucose. And that's how you know there's a cancer there, or you have an idea that there's a cancer there when there's a hot spot where there shouldn't be a hot spot. And so that's technically feeding it because you are giving it glucose, but it's not the case that I wouldn't think that that's going to be something that's going to cause any sort of serious deleterious effects. I mean, it'd be similar to having just eating a bit of carbs, or having quarter can of soda or something like that. I don't think it's even all that much, or maybe a can of soda, whatever. So yes, it is technically providing glucose to the cancer. That's how we can see it, because it's taking in that glucose as food, and then but it's radio labeled, so we can see that on CT. But that's not the only testing for cancer. We have other sorts of tests, that we do, other sorts of scans and biopsies as well. So I think that's what they're talking about is the PET scan, and it technically yes, but not much.
Awesome. So we have a
Tons of
super chat from Plant Sparing Carnivore for $50. Thank you so much. And I think I'm going to try to defer to you, Doctor, to read this one.
Put in enough hours today, Adam.
So my LDL 1 and 2 are 76 and 68. Small dense LDL 3 is 10, and LDL 4 is 7 is 0. Mean particle size is 267. And HDL is 70, triglycerides is 78, HbA1c is 5.4, fasting insulin 7. Your interpretations, love your work. I would ignore all the first part of that and just go straight to the HDL and triglycerides, and also the the SDL, the L, and all that sort of stuff. So, having high HDL and low triglycerides and having an even sort of ratio there, that means that the majority of the LDL you have is going to be the large buoyant LDL, which is what you have. You can see that there with your particulate sizes as well. And your HbA1c is nice and low, and your fasting insulin is nice and low. So that's a good sign of good metabolic health. I don't know if you're how long you've been doing carnivore or exactly what kind of carnivore you're doing, but everything looks good from that standpoint anyway. You're having high SD-LDL and having pattern B to your type LDL cholesterol is something like a 1.7 times increased risk of developing heart disease or cardiovascular disease. But metabolic syndrome, where you'd have low HDL and high triglycerides and blood pressure issues and diabetes and high waist circumference, height to waist circumference, and all the rest of that, that is 6 times greater risk of developing cardiovascular disease. And then having type 2 diabetes just on its own is 10 times increased risk. So that's up there with smoking. And so, whatever your cholesterol is, it's not all that strongly linked to heart disease anyway. And so if you're fixing your diabetes and your metabolic syndrome, you're far more protected and reduced your risk far more of developing heart disease by just focusing on that. But no, I think that all looks fine. The main thing is your metabolic health. Do you have metabolic disease? Do you have diabetes? No, you don't. And that's the main thing. So I don't tend to worry too much about the cholesterol, just because it was a scapegoat. As we said earlier, it was blamed for something that was really more likely to be sugar and other processed foods.
Awesome. Well, thank you for reading that. I definitely appreciate that.
Yeah, no worries.
Let's see. $2 super chat for 2 Black Op is 0 carb, 0 oil seasonings, and a little Greek yogurt. Okay.
0 carb, 0 seed oils, and a little Greek yogurt. Yeah. I mean, it's certainly better. A bit Greek yogurt that's completely plain and no additives, no sweeteners, no anything is what you want. And then eating that with just meat. So still the vast majority of what you should be eating is fatty meat. Having a little bit of Greek yogurt every now and then should be okay. Some people do stall in their weight loss or fat loss with dairy of any description. The live culture yogurts are quite good though, because they are good for your microbiome as well. And especially if we're new to this, you do sort of want to reseed your microbiome with that sort of fermented dairy product, but you don't need too much. But you do want to eat it with meat. You want to chew it up with the meat and swallow it together like a pill. But you don't need much. And but that's okay. And if you enjoy it, then fine.
Awesome. $20 super chat from Angela Gould. Thank you so much. First cardio doc to bring in an ill-functioning thyroid. Thank you. I have Hashimoto's and high LDL. My CAC is 0 with HDL of 66, fasting BS 87, fasting insulin at 4.9, A1C 4.9, trigs 98, and with cerebral palsy.
Well, I mean, that all looks great. You know, if you continue doing just red meat and water, your Hashimoto's should improve. Well, from what I've seen, and we have a number of Hashimoto's patients, the Hashimoto's antibodies go down steadily, and thyroid function continues to go up. Now, if you've had Hashimoto's for a long time, you can have permanent damage to your thyroid, and it may not recover fully. So it may be that you need to continue taking thyroid medication, but that's okay. Look, it happens, and that's why we have these medicines. But just see how you go. I think you're metabolically, everything's looking really good. Your HDL is good. Your triglycerides are good. I'm sure those will keep getting better as well. The triglycerides will likely still keep coming down. Your fasting insulin is 4.9. That's perfect. That's exactly where you want to be. HbA1c is 4.9 as well. It's perfect. And CAC score 0.2. So I wouldn't worry too much about the LDL, again, for the same reasons I said before. And Hashimoto's improves, but it takes a while. So you just need to be very strict, just red meat and water for best results.
Awesome. And then we'll do Lisa C, $20. Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. C, for giving me my life back. Suffered a TBI and still very tired after 7 months of carnivore. Suggestions, info, please. 64 years old, 5'2", 1 to 3 pounds. Great labs except for highest, not sure what that is, my doctor has ever seen. Cholesterol. Yep.
Yeah. Well, look, that's sort of that lean mass hyper responder sort of results. I think I actually brought my bloods in here too. But I just had those done too. My LDL is super high, but so is my HDL, and my triglycerides are very low. So, not too worried about that. Dave Feldman is doing a lot of studies, and they're getting ready to publish a lot of their work on lean mass hyper responders, and how this is, well, preliminarily, for however long that they've been doing it, seems to not increase atherosclerosis or any sort of signs of heart disease. So, and in fact, some people have improved. So, I believe it's not published yet, so they can't be they have to be a bit sparing with the details. But a TBI is major. So they're variable. So obviously, some people can have a TBI and be completely vegetative for the rest of their life, and other people can recover pretty much full function. But ketogenic diets have been shown to improve outcomes and recovery with TBIs. You're getting ketones. Your brain likes running on ketones better than glucose, and they cross the blood-brain barrier and reconstitute into fatty acids. And so they help rebuild the physical structures of your brain, which is great. So just keep doing that. 7 months being tired. Look, I was in an accident when I was getting ready for my MCATs, and I lost half of my vocabulary. I forgot physics, and I had to study for the MCATs. It was like I was thinking through mud, and but it got better. It took like a year, but I recovered, and then I had another concussion in a rugby game and started over again. So, these things do recover. They do take a long time. Your brain and nervous tissue is very slow to heal and repair and regrow, and you need to stimulate it in the right ways with your occupational therapist, and by doing things that help stimulate your brain to grow. So being very tired is very normal, but just keep going with it. Eat a lot of fat, eat a lot of meat, and stay away from all carbs and sugars and anything like that, because you really want your brain to have a lot of ketones. And so, just keep going with that. I don't think there's anything else you need to change. just keep going and just be patient, and hopefully, you make a full recovery, but you'll recover better than you would otherwise just by doing what you're doing. So just keep it up.
Awesome. Let's see. We have one from Melissa, $20 super chat. Thank you. And Randy Allen, $5 super chat. Trying to stay strict BBBE, but butter, beef, bacon, eggs. Is carbonated water bad? Thank you. Big fan of Dr. Chafin.
No, I don't think carbonated water is all that bad. I mean, there's some studies that say that, all carbonated beverages, tend to, cause certain issues, but I mean, they're just lumping in sodas with all that. And so they're just trying to take the emphasis off of, sodas instead of saying what it is, or anything with carbonation. Oh, shut up. The vast majority of drinks that people have with carbonation are sugar added beverages. So I don't know of any reason why just the carbonation itself is not great for you. So, but if I mostly drink just normal water. Every now and then I'll have some carbonated water. I don't know of really any difference in how I felt, but some people may have a different opinion, but I don't personally know of any problems with having some carbonated water every now and then.
Awesome. Next question is from somebody I know. $20,000.
$20,000. My goodness.
Okay, I live in Colombia, and that's pesos. So this is for my husband. He says, what is the ideal scene of a healthy stomach and how important when doing the carnivore diet? So then he sent me a message to clarify that a little bit. And he says he wants to know if somebody that has like a weak stomach while doing carnivore, how will that affect the carnivore results? Do you understand the question?
Weak stomach as in they get sort of like queasy, or
maybe like low stomach acid.
Yeah.
Like not functioning properly.
Well, there are, I mean, that does happen. Or people can have like gastroparesis or something like that, where people have, sort of stasis of their stomach, and or obviously like a surgery that's gastric banding or sleeves or anything or something like that can be an issue. The amount of people that have actually, low stomach acid, so a higher pH, is very, very rare naturally. Now you can take medications that do that, certainly. And that can be a problem. And some people do that way too often, but mostly that's an issue with bacterial load, and you can start growing bacteria in your stomach and small intestine that is not supposed to be there, and you can get unwell from that. But if you just stop taking those medications, generally that acidity intensifies and the pH drops, and that just scorches those things. So that's usually not a problem. There are people with pancreatic insufficiency, but those people have to be on like Creon and things like that, these medications that have to support that or replace those enzymes. So that's mostly taken care of just by medications. So, but there are people that say like, well, if I have an upset stomach, or that gives, I get a stomach pain, or this, that, and the other. I think a lot of that's psychological, and you sort of condition yourself that like meat's bad, fat's bad. I mean, I used to give myself stomach aches when I would eat like a piece of fat and just looked amazing. And I'd eat the fat. I'm like, oh my God, oh, it's so bad for me. And I would just be like, oh God, oh, I don't feel well. And I get queasy. That went away, when I was able to sort of tell myself like, no, this is stupid. That's good for me. I should just eat the fat. And, but it took a while. I had to recondition myself. It took a few weeks before I could just eat lumps of fat pretty much, without a problem. And actually several weeks. And so that can be an issue. If people actually have like a gastric sleeve or gastroparesis, they're not going to be able to fit as much physical volume in their stomach at one time, and they're going to have to eat smaller meals. I would not eat and drink any water. And this goes for someone who actually does have less stomach acid. Just don't drink as much water, certainly like within 2 hours of eating a meal. If you have limited space, then you want to have all that space available just for food. And if you have not that strong of a stomach acid, the last thing you want to do is dilute that even more. So for most people for both situations, just don't drink water for 2 hours before and after a meal, and you might have to eat smaller meals throughout the day and just sort of split up your food.
Nice. Let me ask one more question. Now I'm really curious because you brought up bacteria. So I live in Colombia, and parasites happen. They like, so my question is 2 parts. So the first part is, on a carnivore diet, even if we're eating like beef that's like medium rare or rare, do you think getting parasites would be less because you're not eating sugar? That's the first part of my question. Or maybe.
Well, I think, well, first of all, I think your immune system is going to be much, much more robust. And a lot of parasitic infections happen to people that are immunocompromised. And certainly a lot more parasitic infections happen when people are immunocompromised. And so that's one thing. Also, if your stomach acid is very, strong and very low pH, that's going to burn up and fry most microorganisms. Not all of them, but it can get a lot of them. You're in Colombia. Yeah. Parasites can happen. It's
They do.
Yeah. So
I'm not grossed out by it anymore. I was years ago, but my daughter, she's 5. She's like, my butt's itching. I'm like, okay, I guess we're doing a parasite cleanse again in the house.
Yeah. Yeah.
Every
Well,
6
and
months.
that's one of the things too, is that we can just deworm the kids, and like, it is good that we have those medications, like albendazole. Like, that was a funny thing when I was in medical school. It was like, for all these different parasitic infections, it was just like, oh, this can help cause this problem, this problem, this problem, this problem, this problem, all these problems. And the treatment is, 100 milligrams of albendazole, 1 dose. I'm like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
Next one is like, this can cause this problem, this problem, this problem, this problem. Treatment, 100 milligrams of albendazole. I'm like, okay, all of them. It's just like this drug just wipes out
And it's
parasites.
like $1
Not all of them.
or like $3.
Yeah, right. And so,
That is so crazy.
yeah, so awesome. I mean, I don't know. I think it's relatively safe. Obviously, anything that you take is going to have different sort of side effects. But from what I understand, it's fairly safe. But I think that's largely why we benefited from cooking, was because it kills parasites. We've been cooking meat for at least 800,000 years, if not 1.5 million to 2 million years. And so, but at least 800,000 years, that's over 500,000 years longer than Homo sapiens have even existed. Right. And so I think that's probably benefited us by, killing parasites, in wild game. So, even healthy wild animals get parasites, and it could be that, maybe something's going on that they're maybe a bit more susceptible. Don't know, but we can get parasites, and cooking helps. You don't necessarily have to cook things well done, but it is nice in the sort of Western world, in America and Australia and Europe. You really don't have these parasites in the domestic animal population. So, if you know where your animal's coming from, and that they are pretty well disease-free and parasite-free, then obviously you're a little better off. But yeah, if you'll probably be more protected from it. And if you do get it, albendazole works for nearly everything.
It's crazy. Yes. Okay. So you answered my second part. I was curious, like, in the US, we have a huge obesity problem. I'm from Chicago, diabetes and all these things. And I was curious if parasites were also somehow linked to that, because these people eat really bad foods and parasites love the sugar, but I guess you kind of already answered that.
Yeah. I don't know if parasites cause obesity, but certainly someone who is obese and immunocompromised would be more susceptible to it. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So if they were in a situation like in a developing country where this was more of a thing, they would be at much higher risk, I would say. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
Yeah, no problem.
Awesome. We have another super chat. From Bella Brat for you, $50. Thank you so much. Hi, Dr. Chafee. What is the name of your cat? Love, 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 and thank you for being here.
Well, his name is technically Link, but we took so long in naming him that we just kept calling him Little Boy because he was a little kitten. So we're like, hey, little boy, come here, little boy. And now he just answers to Little Boy. He has no idea that his name is Link. So for all intents and purposes, his name is Little Boy. So that's my little boy. And so when we come back and, but he's great. I was pretty reluctant to get a cat. Elle really wanted one. And I was like, okay, we're going to get this thing. Like, I'm not just having it be just a stupid ass house cat. Like, it's going to be cool. I'm going to train this thing to like come when I call it and to actually, be interactive. And, I saw a guy who trained animals for movies, and he said, cats are one of the harder ones to train, but you can train anything. You just give them food, you can train. So you have these movies, these Disney movies, like cats running and doing all these things, whatever. It's like, how the hell did they get that to do that? I can't even get my cat to look at me if it doesn't want to, So it's, so from right when we got him, I was training him to come when I called him, and I'd give him a treat and things like that. And as soon as if he was just walking towards me, I would just say, come here, come here, come here. So now he knows he comes when he's called. And, I come home from work, I just call out his real name, Little Boy, and he'll just come running, come see me. And, he's very, very social, very interactive. He wants to be around us all the time, and he follows us around. Like when I walk around the house, he just follows me, and he'll just follow me around and hang out and just sort of sit there while I'm doing things and hang out, and then follow me around when we go somewhere else. And he's just a cool ass little cat. So he's sort of halfway between a cat and a dog. And, and he's nice. So, he's weird. He does weird things. Like he really likes climbing on my shoulders and just like sitting there like a plucked parrot. But, he, I'll like hold him and he'll just like freak out. He's like, want to get up on my shoulder, and it really distress him if I don't let him. So it's a bit weird, but no, he's good. He's a good little guy.
Very cool. So is Link
Sausage Link?
Sausage Link? Yeah, it sort of looks like that. Sometimes when like he came in, I was just looking on the camera here. He looked like a little potbelly pig or something like that, and so it could be Sausage Link. But yeah, I think it's actually, I think Elle actually put his name down as Little Boy Chafee with the vet. So nice. I think it's actually just Little Boy. We tried to name him Link. It did none of us were really sold on it. We just couldn't agree on anything else. Like every name that one of us came up with, someone else had a problem with, and so we ended up on Link, and everyone was just like, yeah, I guess, but that was how we felt about it, So it just no one was really gung ho about it, and it didn't get shot down anyway, which is why it survived. But we just call him Little Boy.
Nice.
Is that a Legend of Zelda reference?
Yeah.
Awesome. Yeah. Love it.
Bonus points for Adam.
Right.
Adam just woke back up again.
Right. Yeah. Westfield 90s $10 super chat. Thank you. Just a heartfelt thank you to Dr. Chafee and all the other great doctors tonight who really are heroes for helping so many people with such debilitating illnesses.
Well, thank you very much. That's really kind of you. I'm glad that we've been able to help you guys, and just hopefully more and more people spread the word and hear about this and are able to use this to regain their health and regain their life. That's the main thing. I think that most of us that are sort of in this space, that's what we are concerned with is helping people and just getting this information out there so that they don't have to take a bunch of medications and get surgeries and just be take supplements and all these sorts of things. They can just live, and they can just be healthy and exist. And that's the whole idea. So thank you to you guys for watching and for listening and for sharing it around, because that's how the message spreads and that's how people find out about it.
Hey, Adam, I got a quick question for Dr. Chafee. Actually, a quick update and a quick question. So, Dr. Chafee, this is This is Bill from Alaska.
Yeah.
I think you heard about him a little bit. I'm trying to remember since
Yeah,
the last
definitely.
time. I think since the last time we spoke. So I flew out there with my daughter Emma. We filmed him for the documentary, and so he's started at 700 pounds. Wanted to start doing carnivore diet. Wanted to start doing his own YouTube channel. He's since done both of those. I just wanted to mention this quick because I just saw him in the chat,
Yeah.
and he's killing it. He just surpassed day
Yeah.
50. His inflammation has been remarkable. How far it's come down. He Not only was he stuck in his house for 4 years, hasn't left his house for 4 years, he was stuck basically in his bed other than 1 or 2 trips to the bathroom every day, which was just excruciating
Wow.
for him. And now he's actually, well, this is a couple weeks ago, he got a desk and he's sitting at the desk now. So he's got some freedom. He's out of the bed. But it's just remarkable. He said like his whole body was basically in pain before, and how quickly, so quickly, all that went away. And it's just like, it's just all that inflammation is gone. So
Yeah.
really cool. He started off doing carnivore, and he's doing update videos now. For anyone that isn't following Bill, it's Bill Knott, N-O-T-T. He's killing it on YouTube. He said he wanted to start YouTube. This guy's doing 1 video a week. Each video is getting like over 30,000 views. And
Oh, wow.
he's like a
Holy crap.
natural storyteller. He does like, his first video was 40 minutes long, and people are just watching it all the way to the end. So it's really
Yeah, wow.
remarkable, because when he started, he's like, he was pretty hopeless and depressed, and like, what's the purpose of all this? And now he's inspiring so many people with his YouTube channel. So we had a good time. Emma and I did filming him, and Alaska was beautiful. One question I had, kind of related to the Bill update. It's such a remarkable thing. He's doing so well. In all of your experience, what sort of remarkable transformations have you seen? Like 700 pounds, it's pretty crazy.
Yeah, I mean that's massive. So, well, I mean, we just had Sean White on him. He lost 240 pounds or something like that in the first year. I mean, that was massive. I see that quite regularly. Not everyone loses weight right away, but a lot of people do. And so, I mean, we have pictures at the clinic of people that are very obese, and then they're just stick skinny and muscular, and it's amazing how much difference that can make for people. And I mean, the weight, obviously that's a big visual, and that's very dramatic when you see that. But it's I really get excited by that, as well as the the medical issues that people reverse. I mean, like the chronic pain and that sort of thing is, I mean, it's so debilitating. But some people are having rheumatoid arthritis and multiple sclerosis. They're wheelchair bound. There was that lady I had on my podcast, Dr. Sarah. And she was in her early 30s, and she had such bad MS. I mean, she was really dying, and she was in a wheelchair, and she couldn't live. And she had a PhD, and she was doing biostatistics and high level medical research, and she was going to die of her disease. And she sort of looked around, and she found carnivore, and she went, okay, I know how to look at studies, and I know how to do research. And she went around, and she just went like, yeah, there is absolutely something to this. And she did it. And within 6 months, not only was she out of her wheelchair, but she was back doing ballet, right, which she had not been able to do in years. So, that sort of thing, I think, is just amazing. The recoveries of, there's a guy named Hal Cranmer, who's in Scottsdale. And he has an elderly care facility for like Alzheimer's and dementia patients. And he's just saying, you know what? I think this is going to work. And he saw the studies on ketogenic diets helping Alzheimer's. And he's been in touch with other people. I think he's been in touch with Georgia Ede as well as others. And he just said, you know what? I'm going to do this for my patients. And he just started putting them on carnivore diets, keto carnivore diets. If they don't do carnivore, it gives them on keto, a lot of meat, high fat meat, keto, and but mostly carnivore. And he's rehabbing terminal Alzheimer's and dementia patients and getting them home again.
Wow.
Right? I mean, you've literally literally saved a life and returned to life. And it's like, someone's in a car accident and you save them and you do surgery and all that sort of stuff. And that's amazing. You save someone's life. This is living death that these people are in. Some of these people are just they don't even know that they're there. And, they don't even realize that, that they have a life anymore to lose, or maybe they're sort of in a state that they're so miserable and debilitated they sort of wish they were dead. That happens too. And this is where euthanasia is sort of in different places pops up, and certain people choose to die instead of perpetuating their existence. That's very sad. And this is bringing them back from that state and giving them their life back. I think that's one of the most incredible things that anybody could ever do for anybody, and being able to reverse something like that and giving someone their brain back. That's incredible. I had a friend of mine here, a colleague, who was working in geriatrics and in a geriatric clinic, and there was a patient. I think he was like 86 or something like that, or 76, 86. Anyway, and older gentleman, I think 86, and basically checked himself into a nursing home to die. He just couldn't take care of himself anymore, just couldn't survive on his own. And so he checked himself into a nursing home, and he was just getting worse, and he was just basically waiting to die. It's not a great time of life. And sort of he came across, my channel and the carnivore diet, and he just said, okay, I'm going to give this a try. It's sort of my last chance at survival. And he just said that so he went carnivore, and in something like 3 months, he was back home living independently, was lifting weights 3 days a week, and was swimming twice a week, and was off all medications. Right, at 86. And so, I mean, how the hell does that happen? That's not supposed to happen. So that means that whatever the hell we're eating or not eating is having massive, massive, massive deleterious effects on our health. And, to the point that your body and your brain are just breaking down. This guy's 86. He's in a nursing home, can't survive. Maggie's 82, jumping over fences, dealing with enraged bulls, right? There's something seriously wrong with how we're living our lives and what we're eating. And the amazing part is that even at 86, when you're on the way out, or you're in a nursing home with terminal, Alzheimer's and dementia, you can get better. You can still get better even then. So I really like those stories. I think those are just absolutely incredible.
Yeah, amazing. Adam, we have some more questions.
Man, the list is like super long.
This is ridiculous.
And just shout out to Dr. Chafee. Thank you so much for doing this. I just remembered this. So we did one together, and you'd said something like, I tried to get through all the super chats. I just kept going, and we went on for like 4+ hours at one time. And that's what spurred on. After that, I was like, well, we did 4, we could do 10. And then we did the 10-hour live stream. And now here we are doing the 24. It all stemmed from that first 4-hour one I did with Dr. Chafee. So if you got to go at any time, please just let us know.
Right.
I'll stop asking questions. We can try to get through a bunch of these.
Well, that's all right. Well, after this, you can just live here. You can just be your life. You're just full time. just be here forever.
It'll be 1 week next time.
Well, it'll be like Big Brother Carnivore Edition. It's just like you're always on YouTube Live, just always following you.
Right.
And, yeah.
I don't like that idea. I want to be done right here and go film the documentary. I'm so thankful that we're doing this, and people are being so generous. But I want to be happy when this is done, and we can just continue filming and capturing all these stories. So
we'll go baby steps. So next time will be a week,
right.
And then a month, and then just try a year, and then it's just like the Truman Show,
right?
Yeah.
That's my family, and that's what it seems like at this point. Like constant live streams and shorts and everything else is pretty much we're pretty much there.
Nice.
Yep. All right. Next question. The Cat Complex official $5 super chat. Thank you. Dr. Chafee, any ideas on why lactose intolerance would vanish on a carnivore diet when a SAD diet always had issues and not any on carnivore with dairy.
Interesting. So, well, it could be that you didn't actually have lactose intolerance at the time. It could be that you were reacting to something else, or the combination of things that you were eating, because we digest things differently depending on the different things that we're eating. So you're eating things with plants. You have protease inhibitors and different sorts of digestive disruptors and enzymatic disruptors and things that will get in the way of the things that you're eating and stop you from digesting things and absorbing them. And if they don't get absorbed, then they get down to your large intestine, where the bacteria are more plentiful, and then they start eating that, and then you get a lot of gas and bloating and upset stomach. Or it could also be that the other things were what were causing your main symptoms, and that it was just sort of being blamed on dairy. But it could definitely be an issue with you having disruption in your digestion and absorption of that dairy, and that now you don't have that problem, and that's just getting absorbed now. So that could very well be. I mean, it's you can't necessarily just tell if you have lactose intolerance unless, you could test around. You could try lactose-free milk and lactose milk and sort of see what happens in the same conditions, eating the same things, maybe. But it could also be that that, depending on what you're eating, again, is going to change things around as well. But normally you have to get like genetic testing for that sort of thing, I believe. I don't actually know how you get tested for that, but but it is likely that you probably weren't truly lactose intolerant, as in you didn't make the enzyme lactase that broke down lactose and allows you to absorb the constituent parts of glucose and galactose. So it's more likely that it was just something else interrupting and interfering with your digestion, and now that's gone and you're doing better, which is great.
Awesome. Kathy Tittle, $100. Thank you, Dr.
Oh,
Chafee.
thank you very much, Kathy.
Ann Bielecki, $14.99. Thank you. Clint Bauk, $4.99. Thank you. I'm carnivore 45 days. Any thoughts on this diet getting rid of lipomas?
Yeah,
Did your
lipomas.
cat lose hair from the carnivore diet?
Yeah. No. Yeah. So he's called the breed is called a Sphinx, and so they're just naturally hairless little freaks. It looked a little weird at first, and I was just like, oh, that's kind of weird little demon cat, but he's just a sweet little guy, and so I'm used to it now. It's actually nice not having a bunch of fur everywhere, and they have like really warm skin, and so you just sort of hold him there. It's like this little thermos and water bottle, and so it's actually quite nice. I mean, he gets colder, so he's constantly looking for blankets to crawl under and places to get warm, because it's just he's supposed to have fur, the poor little bastard, and so he's just cold all the time. But I like it at this point. I don't mind. I think he's just a very sweet cat, so I can see past that. But as far as lipomas, most of these little growth. So a lipoma is a benign growth of adipose tissue, right? So it's just a bit of fat that just sort of grows a bit. I don't know of any studies with like ketogenic diets, if that helps. But a lot of these things respond and to growth signals from like insulin and excess blood sugar. I've recently found some on meningiomas, which is like a benign growth inside the brain from the dura, the sac lining around the brain. And I always was suspicious that would be beneficial, but I started seeing studies on that suggested that, and then I started seeing patients do that. So, well, not my patients directly, but people that had just reached out to me. One lady had an inoperable meningioma that was sort of pressing on her optic nerve, so she was going to go blind. And it was just a matter of time. Things grow very slowly, but they grow, and eventually they can stop. They can stop and calcify and just freeze there. But hers was growing, and then she went carnivore, and then after like 6 months, it had shrunk down and had pulled off her optic nerve, and she started getting her vision back. Great. And so I don't know one way or the other with lipomas, but I would be interested to see, and I wouldn't be surprised if it did. I mean, I do have some experience with like animals. Like there's my girlfriend has a dog that has like a lipoma on its side, and that thing hasn't budged, and we only feed that little sucker meat. So I don't know for sure, but it'd be interesting to see what your experience with that is. Other things do get better though. Yeah.
Very cool. Next question is from Laurel Roeder, $10 super chat. Thank you. Dr. Chafee, thank you for all the information and sharing your passion and knowledge about the carnivore lifestyle.
Yeah. Hey, no problem. Thank you for the super chat. It's nice to donate to a good cause.
Absolutely. And Balecki, $7.99 Australian. Thank you. Dr. Chafee, when in Melbourne, come to our barbecue.
Absolutely. Where's your barbecue? Is that do they have a name of a barbecue place? Because there is. I'm down.
Right. Sophia Eats Steak, $5 super chat. Thank you. So happy to support this cause. That Sphinx cat is adorable. I always love hearing from Dr. Chafee. I'd love to do an interview with him.
Yeah, well, happy to. Happy to. My sort of philosophy is that I'm happy to talk to anybody who's interested in this sort of stuff. I'm interested in it. I like talking about it. I'm happy to talk to people about it. I've done interviews with people for podcasts that didn't even exist yet. They're just trying to get some interviews and things done for when they started it. And some of those, got became bigger, and others, have stayed, relatively small, and that's fine. That doesn't bother me. I think that this is just important to talk about, and I'm happy to talk to people about it if they're interested in talking to me about it.
Awesome.
So yeah, so
shout out to Sophia. I'm sorry. As you say, Sophia was on earlier. She's 16 years old, and she was really brave. She came on our 10-hour live stream and kind of told her old carnivore story in front of like 1,000 people. So it's pretty awesome.
Yeah.
Now she's been doing YouTube ever since she became friends with my daughter Emma, but she's got a really cool YouTube channel. So yeah, shout out Sophia Eats Steaks.
Yeah. Well, Carrie, you can. I'm happy for you to put her in touch with me if she wants me to come on, if you guys are in touch.
Awesome.
So yeah.
You just made her day for sure. I'll do that.
Yeah.
I'm sure. Next question from Leonardo, $10. How did the story on saturated fat get so mangled?
Oh, good God. So yeah, I mean, that was just that a lot of that has to do with the different sorts of misdirections and special interests and protected interests that we talked about before with the Seventh-day Adventists and the sugar companies and the food companies and all that sort of stuff. They picked saturated fat and cholesterol as a scapegoat. That was just part of that. So that was just collateral damage. So they blamed cholesterol, and since saturated fat can but doesn't always raise LDL cholesterol, or at least, and there's some people who say this, I mean, and there actually are studies with, butter and coconut oil. Coconut oil is like 90-something% saturated fat, and it didn't raise LDL, whereas like butter did. And it's just like, okay, so it's not necessarily just direct saturated fat to LDL cholesterol, but either way, saturated fat also raises HDL. And the Journal of the American College of Cardiology published in 2020 a massive literature review looking at all the top pieces of data, all the highest level studies, randomized controlled trials, meta-analyses of randomized controlled trials, and so on. And they found that there was no association between consuming saturated fat and developing cardiovascular disease, none, right? So they said that there's no point in having an arbitrary upper limit on the amount of saturated fat that is safe to eat. It's safe to eat. It is not a risk. And in fact, they found an inverse relationship between saturated fat consumption and stroke rate, right? So the more saturated fat people ate, the lower their stroke risk. And the less saturated fat they ate, the higher their stroke risk. So, saturated fat, just gets brought along just because cholesterol is blamed on heart disease, and they blame saturated fat on raising cholesterol. But guess what also raises cholesterol, and actually raises cholesterol significantly? Fasting. And fasting has been shown time and time again to benefit health. in so many different ways, but it raises your LDL cholesterol. Oh my God, what must be bad then? So, I mean, none of this makes sense. We've been reducing our cholesterol. We've been taking medications. We've been stopping saturated fat. We've been doing all these sorts of things. Is heart disease a non-issue anymore? Did it go away? No, it's getting worse. Idiots and liars like, Simon Hill will try to misdirect, who's like a vegan influencer, will try to use misdirection and say, well, actually in the 60s and 70s is when mortality from cardiovascular disease peaked, and then it's actually come down since then after we've lowered saturated fat and cholesterol. It's like, okay, we didn't say mortality, we said rates, cardiovascular disease rates, the number of people developing atherosclerotic disease and the number of people getting first-time heart attacks and strokes is going up, and it's going up every decade, and it's going up all over the world. And so we now have open heart surgery, and we have stenting, and we have prevention, and we have clot busting drugs, and we have interventional radiology where you can snake this little catheter tube up into the heart and pull out clots, go into the brain, pull out clots, put in stents, and do all these other sorts of amazing things that we did not have in the 70s, 60s, 50s, 40s, and 30s, and so on. And people also start massively reduce the amount of cigarettes they were smoking and tobacco and nicotine they were using, right? So this is completely dishonest or just dumb. He could be an idiot. I think he's both. And so I mean, if you are so blind to what's right in front of you, you're either intentionally blind or you just have no concept of what's happening. And either way, there's not someone that should be listened to. And sorry to get a bit vitriolic about it, but like I really do think that he's causing a lot of harm, and he's just plays a lot of mental gymnastics to get away from the fact that humans benefit from eating meat and can be harmed by all this garbage crap that we are not designed to eat. And I mean, he's even gone so far as saying that, well, yes, humans evolved eating meat, and we've been eating meat for millions of years, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's good for you. Yes, idiot, it does. That's literally how biology works. That's how evolution works. It's called adaptation. And so, if you've been eating something for 2 million years, then you will have adapted to it fully by then. And so, yes, that's exactly what's good for you. And so, it doesn't make any sense when you go against biology and all these biological laws. If you're saying that we should eat things that we've never eaten in the history of humanity, in our from back to the beginnings of our origins and pre-humans, that no one was eating, that's what we should eat now. These seed oils that didn't exist 50 years ago, 100 years ago, right? Those are the things that are most adapted to us, that we're most adapted to. If we haven't even been introduced to it, how the hell can we be adapted to it? And why is it that these vegetables taste like garbage? They taste bitter, and our brains are telling us, spit this shit out, and that a steak tastes amazing. Why is that? If our body doesn't want it and it's not good for us, it doesn't make any sense. Why would we be biologically designed to hate the taste of things that are good for us, and to be really and really enjoy meat and fat if it's really bad for us? Again, sugar is an outlier, but sugar is a drug. We get a positive feedback, and we get more positive feedback, and that benefits the plant. And we recognize it as safe. It's not going to kill us that day. We get a quick hit of energy, but you keep having it, you keep taking it, it can cause problems. So, I just think that that's really, really, really dangerous. And these people that are still pushing that whole saturated fat thing is causing a problem, like Simon does. He keeps saying that saturated fat is bad, in the face of the Journal of the American College of Cardiology and all the evidence, put out there. It's just cognitive dissonance. I think he has a reputation and he has a shtick, and he's just desperately protecting that, because I don't think he's about helping people. I think he's about helping himself and furthering himself. And so I've got nothing but, contempt for people like that.
Absolutely. Let's see. Next comment is from Kel, $5. Love the cat and love Dr. Chafee's matter-of-fact attitude too.
Oh, good. Oh, thanks. Hopefully, yeah, I don't know. Sometimes I go on rants, and like you never know. Like maybe it's not what people want to hear, but you know,
But they're
how I
not
feel.
they're not incoherent. So that's
Good.
awesome. It's good information.
Yeah.
Everybody needs to hear it. $2.99. Elsbeth Roth. Thanks for all the amazing information.
Yeah. Well, thank you.
Elizabeth.
Good to see you, Elizabeth.
Here's one for you, definitely. D Wolf, $20. Doctor, my son has a front lobe TBI. He's 23. Accident happened at 16 years ago. Do you think Carnivore may help him recognize his left side? He doesn't use his left hand and left leg. He's on baclofen and gets Botox, but muscle very tight.
Yeah. So I mean, obviously had a very, very serious injury. Like when he was 7, that's when the brain's pretty plastic and can recover from a lot. So that must have been a very, very bad accident. I'm really sorry to hear that. You know, if you have upper motor neuron damage, you know, in your upper motor neurons up in the level of the brain, that causes spasticity in the cells and the muscles that it normally innervates, and so it's just really tense. And so they can use Botox for that spasticity and sort of relax it a bit. But you know, having not recognizing his left side, you know, that's something called neglect, where you just sort of, you're just not really aware of things on, you know, one side or the other, and you can have someone standing there talking to you, and you just don't even recognize that they're there. Then all of a sudden they come on this side and go, oh, hey, you know, where'd you come from? You know, and they can see. It's just that they don't really, you know, it's hard for them to notice things on that side of the body, which is interesting. There's just parts of the brain that do that, right? And so those parts of the brain can be damaged. And then being able to use the left side can be a motor neuron issue. So you can damage those motor neurons and then be sort of paralyzed, right? So like when people have a stroke and they're not able to use one side of their body. You know, can this help? Well, you know, it's been 16 years. It's a long time. A lot of times people will say, well, at this point, no, that's going to be permanent. I do hold out a glimmer of hope, just because I've seen people with longstanding strokes and even cerebral palsy, which is fascinating, that some people have started to improve, not necessarily completely eliminate their cerebral palsy, but I've had, you know, a few people now with cerebral palsy saying that they're getting less spasticity and they're improving in other ways. So that's fantastic. So I've seen crazy things happen neurologically when you start feeding your body and your brain and your nervous system what they're supposed to have, and start getting those ketones in there, going off glucose, and getting rid of all these other things that could get in the way. So one example of that is a guy named Dave Mack, who's a friend of mine, and we've done a couple podcasts together, and we sometimes do, you know, lives in a group with like Sean White and others. And he had a stroke as a teenager 30 years ago, and he had, I believe, right-sided weakness as a result of that. It was very unbalanced, very difficult for him to go up and down stairs, and that was his life for 30 years. And he'd gone keto and paleo and all that sort of stuff previously. So presumably he got some help from that, but he'd been very stable neurologically for decades. And then he went carnivore. So already done keto, and this is just super keto. So even better than keto. And in like a few months, his wife noticed that he wasn't walking with a limp, and he was walking normally. And she said that, and he's like, "What, really?" Like, and she like videotaped me. So they videotaped him. And he's like, "Holy crap, you're right. Like I'm walking normally. That's crazy." And previously, it was very difficult for him to go up and down stairs. He was very unbalanced. He was very worried about falling. So he had to like cling on to the banister with his left arm, because that was his good side. And he just clinged onto that, and just like was very careful going up and down, because he would fall. And now he says he can run up and down stairs. And it was like in a couple months that this changed. So it's absolutely wild. I cannot say that your son is going to improve. I think he will improve, at least to a degree. But you know, the likelihood is that there's large areas of his brains that have actually died. And if you got an MRI, you might see that. You might see those patches that they don't work anymore, and they've just sort of turned into scar tissue. But anything that's not scar tissue has a chance at recovering, and the parts of the brain that are still just normal, they will improve. And so that could improve his symptoms as well, potentially improve his neglect. There's no way of telling and without just checking and just seeing, but I think it's well worth the attempt. And if nothing else, it'll help him in so many other ways. He'll be a much happier, healthier young man, even if his neurological symptoms don't change.
That's awesome. Yeah, I have a little bit that I can add with that too. In 2017, I had a traumatic brain injury from a car crash, and the doctor said that I basically lost 10% of my brain functionality, and I couldn't stand and close my eyes. As soon as I closed my eyes, I would fall down. Lots of balance issues, cognitive issues. I couldn't pay attention for very long. 30 minutes into any kind of work, especially on a computer screen, I'd have to sleep for hours and hours and hours. So on the carnivore diet, that has actually gone completely away. And I feel like I've gone beyond, I was at 90% before. It slightly improved over 6 years, but once I went on carnivore diet, I feel like I've gone beyond 100%. Like, it's insane how much my cognitive ability has improved on this way of eating. And I have another question is, so when I was having issues, once my brain got to a certain point, I would have, and basically it was overloaded. I would start having these tics, like my head would jerk, and I couldn't control it. So I was always wondering, like, what would that be from?
And when exactly did those happen again?
Let's say, for instance, I just did a lot of, I was a controls engineer, electrical engineering, controls engineer, and, just working a lot on the computer, maybe 2, 3, 4 hours. And my brain just, once it got to a certain point, it was overloaded. It wouldn't happen like one right after another. It's like maybe every 2 minutes, my head would jerk. I have no idea why it was doing that, but that's gone now.
Okay, so that was before you went carnivore, but after the injury,
right? Yep.
Yeah. It's hard to say, but if your brain if you're getting a bit tired and a bit overworked, it's just harder for the brain to work normally. Especially you just have a lower threshold for things to start going abnormal. So, it's that's just something that we tend to see when people get a bit tired or mentally exhausted. Is that everyone can get tired and they can sort of slip up, and if you have an injury and you have other sorts of issues, then it can manifest in more pronounced ways. But having been on a carnivore diet and you've clearly healed your brain significantly, like if that's gone away, and so that's a very, very good sign that things have improved. So that's great.
Absolutely. Yeah. What's crazy is I went to one of the top doctors in the area for traumatic brain injury, and not one single time did they bring up diet. It was always take pills, they had me on Adderall until I found out, like, I read the paper on it, and I was like, oh my God, this is insane. This is like cocaine almost. So
no, it's meth.
I weaned myself off of that. Really?
Yeah, it's meth. Yeah, it is an amphetamine. Yeah, so it's like, so it's just a heavy stimulant. And but yeah, as far as I understand as well, because I had a serious concussion and accident, and I was like knocked out for like a minute or so before I regained consciousness, and I was having horrible headaches after that. And again, I lost half my vocabulary. I had to relearn all of it, which was really frustrating. But got through it, and I ended up, even though my brain was mushed, I still got into medical school, so that's good. And I've recovered since then. And it was just very bad timing. And so, you know, oh, Christ Almighty, I forgot. That's a good sign for a fucking brain injury. I can't even keep track of my own thoughts.
We were on Adderall.
Adderall, yeah. So when I was looking at that, I was having serious problems with like attention deficit sort of symptoms in my first couple of years of medical school, and I sort of was talking to a neurologist about that, and they're like, "Well, look, we could try some of this medication, but if this is from like a TBI, they don't really work that well." And so that's what I was told at the time, anyway. And so I didn't. I tried it for a bit. I ended up trying it for a week or two, and I didn't really see any difference, and so I just dropped them at that point. But from what I was told then by my neurologist was that ADHD or ADD from a head injury doesn't really benefit from medications anyway, and it's bloody crack, so there's no point.
Right. Yeah. Wow. Modern medicine. I'm so glad for guys like you. And I honestly, I think that I think it may be your size that keeps you in business as a doctor, because going against the grain seems counterintuitive to your profession. It seems almost detrimental.
Yeah, but you know what? It's the right thing to do. And like, once as Gary Fettke said, Dr. Gary Fettke, orthopedic surgeon, came under real fire for, putting his patients on a ketogenic diet so that they didn't need foot amputations and leg amputations and things like that for diabetes. They tried to take his license away for how dare he actually help people, And what he said was just like, once you see the benefits that these dietary interventions can do, you can't unsee them. And so you have to do that. If you have a conscience at all as a doctor, you have to use that. And even if it means that you come under fire and potentially lose your livelihood and lose your savings and lose your ability to practice, it's the right thing to do. And I couldn't look back on my life and be happy with myself if I just took the easy way out and just practiced medicine in a way that I knew was not the right way or not the best way. And unless you stick your head up, nothing's going to change. And so, but when more people do stick their head up and they start saying these things and be like, that makes sense. That's actually the right thing to do. More people stand up. And so all it takes is just the first few people to stand up and more people to stand up. Then more and more people stand up, and it usually goes okay. You get some martyrs in the beginning, like Dr. Fettke and Dr. Baker and others. But you know what? It's worth it, and they paved the way for other people, and it's worth it. It's worth it to them. It's worth it to us. And it's definitely benefits everyone. So you just have to do it, and as I said, I was on Dr. Baker's podcast. I was one of his first guests on his original podcast. It was like the Human Performance Outliers podcast, and with Zach Bitter. And I was episode 34, we're talking about plant toxins and how these things are not good for you. And, and it was, he asked me at the time, like, so what do you think? You're going to keep rolling with this? You're going to keep your head down? What are you doing? I was just like, well, I plan on getting in a lot of trouble, because I can't not say this, and I can't not talk about it. And if I see a patient that is having an issue that I know for a fact this can help, it's not ethical for me not to tell them. It's not my duty as my duty of care as a doctor. It's not ethical for me as a doctor. It's not ethical for me as a human being. You can't withhold that information from people if they're sitting there staring you right in the face and say, "Is there anything else I can do that can help me?" Yes, of course there is, and I'm not going to lie to them and say no. Just do what you're told and take your pills. That's bullshit. I mean, I would consider that, especially when you're dealing with people that have such serious illnesses that they have a terminal illness, and it's not that carnivore diet can cure all terminal illnesses, but it can certainly help, and it can improve people's lives and potentially improve their survival and certainly improve their quality of life for the time they have left. And so, if I don't tell them that, it's just like, I know that they've got 3 to 15 months before they're dead.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas if I do tell them this and they listen and they go with it, maybe they get 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, 10 years. I mean, there are people right now with GBM brain cancer, glioblastoma brain cancer, that have survived 10 years without treatment because of their diet.
Wow.
How can you not tell that to people when the average survival without treatment is 3 months? They get another 10 years with their family, with their kids, with their parents, and they all get another decade with them. I mean, anybody would kill to get another 10 years with their parent if they died in childhood, or in adulthood. Everyone wants more time with their family members, especially when they don't have it, especially when they've already lost it, especially when it's too late. And so, this gives them that chance. And, so people like Andrew Scarborough and Pablo Kelly and Logan Sneed, these guys have all gotten nearly a decade more life than what they, would have had on average had they just gone with the traditional treatments. And they're all happy, healthy people with full blossoming lives, and they're productive members of society. Like, why would you, how could you not say that to people? How could you not tell them about that? So, if that gets me in trouble, it gets me in trouble. But the fact of the matter is I feel that I'm protected because this is evidence-based medicine. This is in the literature. This helps. This is scientifically sound. And it has been shown in clinical trials and preclinical trials to be beneficial. So, what am I doing that's out of untoward? It helps people, and that's been proven time and time again.
That's awesome. Well, we definitely love you for that, for sure. We got another super chat from your buddy, Mr. Russ, Homesick Buckeye. I bet if you gave a lion my Costco card, he would end up in the bakery.
No, maybe. If you got addicted to sugar and carbs and things like that, maybe. But at first he wouldn't go near them. There was a guy actually, he had a video. He worked with lions out in something, and he had this big male lion that came up, and he cut this apple in half, and he just said, "Here, have that." And the thing went up and sniffed it. He's like, "Oh, I don't want that crap." I said, "Why? But it's sweet. It tastes nice." He said, "No, I don't want it." It's like, they don't want this stuff. It doesn't taste good to them, And so, you can addict anything to anybody to anything. But there was a they really wanted this thing to go viral. It was like this zoo or a sanctuary or something like that you could tell they paid someone a lot of money to make this really heartwarming, nice story, almost like, some of those different different viral videos. And it was about these three animals. It was like a wolf cub, a bear cub, and a lion cub or a tiger cub. I think maybe tiger. And they were at a menagerie, and they were sort of, being neglected, and they were able to get them and resuscitate them and help them. And they didn't want to be anywhere else. They weren't happy. They were depressed if they were separated out from the other two. And so they kept them together. So this wolf and a bear and a lion, or a tiger, and they all just lived together, and they just all just love each other and cuddled up and all that sort of stuff. And they wanted this to be this heartwarming, nice thing to go viral. You could just tell they put a lot of effort into making this a viral video, and it went viral, but not for the reasons they wanted to. Thing was, is these animals were horribly obese, and they were not healthy looking. And they showed a video of them giving them like this like jumbo sized Costco Snickers bar, and just closing his eyes and like eating this thing. Like, what the hell are you giving that animal? And so all the comments were like, what the F? You know, you're killing those animals. You're making them very sick. You're feeding them crap. What the hell's wrong with you? And they're like, no, these animals are very healthy. We give them sometimes as a treat. Clearly, you know, because I mean, they're just horribly obese and clearly sick. And so you can get them to eat any sort of garbage, you know, but that's not going to be their first instinct, you know, unless they were, you know, unless it's like those poor bastards that were given all that crap. But if they were, you know, if they're just a lion eating just meat, you know, they go for them. Well, really, they just start ripping people apart. You know, they wouldn't go to one aisle or another. They'd be eating people in the doorway of Costco and just doing that, and then rip off a couple bodies and go, you know, climb up into the rafters and just eat them, and they eat their corpses and then, you know, hide somewhere as people trying to shoot them, you know. So that's probably what would happen if a lion got the Costco card.
Right. For sure.
Yeah.
For sure. Let's see. Yep.
I gotta go, everybody. I gotta go. It's been a wonderful day. Dr. Chafee, 2 things. Adam and I, we have a show on Tuesday night. It's called the Keto Cookout, and you are formally invited.
Okay.
And it's nothing like you've ever experienced. It's 8 o'clock Central, 9 o'clock Eastern.
8 o'clock Central,
9 o'clock
9
Eastern.
o'clock Eastern. So that's 9 a.m. Wednesday for me. Let me see. I'm working on Wednesday.
Any Tuesday, any Wednesday.
Yeah,
we have it every week, same time.
It's our weekly show, and
So
it's really goofy and it's kind of fun. But when doctors come on, people ask a lot of questions. Otherwise, one time I sang a song and poured a box of cereal on my head. Like, it's awesome.
If that didn't sell you, Russ is also there. Homesick.
Oh yeah, Russ is there also. The homesick guy. It's the 3 of us. It's our show.
I can, you know, well, I mean, the thing is, I'll be sort of driving into work because I've got patients at 10 a.m. on Wednesday, but I mean, I might be able to like click in like from my car or something like that, but
we'll take it.
Okay, all right, do that.
I'll ask. I'll talk to Carrie later how to get a hold of you and send you the link.
Sounds
and
good.
Whatnot. And otherwise, I hope that I can arrive onto your podcast sometime. Thanks.
Yeah, sounds good.
Bye, Alia.
Yeah.
Happy birthday.
Okay, I promised my husband I would be done at midnight because he was with the kids all day today. I've basically been here since 7 a.m. So I gotta go. We're at 27,000. Adam will do updates, and JT is replacing me. So talk to y'all later.
Thank you so much,
Alia.
Yeah, you're so welcome. This has been a blast. Bye.
Bye, Alia.
Yeah.
And JT is here. The strip of bacon.
Welcome.
Let's go. Nice to meet you, Chafee.
Hey, man. Good to meet you too. How you doing?
I'm doing great, man. I'm still alive and I'm still awake. So
Good. So is that a hat or a scarf?
it's a full suit.
Oh, awesome.
It's very long. It's just a long strip of bacon, and I got I just stick my head in there and call it a day. Trying to have some fun.
Yeah, good stuff.
JT, we're gonna have you take over reading the super chats.
Absolutely. Where'd you leave off, bud?
I'm gonna pop it up for you, and then I want to work on adding up the totals.
Okay, I just got to find that in the list here because we've got a lot of them here.
Should be the blue one.
Yeah, we've got a lot of. I'll read it though. My sister needs motivation from the people in this movie. She started keto 2 months ago and has lost 26 pounds. Wow, which is awesome. However, she has been stuck at over 460 pounds for over a year because she's afraid to give up certain food.
Yeah. Well, I mean, look, I mean, she's already, well, she's given up food and she's lost 26 pounds in 2 months, right? So she's been stuck at 460, but presumably that's now moved, right? From the, from the 2 months on keto, if that's, if I get the sort of the timeline here, right? So, so that's great. So just keep doing that, and so she's, just encourage her and encourage her, with the improvements that she's already done, say, hey, look, you've already lost 26 pounds. This is great. You're doing great. Keep going. Right. And the more stuff you remove, away from, just meat and water, the more of that stuff you just get out, the better she's going to do, the better she's going to feel. But, whatever she can do, I mean, she's getting good results and she's getting good results. Just, keep going with that. So, that's really great. She should be really encouraged by that. It's very difficult, especially at that weight, to lose any weight. And a lot of people, because they think that you have to exercise in order to lose weight. And a lot of people are incapable of exercising at all because of their weight. And so obviously you need to address that with diet, and you get your diet right and you'll shred weight, and without having to worry about exercise. And they get down to a point that you're able to exercise, and then you add that in, and it's just rocket fuel at that point. So she's doing great. And just keep watching these sorts of videos, watching the videos that explain why a carnivore diet and changing your diet is a good thing, as opposed to just how to do it and that you should do it, because that helps a lot too, when you understand like the biology and the physiology behind it, and you just go like, okay, well, this is actually how my body works, and this is just the biochemistry and chemistry and biology, and it's just like, okay, this is just how we're designed, and here's all the evidence for that. And great, okay, I'm sold. So I mean, that's why I did this, is just because I was sold on the science behind it. And it's just like, no, this is what humans are. We are carnivores, and just like all other carnivores on earth, we should really only just be eating meat, because we don't have the defense capabilities to break down and detoxify plant toxins. Great, sold. I don't want to eat that crap anymore. And now, I'm just seeing, more and more evidence of this, being a positive, both in the literature and in my clinical practice. So, understanding, what's going on is a really powerful tool as well. And so just encourage her to keep watching videos and get involved in a community and, or like a Facebook group. Doesn't have to pay, doesn't have to do any of that stuff. Just join a Facebook group like Zeroing In on Health or Zero Carb Health. Those are two excellent ones. And they're very supportive. They're very strict. You need to be strict if you want to go in there. But that's what gets people results, is just eating fatty meat and water, and they'll be very supportive and helpful.
Another great answer.
Hmm.
How do I pull this up here, Adam? I'm clicking the next one, Adam.
All right. I'll pull it up.
Oh, okay, cool.
There we go.
Coach Constance, question: any words of advice other than "suck it up, Buttercup," regarding many starts not getting past 3 days, sugar addiction and eating disorder? The struggle's real. PSS. Thanks for all you do.
Yeah, suck it up, Buttercup. So, no, look, it is difficult, right? So any sort of addiction is difficult to deal with. There are things that you can do. One of them is just eating enough. So eating enough meat, eating enough fat, is really good for getting cravings down. And so if you find yourself having those cravings, having that sugar, oh my God, I need that, try eating meat. Think about that as just a hunger signal, because your hunger signals are going to be very, very different. And so if you are not listening or not hearing your hunger signals, you're going to get more hungry than you think. You're going to start getting cravings, and your body's going to start asking for energy in the only way it knows how, which is just sugar, carbs now. And so that can be difficult. So just eat enough is the main one. So eat enough fat, eat enough meat in general. And if you get those cravings, try eating fatty meat, and keep eating that till it stops tasting good. And that usually does help with the cravings. And drink a lot of water and everything like that. It does get easier. So after sort of a week or two, it'll get a lot easier after the first few days or a week. After 2 weeks, you probably won't even care. You won't even miss it. I mean, for me, the first time I did it, first 2 weeks, I was just looking at everything I couldn't eat. Oh my God, I can't eat this, I can't eat that. And no one actually explained all this stuff to me. I I'm not going to eat plants, and I'm not going to, that shit's bad for me. I'm not going to do it. And so the first 2 weeks, I'm like, well, that's a plant. That's a plant. Oh God, what the hell? And I just felt really, really flustered with it. After 2 weeks, I just didn't give a rat's ass. I was just like, all I wanted to eat was meat and eggs. And it was just like, I couldn't even care what else was around. I lived with my brother at the time, and there was, and I was just cooking up some meat and eggs is what I do. And he's like, hey, can you get me the bread on the, pass me that loaf of bread on the counter. And I was just shocked. I had no idea we had bread. And I was like, bread? And he's like, there's bread here? And he's just like, yeah, it's just on the counter there. And I'm like looking around, I can't see it. And I was just like, where? I'm just like, where is it? I'm not seeing it. And he's just like, dude, it's right there. It's in front of you. I'm like, dude, I am not seeing it. And he said, it's by the back burner on the right by the stove. And I'm like, looking. It was like one of those magic eye pictures where just like a schooner just like pops out. And you're like, oh, it's just like all of a sudden it's just like a loaf of bread there. I had no idea. It just did not register in my brain. And I was like, oh, I guess here's some bread. Like, shit. Okay. So that was, that was not that long after I started, like literally 2 weeks. I just didn't care. So just eat enough meat, eat enough fat. And, it does take a bit of strength to get through the first few days or a week, but it's easier if you eat enough. And because if you're just full and stuffed with that fat, stuff like that, even if it was just like, pizza, bread, okay, I'm sure, but no. And so that could help you get through that. And also a big one is just get it out of the house. You're going to run into these things at work or while you're out, but a good thing to do is like you strike while the iron's hot. You just say, okay, I want to do this. I'm serious about this. Throw all that crap out or give it away to someone you don't like and you want to poison. Right. And so, if you want to succeed at something, you need to set yourself up for success. If you think that you're going to fail and you think that this is just going to be a temporary thing, I'm going to go back to it, then you plan for failure and you keep all that stuff in your house because, well, I'm not going to be doing this forever. I'm probably going to quit this pretty soon. And so obviously I don't want to get rid of this stuff. Do you want to quit or do you not want to quit? Do you want to get rid of this stuff or do you not want to get rid of this stuff? So if you want to only eat meat and you want to improve your health, throw the shit out. Get it out. I mean, it's hard to do if you live in a household with other people, but maybe they'll be supportive and just say, look, this is something I need to do. I need to get this stuff out of the house. Maybe it can come back in after I'm stronger, but right now I need it out of the house. And hopefully they can be supportive of you. But if you're in a situation where you can get rid of stuff, just get rid of it. And, because it's like you have you want to quit smoking, but you're like, well, I'll keep the cigarettes just in case. What are you keeping them for? Like you're planning for failure, so plan for success, get rid of the shit and just buy meat, fill your fridge up with meat, fill your pantry up with only meat adjacent things and really only meat things, not even meat adjacent, whatever the hell that would be. And, just eat meat. And so that's what I would do. And good luck with it.
Know your triggers, right?
Yeah. Yeah. And just try to avoid it. The first 2 weeks are going to be the worst. First 2 days are going to be the worst. And, and so just keep those things the hell away from you for a couple weeks, eat a lot of fatty meat and water and drink a lot of water. And you'll be a lot better off. It's out of sight, out of mind. If you have rehab doesn't stock, cocaine and liquor, we want to make sure that they can deal with temptation. No, you don't. We know they can't deal with temptation yet. You need to keep them the hell away from it. That's why you go to rehab, to get the hell away from access to drugs, even though you're introducing them to a whole bunch of people that do a lot of drugs and then they make new drug friends. And that's not always helpful, but the principle is sound. Get the hell away from drugs.
Great advice, guys. Hope you're taking notes and listening.
Just real quick before we take the next one, I just want to say thank you so much, Dr. Chafee, for doing this for us. I really appreciate it. I was just thinking with Adam, it's kind of funny. It's like we're we're a football team, and we hand you the football, and then Adam and I fall down on the ground and go to sleep, and you run it all the way through. We're still winning, but yeah, I really appreciate it. You're helping us get through this for sure. We got 6 more hours to go. I'm feeling it a little bit, but I think we'll make it. I couldn't do it without you, so thank you so much.
Stay awake, Terry.
I don't even think I can read this next question. So,
Nick,
you've got it though with the bacon tuna.
Yep, Nick, thank you for the donation. Love this community. Love Carnivore. Iowa Carnivore. Go. Nice. Thank you, Nick.
Nice.
Amy, thank you for the donation. My son is a pharma rep, and he gets quarterly bonuses that are often times greater than my yearly salary. Unfortunately, there is big money in keeping us all sick.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's true. There's well, good for your son. I'm glad that he's doing well. But yeah, no, that's absolutely the case. You know, there was sort of a whistleblower into all this sort of corruption and just the really shitty attitude that exists in the medical, corporate, and big food world, big pharma world. And they said that they were talking to or listening to a big pharma executive, and whatever, C-level sort of whatever, and vice president, whatever, and he said that the executive said that he's like, asking you, like, do you know what my favorite medication that we make is? Drug that we make is, and this person's thinking like oh, something like good that like cures children of diseases and cancer and things like that, something nice. And he said, no, my favorite drugs are the ones that cause side effects that we have other drugs to treat. So that's who you're dealing with. You're dealing with rank assholes who don't give a shit about you, and they're not making medications to better the world. They're not trying to help people. They're trying to help themselves. They are trying to better their own lives at the expense of your life. And so that's what you always have to understand and realize. And that's why it's so important to take back control of your own health and to be healthy and to get off these bloody medications and to make it and to stop being so bloody profitable to keep us sick. Because if we don't let it be profitable for them to make us sick, they got to do something else. They got to actually, put that brain power somewhere else. I mean, do you understand the magnitude of brain power, education, and intelligence that actually goes into pharmaceutical companies and even food science companies, all these sorts of things? It's crazy. They get the best of the best of the best. And that doesn't need to exist. So all those trillions of dollars that go into pharmaceuticals and the trillions of dollars that go into fake processed bullshit food, that can all go, and all that brain power and all that money could all go into actual other endeavors that could actually better humanity. Could actually go into medications that are actually curing diseases that actually exist, as opposed to diseases that are a consequence of eating the wrong thing, right? And or into some other program. I mean, God knows. I mean, programs that don't even exist yet because we've never had, the brain power and the money behind it to go like, what else is out there, right? So that sort of innovation is just begging to be made. So that's the thing. We just need to be healthy. We need to be healthy without them, and if we do that, then they'll have to switch gears. Plain and simple. Like they have to be dictated by the market if it's in an actual free market society, when you get, government mandates forcing you to get certain medical interventions, that's right out, because you're now, and now it's a government mandate to make that pharmaceutical company earn tens of billions of dollars they had no business earning. So that's a problem, or mandating that people stop eating meat, and mandating that they eat a bunch of processed bullshit, and mandating that schools do, no meat Mondays and vegetarian Fridays and bullshit Wednesdays and all these sorts of things. So, it's but if people stand up and they'd be like, no, we're not doing that shit anymore. I'm sorry I'm swearing so much, but I just get really pissed off and
You're passionate.
and and so just don't let them dictate what you get to eat. Don't let them dictate that you have to be sick. Don't let them dictate that your kids don't get to develop properly and their brains don't get to grow to their full genetic size. Do not let them do that to you. Do not let them do that to your kids. Push back, fight back, and tell them to F off. And it doesn't matter what that costs you. Your health is worth more than any of that. Your children's health is worth more than any of that. So just never lose sight of that.
Fired up. I love it.
Awesome.
Detroit Engine Works, new member. Yeah.
Nice.
Casey Smith, thank you for the donation. Some of my family is interested in going meat-based after seeing my results, but they refuse to give up all veg. Are there a few vegetables that are less toxic than others?
Well, yeah, of course there are. You want to get rid of the nightshades, the tomatoes, potatoes, eggplants, peppers, those sorts of things. Get rid of all seeds and beans and nuts and legumes and all that sort of stuff, because those are all all seeds are plants' babies, and everything protects its baby more than anything. So the seed is often where you find the highest concentration of toxins. So getting rid of all those sorts of things, and then you want to try to get things that are lower in oxalate, right? And so if you you can go online and see like different sort of oxalate, the amount of oxalates that are in certain plants, and just try to aim for less than 100 milligrams of oxalates a day in your diet. And main thing is just focus on meat, focus on animal fat, cut out the carbs and sugar and alcohol, cut out the nightshades, and then and eat the meat first. That's actually important. I was talking to Dr. Casey Means, who's a Stanford trained doctor. She does a lot of metabolic health, has a company called Levels. We had a very interesting conversation yesterday. But what she was saying, there were studies showing that if just the order of how you eat things can actually affect your blood sugar spikes and your insulin secretion. So if you're eating a steak and a salad and a potato, if you eat the potato first and the salad and then the meat, you'll actually get a much greater spike and drop in your blood sugar and your insulin. And if you eat the steak first and then the salad as a buffer and then eat the carbs, it's a much more mellow hill and spike and all that sort of stuff. So it's not as big dramatic spikes and troughs and things like that. You're eating the exact same stuff, you're just doing it in a different way. And then going for a walk for 20, 30 minutes afterwards, and walking multiple times a day for just a minute or two. It makes a big difference. And so, you can do these little things. They all add up. And so eat a lot of meat, fatty meat, eat it first, and then cut out the carbs, sugar, seed oils, 100%. And then the nightshades, seeds, beans, nuts, legumes, all that sort of stuff if you can. Then of the vegetables that are sort of left, just mix them up and change them around. You don't want to be eating a lot of the same thing over and over and over and over again, because they all have different plant toxins that your body has to detoxify. And we are able to detoxify a lot of these things to a certain extent, but we can overwhelm our detoxification mechanisms. And so you just switch it up. So you have different plants that you're eating. If you're going to eat those things, just switch them up, mix them up, and don't eat the same ones every day. You can eat the same meat every day. You can't eat the same plants every day. So that's what I would do anyway, if you can get them to do that.
All right, that's awesome. Kayla Z, super sticker, $20. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Going to the documentary. Chris, $20 donation. Thank you. Thanks, Carrie, for this and all the carnivores opening up their wallets for the cause. Yeah, thank you guys. We couldn't do it without you.
Thank you, Chris.
Chafee.
That's Laura's husband. Laura left us a video because she was traveling. We played that earlier. So Shout out
Oh,
to
nice.
Laura Spath. We got her link in the description below too.
Yeah, nice.
Kara, hopefully I'm saying that right. Thank you for the donation. God bless the doctors who gave this man information and hope and for him listening. Yep. Much love from Australia.
Yeah, awesome. Well, thanks, Kara or Kara, however you pronounce that.
Yep.
Both Carnivore. I don't know how much that is, but thank you.
20 grand, baby. Cool 20K.
It's like 43 cents.
We're done.
Yeah, right. Yeah, we're done
We
already.
appreciate it, though.
That was
Thank you.
easy. Super Tune, $10 donation. Thank you. Making an effort that will help everyone needing to learn about the benefits of eating carnivore.
Yeah, nice.
Awesome. Great. Detroit Engine Works, $10 donation. Thank you. I'm 45 days in on carnivore and lost 32 pounds. 32 pounds. Nice. Got interested in carnivore when I viewed a Dr. Barry and Kelly Hogan interview video. Thank you so much.
Yeah, awesome. Well, great job, man. That's great.
Yeah,
Have you
thanks to
chatted
our
with
carnivore
Kelly
doctors,
Hogan,
man.
Dr. Chafee?
What's up?
Have you chatted with Kelly Hogan before?
Yeah, no, she's great. So we've been on each other's channels, and then we've met in person at least once down in Costa Rica. I'm trying to think if we run into each other on any other conferences or anything like that. But at least down in Costa Rica. Yeah, no, she's lovely. She's such a nice person. Like, that's a nice thing about all these guys is that, you know, I've met a lot of these people, you know, behind closed doors, you know, at different conferences or at dinners or at, you know, the reverse TV series thing. We were doing that down in Costa Rica, and they are all exactly like they are on their channels. They're all very genuine people. It's not an act. It's not a, you know, oh, I'm going to try to do this to, you know, to be an influencer or whatever. And they have a shtick. This is just who they are. And so it's really nice, you know, that they're just these very genuine people that being their genuine selves and just telling their story and trying to help people, that they've become, you know, popular and successful in that regard. And which is great. It's great to see. It's great to see people being themselves and having that work. And they definitely are. So, like, you know, Dr. Kiltz and Dr. Barry and Dr. Baker, you know, I met Dr. Saladino recently. He was, you know, a very nice guy. You know, and Kelly Hogan and, you know, Bella Steak and Butter Gal and, you know, Coach Bronson and Emily, like so many people that we were down in Costa Rica with. Everyone there was awesome. They were such lovely people. And so, yeah, it's really nice to be able to see that. But yeah, Kelly Hogan, you know, is all bubbly and happy. And that is exactly who she is in
That's what I
real
was
life.
gonna say.
So,
She popped out earlier today. It was the first time I met her, and she was so fired up. And she's like, "How could I not be?" And I'm like, "I get it, but she's been doing carnivore so long, so it was kind of
Yeah.
cool to see that she's still so fired up after doing it for so many years."
yeah, well, it's finally catching hold, and people are getting better from it, you know, and so it is exciting. It's exciting to see. And, you know, I'm sure you've gotten, you know, everyone here's gotten a lot of messages about like, wow, I tried this and this has really helped me with all these different problems. Like, that's really, really, really good to see. And it's very heartwarming. It makes it definitely worth it, you know, when you have a lot of other things going on, a lot of stresses in life, and a lot of other things competing for your time. When you see those messages and people that are, you know, just giving their heartfelt thanks and telling their stories on how much they've benefited by this, you know, you can't help but want to keep doing that and want to keep getting the message out there. So I think that's, you know, great that Kelly's still, you know, fired up about it. But I understand why, because it's you're seeing great things happen to people.
Right.
All right. Hey, I just had a quick question, Chafee. When is the carnivore calendar coming out? Because I think that could generate a few funds, man, with the ladies.
Jesus. Yeah. I don't know. I haven't gotten that memo yet. It's like I have to talk to my agent.
Yeah,
you know?
think about it. Carnivore calendar. Yeah. We like it, man. Deborah, thank you for the donation. Beautiful Gato, Dr. Chafee.
Cat.
Did I say that right?
Yeah, gato is a cat. It's Spanish for cat,
okay.
and my cat was walking around earlier.
Yeah, you've got an awesome cat. Just give him some lamb, then he will go for a nap. Thanks for all you do for this community. Yeah, thanks, bud.
The funny thing is I actually did give him a piece of lamb, and he is now napping. So there you go. So good call. Yeah, he was being a little spaz because he wanted the lamb that I had, and so it was just like I had to like get him out of here, and then like I gave him a bit of the leftovers, and he calmed the hell down, and now he's just chilling out. So yeah, he gets meat crazy. Yeah.
Laura D, thank you. $10 donation. Thank you. Question: what's one good stat I can share with the skeptic about why we don't need vegetables?
The Inuit. When in doubt, think of the Inuit. They're in the Arctic Circle. They don't have access to plants, even if they wanted to eat them. And so, you do not have to eat these things. And so the Inuit or anyone else living throughout in those similar conditions during the ice ages. I mean, the last 2.5 million years we've been plagued with ice. We're really in an ice age still. That's why we have polar ice caps. We didn't actually have polar ice caps 2.5 million years ago. Fun fact. So, for the vast majority of the Earth's existence and for life on Earth, no ice caps. We're in an ice age. We're just in ebbs and flows of that ice age. And during the flows of that ice age, there's no plants available. Now, some people will try and mislead you and just make things up and say, well, when the ice was coming down, everyone migrated towards the equator. No, they didn't. You talk to archaeologists, paleoanthropologists like Dr. Bill Schindler, professor at University of Maryland, and since retired, and he says like, no, actually, the fossil record is very clear that when the ice shelf started coming down, Homo habilis and our ancestors started moving up into the ice, right? Because that's where the megafauna was. So no, we were not eating plants. And maybe some people were in some conditions somewhere. I don't think it's what would have been best for them. But in many areas at many times, and certainly during the ice ages in the Arctic Circle, there is nothing to eat except meat. And so they were, yes, exclusively eating meat. They didn't eat vegetables. Therefore, you don't need vegetables, because you can't live generationally like that if you're missing out on nutrients. You especially can't grow and have your brain grow at an exponential rate and your body grow dramatically if it's not ideal for you. And then the agricultural revolution comes around, we start eating more plants, and bang, immediately 10,000 years ago, the fossil record shows that we went from being much taller to shrinking 5 inches, brains shrinking 11%, our teeth getting mangled and mushed together and smaller jaw sizes, much of dental caries and cavities and rotting teeth, and shorter femurs, which is a sign of malnutrition, and signs of tuberculosis in the spine. Those are all signs of malnutrition. And so that has been written about and shown evidence for since we started discovering these sorts of things. So, and that's coming directly from a textbook from Oxford, so like this is just a fact. When we started eating plants, our health suffered, our development suffered, our brains got smaller, our bodies got smaller, our teeth got crowded and crooked. That's purely nutritional and developmental. And so, no, you don't need vegetables. You definitely don't need vegetables. I haven't eaten a vegetable in 6 years. Maggie, the rancher, hasn't eaten in over 65 years. And the Inuit, when eating a traditional diet, don't eat it at all. Say, well, they eat the stomach contents of the animals they eat. Yeah, they eat seals. Seals are carnivores. What's in their stomach is fish. Well, they eat polar bear too. In the stomach of polar bear are seals, right? So it's double meated in goodness. So no, you don't need vegetables.
That was awesome. Bella, $50 donation. Woo, thank you. Injecting separate super chat to keep Carrie, Adam, Aliyah, and Dr. Chafee extra life to keep going. Separate GoFundMe for the movie. Keep going. All you are in the home stretch. Yeah, we are.
Awesome. Thank you, Bella.
We're doing it.
Let's see.
Big Ed. Thank you for the donation. Dr. C. Paul recently showed you a study that Inuit consumed 15 to 20% calories from glycogen. Did I say that right? They're not
glycogen.
they're not in ketosis. Free raw meat has what's that again? Glycogen?
Glycogen, yeah.
Glycogen. Okay, glycogen. Wouldn't our ancestors eat this way, fresh, not frozen?
Yeah. So, I mean, the thing is that, you know, so the thing is when I was talking to, so he's referring to Paul Saladino, we just had a podcast to come out. We had a very poor internet connection. And so it was very difficult to sort of have a fluid conversation. But yeah, when he was saying that, I may not have fully gotten this across, but regardless of whether anyone's in ketosis, they're still just eating meat. And that's my point. My point is not that we need to be in ketosis all the time, but we need to be eating meat. And I don't think we need to eat anything else. And so, you know, if Dr. Saladino is saying, well, we need some carbs, and he's showing that the Inuit can get those carbs from meat, why do we need to eat anything else except meat, right? So my point is that we need to eat meat, and we should eat meat, and we do optimally just on meat, and we get some glycogen from that. Fantastic. You know, it is the case that you likely are not in ketosis all the time. Is that, you know, your blood sugar comes up a little bit and your insulin comes up a little bit, and you sort of transiently come out of ketosis. But, you know, the thing is too is that you know, how are we basing and judging the fact that the Inuit are not in ketosis, because their ketone level is fairly low, and so we're saying, oh, they're not in ketosis anymore. But Professor Ben Bickman and Professor D'Agostino have shown and discussed and demonstrated that when you're on a ketogenic diet long term, you become more efficient at using your ketones. So at first you fast, or you go on a keto, or you drop carbs, your ketones go up. This is probably because you're not as efficient and effective at using your ketones, and then it actually starts coming down. Why is that? Because now you're able to utilize those ketones more effectively and efficiently. This can take months before you're really adapted to this. This is called keto adaptation or fat adaptation. And so when you are keto adapted, fat adapted, your ketone levels are much, much lower, and they maintain at a low level as well. So are you not in ketosis anymore? I would contend that you are, because what ketosis is a metabolic state where you can mobilize your fat stores and make ketones and make blood sugar and make glycogen, and you're not beholden to the carbohydrates that you eat. So if the Inuit were only getting their blood sugar and glycogen from the glycogen that they eat, and all that fat and protein was just going into their fat cells, you know, I don't think that really follows, because they're not getting fat. They're not having, you know, insulin resistance and all these other sorts of things. And they're able to maintain their blood sugar and glycogen. They're not getting these ups and downs and ups and downs and ups and downs. So I you know, from my definition, I would say that they are still in ketosis. It's just that they don't have very high elevated ketones. Either way, it's academic. They survive and thrive only eating meat, right? And so that's my argument, is that we can survive and thrive and do the best only eating meat. And if that means that we get a bit of glycogen from it, and that's good for us, great. I'm happy with that. I don't care. All I care about is that people do what's biologically appropriate for them, and they're as healthy as they possibly can be. And I think that comes from just eating meat. I don't think we need to take on excess carbohydrates outside of the glycogen that we get from meat.
Another great one. Stay awake, Carrie. Debbie Roth, $5 super sticker. Thank you, Debbie. Wake up, everybody. Bella Bradfrey, another $10. She's got some calendar money, Chafee. Carnivore today. Hang in there, buddy. Love you.
Thank you, Bella. I appreciate you. I'm hanging in there.
Yeah, he's doing good. He's got a stand-up poster he can put in there, too. You won't even know he's gone. Everett Randolph, $5 donation. Thank you. Carrie, $10 donation. Thank you. Dr. Chafee, I have a friend who thinks she can't do carnivore because she lost a kidney to cancer. Is there any merit to that, or can she still safely do carnivore?
Oh, no, you can definitely do carnivore. The idea that a higher protein diet is bad for your kidneys is patently false. So that was a theory that sort of came up in like the 70s and 80s. and it just stuck around and didn't die. But the thing was, it was a theory. They thought that, because this is good, you're going to be breaking off these nitrogen groups from your amino acids. You're going to have more of those. That turns into ammonia and then urea, and then your body has to clear that out, and so that's harder on your kidneys to do. No, it doesn't. If your urea goes up, we look at that and go, oh my goodness, kidney function is going off. Well, not if your creatinine is still low. If your creatinine is still low, and and it will be if you're drinking enough water, then your kidneys are working just fine. It's just your urea is going up for another reason, which is it actually is beneficial to have higher urea, because urea is one of our body's best antioxidants, and so it's actually good to have that a bit up, right? And so it will be a little up, but your creatinine will be low, and that won't be a problem. So when people so a lot of things in medicine are like, we had a best guess, we had theory, and they said, hey, this is all we got. We don't have a proof one way, but I bet you it's probably something like this. That's what it shakes down to, and it may or may not be, but a lot of times it's not. And so when we do studies and we look at this, and we generally find that there's probably something else going on, and so that's what has been found, and so that's in the literature, and that's been published on and discussed on many different venues, where they said that it was actually more protein improves kidney function, and so that's what we see clinically as well. I mean, I see people constantly with CKD4, so chronic renal failure, stage 4. They improve, their kidney function improves, and they get better. So it's much better to actually eat a proper diet. And either way, regardless of her issues, she's still human, and so what is optimal for all humans is going to be optimal for her, especially in the sense that she has lower kidney function, or has only one kidney. You want to make sure that you're eating an actually appropriate diet, a biologically appropriate diet, because you make it easier on yourself than if you did anything else. So yeah, no, you can definitely do carnivore, and she'll do much better on carnivore than she would on anything else, just like everyone else.
Yeah, make sure you timestamp this and show it to your friend. That was a great answer.
Mm.
Bella Brat for you. Homestead, how Carrie? Hang in there, bud. Yeah, hang in there, Carrie. Come on. You're in the home stretch, and also for Dr. Chafee's cat. LOL.
Yeah.
Michael,
So,
thank you for the donation. I'm 75, had a stroke 2 years ago. Doctor says blood thinners for life. Have started carnivore diet. Can I stop blood thinners? All other tests are normal.
Oh, probably not. I mean, if that's something that you'd need to talk to your doctor about. If it depends on the cause of your stroke. I mean, there's different sorts of things, like if you have like atrial fibrillation and you sort of get like a little clots in the atrium, they flick those out. Like you do need to be on blood thinners. Sometimes you can have like an atrial ablation where they sort of burn and scar certain areas on the inside of the heart that propagate these ectopic signals and cause that atrial fibrillation. And if you get an ablation, sometimes you can come off them there if you have fully stopped your atrial fibrillation. So it depends on the cause. There are a lot of different causes for stroke, and so if you have a clotting risk, that you are at risk of clotting and flicking off strokes, then blood thinner is probably a good idea. If you're feeling great and you and your doctor can address the underlying issues, then yeah, potentially. So, but it's very individual, so you have to be able to address the underlying issue. Like if you have atherosclerotic and you have these plaques that are sort of clotting off and breaking off and flicking off, aspirin's a good idea, so because you're going to less likely to have a platelet plug and a big blockage and flick off an embolism. If you've got atrial fibrillation, then being on warfarin or one of the NOACs, the new anticoagulation agents, then and you address those underlying things, your atherosclerosis is gone, your blockages are gone, or your atrial fibrillation is gone, yeah, potentially. But carnivore is not going to undo all of that necessarily. I mean, the atherosclerosis, yeah, probably. probably will go back the other way. Atrial fibrillation, some people improve, but often you need actual surgery for that, or you get an ablation of the atrial appendage. And so now, even if that does stop beating, well, there's nowhere for that clot to form anyway. So there are things that you can do, but they require serious interventions for that sort of thing. So it just depends, but you can work with your doctor, and either way, you're going to be much better off with a carnivore diet.
Homesick Buckeye, Russ, man, another donation. Very generous guy, man. Lots of donations tonight. I bet Ollie would like to climb on your shoulders like that cat. I wouldn't doubt it. She's a crazy girl. Oscar, $50 donation. I'm interested in gaining muscle. Could you please advise me on the recommended amount of meat I should include in my diet for muscle growth? Thanks, doctor.
Oh, so this is something that, well, look, it's individual, right? And so it depends on you, but it's great because you don't have to guess. You don't need a program. You don't need a calculator or a formula, right? And, if you need a calculator to figure out what you eat, you're probably eating the wrong thing, right? So animals in the wild, they just eat, and depending on what they're doing, they eat more, they eat less. And so if you are, so you need to work out, you need to lift weights, you need to exert yourself maximally. And you need to, lift weights until muscle fatigue. You need to go to exhaustion. That's important. That's a really big, that's really important for stimulating muscle growth. And then you need to eat enough. And what is enough? Enough is as much as tastes good to you. So you keep eating fatty meat until it stops tasting good. And you try to do that twice a day at least. It may be fine to do it once a day, but you need to try it twice a day. And, if you're doing that and you're eating and you're getting enough food and you just eat and tastes good, keep going until it's like, it doesn't really taste good anymore. Great. And then try that again later on in the day. Be mindful that if you do eat a big meal until you're full, you're going to feel tired. And so that tends to be best at the end of the day. So you just naturally chill out and rest and go to sleep. If you do that during the day or at breakfast, you're going to be tired during the day. So during the day, you might have to eat sort of a half meal, just take the edge off or something like that. And then later on, really, fill in the gaps and fill out all the corners. But that's it. It's totally individual. Like for me, if I'm just sedentary and having a normal day, I eat probably around 2.5 pounds of like ribeye and with butter in it. And if I'm working out, if I'm lifting weights, it'll be easily double that. So it'd be 4.5 pounds. And if I do that, I put on muscle more easily than I ever have in my entire life. It's ridiculous. Ryan Talbot, who's a NCAA Division I All-American decathlete, 2-time All-American. He went carnivore halfway through his season and his performance just took off. And at first he wasn't eating enough. He was like losing too much weight. He's like, what am I doing? He's like, you need to eat more. You got to find more meal times to stick in there because he's just working out so much. And he was able to do that and then got it down logistically. So he wasn't eating before he had a workout. So he'd be sort of, crapped out for it. But he found that eventually after he figured that out, he was just like, yeah, I have to stop working out as much because I'm just putting on too much muscle. I'm just getting too big. It's just like every college athlete would kill to have that problem, and he was just like, yeah, no, I can't work out as much. I've got to tone it back because he's just getting jacked because, he's doing the decathlon, right? So he's doing pole vault, high jump, sprints, long jump, all these sorts of things. Right. And so he needs to be a bit lighter. He needs to have that power to weight ratio balanced properly. And he can't just be like just a freaking tank, but that's where the direction he was going. So he actually had to work out less because he was putting on so much muscle. So that's how powerful this is. Like, and this is what all like Vince Gironda, Serge Nubret, and the golden era bodybuilders before the age of steroids. That's what they were doing. Steak and eggs. They were getting bloody jacked. So that's what you do. Just work your ass off and eat a buttload of steak and eggs. Gironda was saying that if you ate something like 20 or 30 eggs a day, that was like the equivalent of doing low dose steroids. That there were serious anabolic effects to eggs, to eating at that level. So I don't know the veracity of that, but that's what he said in his writings.
I haven't been doing too much. I do like pull-ups and resistant bands, and my arms are getting really big, really quick. It's pretty awesome, and I'm hardly doing anything. But my question was going to be, you kind of mentioned this, but I don't know if I caught it. If I wanted to build like as much muscle as possible, is it lifting as heavy as possible, like just a few times, or lifting like medium, a bunch of reps?
More reps is fine. So look, if you're going for strength or you're going for hypertrophy, you sort of do different things. The classic paradigm is that if you do like lower reps but more weight, but you're always going to failure, right? So if you do as many as you can, but if it's 3, if it's 23, it's to failure. It's as many as you could do. And if you go up to, I'm going to do 20 of these, and you go to 20, but you just stop instead of being forced to stop, you didn't finish, right? So I consider that, Muhammad Ali once said, they asked him, well, how many reps of these different things do you do? And he's like, I have no idea. I don't count that. I work to get myself exhausted. And then when I get tired, then I start counting to see how many I can do after I want to stop. Right. And so you just keep going until you can't go anymore. And if you have a spotter, even better. You keep going past the point that you can't go anymore. And you really just wear out, those muscles. And that's how you stimulate this. So I've spoken to bodybuilders and bodybuilder coaches, and they think that actually for physique anyway, that the 15 rep range is ideal. And so that's where they're getting the best hypertrophy and the best muscle definition. And also it's best on your joints. So if you're doing very high weight, low rep, like you're doing like 1 rep max, things like that, very hard on your joints. And so if you want to go for longevity as well as, getting your physique and strength and all that sort of stuff, then you definitely want to go to the 10 to 15 rep range. That's what I sort of aim for, 10 to 15.
Great. Thank you.
Yeah, but it's always to failure.
Right.
It's always like you're not doing anymore.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So if I'm aiming for 15, but like I keep going and I can do 30, okay, well then I finish off at 30 and I put up the weight,
Right. Okay.
Carrie, you're gonna look like Hulk Hogan, man. Just don't go too fast.
Right.
Bella,
one
Brad,
thing
for you. Oh,
I
sorry.
was going to say too, well, and for building muscle as well, one thing is that the eccentric motion. So the concentric is the contraction, right? You're contracting the muscle. That's a concentric movement. And then the eccentric is when you're sort of coming back down and the muscle is lengthening, right? If you're doing that under tension and under stress and you're slowly doing that, what happens microscopically is you have these actin fibers that are just sort of bound to each other like this, and they have these little teeth and they sort of move up and down like that. And you have just hundreds of these little things in each little cell. And it's called a sarcomere, is the muscle unit inside the cell. And so it's just like here, and then they do that. And that's how they contract the muscle. Okay. So if you have more of those on there, you get a stronger contraction. This is why a lot of sports teams now are saying, don't stretch. It's actually a bad idea. If you stretch, you sort of pull that out, and now you have less of those actin fibers touching. And so when you contract, you get a weaker contraction instead of a whole bunch of them here, and then boom, you got all those actin fibers just smashing it all at once. And so, people can stretch sometimes if they want, but for like maximal, muscle priming and things like that, you want to prime up those muscles, get those actin fibers all locked, and then go and do your athletic event or your plyometrics or your whatever, your sprints. You don't want to stretch a whole bunch before you do that. And so if you're doing that eccentric, all of these things are bound on, and then you're lengthening it, but you've actually told them to not let go. So you're actually just microscopically, molecularly ripping those molecules apart and pulling it down. And that's why you get like, it's harder on your body and it takes longer to recover. But that's what stimulates bigger muscle fibers and bigger muscle growth. Now you still get hypertrophy if you just do the concentric, right? and that will just tighten up the actin fibers. And this is why training for different things. If you're training for bulk and you're trying to build up the size of your muscle, you want to focus on that the eccentric side of things. So, you can sort of push out and then slow back down, right? And sometimes you can actually train that way. You can do eccentric overload, or if like you're doing pull-ups, you do as many pull-ups as you can, then you can't pull yourself up anymore. You go up on a step and you hold yourself there, and then you let yourself down slowly like that. And then you get back on the step and you do it again. And so you can actually do eccentric overload that way as well and get more bang for your buck. But if you just want your strength to weight ratio, then you just do the concentric. And then you just get stronger and stronger and stronger, but you're not actually bulking up. So you're getting stronger in relation to your weight. So you're staying the same weight, but you're getting stronger. And this is what you can do. This is what some coaches and trainers that get people ready for like the NFL Combine do, is they'll do like a hex bar deadlift, like the trap bar deadlift. And you do that and you stand up, and that's like that explosiveness out of the blocks as a runner or a sprinter. And then they just stand up and then they drop it. So they don't do the eccentric. So they're not ripping apart that muscle. And then they stand up with it, drop it, stand up with it, drop it, stand up with it, drop it. And by doing that, you're not breaking down the muscle tissue. So you can do it more often because you recover quicker and your strength goes up, but your weight doesn't go up as much, nearly as much, even if much at all. And so you get more toned and more strong, but you don't get the breakdown and then the rebuild at bigger hypertrophy. So, and it also tunes up those actin fibers so that they're primed and ready to go. And so he found that if you did, 4 or 5 sets of, 5 or 6 rep range concentric trap bar deadlifts, and then go and run your 40, you'll drop like 0.3 seconds off your 40 time just by doing that, just by priming your muscles, And so, yeah, he was doing crazy shit. He was all about that strength to weight ratio and getting those actin fibers primed up. And so he had a guy who was like a quarterback. It dropped him from a 5.040 to a 4.540 in like 6-8 weeks or something like that. And he said 95% of what does that is the hex bar deadlift, the concentric hex bar deadlift.
Wow. That's really interesting.
That was some killer advice, man.
Yeah.
Yeah. No worries.
Bella Brat, for you, $20 donation. Thank you. Thank you for all your time and hard work. I am hopping on another call, but this is to instigate Carrie doing the push-ups he promised. Ooh, Carrie.
We gotta work out these details better.
Hey, now you gotta. He just told you you can go up quick and then go down real slow if you want to get those muscles, Jack. I was listening. A 2 black op here. Will betaine, HCl, and apple cider V help with low acid?
Betaine, HCl, maybe. I mean, I never used those supplements. I haven't really looked into them. Apple cider vinegar is not all that acidic. It's a pretty weak acid. It's not nearly as acidic as our stomach, or really shouldn't be. And unless you have a serious problem, but like our stomach pH is pretty damn low. I mean, if you're just not drinking water around meal times, that'll be better. So if you think you have a problem with that, just don't drink water for 2 hours before you eat, and then don't drink water during your meal, or really for a couple hours afterwards. Let it all digest, and so that'll keep it really concentrated. So less water you're drinking, and the longer you go without having drank water that day. I'm not saying you should, not drink water for days at a time, but if it's several hours and all that water is all worked through your system and been absorbed, it's just going to be a very concentrated stomach acid. So you don't have all that much acid in your stomach, like as a physical volume, and you secrete more when you eat food. But if you drink a bunch of water, if you drink 1 liter of water, 2 liters of water, you've just mixed that into 2 liters, 3 liters of water. So if anyone's in chemistry class and you have an acid that is pH whatever, and you put it in, if you put 20 mils of that, 30 mils of that into 2,000 mils, very dilute at that point, right? It changes the chemical nature of it. So, if you think you have a problem with digestion, just avoid water for 2 hours before and after your meal. And get off medications that are going to depress that, like Tums and proton pump inhibitors and things like that. It's just stay away from those.
Who's your carnivore? You are, Brett. Thank you for the $10 donation. If you were wearing an I eat only meat, ask me why t-shirt, and someone on the street asked, what would you say?
If I was wearing that, I'd probably give him like a smart ass response, but like but like a real answer just be because it's the healthiest thing for us to eat. It's what we're evolved to eat. It's what we're designed to eat. So why would you eat anything else? Dolphins are supposed to eat fish. Why would they eat kelp? So you just eat what you're supposed to eat.
Dr. Chafee, I have that shirt. Yeah, it's been really fun. I've gotten some good conversations. I actually made up this little business card, and I have you're on it. So it says, because I do that. I've gotten into 2 conversations so far, and I've only talked to 2 people. They're like, well, what is this carnivore thing? So I say, I got a couple steps, but then the last one is watch Dr. Chafee's Carnivore Basics video on YouTube. So I wore it the other day. I was in Target getting something, and the first guy I interacted with, he just kept side-eyeing the shirt, and he's like, all right, I got to ask, what's the thing? And he was like, oh, my brother did paleo and lost 80 pounds, and he's so healthy. He's like, I need to do something. And we got in this whole conversation. It's a fun conversation starter. I'm realizing there's a lot more carnivores out there because I've had a couple conversations where I don't think they would have talked to me otherwise, but I've been doing that too, sort of thing. So.
Yeah, cool. Well, it is a good conversation starter, and some people get interested, and it just opens the door for that. So yeah, that's great. And it's not as and it's not as obnoxious as it could be. Something like you're murdering. If you eat meat, you're a murderer, or some bullshit like that. It's just I eat meat. I only eat meat. Ask me why. Yeah, it's fun.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Gail, thank you for the $10 donation. You want to take this one?
Yeah. So have you ever heard of Zucker Smirnon, rare form of PICS? A friend of mine is over a 40-year survivor. Thank you for all you do. No, I actually haven't heard of that. PICS disease, unless it's a different PICS disease, is a neurological degenerative disease, I believe, of the frontal lobe. Could be completely butchering that, and I apologize if it is, but no, I haven't come across that. That's great that they're doing so well. I'd be wondering, did they do anything special? Did they have like a treatment that just seemed to work, or was there anything sort of special that they did? But either way, I'm glad that they are doing so well. That's really great.
Yeah, I would have said guitar picks, so I'm glad you took that one. Carnivore for Future, thanks for the donation. Can the body stop making what is that, ghrelin?
Ghrelin, yeah.
Ghrelin? I have since 1st November 22nd not being hungry a single hour, done more than 400 or 4,900 hours extended fasting. Wow. 2,200 intermittent together with carnivore, down 301 pounds. Wow. It's a lot.
So I think that's military time. So like 2,100 hours sort of.
Oh, I got you. Okay.
Yeah. And then 4,900 hours sort of extended fasting. So like for 2 days at a time, and then intermittent fasting, sort of eating once a day. Yeah. So ghrelin is a hormone that's secreted by your stretch receptors in your stomach when your stomach's empty. And when they stretch out, then it releases leptin, and that sort of gives your brain an idea of, if there's food or if there's something that needs to be done or whatever. No, you don't stop making ghrelin. You still make ghrelin. It's just that your body can actually, you make more leptin from your fat tissue. And if your fat tissue is going out and getting to your hypothalamus, it doesn't matter that your ghrelin is there if your leptin is high enough. Now, the problem comes if you're eating carbohydrates, which raise your insulin, and insulin blocks leptin. So your brain doesn't think you have leptin, or maybe have a lot less leptin. So now your ghrelin being higher is much more noticeable, and they go, "Oh Jesus, you need to eat." And lectins, as opposed to leptin, can block leptin as well. And so if you're getting rid of the plants, if you're getting rid of the carbs, then your leptin is free and clear and can go to your brain, and your brain says, great, we don't need to eat. And so that's why you don't feel hungry. That's why you don't feel hungry like you used to, because your hunger signals are now different. Before, you were getting a hunger signal that showed that your brain thought you had zero energy reserves because it couldn't see any leptin, and your ghrelin was raised and your blood sugar is dropping. And it said, sweet Jesus, if you don't eat now, you're going to die. And this is why you panic eat multiple times a day. And so that's what's going on there. Now, people can stop making ghrelin. That's generally from surgery. So if people get like a stomach, bypass sort of sleeve or whatever, the different sort of surgery, like cut out part of the stomach. I don't do these surgeries, so I don't know all the specific names for all the different ones. But if you cut that out, you cut the part of the stomach out that makes ghrelin. And so now you can see the leptin, but you don't ever see the ghrelin. And so that people think that might be one of the reasons, a hormonal reason for weight loss as well, as they just don't feel as hungry and they don't physically have as much room in their stomach as well. All you have to do is not eat carbs and lectins and other sorts of crap that you didn't evolve on, and you'll get a much better result in a much more healthy way without all the side effects from surgery, of which there are many. And even if surgery goes perfect and you lose a bunch of weight 10, 15 years down the road, you will have other problems that you will likely need surgery for. And that's something that we're seeing more and more and more of, since more and more people are getting these surgeries done.
This one's from the same person.
This extended fastings is done last 11 and a half months. Thanks for the donation, Carnivore, for future.
Hey, Dr. Chafee, just a quick question. We have some of our friends here, Shane and Amy. They're the Sightless Carnivores. Do you mind if I pop them in here real quick? They just wanted to say hi and maybe.
Yeah, sure. I've got to bounce soon anyway. So
right. Okay. Hey, Shane and Amy, how are you guys doing?
Hey there. Hey, Carrie, Dr. Chafee. Pleasure to meet you.
Hey guys, how are you doing?
Doing real well, thanks. We're thriving on Carnivore. We've been let's see, on
3 months yesterday.
Yeah,
no, Friday.
Yeah,
oh,
Friday.
Great.
The 15th was our 3-month carniversary.
Yeah, great. So good. How are you guys feeling?
Excellent.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Good. What are some of the benefits you guys saw?
Well,
or have seen?
No more sleep apnea. At least for me.
Heartburn, acid reflux.
Yeah, we got rid of all our heartburn and acid reflux and
severe IBS for me.
Yeah, she had severe IBS, and that's mostly gone.
Yeah, great.
Let's see what else. It's just
overall feeling well. Oh, my blood sugar is getting a lot better.
Yeah, great.
We've still got to work on that, but she's getting there. But I mean, no medications or anything like that, thank God. And this is just an amazing way to eat. I mean, it tastes good. We've all been, brainwashed, okay, because your parents always taught you, eat your vegetables, clean your plate, all this, that, and the other. I don't like vegetables.
Yeah.
I'm just going to come out with it. I don't like them. I've eaten them because I kind of felt like I had to, that kind of thing. And of course, if you cook the hell out of them, then, they might taste good, but plants don't like us. And that's kind of obvious because of all the fiber and everything else. It makes you fart and all sorts of unsightly stuff. But that's the interesting thing about carnivore is that you're not. For one thing, you poop less, and you sure don't fart near as much, and I can't say enough about it. Sometimes it's such a wonderful feeling. Sometimes it just renders me speechless.
And well, that's really good.
That's hard because I as you might be able to tell, if given the chance, I'll talk your ears off. So
yeah, well, that's good. Well, that's really great. It's really great to hear that. We were just talking earlier about the different sorts of great stories that we've heard and seen and people's recoveries, but that's my favorite one, and people just being healthier and feeling better and getting a new lease on life and being able to just experience life more and better and more healthy way, and having more energy and more just when you're healthier and you feel better, you want to do more things and just live your life more, and you just enjoy your life more, and I think that's the best part.
Yeah, and it's and we have people like you and Dr. Baker, Dr. Ken Berry, Dr. Kiltz, Dr. Tony Hampton out of Chicago, just everybody, all of the doctors, like I said, yourself included. We have everybody to thank for where we're at, and the fact that we still have a ways to go. So
yeah. Well, that's the thing, you're 3 months into it. And so you're just sort of in that sweet spot where you've gotten most of the junk out of your system. You started to see a lot of really good results, but you're just now getting to the point where you're just feeling amazing. Your mitochondria are working better. You got 4 times as many of them. They work 4 times as well. And your bodies are going to start feeling better and better and better. And you're just going to start seeing more and more results. So like it's really an exciting time. You guys are just going to feel better and better and better the further you go from here. So I'm excited for you.
Oh yeah, thank you. And we just put out a video, by the way, if you haven't checked us out yet, we're at Sightless Carnivores. That's our channel on YouTube. So you might want to like, share, and subscribe and all that good stuff. But we just put out a video on yesterday. Yeah, we put it out yesterday actually. And the one thing that we're learning with a little bit of chagrin here is patience. You have to be patient when you're on the carnivore diet, because you didn't screw yourself up overnight. You're not going to fix yourself overnight.
That's right.
So
I'm the one that's a little impatient.
It's easy to do. Well, but the thing is, focus on the things that you've already benefited by, right? I mean, you've already just described to me a dozen different improvements in your life. So, that's probably more improvement than you've had in this length of time than ever before, right? And certainly most people would not have gotten those sorts of benefits in that short amount of time. So, just focus on that and realize just how well this is going. And, just because you didn't get exactly where you want to go into the end of your journey in 3 months, that's okay, because you will get there. You're well on your way. And you just enjoy the ride, enjoy feeling better every single day, enjoy all the different, improvements in your health. And, eventually you'll get there. You'll get to a steady state where your bodies are just happy where they are and where they want to be. And, but you'll feel better and better and better all the time until you get there. So just enjoy it.
And sometimes, like, especially with the weight, that's going to fluctuate, because you're losing what you shouldn't have, which is, excess fat and that kind of thing. You're losing that. And then as you eat more, and I may be wrong about this, so please tell me, but when you eat what Dr. Berry would call the proper human diet, you gain some of that weight back, but in muscle instead of fat.
Yeah, you definitely can. Yeah. So yeah, the weight is a tricky one, because you can, weight doesn't mean anything. What we want is fat loss. Right. We want muscle gain and bone density gain. And so bone and muscle are more dense than fat. And so a smaller volume of bone and muscle weigh more than an equal volume of fat, right? And so you can actually be different, and your body be changing dramatically, and your clothes fitting differently, and you feeling better, and your fat level going down, but your weight not changing. So when I just dropped vegetables, I was already not eating carbohydrates. I just dropped the vegetables and started eating a lot more meat, and dramatically increased the amount of calories I was eating. And I lost 23 pounds in 10 days, but then I stayed the exact same weight. I didn't lose an ounce for several months after that. And that's because I was working out and exercising heavily, and I was replacing the fat I was losing with the muscle I was gaining. And I was, and so my body composition changed dramatically. I was getting much more lean and strong and muscular. And, but I weighed the exact same amount. So, don't get too hung up on the scale and the weight, because that's not necessarily body composition, and that's really what we want, but that's secondary. Even body composition is secondary. What's most important is your overall health and how well you are. And so that's what you want to focus on: how you feel, how well you're doing, and your medical issues or lack thereof, which is, the goal. And so if you're getting there, that's the most important thing. And then your body composition will come, and weight, just never worry about your weight, because that doesn't necessarily mean fat.
Yeah. So when somebody, because we've all been taught that, a certain person's height and a certain person's body build and that kind of thing, again, I guess it's the American Medical Association, or maybe I should say dissociation.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know, where they came up with all these numbers, but, they have, somebody's height and weight or whatever. And that's, let's say you're so many, so much tall, and then you should weigh this much. So I think, as I've said in some of our videos, you kind of have to throw all that out the window.
Yeah.
And just focus on, how you feel in the moment, because that's what it's all about. It's all about you're changing the way that you feel, and you're changing your body is recomposing itself constantly as you eat like this. So it only stands to reason that, some things are going to change, and, some numbers are going to fluctuate and that kind of thing. Just go with it and continue to eat the proper human diet and allow your body to do what it needs to do to right itself.
Yeah. And that's the thing, is that BMI is how we measure these sorts of things. It's a really bad metric because it doesn't take lean body mass into account. It doesn't take musculature into account. And so, I'm not even all that big, but I'm just in the range of obesity. So I just hit obesity according to my BMI. And, and like I'm, like 10% body fat if I'm not working out. I'm 6% body fat if I am working out, and I weigh more with less body fat when I'm working out. So I'm obese, and so on the BMI, I meet that statistics of all these damn obese Americans, and 70% of Americans are overweight or obese, and 42% are obese. And so I've contributed to that obese statistic since I was 19. And so, and being a very lean athlete that whole time.
Yeah.
So it's not great, but, that's unfortunately sort of the metric that we use, but, and that's just another reason why, weight isn't something that we should worry all too much about. We should worry about body composition. We should worry about health. We should worry about how we feel. That's the most important thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so like I said, we feel awesome.
Yeah.
Good.
We still have our days, when, we might, because I work a split shift at my job. I work as an Apple tech support specialist. And
Nice.
so, I have a split shift. So, sometimes we might want to lay down and nap or whatever, but, but as far as the overall way that we feel, is just awesome. We haven't ever felt better. And
we're sleeping better.
Pardon the
phone.
Yeah, pardon her.
That's so good. It's so good you guys are feeling better. Dr. Chafee, Shane is also a very good singer. He was singing for us earlier, but
oh yeah.
I'm glad you guys got to chat here quick. I want to be respectful of Dr. Chafee's time. I know we're taking you over here a little bit.
It's all right.
I just want to thank you sincerely. It's been amazing. You pulled us through for sure. I was looking over at
Absolutely.
Adam earlier, and I was like, "Are you looking down at your computer, or did you not off there? What's going on?" 5 hours left, so I think we'll make it. We're on the home stretch, but really, thank you so much. This has been wonderful, and everyone, check out Dr. Chafee. I have a link in the description below. He's on YouTube, Anthony
Yes.
Chafee, MD, Plant Free MD. What else? Is there anywhere else they can find you, or we can shout up for you?
Yeah, well, and so Instagram is just Anthony Chafee MD as well. Plant Free MD podcast on podcast channels, like you said. The YouTube is just Anthony Chafee MD. Twitter, I'm being more active on, just Anthony_Chafee. Maybe I should change that to Anthony Chafee MD, but right now it's Anthony_Chafee. And other little things, but I have like other links and like link trees and things like that in my Instagram. If people use other platforms as well, I'm on other things as well, but those are my main ones.
Great.
Well,
Awesome.
And Rumble and things like that. Not everybody is on Rumble, but I do have a Rumble channel. All my YouTube videos go directly to Rumble as well.
Nice. Well, thank you so much. This is wonderful.
Yeah.
Yes.
Appreciate
No
it.
problem.
Thank you, Doc.
Yeah, no, you're very welcome. It's good to see you. Yeah, good to see you guys, and very good to meet you, Shane and Amy. It's a
Thank you.
pleasure, and
Thank you for having us.
and good luck with it.
Thank
And
you
I'll
so
see you
much.
guys another time.
Yep.
Thank
have a
you.
good day.
See you, bud.
Take care.
Thanks, guys. See ya.
All
Well,
right.
I tried
Oh,
to get
Lord.
a calendar for the ladies. Ladies, I was trying for you. We'll see if the carnivore calendar comes out or not. I was pulling.
Right. So, Adam, Ollie is gone now. Are you got some new totals?
I do have a total. I don't know if I'm going to do this anywhere close as to what Ali was doing.
Hey, we'll take whatever.
I'm kind
we
of
get at this
fumbling
point.
through. We're up to $27,830.
Wow.
Hey, we still got hours to go.
Wow.
Yes.
You know what's crazy too is the original GoFundMe goal we've met. So that's
Yes.
pretty cool. But the
Absolutely.
goal for today, we're still going. So yeah, that's amazing. Let's see what else.
Man, did he give some good answers? I'm telling you, if you guys weren't writing notes, man, holy schmo! I learned so much just from,
Right?
just I swear, each time he answered a question was like a class. Like that was amazing.
Yeah, he's the best.
Yeah.
For sure. I'm trying to think. What else do we have? Any other updates? I was thinking we could roll one thing before we got our next guest. I think Alex is up next. I was gonna roll one more quick carnivore hope video.
Yeah, sorry we didn't get through all the questions for Chafee, guys. Apologies. But he was giving real good, thorough answers for those people. So
Yeah, and he stuck
apologies.
around for like an hour longer than he wanted to, so that's really cool.
Mm-hmm.
All right, here we go. One more of these quick, and then we'll jump in with Alex Cannon. This, let me find it here. This is one of our individual stories. Here we go.
Hi friends, I just wanted to say hey to everybody that is watching on the 24-hour live stream. My YouTube channel is called Carnivores LMT, not LMNT. Because I'm a licensed massage therapist, so I just kind of put the carnivore and massage therapy together. Anyway, I have been strict carnivore for 40 days now. I've had a history of binge eating and yo-yo dieting. And for me, this last 40 days has been kind of a different one. I know that I lose inches faster than I do weight. So, and everybody's story is going to be different. So just remember that when you start your carnivore journey, you can't compare apples to apples. It just, really a figure of speech, but, I'm really excited to be a part of this carnivore community. I'm really excited for Carrie's documentary for the Carnivore Diet Documentary. and to see Bill's progress and all the other people that he's going to go around traveling to video. My hope is that for myself, that I lose weight. I've never really had any health issues like a lot of people out there do. I just have weight. And for me, in the last 40 days, I've lost inches. I haven't really measured, but I know I have. I've probably lost 2 pounds. And I know with my history, that's kind of normal for me. I have more muscle mass on my body than I do body fat. I'm currently at 231 right now. When I started, I was at 235 in the beginning of August. So with that being said, I really am looking forward to the end of the 90 days where I know I really will probably already start to see more of a change, a physical change. I know I've seen a little bit in my skin. I've seen a little bit in my clothes being looser. So go with that encouragement that everybody's going to be different, especially women out there. We don't lose weight like men do, and that's okay. You know, that's how God created our bodies. We are meant to be different. So anyway, I hope this is short enough or not too long enough. I'm excited for this 24-hour live stream. I'll see y'all later. Bye.
Awesome.
Awesome.
Hey, Adam's back. Hey, I got to show everyone this. So this was I started laughing. I didn't want to be disrespectful to Dr. Chafee. I certainly wasn't laughing at him, but I sent Adam this picture I took of us. We weren't sleeping. So Adam, your monitor is like flat or it's down low?
It's down here.
So
yeah.
when you're looking at it, you look like you're sleeping. And then I was on my phone texting you. And so Shane and Amy, I just showed a picture of Adam and I both with our eyes shut.
I thought you were sleeping, Carrie. I was like, dude, I'm gonna have to interrupt the doctor here. Like, this guy is out. I was just waiting for your head to hit the desk. I was like, then I know.
I kept saying to Adam too, because like I'm getting texts too from different people. Like Shane and Amy sent me a text too, so I was answering it. But then every time I look down, my camera is up so high, it looks like my eyes are shut. I think they were for about 20 minutes or so. I don't know. I blacked out there for a little bit, but we'll hold her together.
Wow.
Yep.
Shane and Amy, how are you guys doing? You're up late.
Hey, yeah, we're
early.
not,
We sort of took a nap.
we took a nap earlier, and now we're up and ready to
rub
go
it
again.
Power nap. Oh, Alex is here.
Oh, we got Alex on. All right, should we bring Alex in?
Yep.
Alex Cannon, welcome.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Good. Good morning. What is it over there? 8 o'clock in the morning? 9 o'clock?
Yeah, 8:10 a.m. Yeah.
How are you doing?
Fantastic, mate. I stayed up as much as I could last night, and then I watched that Dr. Chafee this morning. Can I just say, guys, you're doing an amazing job. I don't know how you're doing it. I don't know whether you've got intravenous coffee, which you probably haven't, but outstanding job. Just heard the latest total, and guys, I'm just so proud of you. So proud to be on it today. And any new carnivores, anybody watching, get yourself a t-shirt.
Yes.
Yeah.
Alex, I don't know if you saw this a minute ago. This is how Adam and I are doing it.
I thought
Love
they were
it,
done,
love it.
Alex. I really did. I said, holy crap, I'm going to hold it down here for another 5 hours here, dear Lord.
Yeah.
I texted that to Adam, and we just started laughing simultaneously while Dr. Chafee was giving a serious answer. He's like, what's going on here? We're getting a little loopy here.
Absolutely.
Yeah. What am I going on now? 22 hours, I think. I've been up for 22 hours.
Yeah.
Killing it.
Anyhow, Alex, there's a lot of new people on here maybe that aren't familiar with your story. Would you mind giving a little bit of background and telling us your carnivore story?
Yeah, sure. Well, greetings from the UK. Have you had anybody else on from this side of the pond?
Not quite yet, but I think we do later. We have Kent Carnivore on.
Yeah, he's great. I've been promoting him to a lot of my friends who are, well, obviously much younger, but Looking at the fitness side, he's got some great delivery. Yeah, so back to me. Bit nervous as usual, but the butterflies are flying in formation today. And you've got me up early on a Sunday morning. That's
Right.
incredible. So yeah, if anybody who's new or anybody who wants to hear the story again, my name's Alex. I'm 65 years old. Kerry keeps saying, you're 65, and that's why I like talking to you so much. Yeah, 65 on the 25th of August. Been a carnivore since the 1st of May, 2022. My story starts in April of that year. I'd been miserable for a couple of years, struggling with my weight, lots of health issues, which I've obviously gone into in our first video. And I was just watching Fat Fiction on YouTube. I saw an alternative way to eat, and I just realized I've been doing it all wrong for so many years. Made a decision on the 1st of May, get rid of all the sugars, eliminate all the junk. I wasn't eating that much anyway, but I knew I had to make a change because, as I say, inside here, I was miserable. We'd come out of lockdowns. I wasn't happy. I wasn't fit. Didn't have any direction. And 1st of May, after about a week, my life changed forever. I started getting rid of all the sugars, carbs. Found Dr. Baker. That was the first one I saw. I was watching Dr. Baker walking through the grounds of his house, and this guy is like, better than Arnold Schwarzenegger. And I was thinking, is this a doctor? And he's going on. He's got a baseball cap on. He hasn't got the gowns on, and it really got my interest. And so, obviously, started subscribing to him. I was already a subscriber of yours, by the way, but that's another story. And then that led me on to Dr. Ken Berry. Different personality. I got loads of information from that. That led me on to Dr. Chafee and then Dr. Kiltz. So my confidence started to go up and up and up. But then the biggest revelation for me was Dante Ferrigno, Amanda from Carnivore, Carnivorous Me, and Dave Mack. So we had 3 different people from all different walks of life. And this just intrigued me so much. And in the first month, I got great results. The problem for me was I wanted to get on my soapbox and tell the world, this is it. I've got the magic key. But I got a shock. I went to my Facebook, on Twitter, and I got tumbleweed. It was horrendous. It was like, this guy is an alien, and it's everything that came out of my mouth. People just were like, I don't know what he's talking about. And it was so frustrating. So obviously I stuck to my YouTube. I had a YouTube channel anyway, but obviously I called it Carnivore for Life. And that's when things started to happen. I think it was July 2022. Was it? Yeah, 2022. So when I reached out to you, I was looking at your 30-day video and I was like, oh my God, this guy is definitely a brother from another mother. I could see all your issues, except for the gout. They was just so much like mine. So I've stuck with it for 16 months. I'm on day 504 on my carnivore journey. All my health issues have gone, hopefully forever. I'm 3 stone lighter, which is about 42 pounds, and I feel decades younger. So this is where we are today.
It's amazing, man. And you look like a total different guy, man. I love the photo that carries around all the time.
Yeah, did you get them? Yeah, great. It's as I say, I have a tendency to dump it on people. Some people are great. The family and friends have been so supportive. Got a couple of people who've been around the house asking, what I'm doing, and they've started Carnivore on the 1st of September. A couple we know, was it Yvonne and Paula? They've lost 10 pounds between them in a week. So they're definitely onto YouTube, following all the channels, including JT.
Cool, man.
Yeah.
Love to have them, man.
Yeah. Excellent.
So you've been going 504 days. That's a long time.
That is,
yeah,
man.
Absolutely. Yeah. It's
how has it been? Because a lot of people are concerned with carnivore long term. It's not sustainable. Have you run into any roadblocks over the 504 days?
No, on a personal side of it, it's been the easiest thing I've ever done. I don't even think about it. I just go to my local butcher, stock up on beef, eggs. Michelle's ketovore carnivore, so we've got, we can get the green grocery stuff from there as well. I don't go to supermarkets anymore. I don't think about it at all, Kerry. It's unbelievable. I've got 2 steaks for later on when I build up my appetite. Tomorrow I might do a power bowl, do a couple of variations on the beef, butter, bacon and eggs through the week. But as I say, it's clean living. It's got clean eating. There's no waste. My health is just improving day by day. I think I've still got about another 50% to go, but I'm going to focus more on maybe the line diet in November. We've got 2 holidays in October. We've got a Yorkshire visit for family, and then we've got to go to Berlin. Well, we're going to Berlin for 5 days with my family. So, yeah, I know that October's not going to be a good time, even though Germany's well known for its good quality meat. So, yeah, as I say, I'm going to go hopefully line diet in November and just give myself a new challenge.
I want to post your link here for you, bud, in the comments. Boom. You guys go subscribe to his channel. I just put it in there.
Okay, thanks for that, guys. Yeah, can I just say on the channel, I just want to thank all my subscribers. It's been a blast. Over 2,000 subscribers in 2 months. Trying to answer all the questions. So much support. Having great comms with JT, Adam, and Kerry, guys. Just want to thank you for all your support. It's just been tremendous.
Yeah, I want to thank you for coming on Chatting with Carnivores, man. I can't wait to have you, dude.
So Alex, you've been doing this for a long time. Is there any anything you've learned, like any big points of wisdom or stuff that you could share with other people that are thinking about starting?
Yeah, I think my main, when I say wisdom, I've learned how to research and question everything. Question everything I've done in the past. Question everything that comes along now, and never take anything for granted. I haven't seen my doctor for 5 years. I don't think I probably will for a while. I think I've done everything in spite of the medical profession, not because of the medical profession. I've learned to take control of my health through my nutrition choices. I remember in the 60s when I was a young lad, my mum, I lost my dad when I was 9, so my mum brought me up, but she fed us really well. Working class family from Liverpool. It was all butter, beef, eggs. It was just like it is now for me, and I was healthier than ever. And it's only when I've gone through life, went down to London, picked up all the habits, I realized now that, went along with the mainstream. And now all I do nowadays, day to day, is think about myself, think about my priorities, make good choices, and check out everything and do as much research as I can.
Nice.
Great.
What's your typical meal plan look like, and has it changed or evolved over the 504 days?
Yeah. I've done a couple of videos recently on Stanson's, which is my local butcher's in Widnes, just outside Liverpool. It's a wholesalers and they supply to the trade. But I popped into they've got like a business unit on an estate about 12 months ago. Told them what I was doing. They didn't have a clue what carnivore was. They do now. And 1 or 2 of them are fasting. So I just said to them, guys, I'm going to be coming here on a regular basis. I don't do supermarkets anymore. Can you do me some good deals? Well, that was like, manna from heaven for them. So they basically said to me, we can give you a joint instead of a couple of steaks. You're going to save a lot of money. And so I would buy a 4-kilo joint, a ribeye, cut it up into steaks, and then I'll freeze half of it. Obviously chill it in the fridge, rest of it. And then I would just live on that for a week. And save so much money, no waste, and not even thinking about what I'm going to eat. So there's no plan for what to eat. I just pop into Stanson's once a week. They go, here he is, Alex. We met someone else today who's watched you on YouTube, who's watched Kerry, etc. And they're interested in doing what you're doing, and they obviously start shopping there. So the actual butcher suppliers are delighted with me. So yeah, that's my main plan, is just basically go to there once a week, get the best deals I can, stock up, and just not think about it. Got more things to think about.
Have you faced any concern or skepticism or criticism from friends or family?
Just at the beginning, it's I think it's, you show them, you don't tell them. I have a tendency to tell everybody, just rabbit on about. As soon as they said to me, "You're looking well," it was like carnivore, 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 and they're like, "Get back, get back." And so I heard Dr. Wiedemann today, early on the live stream, saying, "Zip it, man. You know, you've got to show people what's happening." So when they've said to me, "Alex, you look well," I might say, "Yeah, I've lost 3 stone in weight." And they, "Really? Yeah. How come? Have you been going to the gym?" "No, I haven't been in the gym for 8 months." Hold on a second. Are you working hard at swimming?" No. I've just changed how I eat." And so then they say to you, "What are you eating?" And you go, "Beef, butter, bacon, and eggs." And then I'd say about 90% of them threw away. But my family and friends could see all the positives. My mood had changed. I had much better energy levels. I was happier, much happier than what I was doing. No negative at all. I wasn't miserable. And so quietly, I think my family and friends have just said, "You know what, Alex, he's got to be doing something right. We can't give him any negatives because it certainly won't stop me anyway." But they know that I'm setting a good example. I'm setting the right example. My daughter, Sophie, I won't embarrass her today, but she started carnivore. She struggled with it before with PCOS issues, but I think she's so proud of her dad. And I've said to her, I want to be around for a long time. So whatever anyone thinks or feels about this, you know, as Dr. Berry said, hopefully I am an example of what a 65-year-old man should look like. And, you know, as Dr. Chafee says, I want to be here till I'm 120. So if I can maintain this health, mental and physical standard, you know, that's my goal for the future. My family's going to grow up. Hopefully they're going to have kids as well. I'm going to be a young granddad. That's what I'd like to be. And maybe get a homestead one of these days. But that's my main thing, is that people have supported me gradually and slowly, because you can't deny the change. You know, in work, I used to wear a 2XL shirt. This is now a medium UK. Kerry, I wore this size in my 30s and my 20s when I was, you know, the gym. I was out 7 days a week, super fit. And, you know, it seems like a long time ago, but I just feel exactly the same way. It is hard to describe to people, because you say, I feel decades younger, and they go, yeah, maybe you're just exaggerating, you know, just full of that. But I genuinely and sincerely, for anyone who's watching, well, for everyone who is watching, I think I'm a blessed man that I found all these things. I found YouTube, I found the documentaries, I found Kerry, JT, Adam. I could go on forever about the list of people who I mean, I don't call them heroes, but the people who I respect and who I will listen to more than anybody else in my life, besides my family and friends, obviously. But yeah, as I say, I get support in my nuclear family, but outside, I go out nowadays, and wherever I go, we went to a couple of social events at the weekend. Shell kept introducing me to people and saying, Alex is 65. And it's, I'm like, oh, stop embarrassing me. But you can see the reaction from people who don't know me. And it just encourages me so much to continue. I'll never go back to the old way of eating, ever.
So I know the answer to this, but there's a lot of new people here that might not be familiar with your story. I think you touched on it a little bit, but what have you noticed in terms of changes in your, I guess, overall mood or mental health?
Well, I think the lockdowns really, I mean, as I say, I was 63, wasn't I, when the lockdown started, or 62. I don't know how it affects people, but I always thought depression was, I was a bit flippant about it when I was a younger man. I knew people who did have depression. I was like, oh, this is just an excuse to get away from the pressures of life. But when you get depression, no matter what level it is, you can't really describe it until you've maybe come out of the dark smoke or whatever. I sat there in my garden day after day, and I knew I wasn't in control of my life. I really thought I was, you know, happy-go-lucky guy. I was having a great life. Suddenly, I'd lost all control, and I went deep down inside, and I carried that for about 2 or 3 years. Probably right up to April of last year, when you know, as I say, when I was sitting down watching YouTube, and I don't know whether it was just an epiphany, a eureka moment. I was like, there's something now I can use, like a vehicle, to get me out of all this. And the first couple of months, Michelle was saying to me, you seem really energized. You're back to your old self. You know, you got your great sense of humor, and all that sort of fog just seemed to lift, just like walking out of a fog. And when I listened to you, Kerry, I'd say at that time, I knew that it was basically, it was the diet that was doing it. I mean, can I just read out my first comment to you on your 30-day video? It's only very brief. It says, "Hey, much younger brother from another mother, you are experiencing everything I've experienced since the 1st of May, 2022. I'm so pleased for you." So I didn't know you then. It's been a revelation for me. The UK diet is as bad as the standard American diet. Elimination, as you say, is the key. I'm 65 years old in August, but feel 35. Well done, man. And as I say, you then reached out to me, and then we obviously got something going on. And as I say, on the mood thing, I was getting better at the time, but I want to thank you, Kerry, because you were so instrumental in lifting it for me.
I appreciate it.
I'm gushing now.
Yeah. Well,
Can I
both ways. I really enjoyed chatting with
I was going to say, sorry, I've only got a short time, but can I just go through quickly, like rapid fire, all the things that I've actually eliminated?
Yes,
just
please do.
Help people who are new. So it's a quick list. It's a bit like that quick fire question round I did for you. So no more acid reflux, no more bloating, no more energy. Sorry, loads more energy. I sleep like a grizzly bear. I'm not tired poolside anymore. I used to come home, go straight to bed after 3 hours teaching. My joints aren't aching, my muscles don't ache at all. I don't use knee support anymore, even though I've got a prosthetic right knee. My psoriasis has gone. My gums don't bleed. My breath's improved. I've got no halitosis, and Michelle she'll confirm that. I don't get any hunger pangs. I eat once or twice a day. My nails are no longer brittle. My memory's improved. I'm doing Spanish and German lessons. I've got no sweet cravings. My BPM, my resting heart rate is down to 60 BPM. The skin tags have gone off my neck. I've got 3 blood pressure medications. Was it irbesartan, lisinopril, and one other? Gone. I haven't had them for at least 8 months, and I've dropped 42 pounds. So there you go.
That's incredible, man. Good for you, bud.
Awesome. Hey, you got it in the nick of time too. Hey, we still got a minute or two left. Real quick, we've got let's see here. Kenny, thank you. $10 super sticker, and there's one for Alex here from Eileen Finn, 20 pounds. Hey, Alex, I've been watching Kerry for a while now, having problems starting YouTube, getting a new phone, etc., but it'll happen soon. I'm in sunny Southport by the Sea, UK. I can't read the rest of this because
she was born in Kirby. Lots of Scousers. Liverpool people are called Scousers, but yeah, she's. I think she might be from Liverpool originally. Yeah, thanks for the message. Thanks for the contribution to the diet movie.
Yeah. Awesome. Thank you, Alex. So, Alex, your channel is Carnivore for Life. I have a link for it in the description below. You're doing an awesome job over there. It's great. You're so inspiring. The comments right now, there's just so many great comments for you too, by the way.
Oh, thanks very much, guys. As I say, congratulations on what you're doing today, Kerry, and everybody else, and this great support from Adam, JT, and everybody. And just want to say, all the guests, all the VIPs you've had on so far, will we be able to watch a replay 24 hours?
Yeah. Wow. You'll be able. Everyone can watch it again. I'll probably watch it too because I'm not watching it now.
Yeah. So I'll say that once I've finished here, I'll get my only one black coffee for the day. I'll sit down in the conservatory with Patsy the cat. Just quickly again, I've done a couple of videos on Alex's Bengal cat. She's had an accident, but she's on the mend, everybody, all my supporters. She's got another 3 weeks locked up in a cage. She's got a broken pelvis, but she's definitely going to recover. And, cats, pets, it's like having kids. It's worse than kids, isn't it? But yeah, thanks everybody for all your support for the channel. And I just want to say, shout out to Kerry, JT, Adam, and everybody. You're just doing an amazing job. And I'm so excited for the future, guys.
Thanks for blessing us and coming on here, helping us out.
Appreciate you.
Yeah, appreciate you. Thank you so much. Everyone go check out Alex's channel, Carnivore for Life. Link in the description. Thank you, Alex. Have a good day.
Thanks,
okay,
Alex.
guys.
Talk
Love
to
you
soon,
guys.
bud.
See you. Bye-bye.
All right. Adam, how's it looking?
Let me see. $27,877.
Wow.
Let's go.
Yeah, buddy.
We'll be at 30 grand before you know it. Let's go, guys.
Yep.
And $500 gets you a phone call with Kerry, and you get in the credits of the documentary. So Light it up.
Let's go.
Sure.
Awesome. Thank you guys so much for all the donations. And again, huge shout out, Adam, Carnivore Today. Check him out. Link in the description. JT, Poco Moonshine family. I really appreciate you guys.
We got
Hanging
Against the
around.
Grain here.
Yeah. Yeah, let's go. Ryan.
Next up.
Oh, sorry.
Hey guys, what's going on?
How's it going, my
Ryan,
dude?
how's it going?
Hey,
What's up,
good,
Ryan?
good.
Hey, so, well, there's lots of new people here that might not know you. So welcome to our 24-hour carnivore live stream. Looking forward to talking to you again. Would you mind maybe giving a little background, telling us your carnivore story?
Yeah, I first learned about this diet a couple years ago, and I saw it. I think it was on Joe Rogan with Jordan Peterson or something like that, and I thought it was insane. I thought that that they were, the way I see things is anything on the extremes is a little bit too extreme. So I went, there's no way that I'd do that. Well, come December of last year, December 2022, December 2nd specifically, I jumped on the scale and I saw a number that I never thought I'd see ever in my life. It said 286.6. And I went, oh, hell no, this is not happening. I'm not gonna, this is not where I want to be. So I knew that I needed to do something extreme or something that I thought would be extreme in order to change that and to change that quickly. I said, you know what? I like beef. I like meat. I like that kinds of stuff. I don't know how to cook. I don't like to cook. I don't want to clean up. I just want to be able to, do something simple and be able to eat healthy. So I said, you know what? I'm going to go for it. And the first, I did it wrong because I just went and I went from eating all the junk to eating strictly beef. I didn't eat anything else especially the first 2 months. I ate beef, salt, and water. That's literally it. I don't like eggs. I didn't eat eggs. That was it. The first 2 weeks were really tough on me because I didn't do any research. I said, you know what? Hey, eat meat. That's what I'm going to do. They were really tough. Total brain fog. I was really, really lethargic. I was going, I don't know if I can do this, especially the first couple days in. Day number 5, I decided to jump on the scale. Day number 5, 6, or 7, one of the 2 days. It's been a long time. I was 7 or 8 pounds down. And I went, right now, this sucks, but it's working. So, you know what? I go from 286.6 to 279. That was a big, mental thing for me to say, you know what? I'm going to keep going. I'm going to keep doing this. And I said, okay, keep pushing forward. 2 weeks go by. It was like a light switch hit to where everything was clear. Everything was nice. The brain fog went away. And I went, I feel great. I feel great. And 2 months in, lost 40 something pounds. 6.5 months in, I dropped over 100. And today now I'm I jumped on the scale yesterday. I was 180.1, which might be a little bit too small for me. I want to start putting on some muscle. So I'm trying to eat some more. I'm trying to actually double my meat consumption. So that's the gist of my story. That's how, I got involved with this. That's how I said, you know what, made me a believer because seeing is believing, and it's not too extreme. You can do this, and this is the way forward.
It's awesome.
Love it.
It's awesome.
But it's really, anybody that's thinking about doing this, anybody that is hesitant, you know what, go for it. Go for it. And the people that have done this, you know what you're doing, Carrie, what you guys are doing is really incredible. The documentary, that is something that, there's something about YouTube. There's something about, little clips here and there, but to do a documentary that's going to be in front of, hopefully millions of people, it has a certain type of authority that I think people will listen to and people will take real seriously. And it's something that, hey, you know what, if this has helped you, you know what, donate to this thing because you owe it. You owe it to, you owe it to the rest of the world to tell people, hey, this is a tool that you can use to start feeling better, to start eating better, and to do what it did for me. That's give my life back.
Right. Oh, I appreciate you saying that. Yeah.
Absolutely.
How's that happen for you, Ryan? Because that's something I noticed too. Like I did this for myself to get my life back, but now it's like so life changing. It's hard not to want to shout it out and tell other people. It seems like there's so many people out there just struggling or suffering or hopeless.
Well, I mean, I get it. I get it because, with me, I know I run a farm here. I'm busy. I do a lot of stuff. I have multiple different online businesses to where I'm just going. And it's really easy. For me, it was, hey, there's a Dollar General 2 minutes away from my house. I can go down there. I can go pick up a thing of Jose Olay taquitos, which I was doing probably 4 times a week, pop them in the microwave and eat them. And I just ballooned up. I got complacent with myself. I said, hey, I'm doing a lot of work around here. I can eat a little bit bad and I just burn it off. Well, you know what? That obviously wasn't the case. And I mean, I get it. The convenience of it, but I eat 1 meal a day. I mean, when I was doing this for weight loss, I was eating, one chuck steak literally 95% of the time, to where it was 5 minutes on the skillet, 5 minutes eating, and another 2 minutes trying to clean up. Shoot, that was my day. That's what I did, and that's how that was actually one of the most appealing things to me. Number one is the convenience of it, and number two, just the results. That's why I stuck with it. That's why I'm continuing to do with it. Now I got to make some changes now, because I'm to the point to where, like, I'm almost getting too light. I think we talked about this, Carrie, in an email, and thank you for the advice. I'm trying to up my fat more. I'm trying to eat more, because I would like to. I'm 6'3". I'd like to be ideally I'd like to be like 205, somewhere maybe even 220, with just a ton more muscle on me, and I'm feeling great. And I think this is the way forward in order for me to do that.
Right. Yeah, I was going to ask you how that's going, because it was so funny, the timing of your email. Basically, what you were saying was exactly what I was feeling. For today is yesterday, because it's 2 a.m. here. Yesterday was my 6-month mark, and for 5.5 months, it was smooth sailing. Like, and I feel bad saying this because I know carnivore is hard for some people, but it was just so easy for me. The first week or two, whatever, that was hard, like it is for most people. But then after that, I didn't even think about it. Sometimes I'd forget to eat. I would just eat a steak here or there. But yeah, right around the same time you emailed me, maybe 2 weeks ago or something like that. I don't even remember. I just got crazy hungry. And then I got like moody, like hangry, like, my mood's been awesome this whole time. And no matter how much I was eating, I just couldn't eat enough. It was the weirdest thing. And then I was thinking about it, where I'm like, well, I did pretty much get down to my goal weight. So my body was, burning off the body fat before. There's not a lot of body fat to burn. And it's like my body's like scared. Like, whoa, I got to get it. I got to get it from somewhere. I got to make up for it. But so you said that. And then my friend Sean, who was hosting with us earlier, he's like, yeah, I'm going through the same thing right now. And he's just eating a crazy amount of food. And I was going to ask Dr. Chafee that we had on earlier, and I didn't ask him that. But yeah, Sean was just saying, yeah, you're just going to have to eat a whole bunch more. And I'm like, is it going to be like this forever? Is it always this much more? Or does it level out? And Sean's actually doing some coaching now with the Steak and Butter Gang. And they had some like protocols for this thing. And they're like, yeah, it's actually common. And there's some things you can do, like something with priming, where you eat a whole bunch of food for a little while and then you level back out. So I'm going to dig into it more. And if I figure it out, I will definitely email you back and let you know what I find. But how's it been for you? Has it stabilized at all? Or are you still starving?
Well, I'm still starving, kind of.
Yeah.
I mean, it's the point to where, like, I'm eating like 3.5, 4 pounds a day, and I just can't get enough. Like, I'm a little bit moody. I'm a little bit irritable. My energy level started to dip. It's coming back up. I think I made a couple mistakes with that. I went, you know what? Okay, I need a little bit different than just 3.5 pounds of beef, in a day. So I was like, oh, I just right before I started the carnivore diet, I got some pigs, and I just had them processed a couple months ago. So I have a freezer full of pork. And I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna eat on the pork. I have some chickens that I raised up that I still have in the freezer. I'll supplement, you know, the extra food with pork and chicken. Well, I don't know what it is. I don't do well on pork. I don't know. I mean, the bacon helped me in the beginning because I think I was missing the electrolytes and I got the salt. So initially it helped me, but I think it has something to do with what they eat. I'm not sure. I don't know anything. It's just a hunch of mine. If you think about it, cows eat grass. I try and primarily do grass-fed, grass-finished. Pork, not so much. They eat corn, soybeans, even the pork that I raise. What's their base? It's corn and soybeans. Does that have something to do with it? You are what you ate. Maybe. I just wasn't feeling great off of it. I upped, you know, I'm eating like a steak and like 3.5 pounds of ground beef right now, and I'm starting to feel better. Like my energy level through the roof. I mean, okay, I'll tell you what I did today, and you can see it's 2:42 in the morning for me right now, and my energy's still through the roof. Okay, I went to a CrossFit class. No, I did all my stuff around the farm, which is about an hour and a half of work. Went to a CrossFit class, about an hour and a half of just really high intense training. Went straight from there to do an hour of pickleball. Then went and came back home, did my Airbnb. I had to clean that up because my housekeeper couldn't make it today. Then went on the lake for 4 hours, learned how to do some wake surfing, which was really cool. Moved a bull for my neighbor, the 2,000-pound bull, in this, believe it or not. You don't have to have a cowboy hat in order to move some cows around. Then I went out with my friends because I said, hey, I need you to keep me awake till, you know, I need something to do till 2:30 in the morning. So I'm here. I don't get tired. It's the problem. I went to bed at 4:30 in the morning and got up at 7 last night or this morning.
That's what I did.
Yeah. So this whole thing, I'm like, I'm gonna be up for 24 hours. I went to bed. I think I woke up at like 3:30 or 4. That was it. I've been up ever since. I couldn't fall back asleep no matter how hard I tried. But yeah, it's crazy. Has your sleeping window changed too? Because mine, it's not stopping. It's just going like this. It's the fewer hours. I usually I feel okay, but with this last episode for the 2 weeks where I'm hungry all the time, I feel kind of tired.
Well, the last 2-3 weeks, whatever it's been for me, it's been I started sleeping a little bit more. I'd get up a little bit later, but for the most part, like I can get by on like 4 hours a night, like, and I'm good, like real good. Now I do take a rest day on Sundays because that's my football day. Sorry, my dog's in here. I do take a rest day on Sundays. And that's my football day.
Who's your football team?
I don't have one. I was a big Tom Brady fan. I respect what he's done, and you know, if you read his TB12 book, there's some carnivore stuff in there to where you know he pushes that stuff. But I think this year it's the Lions. You know, I like what they're doing up there in Detroit. I think they're doing pretty well. And you know what? Hey, pretty cool. There's one right here.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's awesome. Hey, I got a question. Against the grain. Can you talk about your YouTube channel name? Like, how did you come up with that?
Well, it was originally for the last couple years. It was Freedom Foods Farm. Okay, and I did a lot of homesteading stuff. I mean, I show off what I've done around the farm. You know, promoting the regenerative agriculture. You know, showing how cows build soil. And it's really the only way forward if when we're talking about soil health and the health of the country. So I did that. Then I stopped doing YouTube for about 6 months. And I said that it was right at the same time that I started eating this way. And I said, you know what? I don't want to talk about it. I wanted to show the results because, to be honest with you, I didn't know if it was going to work or not. And I didn't want to go and say, oh, I'm going to do this without actually following through and doing it. So I stopped for about 6 months. Then once I was like 80 something pounds down, and I went back to where I'm from in California, and all my friends are going, yeah, you look a lot different. Wow, you look, it's a big change. My face looks different. You can barely even recognize me now. I said, okay, I'm gonna do one video of of about this carnivore diet, and just I'll put it there and I'll get back to my normal scheduled programming. Well, that video blew up, and I felt like almost a calling to where like I need to talk about this more, because this is I don't know the science behind it. I don't know all the ins and outs. Hey, I just know what worked for me, and hopefully what can work for other people too. And I started making more carnivore videos. I released my there's one right there where I released my blood test results, and I just want to share with people, hey, this is definitely a way forward. And against the grain, how did I come up with that? Well, number one, our cows here 100% grass fed, grass finished. They never get an ounce of grain in their life. Don't believe in that. They need to eat grass. Cows eat grass, not corn. I've always done stuff differently my entire life. I went to 6 weeks of college after going to a school where it was 99% of the students went to a 4-year deal. I dropped out, started my own business, did things different, moved from LA, moved out to East Texas to start a farm. Who does that? I've just done everything different. And then, you know what? When this carnivore thing came involved, it was a merge of 3 different, aspects. And I went, you know what? I got to change the name of this. I got to show people, hey, you know what? Sometimes you need to, one, eat against the grain, live your life against the grain, and just say, screw it, and go the different direction that everybody else is going, because I don't want to end up like everybody else.
That's incredible. How many meals a day are you eating? Are you OMAD, 2MAD?
One right now. I don't have the time. I don't have the time to eat more than once right now. And I'm just I'm cooking more. I'm trying different, I'm trying to add in different stuff. Normally it was just a chuck steak every single day. Now I'm adding in a pound or 2 of burgers. I'm throwing some cheese on it now because, hey, I need a little bit of flavoring. And that seems to be going okay. I used to not really do well on dairy at all, but a little bit of Swiss cheese. I don't do the yellow cheese because the coloring thing. And I'm 1 meal a day, and I feel great off of it. 3 o'clock. That's what I'm doing.
What about your exercise, Ryan?
Okay. For the first few months, I didn't exercise any more than I did. I mean, okay, farm work, that's some work. It's not as much as people think it is, but it's still a lot of work. So I was doing that. So I started this in December. March, April-ish, I started feeling like I hit a plateau, and I said, okay, I need to do something to shock myself out of this. So I started going to the gym, started lifting some weights, just doing my thing on my own. Then I had a couple buddies of mine say, hey, why don't you come to a class? And I went, all right, I'll come to a class. And it was a CrossFit class. And if I would have tried to do that in December, I probably would have lasted 30 seconds. It was bad. I remember December 3rd, I think I ran a mile on treadmill. It was like 13 or 14 minutes. It was awful. Just last week, I ran a mile in 5:28, which is the best that I've ever done. I used to play baseball and stuff, and that was great. I mean, so I do exercise a lot. I play, I've discovered pickleball during all this, and that's a lot of fun. It keeps you agile, keeps you moving. So I do move a lot. Have a Apple Watch that kind of keeps track of my calories. It doesn't really, do it completely accurately, but I'm usually, burning off just by exercise 800-900 calories a day. So yeah, I mean, it makes sense that I need to start eating more, because I'll just, fade away by eating 1 steak a day. That's not going to work.
No. Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah, absolutely.
Ryan, just a quick follow-up. So last time we spoke, you were talking about starting up like kind of a clean, carnivore-friendly sort of beef jerky idea.
Yes, I'm very actively working on that. There's a lot of hurdles to jump through. There's one of the biggest things is, to get good quality beef, you have to the ranchers have to be able to raise it, properly, I would call it, but you also have to find a way to process it. Okay. And there's not enough processors in the country right now, or even, in this general area. I mean, I live in East Texas. This is Texas. This is cattle country, right? Shoot, to try and get a processing date is extremely hard. To try and find USDA processed beef jerky, almost even harder. To find somebody that can process it, package it. I have the packaging ordered already. I have all the stuff ready to go. Trying to find the correct processor that won't put sugar in it, because they say, oh, it's not going to taste good if you don't put sugar in it. A little bit hard. I'm looking for one that's I'm willing to go 4 or 5 hours and take some of my steers that far away to be able to try and find it. So if anybody has any suggestions, please let me know. That's where the sticking point is right now. Thought I found one, doesn't work. But we need more processors in the country, because there's a backlog. Most of the beef is owned by 4 different corporations. They have first rights in, and if somebody wants to start a business and wants to get to work, they can make some money processing some beef.
What are some of your non-scale victories, Ryan?
Just non-scale victories. I feel like just my confidence level has gone back up to where I'm used to where it's be. I can walk into a room and just be like, okay, I'm not worried about this, that, or the other thing. And my clothes are fitting me better. Well, my clothes are fitting me terribly now. I used to have 52 suits. I used to be in a suit almost every day. Now 0 of them fit me. That's a problem. I have to go get I have to go get a whole new wardrobe. Some people
I had to do that too, my guy.
The struggle. That's
I went from an XL to a medium. I bought larges, and then I didn't suggesting you guys, if you do buy new size clothes, try them quicker than you think, because you just might skip an extra size. And I literally went from an XL to a medium. Like the large just didn't exist.
That's exactly what happened to me. And we know what's hard is to find a medium that's long enough for someone that's 6'3". That doesn't really work too well. But no, I went from an XL to a medium as well. I was a 40 pushing 42 in pants, and depending on the brand, it's like 30, 32 now, which is insane. I have a belt that I special ordered a long time ago. It's a real nice, belt that I can put one of my big Longhorn belt buckles on, right? Shoot, you know how many times I've had to cut that now? No, it's a problem. It doesn't look good anymore, and I just don't want to get a new one because I like the belt. But I'm over there learning how to drill holes with the a drill press in the belt and everything. I'm not talking. I'm like not kidding. It's about this much difference.
Wow.
So sleep better, energy way up, the whole 9 yards, and I just feel back to when I was playing baseball, even better than that.
So, like, how's it helping you in your personal life? Like, it's helping you on the farm. I know you said you were, you were wakeboarding, you said, playing pickleball.
Surfing, yeah, today. That was pretty cool. I've never done that before. Got up a few times, fell most of them pretty quickly, but, I'm learning it. And, shoot, being in shape makes things easier, makes life easier. I don't make the rules, but they are. If you're in shape, people are going to take you more serious. They're gonna respect you more. They're gonna and this is the path to it. I mean, like I said, I don't make the rules. Who knows if it's fair or not? But hey, play the game, and good things happen.
Absolutely. What do your friends and family think, Ryan?
Okay, my mom thought I was nuts. Yeah,
my mom still thinks I'm nuts.
Well,
look at you, JT. You got a baking suit on.
Yeah, I told you,
We're
man.
baking.
She went to clown school with me in the womb, man. So
Right.
I soaked it in. What can I say?
My mom was really concerned about my cholesterol numbers. That's why when I got my blood work done, I was like, "Ha! Look at this. It's perfect." My best friend actually went to school for nutrition, and he was one of the first people that I told that I was doing this, because I kept it really, really quiet. Because I didn't want, what I didn't want is, oh, Ryan, that's not going to work. Oh, Ryan, you shouldn't do that. One, I'm not going to listen to you anyways. So I don't want to hear it. Two, I'll just show you rather than tell you. And he was saying, okay, this might work for like a week or two, and you might drop a bunch of weight, but this is not sustainable. I went, well, you know what? Here I am. This is September. What is that? This 9-10 months in or whatever. I ain't stopping.
What does your doctor say?
I don't go to the doctor.
Oh,
I haven't been to the doctor in 15 years.
See, well, then you must be. You know your body, man. You know if you were feeling something wild in there, you would take yourself to the ER. But if you're feeling good,
Yeah, I mean, if the way I see it is, if you don't feel something wrong, why go? I'm not a big fan of doctors; they're wrong most of the time, anyways. So I do my thing. If I feel bad, I'll try and do something myself and go from there.
what's a quick tip you could give someone who's considering trying the carnivore diet?
Electrolytes, especially in the beginning. Fat, more fat. You can't get enough fat.
Right. More than you think.
Well, it's weird because most people, I would say 70% get into this because they want to lose weight, and you want to lose fat, so you're going to put more fat into your body. That doesn't make sense. No, it makes perfect sense because it gets the way I see it is gets your body into a state where it's learning, okay, fat is fuel. And then it goes, oh, there's some fat on you, and guess what? We're going to burn that off real fast, and it's amazing how fast it can drop off. So, and then the number one thing, the number one piece of advice: don't quit. Don't quit, no matter how hard it gets. You know what? You might wake up tomorrow and that light switch might flip like it did for me, like it did for probably a lot of you, to where you start feeling good. So the only way that you fail at something is if you quit at it. So just don't quit.
Yeah, man, I'd like to have you on Chatting with Carnivores, so I'm definitely gonna be hitting you up, Ryan.
Yeah, please. I love talking about this stuff because it's become a passion of mine. I've always been heavier, and now when people see me, when people are going, whoa, that's not the Ryan that I know. That's not the Ryan that grew up with or seen for years and years and years. I'm in the best shape of my life, like by far. 528 mile, like I would never dreamed of that. Like even my best time was like 6:48 or something like that, which is to shave over a minute off. That's unheard of, especially at 30 now. I feel so old.
Oh, you're not old. Do you got any long-term carnivore goals now that you're feeling better and turn everything around?
Well, I need to make sure that this is. I'm gonna be real with you guys. I need to make sure that a strict carnivore diet is suitable for me. I might have to go almost ketovore, add in a couple things. Like I was watching a lot of Paul Saladino's videos about adding in some fruit because I feel like I'm having a hard time getting enough calories in me. And I still feel a little bit groggy, a little bit hangry. And, I did eat a couple bananas the other day before I worked out. And was I able to lift more? Yes. I'd like to put on some more muscle. I'd like to, just lose the last tiny little bit of fat that I have left on me. And that's about it, just to be as healthy as I can be for as long as I can be.
Yeah, that's my goal, man.
Yeah. Awesome. It's always fun talking to you, Ryan. I love your channel too. You got some great videos. I got to check out your the blood work one because my results are almost all in, but I just did my blood work too. So I was going to do a video like that as well.
Oh, congrats.
Yeah. Well,
Everybody's
thank you
doing
so much
blood
for
work.
coming on. So people can find you Against the Grain YouTube. I got a link in the description. You got anything else going on you want to shout out?
Look out for the beef jerky that's coming. It's going to be soon. I might do a pre-order and get prices down and everything to where I'm doing beef jerky so I can ship it to everybody, and I want to get to a point to where I'm being able to help use this platform to promote the carnivore diet, promote this way of eating, and also be able to promote farms that raise their beef regeneratively, where they're doing the right things, the stuff that's going to really improve everybody, improve the planet, improve our health. So that's what's coming up for me. Work in progress, 1% better every day kind of thing, but we're moving full steam ahead.
I definitely want some carnivore jerky when you get it.
Yeah, some clean stuff.
It's salt and beef only, no sugar, no other BS in it.
Gonna get something else to stock in the theater there, Carrie.
I know. Yeah, please, Ryan. Let me know when it happens.
It'll have no carbs too.
Yeah, exactly.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Ryan. Really appreciate you coming on, and Appreciate your words and what you're doing over on your YouTube channel. Everyone check out Ryan Against the Grain. Got a link in the description below.
Check them out and be hitting you up, bud.
Yeah.
Thanks, Ryan.
Thank you, guys.
Yep.
Thanks.
Have a good one. Bye.
Have a great night. Get some rest.
All right. How we doing, Adam? You holding it together up there?
You guys getting delirious?
What-
you guys are
what
getting
time-
kind of giggly.
What time is it? What time is it?
Hey, 12 seconds.
There's
so
only
we'll be
4
under-
hours
we'll be
left. You
under
guys should be
3.
doing just fine. Can you sit
6
on your
seconds.
ass for another 4 hours, Adam?
Well, yeah, I can sit here, but whether I'm awake or not, I don't know. Yeah,
can't feel my legs.
There we go. We're in the
Guys.
3s. All right. We got an update, Adam?
No, not yet.
Okay.
Not yet.
Hey, I got something I can roll real quick. I want to show this one more time. I showed it about 20 hours ago, precisely 20 hours ago. We've got this coming up at the end. All of these wonderful folks submitted their individual stories, and this is just a little teaser. If you were here 20 hours ago, you might have seen it, but I have a feeling some of you weren't here 20 hours ago. Plus, it's pretty cool. It's just it's a really short video here, so I'm going to share this now. Here we go. Boom.
We're not supposed to die sick.
I was just sick of being sick.
The main thing has been my diet and fasting that has helped with my chemo. I've been a carnivore now for over a year.
In that first year of going carnivore, I lost 120 pounds.
I stopped snoring the first week. I started waking up in the mornings. I'd never been able to wake up in the mornings my whole life. Then I lost 7 pounds the first month. Then I lost 7 pounds the next month. Then I lost 7 pounds the next month. I lost 7 pounds every month for 7 months.
Before carnivore, I wasn't able to do and move and do the things that I wanted to do.
My tinnitus went away, my energy improved, my sleep got better.
And then it wasn't even a week. And all the inflammation had left my body.
And carnivore has freed me from all of that.
And this is him now. He got into his old Boy Scout shirt he hadn't put it on since he was 25 years old.
It's like I'd throw away all my clothes, and my psoriasis disappeared, and I had floaters in my right eye, and they cleared up.
The lump in my throat has gone, I get no acid reflux, I get no food reactions, I have no styes in my eyes, no ulcers in my mouth, no sore mouth, no Raynaud's.
It's changed my entire life, without a doubt. And so many other lives. I'm down 100 pounds since my heaviest. I've overcome depression, anxiety.
I'm getting stronger, much stronger than ever before.
There is a 5K that I have my sights on.
It's amazing what's happening to me.
It eliminated every inflammation in my body. Back pain, lower back pain, which I hadn't even said anything about. And it eliminated it all, right? In a week.
Started at 189 and currently weigh 128.
My blood pressure is normal. It came down. It's now normal.
My mom went on the diet and her osteoarthritis went away. My dad went on the diet and he lost 70 pounds. He had psoriasis. That went away.
I've lost now 105 pounds.
For 30 days, I ate only meat and water.
30 days, within 30 days, I actually was able to get off blood pressure medicine.
I'm better now, probably, than I've ever been in my life, and I haven't been taking antidepressants for a whole year.
Yeah, you were off all meds.
I was off all meds by the end of my 30 days. And that was like, whoo, unbelievable.
I had arthritis so bad in my toe, they thought it was gout. Completely gone. 18 months of suffering. They were going to do surgery on this foot.
And now, honey, we are medication free.
Yes.
I've been talking about this diet to spread awareness in hopes that the medical community can take something like this seriously.
All right.
Rock and
Like
roll.
like I said 20 hours ago, if that doesn't fire you up, I don't know what will.
Absolutely.
There's some really good ones in there. So I'm going to be sharing those at the end of the stream. We're going to make sure to show every single one of those. Let's see.
You probably want to go through and read maybe a few super chats, huh?
That's what I was thinking. Thank you for holding it together, Adam.
JT,
how are you doing?
Hit it from the top.
Oh, you're on mute.
Yeah, that
All
might
right.
help if I unmuted. I'm doing great, guys. I came to party.
You holding it together?
Man, I'm sizzling over here. I'm ready, man.
Yes, you are.
All right. Well, we're gonna read some super chats.
Yeah, let's
Yeah.
get super.
Go all the way to the top.
To the top. All right.
Oh man.
Whoa. We read all these?
We got a half an hour.
You've got four. Oh, okay. I was gonna say you got 4 hours on the clock.
No, we actually well at 3 I don't know if he's coming or not, but at 3 we had Nathan scheduled.
The guitar guy?
Yeah. We'll see.
I can't wait for that. You guys, we're gonna get a live performance soon, so hopefully you guys don't think this is dying down, man. We haven't even got to the bands yet.
Here we go. Sharon
go until
Newman, $10. Okay, y'all get your spirits back up. We got a long way to go. Smiley face, smiley face, smiley face, steak, steak, chicken, chicken, ham, ham. All right, I'm done. Nice. Annette Mannion, much love and many blessings. Keep talking. You're changing lives.
Let's go.
Ricky Lee, will the Kilby Life or Terry Least be on the stream? No, we should have. The Kilby Life was on the last stream we had.
Mm-hmm.
We'll have to do another one at 40 hours so we can fit everyone in because I don't think there was any space.
Cool guy.
Yes, he's awesome. Pula, did any of you four know each other before Carnivore YouTube? Well, maybe a little bit. JT kind of knew me because he was watching my homesteading channels before I was Carnivore.
Yep. I knew. I guess. Definitely. I knew about him, but I didn't know him. I guess you could say. It's not like me and Carrie ever ran across each other until I went to the homestead.
Mm-hmm.
Awesome live stream. Hello from New Orleans. Have you talked to the Texas boys?
Them Texas boys. I ain't talked to them yet.
No.
These are from a long time ago.
Oh yeah, am I the wrong ones here? Or should I just do the super chats?
No, you're good.
Oh, they're kind of mixed inners. This is my sister. Does anyone not like the taste of true grass-fed beef? That's actually a pretty good question. Anyone? Preference? It has a little bit of a different taste to it.
I like them both.
I just like beef, man.
Yeah.
Donate $5. I love it all, Holly.
Donate $5 every time Sean eats or drinks something. Wow, these are old.
Wow.
Carnivore for future. 10 something. Thank you. Appreciate it. Georgios. Adam, help me out here.
The best thank you.
No, I was just with the name.
Oh, so
Georgios.
Yargos. Yeah.
Yorgos. That sounds better. Yorgos.
We'll get it, guys. We'll get it.
Was that some people came with tears about the dramatic change? Yeah, emotional. Aldous, did you eat bacon with or without sodium nitrate? I've done both.
Yes.
False. Teresa Dalton, $10. Keto 8 years, carnivore 1 week, down 8 pounds. Love all the support and great info. Good job.
Let's go, Teresa.
That's awesome.
Michelle, $50. Thank you.
Wow.
Thank you, Michelle. Bless you.
And Melbourne, Australia. Only carnivore friend here is my butcher. Hope to change people's mind around me 30 days in.
Let's get you some carnivore friends, Ann.
Bacon with nitrates or not, doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter to me.
Yeah, it doesn't matter to me either. I think a good thing to look up would be Dr. Barry's bacon video. I think he gets into the science of this a little bit more. And I think he says it's pretty much
got
okay.
a video on everything, don't he?
He sure does.
Yeah.
Rhett Rogers, $50. I believe he's one of the brothers that we had in that video I just showed. Love all you guys are doing. I want to help in a larger capacity. What are the biggest needs and where can you utilize those of us that are on fire for carnivore? Wow, that's a great question.
Keep lifting each other up. A rising tide lifts all ships, my guys. Like, support each other, like each other's videos, share each other's videos.
Get that YouTube channel. That's Carnivore Brothers. You got your YouTube channel going. Keep up with that. Get the word out for sure.
Start networking, do live streams with other people.
Ann says, $20. Thank you. You are not alone. I'm in the Adelaide Hills and had to convert my partner just so I was not alone carnivore. By the way, I think I've lost another 28 pounds since I started watching this stream 9.5 hours ago. Well, there you go.
Wow. Glad we could help.
Tracy Huffman, $5 super sticker. Kathy Title, $25. Julie Hebe just wanted to thank you, Carrie. You've been my inspiration. Oh, love it. Thank you.
That's awesome.
Melinda, $10. Carnivore 1 year, feeling amazing. Currently doing 75 hard to continue pursuing personal excellence. I hated exercising. Now I feel too good not to. Thank God I learned about carnivore.
Me too.
Carnivore Nana, super sticker, $5. Thank you. Tracy Levy. It's not much, but I hope this helps get the carnivore message out. $20 is a lot. Thank you very much.
Tracy.
Mm-hmm.
And $14. Thank you so much. Josephine, $2 super sticker. Thank you. Kingdom Way to Keto to Carnivore. We need a carnivore theme song for the movie. Very true.
Ooh, we got to hit up Shane and Bill.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Montana Crosses became a new YouTube member. Thank you.
Awesome.
We're doing a member-only video pretty soon.
Yep. You have access to all the members-only posts now.
Jammer
Jammers.
Travels. The Three Wise Men. Doctors. Baker, Barry, and Chafee. $2.
Yep.
Yeah, we had them all on today, didn't we? Well, the 4, we had Hampton on 2. 5, we had Dr. Lisa Wiedemann on.
6, Ovadia.
6, Ovadia, yeah. Wow.
Three wise men, not guys.
Right.
Right.
Carnivorous Dude, $10.
You're the dude, man.
And Randy Travis will hear Shane and donate to the movie.
Yeah, either that or he'll send us a strike.
Right. Underweight Carnivore on the Lion Diet became a YouTube member. Thank you. Welcome.
Did
Rachel
Shane
Carter,
fall asleep?
Thank you, Carrie and crew, for all the hard work you're doing today. Thank you, Rachel, and thank you for submitting your video that we just showed about an hour or two ago.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm still there. Deb, I'm Carnivore, 30 days now. I feel so much better. Thank you for spreading the message of healing. Get this movie made.
Let's go.
Trying. We're working on it here. Come on. Woodster, so generous, Woodster. You got a couple of these today. Thank you so much.
Wow.
$25.
That's awesome.
Thank you to Carrie and the crew for all your hard work in getting this stream put together. May God use this stream and all the funds raised to change the world. Thank you, Woodster. And huge shout out to the crew for sure. Adam, Alia, JT, Graham. And I should name every single one of them. All the volunteers. There's so many people behind the scenes
that are just working so hard, man.
Amazing. The amount of effort and work put into this today.
Yeah, I think Graham just popped in here. Speaking of the devil there.
Nope.
No, you're not.
There
You're a great guy. I love Graham. He's a sweetheart.
Graham, how are you?
How you doing, buddy?
I just said your name. Did you hear me?
And you showed up quick.
I was just saying, huge shout out and thank you to the crew, including Graham, JT, Adam, Alia. Really appreciate
thank you guys
Graham,
for working
all
hard.
your hard work. It means a lot. You're doing so much back there.
You're welcome. I see I missed
something. I've seen you've been putting out some new YouTube videos. You're getting got a good exercise routine going, it looks like.
Still getting there.
Yeah.
Did you hear Chafee about building muscles?
I've listened, so I have to go re-listen again just to understand what he was saying slowly.
Yeah, he was listening.
I know. I almost have to rewatch that part because it was some good stuff there for sure.
Yeah, there was some stuff.
Super sticker. You want to take a couple, Graham? Like Graham?
Yeah, Graham, you want to? Because we're about to tap out here. Here we go.
Yes, whipped beef tallow, man.
Rachel, Folds, $99. That's so much encouraging, so encouraging.
Yeah,
thank you.
Barbara Turner again, $19.99.
Killing it, Barbara.
Carnivore Scott, super sticker.
Nice. We like stickers. Stick them all over.
Bishop's Deep Learning, Canadian $100.
Wow, meat. Thank you. Fresh meat.
Killing it, Graham.
Candice Klein Anderson. This is amazing. Thank you for all that you do.
Thank you for donating. It's people like you. It's going to help us get this made.
Wanna take this one, JT?
Monkey. $5, man. We appreciate it.
D Wolf, Super Sticker 1999.
Ooh, nice. Maggie
Maggie
Malone.
You got it?
Thank you.
$10. Nick, welcome to the club, to Homestead Owl.
Yes, everyone like and share. Please share this video.
Eat meat, feel good. No food for the rest of the day.
Well, if I don't eat meat, how do I feel good then? You said I can't have no more. Mom and Pops, $10.
Yep.
My wife and I are 6 months carnivore. Too many benefits to list. Thank you, everyone, for information you are teaching. Go Seahawks. Oh, boy, I just said that. I'm a Packer fan.
B-Dog, Super Sticker.
Oh, B-Dog. Harley-Vor Mike. Nice. $5. Thanks, bud. Keep riding that Harley.
Let me just get that.
Mom's 3 Missions. Thank you for the $2 donation. Carnivore Kip, you can do it. Yeah, Kip, you can do it.
Hey, look at this one.
Professor Bart.
The latest GoFundMe donation. Susan Baker, $500.
Wow.
Let's go. She's going to get a phone call from Carrie, and she's going to get her name in the credits.
Yep.
Thank you so much.
Awesome.
Carrie's going to have to call so many people. He's going to be like, yo, what's up? Thanks for supporting the doc.
Right.
It's going to be good, man. All you guys are going to get a call from Carrie whenever he comes out of his coma. But when he wakes up.
About a week from now.
Coming out of the sleep.
Yeah, look at that. We got a comment, too, from Professor Bart K.
Yep.
Heidi hi.
Wow.
Heidi hi, campus.
Heidi hi, campers.
Oh, it's Heidi hi.
Heidi hi. Laney Top, $20. Super sticker. Thank you.
Thank you, Laney.
Oh, I know who this guy is.
Just checking back in before going to bed. It's nice to see your faces again, Kelly Hogan. My zero carb life. She was
awesome.
She was a blast.
She killed it.
Yep.
Gypsy
Adventures,
Adventures.
$5.
Thank you. All things Audra, $50. Thank you. Been carnivore 2 years. Best thing I've ever done for myself. Never going back to sad. Down 82 pounds and now coaching carnivore. Hey, good for you. Keep it going. Tracy, $10 donation. Thank you. Theo, $5 donation. Thank you. Family Finding Simple, $10. We love you all. Going to bed. Have fun night. Yeah. Enjoy the bed.
Yeah, enjoy the bed. Rub it in.
Yeah, right. Randy Allen, $2. Is carbonated soda water on? What? I'm not sure.
Is carbonated soda water? I think they're asking if it's okay. I think Dr. Chafee answered that and said it's pretty much fine.
Yeah. You're right.
Okay.
Oh no, I think we're getting into some Dr. Chafee questions now. Blood pressure.
Yeah, I'm not going to be good with these.
60. Could this be due to low blood volume or could it be due to dehydration? Genetically lean, low BMI. Adam, you want to take that one?
No, thank you.
Dr. Adam?
I wish I could.
Yeah, I'm sorry, AK the Carnivore. This is more of a doctor one, and the doctors aren't here at the moment.
Sorry about that.
I would recommend, however, you head on over. Dr. Barry's got a weekly live stream Q&A. I think Dr. Chafee's doing one almost every week as well, so it's pretty cool.
Yeah, they said Chafee's. Someone said in the comments his were like 3 hours long usually.
Oh yeah. Clint, $1.99. Carnivorous dude, $2. Huge shout out to all of you. I have been here.
And you're the dude. Don Morrison, $25 donation. Thank you. Hello, all. Don from Maine here. Trying to stay awake, but I keep falling asleep. Keep up the good work, everyone. Come on, man. Stay awake with us. We need you. Wake up, everybody.
D Wolf, $20. Doctor, my son has had a front lobe TBI. I think we did this one with Dr. Chafee.
Could have been.
What's that?
Could have been.
Yeah, I think we did that one.
Yep.
Yeah, we did that one too.
Yep. I tried to unstar the ones that we already took care of, but some of them we missed. I missed.
You're doing good, Adam.
I'm not asleep yet.
That was when I was taking the picture of him sleeping.
I could have sworn there was moments of time both you guys had your eyes closed for quite a while. I was like, oh no, hopefully they don't fall forward.
I was looking at the screen like, are my eyes closed or open right now? I can't even tell.
They look closed.
I saw that.
I gotta get Adam set up because my camera's so high up. It's tilted down a little. So even if I'm looking like right here at the screen, it almost looks like my eyes are closed.
I'm gonna get you some googly eye glasses, Carrie, and you can fall asleep.
There you go.
We're getting off track here, but do you do this too, JT or Graham or Adam? When Dr. Chafee's talking, do you just stare into the camera lens?
Dude, he should do like meditations, man, and like guide people through them, like just talk, because he's got a nice soothing voice. He just talks and like you could just keep listening and listening. I enjoyed listening to him.
I don't have the attention span. I look at it for like 3 seconds, and I'm down looking at the screen, seeing what he's saying.
You're thinking about ribeyes and beds.
Yeah, a couple of these were Dr. Chafee's. I remember the Gatto one.
Oh, D Wolf.
Let's see here.
My son.
Bella, we did Bella. We did the muscle one. I think we're about getting caught up now.
Can't miss nobody's, they're paying good money. We want to make sure we provide a service.
JL, $10. Julie, $5 super sticker. DC, Learning to Live, $20. Thank you.
David.
Wow, awesome.
Great story.
David.
$5 super sticker.
Thank you, Susan.
Awesome.
This is for Dr. Chafee. You've inspired me to start a Carney channel as well after selling health insurance for a decade. I realize all these medical claims that are filed in America can be prevented. Good job.
I love that. Carney channel. Get your Carney channels out, guys. It's a Carney
Dr. Chafee, you have a Zen quality to your voice. Do you happen to have any carnivore, breast cancer, or other cancer remissions?
That's what I was thinking. His voice is real soothing. Christine feels me. Limitless Lindy, $100.
Wow,
killing it.
Awesome.
That's the legend. Lindy, the legend, the limitless legend that Kelly Hogan was talking about earlier. Down 500 pounds, I think.
She knows no limits, guys.
She's got a great YouTube channel. Everyone check out Limitless Lindy. What an inspiring story. She was on her 10-hour live stream. We should have had her on here, except
she'll be coming up on Chatting with Carnivore. She's good.
Nice. Lori said, my journey started with a video from Dr. Lustig, who discussed how more kids are showing signs of being pre-diabetic. Then came videos from Dr. Berry, you, Dr. Baker, and others. Thank you all.
Thank you, Lori.
Thank you, Lori.
$12. Thank you.
Man Cave, thank you.
One hope for all. How much effect will a carnivore diet have on bipolar? I also know that sleep is important too for bipolar. I can answer this a little bit. My mom was on earlier, and she mentioned that she is bipolar and is doing very, very well on carnivore. It's amazing. She said she's been on medication her whole life for that, and it hasn't really done much for her at all, and carnivore has. Of course, that's just one person and anecdotal, but I've heard that from some others as well. So
I have another announcement.
Yeah.
The latest GoFundMe donation, Georgia Stavrow, I believe that's how you pronounce it, $500.
Oh
hey, she's gonna get a phone call from Carrie, and she's gonna get her name in the credits at the end of the doc, man. So guys, you can get in there too. You can get a phone call from Carrie, and when we're watching that on the Netflix and it's screening at the end, you got your name in there. And you can take that much more ownership and know you really helped launch this thing in the stratosphere.
Right. And the
cool.
phone call too, I'm serious, is like, I keep saying it, it's this Carnivore Diet Documentary is our documentary. So I'm not saying it's got to be like this. It's got to be like this. I love all the input. Primal Mike really early on gave me some really good ideas for the documentary that we're kind of running with. So I love
it's a great opportunity.
Brainstorming if you guys have some good ideas for sure.
That's a good idea, Carrie. Yeah. Let Carrie have it. Let him know when you're on the phone call.
D Lifestyle Reviews, $24.99. I'm 45 days into carnivore. My main benefit is anxiety, mild depression going away. But after 5 kg loss, I'm a bit stalling, maybe less dairy. Yes, 100%. No more dairy. I promise you.
Yep. Let's get rid of that anxiety, guys. We don't need to suffer from anxiety.
My other tip, if you're stalling, if anyone's stalling on carnivore, just do lion diet for 3 days.
Yeah.
You will stop stalling, I promise you.
Mm-hmm.
It works.
Dr. Chafee we missed him. I know everyone is different, but what should the average person's blood pressure be? I'm 3 weeks carnivore and mine is 135/85. Adam? Right.
Yeah. Ask my wife. I don't know.
I'm sorry, Billy Boy. We thank you. I'm sorry Dr. Chafee couldn't get to it. He did stick around for like 3.5 hours, but there's just an incredible number of super chats. But he does a weekly live stream, so maybe try to hit him up there again.
Q&A.
Thank you, though, Billy.
Carnivore and more. Thank you, Dr. Chafee, and thank you to all the supporters. Epic 24-hour show.
Awesome.
Training new member. Thank you.
Awesome.
Welcome to the club.
Zeta, $20. Thank you for everything. Carnivore for 3 months. Better digestion, more energy. However, I'm still bloated. I have chronic parasite, Blastocystis hominis. Iodine and oregano oil help, but the latter is not carnivore. I hope that recovers for you. I'm sorry, I'm not much help on that one.
Yeah.
Sorry about that, Zeta.
Susan E. I was taking aspirin due to cloudy blood since COVID. A doctor said to stop taking it and to take omega-3 fish oil instead. Carnivore Brothers again, $10. Amazing day.
Wow.
Thank you for putting so much effort into this. Dr. Chafee, you are a legend, and thank you for being so generous with your time. Absolutely.
Yes, he is.
Very generous. Couple hours, and it's like an incredible amount of super chats and stuff that came through. Pretty much.
There was so many. I mean, there's no way we could keep
Make
up
sure you
with
ladies email them about that calendar. Stay on them. You'll get it.
That'll fully fund the carnivore.
That's why I said I was like thinking fundraising. I said if we get a Dr. Chafee carnivore calendar, man, we're gonna have our funds in no time.
We'll use Graham instead.
Right.
Yay, Graham! He's got a 6-pack, man.
Ivan, $10, 65 kg down in 18 months, feeling fantastic at 100 and med-free. Walked 37 kilometers yesterday and backed up today with another 30 kilometers. Recovery is amazing on carnivore.
Wow.
Okay.
$12. Jack from France. Thank you, Dr. Chafee. My mother had a stroke. She's not a carnivore, but I'd like that she quits statins. My son wants to use MSG on his steak. He says it's safe, so is it really? I wouldn't do it.
Is it really?
I would just stick to salt.
Yeah, you don't need
water.
Yeah, I wouldn't do that.
Nurse Mosmer, $10. Trying to understand where Bible references to eat bread, fruit, wine, seeds, veggies, and olive oil become toxic to us. Is this due to new commercial farming practices and pesticides on Lion Day 12? Yes. I think so. I've had a conversation with someone about this before too, and they're like, "Well, the Bible says to do this or do that," and I'm like, "Well, the fruit back then is not the same as the fruit now that's been engineered and modified a million times, and you eat an orange now, and it's basically a piece of sugary candy." So I don't know. That's kind of my take on it. I don't know if you guys have anything on that one.
Listen to your body.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Shelley Foreman, can a person who is prone to kidney stones and has multiple autoimmune issues, lupus, Sjogren's, and fibromyalgia expect results? Love Dr. Chafee.
Where are you when we need you?
I know what Dr. Chafee would say on this one.
Okay, this ought to be good.
Yes. I've never heard anyone say, someone has this, and this to Dr. Chafee, and he's like, well, actually, in that case, carnivore is not going to work. He always says, I think it's a proper human diet no matter what. I'm not a doctor, though, so don't listen to me. I'm sorry that we missed Dr. Chafee. Maybe you can hit him up on the live Q&A. Kenny's $10. Thank you.
Thank you, Kenny.
Elliot, howdy from Atlanta, Georgia. Looking forward to the doc.
Howdy.
Duku. $24. Thank you. Christopher Ellis, so generous. I had a good sleep. Carry on.
Carry on. We will.
Duku again. 2 months carnivore now and started training for an Ironman triathlon. Going to create a YouTube channel to document that in German so that the German-speaking guys hear and understand the message. Love it.
Get it out there, man.
Hey, we're almost to the bottom of these. That's not bad.
Kobe
N10. Have you heard of the carnivore family? Musician dad was very ill, went carnivore. became healthy. Whole family went carnivore. I haven't heard of them. No. Excuse me.
That's a great story, though.
And one last one, Carnivore Rebels. New members. Thank you so much.
Hey, welcome to the club.
Welcome.
Awesome.
To the club. Hey, so there we go. We got through all of those.
Awesome.
Let's see if anyone's got any more super chats or questions, throw them in the side. We were gonna have Nathan on, but maybe not. And then next up it's 3:30 now. We have Kent Carnivore scheduled.
I think it's Lee, isn't it?
Lee Copus, yeah.
Yep.
So maybe we'll play
a video.
Yeah, let's play one more video.
Yeah, we got some more testimonials to share. So many great stories to share still.
Here we go. Let's find one here.
One Hope for All. Did you read my $50 super chat?
That
Did you,
was
Carrie?
me. 71
I think
days ago.
so. I'll double check.
My barefoot journey. My name's Angie Hebel. My why that makes me cry is losing my mom and dad way too early. My dad at 75 from a massive heart attack, even after he had had a heart attack and was following the doctor's recommended diet. My mom died way too young from complications from her Crohn's. She was 72. My dad was 75. I want to be here for my kids, my daughters, and my grandchildren. I want to see my great-grandchildren. I suffer from fibromyalgia, brain fog, back problems, arthritis so bad my doctor tested me for rheumatoid arthritis. I've had injections so many times in my back and my iliac joint for my sciatic pain. On pills for my migraines. I actually get Botox shots every 12 weeks. I get shots in my neck every 9 to 10 weeks as a nerve block. I've had problems with my foot. I've had a blood clot in my leg at 52 years old. I was in pain every day. If I was at a 5 pain scale, which probably would be most people's 8 or 10, I was doing good. I don't do the normal pain meds. My mom was on pain meds, and I have friends that are on pain meds. No. I'm a little more naturalist, but can't do that when you're out driving around and stuff, so I just suffer in pain. Anyway, I started my journey July 1st, encouraged by my daughters. Watched a lot of videos from Carrie, Homestead How. I'm on Lisa Wiedemann's little group, so I get to talk to her every Sunday night. It helps. I love Carnivore Me. Amanda, you're an awesome inspiration. And of course, Bill. I've not met personally, but I have met Carrie personally, and he's just such an inspiration. To get to watch these people every day and be inspired is awesome. I myself am down 49 pounds. I was 252 in that picture. I'm now 202. I am 2 pounds away from Wonderland, and I can't wait. I am feeling so much more comfortable in my body. So much more confidence. My pain is way down. My foot pain, gone. I am off 2 medications. I'm working on getting some other ones down, taking it slow. But I have so much energy. It is just awesome. I'm getting so much done instead of having days where I'm curled up in my chair all day or in my bed all day because I can't move. No bad migraines, usually with barometric pressure. I'd still get a migraine even though I'm on several migraine medications and the shots. Not small headaches, but not anything bad. I don't know. This journey has just taken me so far, and it's going to take me a lot further. I want to go hiking again. I haven't been hiking for I don't know how many years. Many, many years, because I couldn't do it. I want to go and run and play with my grandchildren instead of sit and watch them. I can't wait to get this out to many more people. It has to spread. I want to change my daughter's thinking to get my grandchildren off of all this poison. That would help with their hyperness, but she hasn't realized that yet. I just thank everybody in the carnivore community for how generous they are, and can't wait to meet more of you in person. I love all of you. Join me on my YouTube channel, My Barefoot Journey. Thank you again, Angie.
All right. Thank
Yeah.
you, man. Angie's pretty cool. She's been out to the theater a couple times. All right. Looks like we have Lee with us now. Should we jump in and chat with Lee?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's do it.
Hey, Lee. How's it going? Kent Carnivore.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Doing
great.
I'm impressed. You've really stuck it out, as far as I know, anyway.
Hey, don't give us any compliments yet. We're just barely hanging on here. So
You're looking good. You're looking good.
Thank you. How are you doing? Would you mind telling us a little bit about yourself, maybe a little background and your carnivore story?
Yeah, absolutely. So my name's Lee Copus. People call me Kent because of the name, but I'm not offended, so you can call me what you like. My journey really started back in 2012 when I was diagnosed with UC, so ulcerative colitis. It's an inflammatory bowel disease, quite similar to Crohn's, but only exclusively affects the colon. I actually managed to stay away from medication for like the first 2 years because it's really mild, surprisingly. It was actually like very, very mild, low end, not much affected in the colon, just like a very small percentage at the bottom. And basically, I would flare like 2 or 3 times a year, but it wouldn't be too bad. It would be like 1, maybe 2 weeks of like nasty symptoms. And then I would just feel like a normal human being in between time when I went into remission. And then it wasn't until about 2014 things noticeably got a little bit worse. I would flare probably almost, twice the frequency. And these things would just be a little bit more egregious, like in the moment, just very aggressive, like the symptoms came on stronger. And that's when I went on certain medications just to lower bowel frequency movements. And it gave me a little bit more freedom. I mean, they certainly felt like they worked on some level, at least at first, but little did I know all the time I was on this medication, suppressing my symptoms, the problem wasn't being dealt with. And it wasn't until like 3 years later of being on this medication that my whole colon had just been like riddled with this disease. I had all this ulcers, and the flare-ups when they came were like crippling. And right towards the end in like 2017, the very beginning, I was going to the toilet like 30 times a day. And at the time we only had a toilet upstairs. And so not only was I just losing so much like electrolytes and fluid and stuff like this, but I was having to go up and down the stairs like 30 times. I just felt like I was poisoned, and I couldn't get rid of this threat in the body. It's like, what is going on with me? But I knew I was in serious trouble, you know, and I stuck it out for like a couple of days going to the toilet at that frequency. And I ended up, you know, getting onto my nan, because at the time I didn't drive. My parents were away in the States, so they had no clue what I was going through. And so I got on the phone to my nan. I said, you know, I don't think I can last another day. Like, I really mean that, you know, I'm in trouble here. And so she was like, right, we'll take you to the hospital in the morning. So I went straight there, and I didn't come out of hospital with my colon, basically. So I'd heard about like the surgeries, and basically how I'd seen other people's stories on YouTube. And I was thinking at the time, you know, like 2015, 2016, like, oh, wow, you know, they're so much worse than me, and they'd have like parts of their colon taken out. Well, I mean, I left the surgery, left the hospital without any part of my colon. They've left like a very small amount at the back end, which is really there. They said that they don't take it all out in one go, but I think that they leave it there mostly for the option to reverse, which I never really had, because it's not stopped being problematic, even though food hasn't passed through there for like the last 6, nearly 7 years. It's still problematic. So that's something that I'm having to deal with imminently. But yeah, it wasn't until I got home with this new, you know, bag set up, my stoma, and I'd become independent enough that they were happy for me to go and be on my own with it. But that's when my mental capacity just deteriorated. I was like, wow, you know, this is so strange. I don't like the way it looks and feels. I couldn't sleep as well, because I felt, at least at first, like very restricted to just laying on my back. And going back to work was like a hard concept, you know, but my mental health just plummeted, and I couldn't help but look at myself and start to hate me, you know, like this new me and this new adaptation. And yeah, just trying to adapt mentally, getting back to work, getting back to my life, and trying to kind of move forward with a positive attitude. That it was just so hard. So I kind of, you know, went up and down mentally with different moves, different phases of anxiety, depression. I probably avoided a lot of situations. I poured myself into work. But actually I met my partner. So I clean windows. So I speak to a lot of people during the day. It's all like residential. So I see a lot of them at the door and stuff like that. And I actually, you know, when you're not looking, this is when you find it. You know, I found Lucy, my partner, and we have this house together. And so, you know, things certainly improved for me, certainly in that moment. But it wasn't until perhaps a couple of years later that, no matter the, you know, she accepted me for who she was and for who I was, you know. And at first it was like, wow, you know, I felt like I achieved something. Like, wow, I never thought I was going to have this opportunity to actually be in a relationship. Like, who wants to deal with this? You know, I don't want to deal with this. But like depression, you know, things like that you're never safe from it. It came back to haunt me. I don't know if I suppressed it or something, you know, but it came back hard, like, and that in itself was debilitating. That crippled me. And towards the very end, when I say the end, I mean before obviously going carnivore, I was reaching out for help. I really didn't want to go down the medicine route. I know that a lot of people struggle with antidepressants and these drugs. Like, when you go on them, not only are they really egregious on your systems, but it's like anything, you know, you're going to require more over time. They don't ever treat the problem if you come off it. Like steroids, you know, they might work great while you're on them. The moment you come off, it flags, though. Those red flags are still there. And so anyway, I got on the phone. I was hoping perhaps to go down the therapy route. And these people took me through a 45-minute conversation, which I was actually quite positive about. Made me feel really good at the time, you know, talking to a stranger about all these intimate details of my life. And, you know, I don't know what words I can't say, but I mean, I was thinking pretty dark, and, you know, at the end, it got pretty scary, pretty real. If I had the house to myself, I'd come home from work and no one was in here. It was like, that's when I would just freeze and paralyze, because it's like I could just be myself. I felt like no one was watching. And so I just froze at the door, and I couldn't even enter my room and sit on the chairs. I just didn't know how to cope. Like, it was so crippling. And anyway, these people that I called, they never got back to me. And so, like, days passed, weeks passed, and it was actually 2 months. I'd realized before then, like, I'm on my own unless I want to get the ball rolling again. And I actually looked at some things on the drugs, and I was kind of like, do you know, I think I want to find another way. Like, I need to go down some kind of natural route. I've got to figure this out. I've just got to try and, you know, get things together, you know. And it wasn't until 2 months later, after this phone call, I was sitting on the couch and I see Michaela Peterson's anecdote, you know, and that just blew my mind. I was like, that's incredible that she solved all of those issues, but depression was one of them. And that's the only thing that I just wanted to cure my depression. Like, I've been cured of my disease. Technically, that's like the only real cure, you know, to just take your body part out. But that had caused so much, you know, mental deterioration and how I felt about life. I was just like desperate. So I wouldn't recommend everybody does this, but I was just like, right, Lucy, I'm going to do this. I'm going to try this diet. I couldn't even wait. Like, once I got that idea in my head, I was like, I'm doing it tomorrow. So there was a few things in the fridge and in the cupboard. I was like, I'm just going to throw them out. I'm not waiting to like eat these foods. I'm worried about the few pounds that I might save. You know, we just went straight to the store and we bought everything that pertains to the BBBE challenge. So I stocked up with butter and minced meat, a couple of steaks, lots of eggs and some bacon. And so that's what we did. And she actually jumped in with me like the next day, not suffering much with anything too much, but she was a bit overweight, you know. She's always suffered with being on the fringe of like high blood glucose ever since she had her daughter, Sky, who lives with us. And so, yeah, we both jumped in. And the very next day, my acid reflux just went. So I wasn't even obviously trying to address other problems. I'm like, I just want to solve my mental health. I just want to get out of trouble here. But the very next day, acid reflux went. About a week later, I was like, wow, my skin's starting to look like a bit smoother. I had acne on my back, and that was like 50% gone in a week. And then, of course, I'm just like slowly waiting. Like, I wonder if this is actually going to work, though. Is this going to work for my mental health? And 3 weeks went by. I'd struggled a little bit with energy because of the adaptation phase and things. Wasn't used to eating so much fat and protein and just no carbs, which seemed still kind of crazy at the time, even though I'd, you know, brushed up on my knowledge, watched all these other carnivores, and I'm like, okay. But when you're doing it, it's like, is this normal? There's not enough colors on my plate, you know? But 3 weeks went by. All of a sudden, I was at work. It was a beautiful day. I worked the morning, and actually that day, I don't even think I had breakfast. And maybe that was something to do with it. But I just had to pull over and just record my testimony on my phone in my van, because I was just like, holy crap, I feel incredible. Like, I have so much energy. It's like it just happened all at once, you know, like that next day, it was just like my energy came, my mood just was like great. I was smiling. I was like, wow, I feel really, really good. And I just couldn't help myself. Pulled over, recorded my testimony, and the rest is history, you know. I was going to try this for 30 days. I managed to address every single problem that I could think of in 3 weeks, which is crazy. I wonder whether not having a gut may have made for a very quick turnaround and improvement. I don't know. Maybe that's why I didn't affect, you know, because I don't have probably a biome like other people do, right, in the colon. So maybe I got away with going cold turkey. Like, it was a little rough at first, but the contrast between day 1 and day 21 was like, you know, black and white, like crazy difference. I felt like I'd been reborn or something, you know, and I was just hoping like the next day would feel the same and the next day would feel the same. And I surpassed the 30 days, and all of a sudden I'm like, I don't think I'm going to stop doing this. I'm going to keep doing this. So continue to buy, you know, minced ground beef and lamb, and started to like go to different places and figure out where's best to buy certain meats. And I started to get into like the whole, you know, just going to support farmers and butchers. I get really high quality produce. We're really lucky actually to have so many farms around here in Kent, right? You know, the Garden of England, it's beautiful pasture everywhere. We have decent weather systems, really, where the cattle and everything's out in pasture most of their life. And yeah, I mean, I really started to get into it. It became a new passion of mine. Previously, I was like playing the piano and things like that and painting portraits. I haven't really done much on the piano. I haven't painted a single portrait. It's like, this is my life now. I'm more passionate about how I feel, cooking up a nice steak, making a video, or like talking to people about it, spreading the word. That's like that makes me far happier, and I feel far more fulfilled and content with my life than I did ever playing the piano. And I still play and I still muck around and have fun, but it's like I just feel like I've got a new life. I've been reborn. I have purpose. I wake up and feel good, and I'm never going to stop doing this because it's amazing. So,
how's the depression now?
Depression is non-existent, man. It's gone. Like
so
like
awesome.
after 3 weeks, it's gone. It doesn't visit me anymore. Like it used to pay me visits, sometimes mildly, sometimes I would fall, like a week at a time bad, and that would really affect everything. My partner, like bless her, she can see when something's wrong. My mum can see something. Of course, my whole family, but it affected me at work. My boss Mark was telling me, like, I have noticed a change in you. Like you don't seem like your old self. And sometimes during those long stints of like deep depression, it's really difficult to even live life. It's hard to move forward. It's like it almost seems impossible just to achieve like the most basic things in a day. And it's so selfish because you're just always in your head, life in your own head about your own problems and how, I don't know, seem to mirror everything in a negative way. You know what I mean? And the energy you have. And what I've realized, what it's taught me is that for the longest time, I think I tried to resist life's terms. Like we can't live life on our terms. Like we need to adapt and live life on life's terms. That's the only way. When you learn to do that, you learn how to compose yourself in every situation. You learn like I'm a nobody, so it's fine. Like don't take things personally. That messed up. That sucks that happened. I got some bad news today. I had a bad day. I lost a job. I don't know. But these are little mild bumps in the road, and you've got to live life on life's terms. You can't just have it your way, and you have to take the rough with the smooth. And now it's obviously something to do with being in ketosis, fueling your brain, not inflaming your system so that nothing's getting in the way of each other. Everything works in harmony. I think it comes together and you find that. And I've found peace and love in my life. And now I move forward with a better attitude. I'm robust. I dare someone to try and knock me over. Like it's not happening, man. I feel too good. And the great thing about this as well is that Michaela Peterson, she dropped a pebble in the pond, and it rippled out, and it's affected some people that made some other videos. And I found those videos. And now I've changed my life. And now my partner's got rid of her, elevated blood glucose. She lost a bunch of weight. She looks great. She's healthy. My family have partially got carnivore. My mum's a carnivore. She's a proper carnivore now. She's beaten like anxiety. She's not long retired, but she was struggling a little bit here and there, with work and things and relationships, dealing with people perhaps. She's kind of like solved that. And people at work, friends and people around me, like it's continuing to ripple. Like it's amazing the way this spreads. But it's a force for good in the world, so yeah. It's just an amazing thing. And I just want to say, like this whole event has been amazing. Like the positive vibes, like our community is amazing. Like everyone that's been on is just so lovely and nice, the energy they have, their intentions and the way they come across. So I just want to say, like everybody and everyone watching as well, you guys, we're nothing without you, because you are the channel. You watch, you like, you subscribe. We're all one big family, so.
Right. I love hearing your story, Lee. I'm so sorry you had to go through such a horrible thing with the depression, the anxiety, and then the colon. You sound just like me. What you were saying though, it's pretty cool. I had depression for many, many years, so I can relate to you. I feel that, and I went down the road of taking the antidepressants for years and years and years, and it's so hopeless. And unless you've been there, it's almost impossible to describe that to other people.
Yeah, it's a funny illness. I don't know what you want to call it. Maybe it's something to do with it's an energy deficiency problem.
Right.
I don't know. I can't pinpoint it, but I don't want to find out. I'm not going to start experimenting. Right. I love steak. I love the way it tastes. I love the way I feel. It's so simple.
That's the only thing that's helped me with it. I was on every different antidepressant, fixing sleep, trying this, trying that. Carnivore is the only thing that's fixed my depression.
Right. Yeah. I think that's true of so many things as well. Like there's so many things that it's not like we have a drug deficiency, right? It's not like, we didn't have enough metformin or lisinopril or whatever it is you take for whatever deficiency or whatever problem you have, is you have a toxicity problem or an insufficiency problem, and it all comes from food. Like the moment you stop inflaming yourself and you just have that non-inflammatory, nutrient-dense food, which is just meat mostly, your body just transforms. The body's incredible. Like the amount of physical trauma and torment that it deals with and puts up with. You know, I see people doing just the worst things 3 or 5 times a day habitually, and the body seems to put up with it with some people for decades. You know.
Yeah.
But the moment you give it the chance to heal, it's just like, oh yes, please, and it just goes to work. You start healing, fixing, mending yourself, and everything improves.
It's such good hope for other people out there that are watching this. They're hopeless and they're scared about trying it too, because within 3 weeks you had all of these results. I don't know if you've heard this. I got to keep shouting out my friend, but Bill Knott, 700 pounds in Alaska. He's in his past day 50 now. But the same thing you said, within like 3 weeks, inflammation just gone. Like these aches and pains and just horrible agonizing pain he was in for years, within weeks is gone. And sometimes even quicker than that. I mean, I've heard some people say like within a week, some of that inflammation starts going down. Lee,
and you can finally get some sleep as well, and in a better position you can sleep.
Oh, that was heartbreaking when I went to visit him. He had a paper towel roll like this. He's like, this is how I sleep. Sitting up, completely upright for years and years and years.
That can't be good. That just can't be good.
Right. So I just have a question. So with the colitis, the UC, is that something? Because I've heard Dr. Chafee talk about that. Is that something that could have possibly been cleared up with carnivore instead of surgery?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I get quite a lot of messages, and people just sometimes in the message streams on videos that tell me, you know, oh, I haven't flared up since carnivore, or what they've done is they've got themselves out of trouble and in remission. They go months and they may flare up, but it's very, very mild, and then they go into remission again. And some of them for years. Like I think I was speaking to someone who's been in remission for like 5 years since going carnivore. They haven't had any. They don't take medication, obviously. I mean, the idea with people like me, you know, we've obviously got a proclivity of weakness in the gut, and there are other similar things that, you know, people get, like, you know, obviously Crohn's, colitis, but IBS, and you've got diverticulitis. All those conditions, you just don't want fiber. And if you go on Google, and lots of people, you know, oh, just did a quick Google search, yeah, they're not going to give you the answers, and they're going to actually encourage fiber, which is crazy. It's the complete opposite. And that's often the case with the advice that you get. Is like, you can't afford to have something that doesn't break down, because that stuff is going to be like, you know, sandpaper by the time it gets to where you have a problem. You want to, and what I've realized, so a lot of people, I mean, I don't want to offend, I always say this, like a lot of people actually find it really interesting and helpful. And I can see things that a lot of people can't, because I have an exterior, a bag where my colon would begin. So I can tell you exactly how every single food is, how, you know, what state that is as it would enter someone's colon. And so I've always believed that red meat, you know, because of the information. It's just like you regurgitate this information. You think you've learned something. You know, red meat is going to cause constipation, it's going to block you up. It's going to cause inflammation. It takes a long time to digest and break down. If I eat a steak, it's liquefied by the time it gets to my bag. Okay, no offense to anyone, but that's the truth, right? So if you get enough swallowed chunks of meat and it's liquefied, same goes for eggs, same goes for fish, same goes for butter. It's not a problem. It's just liquefied. So your body, your stomach acid can completely liberate and digest and nutrify yourself, you know, with animal products. Where when you eat plants, if you don't chew that plant very well, when you swallow it, that is exactly the state it enters the colon. Because I see it. I've seen that when I was on plants. You know, I've had this bag for like 6 or 7 years. Only been carnivore for 13 and a half months. So I was eating like every food you can think of before that with the bag. And I can tell you that things like mushrooms, mango, onions, pineapple, cabbage, celeriac, if you just swallowed like a specific shape or a large chunk of that, that does not change. It does not change, not even 1%. Like that's the exact state it will come out into the bag. So that's now entering the colon. You've got to think like the amount of inflammation that will cause. Can you imagine, like, you know, you've got some ulcers in your colon or small intestine, wherever you're affected, depending on what you've got. And you've got these like inflammatory plant materials just just wearing away at your gut lining, and it blocks nutrients, and it causes bloatedness and it causes gas and all these problems. And so, yeah, it's crazy that I was eating all that stuff. And it's only since I've gone carnivore that I can see how that actually works, you know? So, yeah.
I can see how you're fired up, man. I love it.
Yeah, oh, it's great. Yeah. The idea of consuming a plant food and just having to even deal with it without my colon sucks. Seriously, it's a big difference.
Absolutely. Do you try to like approach strangers or, you know, and try to talk to them about the carnivore diet?
So the way I go about it is often when I see people at farms. So, I mean, for the longest time, and not so much recently, I've been trying to gain a little weight for a surgery coming up. But that's pertaining to the first one. We just got to finalize things. So if I go and get my milk, I get raw milk. That's when I was just trying to gain weight. And people that get in their milk, I will just say like, oh, you know, you've been coming here long and stuff like that. And then we start talking. And there's many people that they were complete strangers. We had a beautiful conversation because they're also reasonably like-minded, but they just might not know how wrong it is to consume, you know, the amount of plant foods that we're consuming. And certain things like grains are just terrible. And some people still think they're healthy. Fruit juices that they feed to their kids or whatever, you know, and they have good intentions, but they would love to know the truth, right? Everyone probably deserves to know that, you know, and then you can choose. But I'll start talking to these people, and I might be at another place, and you know, you just get onto the topic of food, and then you have a conversation, and they often find it really interesting because they're already part of the way there. You know, people don't get in their raw milk. They don't want to get that pasteurized, destroyed dairy down, you know, the conventional stuff in the stores. So they're there almost anyway. They're starting to think about things. And so those people are really open-minded, and they just find it really interesting. We have a really deep conversation both ways. And I'd like to think that they go away and take something from that. Not like I think I know everything. Of course, I don't know everything, but I do know that plants are an issue, certainly for a lot of people. Also customers. So I see a lot of customers at the door, and I can see the state that they're in, and I'll ask them about their health, or, you know, oh, okay, so what are you taking for that? And I've, you know, come to learn certain things about different medicines and things pertaining to like whatever illness that they're struggling with. And they all look the same. They've all got swollen ankles and feet. A lot of them with walkers, certainly when they get a bit older. They're all obese. They tell me they've got fat on their liver. They're taking medication for their high cholesterol, and, you know, they're metformin for type 2 diabetes, all these things. And so that sparks conversation. And it's just nice because a lot of these people, they're suffering and they're desperate. They would love to hear the answer to all their problems. And some of them, I think that they become somewhat of a believer. They incorporate a bit more meat, or they decrease certain things. But I have had reactions from people where they're just like, what do you mean? That's stupid. What do you mean vegetables are bad for you? What, you know, like I've had seed oils, olive oil. No, olive oil's healthy, you know, Mediterranean, all of this stuff. Like, so I get a mixture, but yeah, I wouldn't approach any complete strangers, you know. I just wouldn't want to come across like pushy or anything like that. But I certainly enjoy talking about it because it's my passion. It's like you're somewhat indulging me, and if I can like continue to ripple, you know, and affect you positively, then that's a great thing, you know. And I have actually spoken to people that have gone carnivore, and they've told me that, you know, my diabetes is gone. My doctor told me, whatever you're doing, just keep doing it. But, you know, they told their doctor, like, I've been eating like 10 eggs and a steak every day. They're like, what? You know, hope you're not putting salt on that. Like, no, add salt, you know. Eat everything they tell you not to eat.
Right.
It's awesome.
Yeah, this is great. I love what you're saying too about the ripple effect. We were talking about that earlier. And like for you, Lee, every YouTube video you do, that's throwing a rock out there, making a ripple. This right here, being on here, this could turn into a big ripple. Well, exactly what you said is so funny because I said the same thing before. I learned about carnivore through Dante from Frig No Freedom. Then I watched Dr. Berry videos. Now my sister's doing it, my other sister's doing it, my mom's doing it, my stepdad's doing it. And now, like, how many people are going to ripple out from those? It's
exactly.
Like
10
more, 10 more. It's going to reach critical mass pretty soon. It's spreading like wildfire.
Exactly. It's a great network, isn't it, that we're creating here?
Yeah. It's the craziest thing, too, because I've had people say to me, oh, you would have done the same thing if you just got rid of all the junk food and ate plants, which is a whole ridiculous conversation. But I'm like, where are the YouTube videos of people reversing type 2 diabetes on plants, or IBS or colitis or depression or anxiety on plants? I'm not
there's many. Yeah, there's many like simple arguments you can make. I mean, I get that. Yeah, of course, you're going to feel great if you go onto a vegan diet, whole food diet, when you're coming from highly processed. Of course, you're going to feel great. But 84% of vegans quit in the first year.
Yeah.
Right? That tells you everything. It's not a diet that's loved by people. It's not a diet that tastes good. It's deficient. Your body cries out for real food. That's why it's, you know, they're abandoning it at such high rates. I think after about 5.5 years is the average that, you know, a lot of these passionate vegans last. Some will last longer based on genetics, epigenetics, and just honestly how inured you are. Like that's quite often the case. You're so loyal, but it's destroying you. Yet you're still going to be loyal because you bought the propaganda, or I don't know. I think there's another thing as well is like you get attacked. Like they call you a bad vegan, or like you never were a vegan. Like the moment you fail, and it's like you didn't fail.